Chapter 1. So you want to break up with me? Blue Star 3 months after the spiritual energy was revived. In a cafe not far from Hwarong City's newest supernatural academy. There were 2 women and 1 man sitting there at this time. One of the women, although not very good looking, exuded an air of superiority. She was Xiao Ming's girlfriend, Yi Qiuning. Next to Yi Qiuning sat a woman with a gentle temperament. Xiao Ming also knew this woman. She was Yi Qiuning's best friend, named Zhao Xia, a very gentle and lovely girl. However, Xiao Ming just took a look and then turned his attention to his girlfriend Yi Qiuning. Qiuning, is there anything you want me to come over for? I still have to work. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yi Qiuning's expression was extremely calm, and the aura from her body made people feel hot when they got close to her. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Yi Qiuning uttered a few words lightly. Xiao Ming, let's break up. Break up? Xiao Ming was obviously stunned when he heard this. Then he said with a smile, Qiuning, stop joking. But the smile seemed very stiff. At the same time, Zhao Xie glanced at Xiao Ming with an expression of pity, but did not say anything. I'm not kidding, Xiao Ming, do you know? I have become a fire-type mutant. Do you know what this means? There are countless types of superpowers in the world, but the 5 elements superpowers are the strongest. Among the 5 elements of supernatural power, the fire element has the strongest attack power. As she spoke, Yi Qiuning had a look of pride on her face, and the look she gave Xiao Ming was filled with deep disdain. Hearing this, Xiao Ming understood what was going on. He clenched his fists tightly, as if unwilling to accept it. He gritted his teeth and asked, so you want to break up with me? Yi Qiuning looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. Do you want me to explain it more clearly? Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't say anything, she continued, okay, then I'll just say it directly. Why would you, a loser who can't even get into a supernatural school, be with me? Xiao Ming's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking with anger. Although he could not awaken his special powers, he worked as a deliveryman day and night just to earn more money so that Yi Qiuning could live a better life while she was in school. In the past few months, he only kept a little of his salary every month and gave the rest to Yi Qiuning, but he didn't expect this to be the result. Looking at Xiao Ming's appearance, Zhao Xie on the side felt even more reluctant. She also saw what was happening between the 2 of them. After all, they were all students at the same university and in the same class. It is because of the revival of spiritual energy that the world has undergone tremendous changes. Their original university was disbanded and the current school of supernatural powers was established. Those who can awaken their special abilities will be admitted, while those who cannot will be expelled from the school. It was at that time that Xiao Ming was expelled from school. Qiuning, don't say such harsh words. After all, Xiao Ming still loves you very much. Zhao Xie said to Yi Qiuning with a look of reluctance. After hearing this, Yi Qiuning glanced at Zhao Xie with disdain, with a hint of pride in his eyes. In the past, she was actually very jealous of Zhao Xie's beauty. Countless rich young men in the school pursued Zhao Xie, which made her very jealous. But not anymore. When she thought that Zhao Xie had only awakened the space-related ability, she found it funny and felt a sense of pride. Don't think that space-related abilities are very powerful, they are actually quite useless. This country has already conducted very clear experiments on this point. Although spatial abilities are very powerful after they grow, the talent and resources required for growth are even more than 100 times that of the 5 elements abilities. No matter how powerful your superpowers are, what good are they if they can't grow? Do you think your family has a mind? Zhao Xie, it's not your turn to lecture me yet. Yi Qiuning said lightly, and in Zhao Xie's astonished eyes, he looked at Xiao Ming again. I know you did spend a lot on me in the past. Yi Qiuning took out a bank card from her backpack and said, here's 100,000 yuan, enough to compensate you. The password is 88. From now on, there will be no more connection between us. That heartless look made Xiao Ming very disappointed. He looked at the bank card on the table and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Zhao Xie changed her usual gentle demeanor, bit her lip lightly, and said hesitantly to Yi Qiuning, Qiuning, how can you be like this? Even if we can't be lovers, at least we used to be classmates. Zhao Xie, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that you have awakened special powers. You are just as good as that loser Xiao Ming. Yi Qiuning looked at Zhao Xie with contempt. Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning in disbelief. You, why do you say that? Aren't we best friends? Best friend? Ha ha ha. Yi Qiuning felt sick when she heard this word and almost laughed to tears. Do you really think I treat you as my best friend? Yes, it's true that I did treat you as my best friend at the beginning, but what about you? At this point, Yi Qiuning looked at Zhao Xie with gritted teeth. You just treat me as a foil to you. No, I didn't. Zhao Xie's face turned pale and she shook her head quickly. No need to say more, you two are just trash, huh? Yi Qiuning glanced at Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie sarcastically, then stood up and left. How could this happen? Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning's leaving back with a confused look on her face. Xiao Ming on the side didn't say a word, but his clenched fists and trembling body seemed to be telling of his inner anger. Trash? Trash. In fact, he had heard these two words mentioned more than once in the past few months. But he always just smiled it off. I just didn't expect to hear these two words from my girlfriend's mouth today. Strength, does strength really represent everything? Ding, a suitable host has been detected, system binding in progress. Binding successful. Reward, a gift pack for newbies, 100 spirit stones. Award 1 lucky draw. By binding with a character, the bound character will help the host defeat the enemy and gain lottery draw times. The host can choose the binding roll by himself. After the character is bound, the host can check the character's loyalty. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind shocked Xiao Ming, who was stunned. He didn't expect that he actually had a golden finger. He knew that spirit stones were a very scarce resource for cultivation after the revival of spiritual energy, and they were even sold for as much as 100,000 yuan each. 100. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming became excited. Looking at Zhao Xie, who was abandoned like himself, and was a little confused and disappointed, Xiao Ming suddenly made a decision. Zhao Xie, do you want to quickly improve your strength, protect your family, protect yourself, and become someone respected by everyone? Chapter 2 Awakening of Superpowers. Xiao Ming's words made Zhao Xie, who was in a daze, turn her head. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Ming. My parents are dead. As she spoke, she lowered her head and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Ming understood that when the spiritual energy had just revived, a large number of wild beasts rushed into the city. A lot of people died during that time. And Zhao Xie's parents must have died at that time. He quickly said comfortingly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhao Xie shook her head, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tucked her flowing long hair behind her ears. It's okay, I don't blame you. I want to improve my strength, but I have space-related abilities. As she spoke, Zhao Xie looked very lost. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. It's just resources, I can give you resources to help you improve quickly, but I have a request. Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. She was very clear about Xiao Ming's situation. I don't have much money, how can I have resources for me? But she still asked curiously, what request? You wait. After saying that, Xiao Ming ran out quickly. After a while, when Xiao Ming came back again, he was holding a black plastic bag in his hand. The plastic bag was heavy and you could tell at a glance that it contained a lot of stuff. After entering, Xiao Ming placed the plastic bag next to Zhao Xie, chuckled and said, open it and take a look. Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming in confusion, then carefully opened the bag. The next second, she was so surprised by what was inside that her beautiful eyes widened. Spirit stone. There were only 10 spirit stones quietly placed inside. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie's reaction with satisfaction. He had just gone out and found an empty alley, then took out 10 spirit stones from the system space. Because he knew that only if Zhao Xie saw the spirit stone would she not doubt what he said. These 10 spirit stones are for you. I will continue to provide you with resources in the future. And my request is that you obey my orders unconditionally. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie with anticipation. However, Zhao Xie's reaction surprised Xiao Ming. Zhao Xie quickly tied the bag and looked at Xiao Ming anxiously and said, Xiao Ming, where did you get this? You must not do anything illegal. While speaking, he kept looking around, afraid that someone would notice him. Looking at Zhao Xie's cute appearance, Xiao Ming laughed in his heart. Don't worry, I got this from a legitimate channel, you can definitely use it with confidence, but I can't tell you how I got it. You'd better answer my question. Will you agree to that request? Looking at Xiao Ming's serious expression, Zhao Xie patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But then her pretty face turned red and she looked at Xiao Ming hesitantly. What does it mean to obey his orders unconditionally? To be honest, Zhao Xie actually has a very good impression of Xiao Ming. She really admired Xiao Ming's sincerity in love and his dedication to Yi Qiuning over the past period of time. She saw all of this. No, I can't take so many spirit stones. Zhao Xia hesitated and shook her head repeatedly, but her eyes looked at the bag, and it was obvious that she wanted it very much. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Don't worry, just take it. Just think of it as me hiring you as my employee. I also expect you to protect me after you get promoted. No, I still can't take it. It's too expensive. Zhao Xia bit her lip lightly and shook her head with a conflicted look on her face. Xiao Ming frowned. Take it if I tell you to. Otherwise I'll be angry. No, I'll take it. Great. Xiao Ming was delighted. This girl was still frightened, so he quickly said to the system in his mind, System, bind Zhao Xia. Ding, binding successful. Roll, Zhao Xia. Loyalty, 62. Well, why is the loyalty only 62? Xiao Ming asked himself puzzledly. Ding, host, loyalty above 60 is already very high. Above 60 is trust. 70 or above is considered heart-to-heart communication. Above 80 is admiration. More than 90% will never leave. When the value reaches 100, it means never betraying. It seems that Zhao Xia still trusts me very much? Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Zhao Xia on the side and said, You should go back to school and practice hard. Try to break through from an apprentice psychic to the first level as soon as possible. If you are short of spirit stones, just come to me for them. Yes, I will. Zhao Xia nodded seriously, holding the bag, feeling a little nervous. However, since she had already agreed to Xiao Ming's request, she could only consider herself as being hired by Xiao Ming. There was also a hint of gratitude towards Xiao Ming in my heart. She really wanted to improve, and this process would definitely require a large amount of spirit stones and other resources. However, she had silently made a decision in her heart that when she grew up, she would find a way to help Xiao Ming become a superpower as well. Watching Zhao Xia leave, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and quickly said to the system, System, do I have a chance to draw a lottery? Yes, host, do you want to draw a lottery? Yes. Ding, the lottery was successful, and I got the ability awakening potion. Potion for awakening superpowers? Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, the superpower awakening potion can awaken superpowers 100%, but people with superpowers cannot use it. Xiao Ming didn't listen much to what the system said. He quickly took out the potion from the system space. He drank it in one gulp without even looking at it. His desire for superpowers had already driven him nearly crazy. Boom! Just as he drank the potion, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and a dull sound rang out in his chest. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After a full half hour, Xiao Ming was already sweating profusely. The hands that were holding the chair handles were already trembling slightly, and the whole body was weak and almost collapsed. Finally, the pain disappeared and Xiao Ming collapsed in the chair. But even so, he couldn't hide his excitement, and quickly asked the system, System, what superpower have I awakened? Although detecting superpowers requires a superpower detector, Xiao Ming believes that the system must also have such a function. Ding, please wait. The next second, Xiao Ming felt his whole body being scanned. The host's awakened ability is devouring. By devouring the opponent, you can comprehend the opponent's skills. In principle, there is no upper limit to the skills you can acquire through devouring. After hearing this simple introduction, Xiao Ming began to tremble with excitement. As far as he knew, people with special abilities were divided into levels 1 to 10. And every time you advance to a higher level, you can learn a new skill. A person with strong talent can comprehend 2 skills, but I have never heard of anyone comprehending 3 skills after being promoted. This ability of mine, in other words, can I selectively comprehend skills? Or even comprehend multiple attributes? Xiao Ming became excited when he thought of this. Chapter 3. Come to my house tonight. 3 days have passed since Xiao Ming was asked to break up. During these 3 days, Xiao Ming and Zhao Xia both practiced hard. Even on the matter of delivering food, Xiao Ming hadn't gone for several days. I guess the supervisor at the takeaway station must be furious. However, it seems that he doesn't need to do things according to his mood anymore. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. At this time, in a small woods of the supernatural school, Zhao Xia was holding a spirit stone in her hand and absorbing it quietly. With her eyes slightly closed, she sat cross-legged on the ground, the breeze blowing her hair, revealing a peaceful atmosphere. During these 3 days, she has absorbed the spiritual energy from 9 spirit stones and feels that she is on the verge of a breakthrough. After absorbing all the spirit stones, she should be able to break through to the first level mutant. At that time, you will be able to comprehend the skills. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the woods. Xiaoning, I was wondering why I haven't seen Zhao Xia in the past few days. It turns out she's been secretly absorbing spirit stones here. One of the girls said to Yi Xiaoning, who had a gloomy face. The other girl also nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhao Xia with deep jealousy. Yes, spiritual stones. Hey, we are reluctant to use spiritual stones for cultivation, we can only absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Where did this girl get the spiritual stones? The 2 of them were roommates of Yi Xiaoning and Zhao Xia, one was called Lili and the other was called Deng Qing. Where else could she have gotten it? That loser I dumped must have bought it for her. That loser is always generous. Yi Xiaoning said coldly. That is right, in her heart, the 100,000 yuan she gave to Xiao Ming must have been used by Xiao Ming to buy spirit stones and given to Zhao Xia. Although the 2 had broken up, she felt jealous and unhappy when she saw Xiao Ming using her own money to buy things for Zhao Xia. I am reluctant to spend money on spirit stones to practice, so why should Zhao Xia do the same? This should have been my treatment, why did it become yours, Zhao Xia? Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoning strode over to Zhao Xia. Seeing this, Li Li and Deng Qing looked at each other and hurried to follow. Zhao Xia, who was absorbing spiritual energy, did not notice the approach of several people until the spirit stone in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Yi Xiaoning? Li Li, Deng Qing, why are you here? Zhao Xia stood up and looked at them in surprise. Zhao Xia, you are really good at tricks. I broke up with Xiao Ming and you hooked up with him right after. Yi Xiaoning glanced at the spirit stone in her hand and said with a sneer. No, it's not like that. Zhao Xia frowned slightly. TSK, you still say no? Then why did Xiao Ming use the 100,000 I gave him to buy spirit stones for you? Yi Xiaoning looked at Zhao Xia with disdain. This. Looking at the spirit stone in Yi Xiaoning's hand, Zhao Xia didn't know how to explain. However, her behavior made Yi Xiaoning more certain of her thoughts and even more resentful. Since you bought this with my money, it's mine. You wasted so much of my spiritual energy, so compensate me. I don't want much, just give me 10,000. Yi Xiaoning put away his spiritual energy and looked at Zhao Xia with a mocking expression. She knew that Zhao Xia would definitely not be able to get it. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Xiaoning's words, Zhao Xia said aggrievedly, I don't have any money. Oh, no money? Lili, Deng Qing, beat her up for me. Yi Xiaoning chuckled. Great. Lili and Deng Qing's eyes lit up. The 2 of them were also very jealous of the beautiful Zhao Xia, not to mention that Yi Xiaoning was now a big tree, and they would definitely try their best to please her. After hearing this, Lili punched Zhao Xia in the stomach in front of her incredulous eyes. Bang! Zhao Xia screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Then, Lili and Deng Qing stepped forward and started punching and kicking Zhao Xia, who was lying on the ground. Listening to Zhao Xia's screams and seeing her miserable appearance, Yi Xiaoning felt very happy. A few minutes later, Yi Xiaoning chuckled and waved to Lili and the others. Then she walked to Zhao Xia's side, squatted down and said sarcastically, I have successfully advanced to the first level. Tomorrow, the teacher will take us out to hunt monsters and comprehend our own skills. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat me. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yi Xiaoning stood up and left with Lili and the other person, laughing. Only Zhao Xia, covered in scars, was left lying on the ground, sobbing silently. Looking at the figures of several people leaving, there was a hint of anger in Zhao Xia's weak eyes. She couldn't understand why things turned out like this when they were obviously good friends. After resting for a while, Zhao Xia endured the pain all over her body, stood up shakily and walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, facing the strange looks from passing classmates, Zhao Xia bit her lips and tears kept flowing down. At this time, Xiao Ming had no idea what was happening in the school. He was in a high-end restaurant, eating 2 servings of exquisite monster meat. Just today, after absorbing the spiritual energy from a spirit stone, he successfully broke through to the first level. I couldn't wait to experiment with my own abilities. After finding a store that sold spirit stones, Xiao Ming took out a spirit stone, sold it for 90,000 yuan, and then came to this restaurant. Looking at the delicious food made from a flame chicken and a wild boar in front of him, Xiao Ming became excited. These are the meats of two first-level monsters that he selected. The main reason was that he was attracted by the skills of the two monsters. They are Flame Jet and Brutal Collision. These two delicacies cost him 10,000 yuan, and he felt so heartbroken. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't wait to take a bite of the pork. As soon as he took a bite, he suddenly had an epiphany. But it's not particularly obvious. Then, Xiaoming ate the entire portion of pork in big mouthfuls. Boom! In the next second, his mind became clear and his chest suddenly shook. The usage of Brutal Collision is clearly imprinted in my mind. He had a feeling that he could use this skill with just a thought. Ah, it worked. Xiaoming laughed. He knew that it must have succeeded. But he looked at the other portion of flame chicken meat and hesitated. The main reason is that I can't eat anymore. Moreover, he had not expected that in order to comprehend skills through devouring, he would have to eat to a certain extent. I guess I need to eat more flame chicken meat before I can comprehend the second skill. Waiter, make me another serving of flame chicken and pack both of them together. He decided to have flame chicken for dinner. After returning to the rented house and putting down the packed flame chicken, Xiaoming thought for a while and called Zhao Xie. The call lasted for dozens of seconds before it was connected. Zhao Xie's voice, clearly suppressing her emotions, came from inside. Hello, Xiaoming, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Xiaoming frowned slightly. No, nothing. Hearing that Zhao Xie didn't want to talk, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and didn't ask any further. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Have you broken through to the first level? It's almost there. Zhao Xie said hesitantly on the phone. Hearing this, Xiaoming became even more confused. Why haven't I broken through yet? Is it because I don't have enough spirit stones? There was silence on the phone. Seeing this, Xiaoming confirmed what he was thinking. This girl must have used up all the spirit stones, but was too embarrassed to ask him for more. Thinking of this, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Come to my house tonight and I'll help you break through to the first level. Tomorrow we'll go out of the city and hunt monsters." Chapter 4 I'm Your Boss. Boom boom boom. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a knock on Xiaoming's door. Xiaoming, who was preparing dinner, immediately knew that Zhao Xie was coming and hurried over to open the door. You're here. Opening the door, Xiaoming smiled and invited Zhao Xie in, but the next second, he saw that although Zhao Xie handled it very well, there were still obvious bruises on her body and face. Close the door silently. After arriving in the living room, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xie, who was standing there weakly, pinching the corner of her clothes, and asked, "Who hurt you?" "No, I'm not hurt." Zhao Xie's body trembled slightly when she heard Xiaoming's words. She raised her head and gave Xiaoming a forced smile. "Tell me, don't forget, I am your boss now." Xiaoming's face was gloomy, and the bruise at the corner of his mouth was so obvious, but he said he was not injured. I don't want to say it." Zhao Xie saw this, with a look of grievance and stubbornness on her face. Seeing this, Xiaoming pondered for a moment. Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, it must be someone they both knew. Then, Xiaoming's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhao Xie gloomily and said, "Even if you don't say it, I know it was Yi Qiuning who did it, right?" "How do you know?" Zhao Xie looked at Xiaoming in surprise. "Really?" Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly. He was completely disappointed with Yi Qiuning. Unexpectedly, after becoming a superpower, Yi Qiuning changed so much. "Okay, let's stop talking about that and come eat." Xiaoming smiled slightly and took the initiative to change the subject. He took Zhao Xie to the dining table and sat down. Seeing this, Zhao Xie felt relieved. "Here, have some of the flame chicken I bought, but don't eat too much. It will make you get irritated." Xiaoming half-jokingly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and gave it to Zhao Xie. "Flaming chicken?" Zhao Xie stared at Xiaoming with wide eyes. She knew the price of flame chicken. Monster meat was very expensive, and she had never dared to think about it before. Xiaoming smiled slightly, ignored the surprised Zhao Xie, and began to eat the flame chicken meat in big mouthfuls. A trace of enlightenment came over Xiaoming, and he slowly immersed himself in the process of eating meat. Half an hour later, Xiaoming had almost finished both servings of flame chicken. Suddenly, Xiaoming felt a shock all over his body, his mind became clear, and the method of releasing the jet of flame was imprinted in his mind. A wave of heat suddenly surged throughout my body. Boom! Zhao Xie, who was standing aside, was forced back by the heat wave in shock and stood aside. After a while, the heat wave disappeared. Xiaoming smiled and looked at Zhao Xie, who was standing aside in surprise. Zhao Xie, yes, I have awakened my superpowers too. That's great. Zhao Xie was truly happy for Xiaoming. Are you full? If you are, it's your turn. Xiaoming smiled slightly, stood up and said. Yeah. Zhao Xie nodded slightly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. She knew that Xiaoming came here today to help her break through. But I don't know what method Xiaoming is going to use. He brought Zhao Xie to his bedroom. At this time, Xiaoming had paved the ground in the center of the bedroom into a circle using spirit stones. At first glance, there are at least some stones and spiritual stones. Looking at so many spirit stones, Zhao Xie was confused. Go ahead, sit in there and absorb the spiritual energy to your heart's content. Xiaoming smiled at the dazed Zhao Xie. This is such a waste. Zhao Xie said with heartache as she looked at the more than 10 spirit stones on the ground. That's right, by absorbing them piece by piece, you can absorb all the spiritual energy in the spirit stone into your body and transform it into spiritual power. But if absorbed in this way, most of the spiritual energy will be lost in the air. No one has that luxury. Zhao Xie was very surprised at this time. When did Xiaoming have so many spirit stones? Then don't worry about it. What you need to do now is to break through to the first level as quickly as possible. Then tomorrow I will take you to fight in the suburbs. Through fighting, I want you to understand your own skills. Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xie seriously and said. Only when Zhao Xie improves can she help herself defeat the enemy in gay lottery draws. What's the point of wasting such a few spirit stones? Xiaoming believed that he would be able to obtain more spirit stones through the lottery. Well, okay then. Zhao Xie nodded hesitantly. Sitting in the center of the spirit stone circle, she still felt a sense of unreality, but after trying hard to calm herself down, she quickly entered a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy was drawn out and slowly absorbed into Zhao Xie's body through her mouth and nose. After becoming a mutant, an energy crystal will form in the chest. After the spiritual energy enters the energy crystal, it will slowly be converted into usable spiritual power. However, the converted spiritual power will depend on the attributes of the psychic. Seeing that Zhao Xie had entered the state, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction and left the room. An evening passed. When it was almost dawn, Xiaoming suddenly felt a strong breath coming from his bedroom. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he slept on the sofa. He stood up and looked towards the bedroom. After a while, Zhao Xie came out happily. Xiaoming clearly discovered that after breaking through to the first level psychic, the bruises on Zhao Xie's face disappeared. Xiaoming, I broke through, I finally broke through. Zhao Xie said excitedly. From the very beginning, when she learned that she had space-related abilities, the loss in her heart was beyond words. He even thought that he would never be able to make a breakthrough in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming helped her break through to the first level in such a short time. Thinking of this, she looked at Xiaoming with gratitude. Ding, Zhao Xie's loyalty +5. Current loyalty, 67. Listening to the voice in his mind, Xiaoming's mouth curled up. He stood up and said, Congratulations. It's daylight now and we should set off. Are you ready? Zhao Xie nodded excitedly. Well, I'm ready, but those 10 or so spirit stones have no spiritual energy left. After saying this, Zhao Xie looked regretful. It's okay, don't worry about it, let's go. Xiaoming smiled and waved his hand. With that, the two of them left the rented house, took a taxi, and headed towards the suburbs. At the same time, on the playground of the supernatural school. At this time, a huge crowd had gathered. In the middle of the crowd stood more than 20 students. On the stage, a middle-aged man looked at the 20 or so students with admiration. Today is the day when the first batch of students from our school who have successfully advanced to the first level Esper will go out to gain experience and comprehend their skills. I will lead the team in this training. My name is Louis, and I'm a third level wood type ability user. I hope that all the students going this time will actively participate in the battle. After Louis finished speaking, cheers were heard from the audience. Among the more than 20 people, Yi Ning held her head high, like a proud swan. Looking at the envious and admiring eyes of countless classmates around her, her vanity was strongly satisfied. Okay, without further ado, let's go. Louis nodded with a smile, waved his hand, and walked off the stage. Taking these 20 or so students, we boarded the bus specially prepared by the school and headed towards the suburbs. Chapter 5, Oh, my kidneys. Bang! Humph! A small wild boar struggled a few times and fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Xiao Ming looked expectantly at Zhao Siye, who had dealt with the wild boar. How's it going? Have you mastered the skill? Not long after arriving at the woods in the suburbs, Xiao Ming and his companions discovered this little wild boar. It had not yet become a first-level monster, but it was not far from being a monster. As an opponent of Zhao Siye who has not yet mastered any skills, it's just right. Zhao Siye turned around, looking at Xiao Ming with disappointment, and shook her head. No. Am I stupid? Zhao Siye said with a pout. Haha, no? It's okay, let's continue looking for the next target. Xiao Ming was also slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and comforted. Because the wild boar attacked Zhao Siye just now, it does not count as helping Xiao Ming defeat the enemy. There will be no chance of winning the lottery. Xiao Ming only found out about this after asking the system. Just as the two were about to leave, there was suddenly a lot of noise coming from the woods next to them. Xiao Ming quickly looked over vigilantly. Wait, be careful. Zhao Siye nodded and looked over there warily. Humph. In the next second, countless wild boars rushed out. Except for the little wild boars that have not yet evolved into monsters, the other wild boars have evolved into first-level fong boars. The skills of the are similar to those of the, and it also charges into the enemy. However, the savage charge will form a protective shield on the body surface the moment the skill is activated. Can defend against a large amount of damage. But the attack power is not that strong. Although the tusk has no protective shield, the fangs in its mouth can cause fatal damage to people. And their skill is also called bloodthirsty charge. As the enemy's blood increases, their attacks will become stronger. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Zhao Siye was also afraid and hid behind Xiao Ming, saying in a trembling voice, Xiao Ming, what should we do? The one we just killed must be their son. Get on my back, I'll carry you and we'll rush out. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and said coldly. Okay. Zhao Siye blushed, but she also knew that now was not the time to care about these things, so she jumped onto Xiao Ming's back. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming pulled his hands back. They were so soft, he sighed in his heart. Zhao Siye's pretty face flushed as Xiao Ming moved. At this time, the pigs on the opposite side saw the body of the little wild boar lying on the side and suddenly became angry. Dozens of first-level wild boars attacked Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming yelled, hold on tight. Then, he used the skill wild charge for the first time. Boom! When he collided with the first wild boar, Xiao Ming felt a tightness in his chest. The whole person also paused, and intense pain followed. However, he had no time to breathe, as countless wild boars were about to approach him. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and turned to the side, aiming at a direction and using his skills again. Boom boom boom. With the impact, Xiao Ming's face turned pale. During this process, he would open his mouth from time to time and spit out large amounts of flames. At this moment, a sea of fire had already broken out here. Many wild boars struggled and howled in the sea of fire. Xiao Ming was also seriously injured and spat out some blood. Zhao Siye, who was behind Xiao Ming, felt a pain in her heart when she saw this. She felt deeply guilty. If it weren't for me, Xiao Ming would have broken out long ago. At this moment, the two men's eyes lit up and there were no more wild boars blocking their way. Xiao Ming excitedly said to Zhao Siye behind him, Zhao Siye, hold on tight, we are going to rush out. Yeah. Zhao Siye nodded heavily. Ah. Xiao Ming roared and quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to rush out, a figure suddenly flashed by. Zhao Siye turned her head and was immediately horrified. Xiao Ming, be careful. However, Xiao Ming was completely unable to react and dodge at this moment. The wild charge skill did not give Xiao Ming any chance to react. The next second, the black shadow directly hit Xiao Ming's side. Bang! Ah, my kidneys! After being knocked away by the black shadow, Xiao Ming fell heavily to the ground and howled in pain. Zhao Siye also fell to the side. But she quickly got up, supported Xiao Ming, and asked with concern, Xiao Ming, how are you? No, it's okay, you go first, I'll be there in a while. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and stood up, only to feel a piercing pain in his waist. You're bleeding. Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming's waist, covered her mouth in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. It's okay, let's go. Seeing the wild boar that had just attacked him rushing towards him again, Xiao Ming roared and pushed Zhao Siye away with force. Seeing this, Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming painfully. She was not stupid and knew that staying here would only be a burden to Xiaoming. So he ran in the direction of the newly opened road. Feeling that Zhao Xia had left, Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the tusk that was already not far in front of him, Xiaoming gnashed his teeth and roared, "Come on, I'll spray you to death." Boom! This time, the moment Xiaoming's violent charge hit the boar, he grabbed the other's fangs tightly. The veins on its arms bulged and the pig kept struggling in Xiaoming's hands. Jet flame! Boom! A large amount of flame spurted out of Xiaoming's mouth. The next second, the wild boar turned into a huge fireball and struggled in the flames. I saw that I had finally dealt with this wild boar. Xiaoming dragged his injured body and staggered in the direction where Zhao Xia fled. The flames continued to burn. Most of the hogs and wild boars have fled. The place was reduced to ashes, with sporadic flames still burning. In the center of the flames lay several charred boar carcasses. Just then, a lot of footsteps were heard in the woods again. The leader was Louis. Ha! A big battle happened here? Seeing the situation in the field, Louis walked over quickly with Yi Qiuning and other students. Looking at the dead boar on the ground, Louis recognized it at a glance. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Who is this fire-attributed psychic who can fight 6 wild boars alone and kill them all? Teacher, is he very powerful? Yi Qiuning asked doubtfully. Louis nodded. Yes, if it were me, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with it. However, if it were a second-level psychic, it would be very impressive to be able to do this. Teacher, why can't it be a first-level mutant? At this time, a young man in the team raised his hand and asked. Immediately, a discussion was heard behind him. Are you kidding me? Can a first-level mutant deal with so many first-level Feng pigs? That's right, are you stupid? The young man who asked this question also realized that he was wrong and touched his head embarrassedly. Louis looked at these students and smiled slightly. It is almost impossible for a first-level fire-attribute mutant to achieve this. Although his attack power is very strong, his physical body is very weak. Faced with so many Feng boars attacking at the same time, you can't even unleash a few moves before you're crushed to death. Teacher, is it possible that he is a third-level fire-type mutant? Yi Qiuning said, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It's impossible. I know almost all the third-level psychics in Huarong City, and I have never heard of anyone with fire attribute. Louis thought about it and shook his head. That's really amazing. Don't worry, teacher. I will be able to do the same when I reach the second level. Yi Qiuning's face was full of pride and confidence. Well, that's good. It's great that you have this confidence. Louis was very satisfied with this girl who had awakened the fire attribute ability. Chapter 6 Protecting Women is Our Duty. Xiaoming, let me help you sit down and rest for a while. Zhao Xia helped Xiaoming sit down with a concerned look on her face. Just now she was worried about Xiaoming's comfort, so she didn't run far. As soon as Xiaoming left that area, he found Zhao Xia. Ahem, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a rest. Xiaoming smiled at Zhao Xia with a pale face. Blood was still dripping from his waist. Seeing this, Zhao Xia quickly said, "Let me bandage you." After saying that, under Xiaoming's surprised gaze, Zhao Xia grabbed the edge of her skirt. Hiss. Come on, take off your clothes. Seeing the usually weak Zhao Xia showing such a tough side and looking at him with concern, Xiaoming's heart was beating fast. He nodded blankly, took off his shirt and stood up. When Zhao Xia saw the bleeding wound on Xiaoming's waist, she couldn't help but shed tears again. But she said nothing, bit her lips lightly, and silently helped Xiaoming bandage the wound with the edge of her skirt that she had just torn off. After finishing, he stood weakly in front of Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, I don't know if this will work, but it should be able to stop the bleeding, right?" "Well, that's good, the bleeding has stopped," Xiaoming said with a smile. "That's great." Seeing this, Zhao Xie also smiled happily. Whoosh whoosh. Careful. At this moment, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly widened and he pushed Zhao Xie away. Pa pa pa. The next second, several wicker ropes were seen whipping Xiaoming away. Xiaoming groaned and fell heavily to the ground. He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the attack. I saw a green frog the size of a wash basin appear under a big tree, with something like a vine growing on its body. Green vine frog. Although Xiaoming had not awakened his special powers before, he often went to the library and memorized clearly the types of monsters that had mutated in the world recently. This is a wood-type monster. Judging from the strength of its attack just now, it should be a first-level monster. Xiao Ming's face darkened. In my current state, it is very difficult to defeat the opponent. He had just broken out of the encirclement of the wild boars and had almost used up all the spiritual power in his body. Xiao Ming! Zhao Siye screamed after she reacted and hurried over. Stand behind me. If I can't beat you, run away. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and stood up with the help of Zhao Siye. After saying that, without caring whether Zhao Siye heard it clearly or not, Xiao Ming roared and launched a brutal charge, rushing towards the green vine frog. Pa pa pa. Countless whips hit Xiao Ming, but he ignored them. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Ming finally arrived next to the green vine frog and knocked it away with a shoulder. Although he achieved such a result, Xiao Ming did not relax. He knew that a brutal collision alone would not cause much damage. After all, strictly speaking, Savage Charge is a defensive skill, but it can also cause some damage. Quack! Sure enough, the next second, the angry cry of the green vine frog came from the grass. Countless vines sprang out from the grass, and Xiao Ming quickly dodged. The whip hit the ground with a crisp sound. Moreover, vines would occasionally whip Xiao Ming's body. Before long, Xiao Ming's upper body was covered in blood. Zhao Siye, who was standing in the distance, was already in tears. She clenched her fists tightly and shouted at Xiao Ming, "Xiao Ming, let's run. Hurry up and go, I'll help you tie it up." Xiao Ming roared, and another whip hit his body, blood splattering. "Hurry up, let's go together." Why are you working so hard?" Zhao Siye said, crying. At this moment, Xiao Ming was hit hard by a whip and fell to the ground. He climbed up tremblingly, looked at Zhao Siye with a weak smile and said, "Protecting women is our duty as men, isn't it? So, go." After saying that, Xiao Ming struggled to stand up straight, and with trembling steps, he walked firmly towards the direction of the green vine frog. Looking at Xiao Ming's appearance, Zhao Siye was deeply moved. Xiao Ming. At this moment, two young people, a man and a woman, were standing in the woods not far from them. The man has long blue hair and is handsome. The woman stood slightly behind the young man, appearing very respectful. Her enchanting figure and charming face made her look very sexy. "Dean? Aren't we going to save them?" At this time, looking at Xiao Ming, the woman said to the young man with a soft smile. After hearing this, the young man's lips curled slightly. This young man actually has a rare dual attribute ability, and his willpower is so strong. I want to see where his limits are. After saying that, the young man turned around and glanced at the beautiful woman, Mei Yang. "How's things going at school?" "I just went over to check, it's very safe," Mei Yang said with a smile. "Well, that's good. This is the first time I bring students out to gain experience and learn skills, so there must not be any mistakes." The young man nodded with a smile. "Yes, Dean." "Ah." At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the field. The two of them quickly turned their heads to look over. "This is spatial ability." The young man's eyes suddenly froze. Zhao Siye, who was in the field, looked at Xiao Ming, who was constantly whipped by the whip, and a powerful energy burst out from her body. The whole person screamed and disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was holding Xiao Ming, dodging the attack of the whip, and came to the other side. Quack! Looking at the prey that suddenly disappeared from its sight, the green vine frog called out in confusion. "Xiao Ming! Wu, Xiao Ming! I will take you away." Zhao Siye cried as she looked at Xiao Ming, whose body was covered in scars and blood, in her arms. "Ahem, Zhao Siye. Have you mastered the skills?" "Ahem, not bad." Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Siye with a smile while coughing up blood. "I'll take you away now." Zhao Siye cried and tried to help Xiao Ming up. But he was immediately stopped by Xiao Ming. "No, I want you to defeat it." Xiao Ming sat on the ground with difficulty, and pointed at the green vine frog that discovered the two of them with a faint smile. You're like this." Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming worriedly, tears already covering her pretty face. Xiao Ming shook his head. "Defeat it and show me your strength." "I believe in you." That's right, letting Zhao Siye defeat the green vine frog can help her improve her skills, and the green vine frog's target of attack is herself, so she can also get a chance to draw a lottery. Looking at Xiao Ming's determined eyes, Zhao Siye understood in her heart that Xiao Ming wanted to train herself. Biting her lips lightly, Zhao Siye stood up and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I will definitely defeat it." After saying that, he turned around to face the green vine frog and stood in front of Xiao Ming. Ding, Zhao Xie's loyalty plus 15. Zhao Xie loyalty, 82. Chapter 7, Spatial ability, indeed very strong. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Xiao Ming did not expect that Zhao Xie's loyalty to him had suddenly risen to the level of admiration. This is an unexpected gain. When the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, the wound on his face was affected, and Xiao Ming gasped in pain. Then he watched Zhao Xie's battle attentively. At this time, the green vine frog had also arrived not far in front of Zhao Xie. Looking at the human blocking its way, the green vine frog cried out angrily. A large number of vine whips shot out from its body. Faced with such a scene, Zhao Xie was very calm and waited until the whip was about to hit her. Then her spiritual power burst out and she flashed away. When he appeared again, he was already behind the green vine frog. He punched the green vine frog. The green vine frog was surprised by Zhao Xie's disappearance, and suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind. Boom! By the time it reacted, it had already been knocked away heavily. Quack! With a cry of pain, the green vine frog turned over and climbed up from the ground, looking at Zhao Xie with a hint of surprise. He seemed to not understand why the human in front of him could suddenly disappear and then appear behind him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming nodded secretly. Yes, it seems to be a skill of teleportation. Although it is an auxiliary skill, combined with the physique of a first-level psychic, it can still achieve an overwhelming victory over enemies of the same level. The intelligence of a first-level monster is not very rich. Although the attack of the enemy Zhao Xie is inexplicable, the pain in its body still arouses its wildness. He angrily began to hit Zhao Xie with a whip. Swoosh! Zhao Xie seemed to be dealing with it very easily. Whenever she was about to be hit by the whip, she would flash away, and when she appeared again, she was already behind the green vine frog. Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of hitting sounds and the screams of the green vine frog. Seeing this situation, Mei Yang in the woods smiled slightly. Dean, it looks like they are no longer in danger. The young man nodded and said with a smile, well, these two young men are very good. After the battle is over, let's go out and get to know them. Okay, Dean. Mei Yang chuckled and said that others are young people, and you are also a young person. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The green vine frog was knocked flying by Zhao Xie again, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Zhao Xie. It screamed loudly, and just as Zhao Xie was looking at the other party vigilantly, thinking that it was going to attack again, the green vine frog turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he escaped into the woods and disappeared. Ding, the bound character defeats the enemy, the number of draws +1. Listening to the voice in his head, Xiao Ming smiled slightly. The injuries on my body didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. System, draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 bottles of level 1 spiritual fluid. Spiritual fluid? Confused, Xiao Ming opened the system space and clicked on the properties of the spiritual fluid to check. Level 1 spiritual fluid can quickly restore spiritual power. A level 1 psychic can instantly restore all spiritual power. Seeing the properties of the spiritual liquid, Xiao Ming was about to be happy when Zhao Xie ran over excitedly. Xiao Ming, I succeeded, I defeated it. Well, not bad. The space-type mutant is really strong. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xie's expression suddenly became lost. Yes, but the resources consumed are also very large. It's okay, I'm here, you don't have to worry about resources. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Yeah. Although Zhao Xie only thought that Xiao Ming's words were comforting herself, she knew that the resources required for a space-based mutant to grow were astronomical, but she was still very moved. Let's go out. The dean in the woods smiled at Mei Yang, and the two of them prepared to go out. But at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came. Make them stop moving. Xiao Ning, you're amazing. Among all of us, you're the first one to master 2 skills at that. You're truly a genius. Ha, you can do it too. At this time, Yi Qiuning held his head high, listening to the flattery of the people around him, feeling extremely proud. Just now, while fighting with a first-level monster, she directly comprehended 2 fire-related abilities. This proves that she is extremely talented. It was obvious that Teacher Louis looked at him with a hint of envy and respect. How could he not respect him? Louis was not stupid. He knew that such a favored child of heaven would soon become someone who surpassed himself. If you associate with such a person, it will definitely be beneficial to your future. Zhou Ning, very good, very good. You must never forget your teacher in the future. Louis looked at Yi Qiuning with a smile. No, teacher. Yi Qiuning was disdainful in her heart, but she said it with a smile on the surface. Qiuning, when are we going to get married? At this time, the young man who had been next to Yi Qiuning came over and looked at Yi Qiuning with a smile. Seeing this, everyone looked at the two of them in surprise and started talking. Mr. Li? Could it be that Yi Qiuning is already Mr. Li's girlfriend? Haven't you heard? Yi Qiuning seemed to have had a boyfriend before, but they broke up some time ago. I haven't even started yet, but young Master Li got there first. TSK, don't you even look at your own appearance? How can you compare with Li Xiao? Hey. While others were discussing, Li Fan looked at Yi Qiuning steadily with a gentle smile on his face. Yi Qiuning was very disdainful of this rich young man who had awakened water-related abilities. I only agreed to be with him because of his family's money and resources. When it comes to things like getting married, she obviously has no plans to do so. So he glanced at Li Fan with a faint smile and said, Mr. Fan, don't be impatient. Relationships need to be cultivated slowly, right? After saying that, he walked forward with the team. Looking at Yi Qiuning's figure, Li Fan's face darkened. Humph, bitch, if I hadn't been impressed by your talent, would I have been with you? She even asked for 300,000 yuan from me. Damn, if I had known this, Li Fan would never have given it to her so readily no matter what. Thinking of this, Li Fan was filled with indignation. But it was not easy to say anything now, so he had to follow. Everyone looked at Li Fan's expression, glanced at each other, and chose to remain silent. At this moment, Yi Qiuning's surprised voice suddenly came from the front. Xiaoming, Zhao Xie, why are you here? Chapter 8. This system is a bit tricky. Yi Qiuning was very surprised at this time. She could understand why Zhao Xie was here. After all, she was also a person with superpowers, but was Xiaoming, an ordinary person, looking for death by coming here? Xiaoning, do you know them? Li Fan walked forward and looked at Xiaoming and the other man with a puzzled look. However, when his eyes fell on Zhao Xie, he showed a look of surprise. Louis, who was leading the group, was also very confused and stood quietly aside without saying a word. I know him, of course I know him. This is my good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend. Yi Qiuning said, then continued with a sarcastic look at Xiaoming. Why are you coming to the suburbs instead of just staying in the city? Do you think you can run around like a psychics? Wow. When people heard Yi Qiuning's words, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone started talking, but they all looked at Xiaoming with mocking eyes. After hearing this, Louis suddenly realized and looked at Xiaoming with a contemptuous smile. Yi Qiuning, since there is no connection between us anymore, where I go is none of your business? Xiaoming said with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning became angry and was about to say something, but at this moment, Li Fan stood up. Oh, so you're that good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend. I've heard about him before, and now I see that he's really a good-for-nothing. You? Humph, Xiaoming, let's go. Zhao Xie looked at her classmates angrily. Li Fan glanced at Zhao Xie who was next to Xiaoming, and suddenly felt jealous. Why can a loser like you be accompanied by such a beautiful girl? Thinking of this, Li Fan sneered in his heart. Today, I am going to tease you. Coming in front of Xiaoming, Li Fan patted Xiaoming's shoulder. Pa. Hiss. Xiaoming took a breath of cold air as the wound touched him, and looked coldly at Li Fan in front of him. Damn, you trash, you're covered in blood. Lick your hands clean. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. Li Fan looked at the blood on his hands with disgust and said coldly to Xiaoming. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning and Louis looked at Xiaoming with amusement, and had no intention of dissuading Li Fan. Dean, shouldn't we go out and stop it? Mei Yang frowned as she looked at what was happening in front of her and said to the young man. The young man's face was also gloomy at this time. Hearing Mei Yang's words, he raised his hand and said in a cold voice, Wait, I want to see what this guy Louis is going to do. Also, these students are way too arrogant. Go back and ask the education department to teach them a lesson. Yes. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. At this moment, he wished he could kill Li Fan in front of him. Li Fan also caught his eyes, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. Damn, when did a piece of trash ever look at me like that? Thinking of this, Li Fan cursed loudly and raised his hand to slap Xiaoming. Fuck, you rubbish, you dare to glare at me? Just when everyone thought Xiao Ming was going to be beaten, a figure suddenly flashed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Xiao Ming and grabbed Li Fan's wrist with one hand. You, a space-based mutant? Li Fan widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Xie in disbelief. Wow! The classmates around were in an uproar again, looking at the delicate girl in front of them in disbelief. They guessed that this girl was a psychic, but they didn't expect that she was an awakened space-related psychic. Yi Qiuning's pupils also suddenly contracted. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect that she had also broken through to the first level and mastered a skill. No wonder Xiao Ming went to the suburbs with her. It turned out that he came to accompany her to learn skills. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning felt a surge of jealousy in her heart. Humph, you can forget about getting what I don't want. I don't allow you to hurt Xiao Ming. A cold look appeared on Zhao Xie's innocent face. The next second, in front of Li Fan's shocked eyes, he kicked out. Bang! Ah! In mid-air, Li Fan screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Qiuning, what are you still looking at? Beat her, beat this bitch to death. Li Fan was helped up by 3 or 4 classmates and roared at Yi Qiuning. Yi Qiuning's face looked very bad. But he still stood up and looked at Zhao Xie coldly. Zhao Xie, you dare to hurt my boyfriend, today I will teach you a lesson. Come on, Yi Qiuning, from today on, we are no longer best friends, and I am no longer afraid of you. Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning coldly. Because of Xiao Ming, she mustered up the courage in her heart. Today, Xiao Ming can risk his own life for her, and she can also resist all enemies for Xiao Ming. Humph. Yi Qiuning narrowed his eyes slightly, snorted coldly, and a wave of hot air suddenly surged from his body. Everyone, step back. Seeing this, Louis took the other classmates to stand aside. Faced with such a situation, he obviously did not intend to stop it. It was just right that Yi Qiuning could use this space-based psychic in front of him to train his combat experience. Go ahead, Xie, I support you. Xiao Ming said to Zhao Xie with a chuckle, and silently stepped aside. He knew what Zhao Xie was thinking. It was for him and also to end her friendship with Yi Qiuning. Yeah. Zhao Xie turned around and looked at Xiao Ming gently, then looked at Yi Qiuning in front of her with a serious face. Oomph, fireball. Yi Qiuning snorted coldly, waved one hand at Zhao Xie, and a fireball the size of a basketball shot towards Zhao Xie at a rapid speed. Boom! Just when it was about to reach Zhao Xie's figure flashed and the fireball shot directly into the woods. An old man was knocked down by the fireball, and the next second, a fire broke out. But no one was paying attention to that at the moment. Seeing Zhao Xie suddenly appear behind Yi Qiuning, everyone's heart was lifted. However, it was obvious that Yi Qiuning had already prepared for Zhao Xie's attack method. The moment she disappeared, Yi Qiuning turned around and punched behind her. Bang! The two men exchanged punches fiercely and then retreated. Watching the two fighting, Xiao Ming asked the system in his mind, System, Xie just defeated that guy named Li Fan, why didn't she get any draws? Ding, the enemy was not repelled. After hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately understood and cursed in his heart, the system is a bit deceptive. At this moment, Li Fan, who was watching Yi Qiuning and Zhao Xie fighting, walked towards Xiao Ming unwillingly. Xiao Ming, although I haven't mastered the skills yet, can I not defeat you, an ordinary person who was seriously injured? As he approached, Li Fan showed a sinister smile. Li Fan blamed Xiao Ming for the punch he had just received. Chapter 9 You are a piece of trash. Mei Yang, who was watching this scene from a distance, asked the young man, Dean, aren't we going to take action yet? After hearing this, the young man smiled and said, wait a little longer. The big shots always appear last, don't they? The corner of Mei Yang's mouth twitched, and she looked at the young man in front of her speechlessly. The dean is good in every way, except that he is a little naughty. At this time, Xiao Ming had also noticed Li Fan's approach and sneered in his heart. In just a short while, he had recovered some of his spiritual power. I can barely use one move. As long as he dares to attack him, Xiao Ming will definitely make things difficult for him. At this time, on the battlefield, the battle between Yi Qiuning and Zhao Xie had entered a white-hot stage. Although Zhao Xie's teleportation is very troublesome. But knowing her attack method, defending is not that difficult. Even if you were hit accidentally, at the same level, you would only suffer minor injuries. But in just a short while, Yi Qiuning had already been punched several times. Although the injury was not serious, she felt very depressed and angry.
At this moment, Zhao Xie flashed again, and the whole person was already in the air behind her, kicking towards Yi Qiuning's head.
Yi Qiuning shouted loudly and used her second skill. Fire explosion. Zhao Xie's pupils suddenly contracted, and she subconsciously used instant movement. Boom boom boom.
Just as she disappeared, something within a 5-meter radius around Yi Qiuning suddenly exploded.
Puff.
Although he dodged in time, Zhao Xie was still hit by the blast and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Ha ha ha, Zhao Xie, you are not my opponent, you never will be.
Looking at Zhao Xie who was vomiting blood, Yi Qiuning burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhao Xie disappeared again.
Yi Qiuning was shocked and tried to turn around quickly.
But Zhao Xie did not appear behind her, but appeared beside her.
Bang! Ah!
With a scream, Yi Qiuning was kicked hard and flew away. He got up from the ground with a grim expression, and was about to attack Zhao Xie again. But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the side.
Boom! Then came Li Fan's scream.
Everyone looked over quickly and saw Li Fan being knocked away heavily by Xiao Ming.
Earth attribute power. That guy is also a power user. There was an uproar at the scene.
Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in surprise, who had a pale but resolute face. But the more outstanding Xiao Ming was, the more unhappy Yi Qiuning felt.
Why did Xiao Ming also awaken his superpowers? Wasn't he supposed to be unable to awaken superpowers? Yi Qiuning was almost going crazy. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. Looking at Yi Qiuning's gloomy face, Louis pondered for a moment, then looked at Xiao Ming with a sinister smile. All of you come together. I hope that through fighting, you can all learn your own skills. What? Everyone looked at Louis in surprise. Louis snorted coldly, why don't you hurry up? Zhao Xie was shocked when she saw this and shouted angrily, aren't you a teacher at the supernatural school? How could you make such a decision? You are unworthy of being a teacher. I'm doing this to cultivate talents for the school. I don't think I'm wrong. Besides, I won't let them beat that guy named Xiao Ming to death. Louis glanced at Zhao Xie and said lightly. After all, if this word gets out, it will have a great impact on one's reputation. After hearing this, Yi Qiuning curled up the corners of her mouth into a smile, and looked fiercely at Xiao Ming who was standing there resolutely. Today is the day you die. What does it matter if you have superpowers? What does it matter if you have skills? Can you be a match for so many people? Go ahead. Hearing the teacher's words, all the students suddenly yelled and excitedly attacked Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Zhao Xie flashed and quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming. But the next second, a fireball shot out. She quickly dodged again and looked angrily at Yi Qiuning who was sneering at the side. Yi Qiuning snorted coldly, your opponent is me. Humph, damn it, how could our school produce a scum like Louis? The young man in the woods on the side growled angrily. Dean? Are we going to take action now? Mei Yang asked. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for that kid to be beaten to death? The young man said unhappily and was about to rush into the field. But the next second, his eyes suddenly stopped at the bottle in Xiao Ming's hand. He screamed in surprise, what is that? Spiritual liquid. The first spiritual liquid developed by the country. I don't even have it. How did he get it? No, his spiritual power has fully recovered? It's even stronger than the spiritual liquid developed by the country? You know, even the latest spiritual liquid developed by the country can only restore half of the spiritual power after drinking it. Moreover, after drinking a bottle, you need to wait 30 minutes before taking it again, otherwise there will be sequelae. That is right. At this moment Xiao Ming looked at the people rushing towards him, and took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the system space without leaving a trace and drank it in one gulp. Feeling the spiritual power in the energy crystal in his chest being quickly filled up, Xiao Ming was full of confidence. Spiritual power explodes all over the body. A strong earth-attributed aura emanated. Wild, barbaric, charge. Looking at the people rushing over, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and roared word by word. The next second, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Xiao Ming seemed to turn into an angry beast. His whole body was radiating golden light as he rushed through the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions and screams rang out. What kind of potion is that? It's so magical? Louis also showed a look of astonishment at this time. Just now, he clearly felt that Xiao Ming was at the end of his strength and had no spiritual power left in his body.
But after drinking that bottle of potion, his spiritual power was instantly restored. Such a powerful potion is truly a life-saving product. Thinking of this, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Seeing his students being knocked away one by Xiao Ming, he couldn't help it. He shouted loudly and used his special ability towards Xiao Ming, Thorn Entanglement. Xiao Ming, who was rushing forward, was immediately entangled by countless thorns. The barbs on the thorns pierced his skin directly, and combined with the injuries he suffered at the beginning, he instantly turned into a bloody man.
Xiao Ming. Zhao Siye discovered Xiao Ming's miserable condition and screamed in pain.
But at this moment, Yi Qiuning seized the opportunity. A fireball hit Zhao Siye directly.
Boom! Ah!
Zhao Siye screamed, fell heavily to the ground, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The skin at the injured area was charred and burning with pain. But she crawled on the ground with difficulty, crawling towards the bloody Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming, don't die, you must not die.
Ah, Xiao Ming, give me that thing you just had, and I can spare your life.
Louis walked in front of Xiao Ming with a big laugh.
At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and a surging breath instantly pressed all the psychics present to the ground.
Stop it, you piece of garbage. Chapter 10. Put away your ignorance. A powerful force came suddenly in front of everyone's horrified eyes, and blasted Louis away. Many trees were knocked down along the way.
After falling to the ground, Louis was extremely angry.
He gritted his teeth, endured the pain all over his body, and stood up with a roar. Who attacked me? I am a teacher at the School of Supernatural Powers.
Although he said so, Louis was also very shocked in his heart.
Judging from the attack power just now and the unparalleled momentum, it is definitely much stronger than his own realm.
At this time, the thorns wrapped around Xiao Ming had all fallen to the ground as Louis was injured. Xiao Ming, covered in blood, fell down helplessly.
Xiao Ming.
Seeing this, Zhao Siye got up crying, ran to Xiao Ming and hugged him with heartache. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiuning was very angry, but at this moment, like everyone else, she was pinned to the ground by the momentum and unable to move. He looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared on the scene with shocked eyes, and kept wondering in his heart, who are these two people?
Don't cry, I'm fine.
Xiao Ming grinned, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted.
Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming.
Zhao Siye shouted twice, tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Seeing this, the young man frowned, and quickly brought Mei Yang to Xiao Ming's side, and put one hand on Xiao Ming to check him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said to Zhao Siye, "Don't worry, this kid is fine." At this moment, Louis also rushed out. Seeing his student being pinned to the ground by the powerful aura, he became even more angry.
You're so powerful, so awesome? How dare you disrespect the School of Supernatural Powers?
Thinking of this, Louis shouted at the young man, "Kid, who are you?
Don't you know our School of Supernatural Powers? Hurry up and put away your arrogance."
Louis, don't you recognize me?
Mei Yang turned around and looked at Louis with a sneer.
Seeing this beautiful face, Louis's expression suddenly changed, and he said tremblingly, Mei Yang.
Obviously, he had recognized Mei Yang's identity.
Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at the young man.
Dean Lu Qian? What? Dean?
Seeing Louis's appearance, all the students present were shocked at the same time. Even Zhao Siye turned around and looked at the young man curiously. She didn't expect that this young man who looked very powerful was actually the dean of her college.
You still know I'm the dean? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly outside the school?
Lu Qian slowly turned around and looked at Louis coldly. Louis was sweating profusely at Lu Qian's words. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Ming and quickly pointed at him and said loudly, "Dean, it's all because of this guy. He attacked our students for no reason. I just tried to stop him. Please understand, Dean." After saying that, he lowered his head, feeling extremely nervous. He knew that this young dean had the strength of the 5th level. If you want to, you can kill yourself with just one slap.
Hearing Louis's words, not only Lu Qian showed a playful expression, but all the students who participated in attacking Xiao Ming buried their heads in embarrassment.
Oh, you're really good at putting the blame on someone else. After saying that, Lu Qian's face turned cold, and he quickly raised his hand and drew a line in the air towards Louis. A golden light flashed, and before anyone could see clearly, Louis suddenly let out a scream. Blood splattered everywhere, and all the students were horrified to find that Louis's left arm had been chopped off.
You bully the weak and allow students to fight. From today on, you will be expelled from the academy and one of your arms will be crippled. Do you accept this? Lu Qian said in a cold voice. I'm convinced. Louis covered his broken arm, lowered his head deeply, and said with gritted teeth. He looked toward Xiao Ming with deep resentment. Then get out. Lu Qian waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Seeing Lu Qian leave, all the students felt very uneasy. At this moment, Lu Qian suddenly restrained his aura. Everyone, get up. All the students looked at each other and got up from the ground tremblingly. Stand there respectfully. After we go back, all those present will be given serious disciplinary actions. The benefits provided by the academy will be stopped for 1 month, and they will be expelled from the academy after 2 disciplinary actions. Lu Qian looked at these students coldly, expressing great disappointment in his heart. Yes. The students didn't dare to say anything at this time and responded one after another. However, Li Fan's face showed a look of dissatisfaction. Yi Qiuning directly retorted, Dean, I'm a fire-type psychic, and I've even mastered 2 skills. Mei Yang looked at Yi Qiuning with an amused expression. Lu Qian also turned his head playfully, glanced at Yi Qiuning, and slowly walked in front of her. Facing Lu Qian's approach, Yi Qiuning held her head high with confidence in her eyes. She believed that the school would not give up on her talent. Unexpectedly, when Lu Qian came to Yi Qiuning's side, his expression turned cold. Put away your ignorance. Your talent is worthless in my eyes. Go back. You. Yi Qiuning's face turned ashen. However, after saying this, Lu Qian no longer looked at Yi Qiuning, but turned and came to Zhao Xia's side. Smiling, he said, let's go. I'll take you back. Don't worry, he will receive the best treatment. Thank you, Dean. Zhao Xia helped the unconscious Xiaoming up, looked at Lu Qian with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Well, Mei Yang, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and left with Mei Yang, Xiaoming, and others. He paid no attention to the talented people present. Yi Qiuning, what should we do? Yes, Yi Qiuning, we are all helping you. The classmates around gathered together and looked at Yi Qiuning with dissatisfaction in their eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything too serious. After all, Yi Qiuning's talent is indeed too strong. Don't worry, it's just a school benefit. After you go back, I will give each of you 50,000. Li Fan stood beside Yi Qiuning and said loudly. There was no other way. In order to get Yi Qiuning to marry him, he had to put in a lot of effort. After saying that, Li Fan smiled and looked at Yi Qiuning, whose face was ashen. Qiuning, stop looking. Let's go back to school. Yi Qiuning withdrew her gaze and turned to glance at Li Fan. The more I look at him, the more I dislike him. Trash. What a waste. He's not even as good as that trash Xiaoming. He just has a little money at home. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly, turned around and left. You. Li Fan's face darkened. You bitch, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. What are you still looking at? Go back. Don't you want your money? Turning his head to look at the students watching the show around him, Li Fan yelled angrily and quickly chased after Yi Qiuning. TSK, you can't catch up with others, so you take it out on us. That's right. Chapter 11. This guy must be a funny guy. Xiaoming was groggy, and when he woke up, he didn't know how many days had passed. Before I opened my eyes, I heard Zhao Xia's excited voice. Xiaoming, you're awake. That's great. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Xia standing by his bed excitedly, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Xiaoming subconsciously glanced at Zhao Xia's loyalty. Zhao Xia loyalty, 87. It's already so high. It seems that Zhao Xia's loyalty increased again when I was unconscious. I struggled to sit up and took a look at the surroundings. I was in a hospital ward. Xiaoming chuckled and asked, how long have I been unconscious? Zhao Xia smiled happily and shook her head, it won't take long, just 1 day. Hiss, no wonder my whole body still hurts. He took a breath of cold air, but Xiaoming really felt the power of the psychic. For the injury I suffered that day, I must have spent a month recuperating. Now Xiaoming clearly felt that there was no problem for him to go to the bottom lane. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I have Earth-attributed abilities. After all, the defensive power of the Earth attribute ability is still very strong. Just when Xiaoming was about to ask about what happened after he fell into a coma that day, suddenly, the phone next to him rang. Zhao Xia quickly helped Xiaoming get it, and after the call was connected, she put it next to Xiaoming's ear. Xiaoming, are you still going to rent the house? If not, get out. I'm planning to sell this house too.
The landlord's voice was heard swearing at me on the other end of the phone. Xiaoming frowned slightly after hearing this. I still need to rent it.
Rent? You're behind on rent every fucking month. What the hell are you even talking about renting?
You have until now to come over and pack up your stuff.
After saying that, the landlord didn't care about Xiaoming and hung up the phone.
Looking at the hung-up phone, Xiaoming took a deep breath. In the past, most of the money he earned was given to Yi Qiuning, and there was not much left for himself. So I often default on rent.
He had nothing but nice things to say about the landlord's bad attitude. But not anymore, huh?
The voice on the phone was very loud, and Zhao Xie could hear it clearly. She didn't expect that Xiaoming was still living in a rented house. Seeing that Xiaoming can take out so many spirit stones in one breath, he should be able to make money.
Did he spend all the money he earned on spiritual stones and give them to himself?
Thinking of this, Zhao Xie felt even more upset.
Xiaoming. Huh? What's wrong?
Xiaoming, who was thinking about something, looked at Zhao Xie in surprise. Zhao Xie looked uncomfortable. Then he immediately reacted and said with a smile, "It's okay, don't worry about me, I have plenty of money."
Yeah.
Zhao Xie bit her lip lightly, thinking that Xiaoming was comforting her.
She nodded gently without saying anything.
Just at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open.
Lu Qian and Mei Nian walked in with a smile.
Xiaoming looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in confusion.
He seemed to not know them.
Xiaoming, he is the dean of our college, Lu Qian, and this sister is Mei Niang, the dean's secretary.
Thanks to them for saving us. Zhao Xie quickly stood up and introduced.
After hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly realized, but because of his relationship with Lu Yi and those students who attacked him, he really had no good feelings towards the supernatural academy in Huarong City.
He just nodded calmly, "Well, thank you very much." You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay.
Lu Qian smiled indifferently. He also knew something about Xiaoming's thoughts. Then he continued, "I have already punished those students. As for the teacher named Louis, I cut off one of his arms and expelled him from the academy."
Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian in surprise.
He was just a small figure, so why did the other party care about his thoughts? However, Xiaoming was still very grateful that he could do this, so he finally smiled and nodded, "Thank you, Dean."
Hey, there's no need to be so distant. We are about the same age. Just call me Brother Qian.
Lu Qian waved his hand in feigned dissatisfaction.
Poochie.
Mei Niang on the side covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw this. Lu Qian glanced at her and quickly shut his mouth.
Zhao Xie also looked at Lu Qian with a puzzled expression. Ahem.
Xiaoming coughed awkwardly. He was very uncomfortable with such enthusiasm.
Dean, if you have anything to say, just say it.
Brother Xiao is a quick-witted person.
I really like dealing with people like you. Lu Qian laughed. Seeing Xiaoming's veins popping out, he wanted to beat him up, so he immediately said seriously, "Can you let me see your spiritual liquid?"
After hearing this, Xiaoming's heart moved. It turned out that they came for the spiritual liquid. I was about to refuse, but then I remembered that the landlord had just called and asked to kick me out.
I really need some money now.
To be honest, he has long wanted to have his own house.
However, since the revival of spiritual energy, housing prices have risen rapidly.
Even in Huarong, a second or third tier city, housing prices have risen to 30,000 yuan per square meter, and the closer to the city center, the more expensive it is.
Xiaoming gave up the idea. But now that there is such an opportunity, Xiaoming is struggling over whether or not to sell the spiritual liquid?
Seeing Xiaoming's conflicted look, Lu Qian's eyes lit up and he thought to himself that there was a chance. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I'm a good person.
I won't tell anyone else about this.
And I have the financial resources to buy them.
Let me take a look first. If you like them, I'll take as many as you want. How about that?"
Xiaoming glanced at him speechlessly. He didn't know whether he was a good person or not, but this guy must be a funny guy. After thinking for a while, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xie on the side and said, "Xie, help me up, let's go."
Oh, Xiaoming, please don't.
Even if you don't plan to sell it, it's nice to make friends with him. Lu Qian was very optimistic about Xiaoming. After all, he had rarely seen many people with dual attribute abilities. Xiaoming got off the bed with the help of Zhao Siye and turned to look at Lu Qian unhappily.
Wait here. I'll go get the spiritual liquid. Okay, I'll wait for you.
Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly.
After leaving the hospital, Xiaoming realized that this was Huarong City First Hospital.
At the convenience store next to the hospital, Xiaoming bought a black plastic bag. Then he found an empty corner and took out 5 bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space and put them into a plastic bag in front of Zhao Siye. Looking at Zhao Siye's shocked expression, Xiaoming smiled and said, "There are some things I can't tell you.
It's not that I don't trust you, I hope you understand."
"Yes, I know."
Zhao Siye nodded gently, feeling very grateful for Xiaoming's trust in her heart.
After all, such things can be completely hidden from your own eyes. Zhao Siye was very curious and shocked about Xiaoming's ability to create things out of thin air, but she didn't ask too many questions.
Let's go.
From now on, if you need spirit stones, just ask me.
I have plenty.
Xiaoming emphasized again. Moreover, letting Zhao Siye see his own abilities was also to prevent her from deliberately saving money for herself and delaying her cultivation in the future.
Yeah.
Zhao Siye nodded obediently and finally believed what Xiaoming said.
Chapter 12. Let us buy a house together.
The two returned to the ward. Lu Qian and Mei Yang were both waiting here expectantly. When Lu Qian saw Xiaoming coming in, he stood up in surprise and said, "You're back so soon? Where did you get it?"
"Don't worry about it. Just look and see if this is what you want,"
Xiaoming said unhappily, then handed the plastic bag in his hand to Lu Qian. Lu Qian took it doubtfully and opened it, his eyes immediately lit up.
"Yes, it's spiritual liquid."
Excitedly, he took out a bottle and unscrewed the lid. Suddenly, the spiritual energy inside filled the air.
Lu Qian and Mei Yang looked at the spiritual liquid in shock.
Such a rich spiritual energy, and it hasn't dissipated.
Mei Yang opened her mouth slightly in surprise.
Lu Qian nodded in shock and muttered to himself, "That's right, not only that, but this spiritual energy is also very pure and very easy to absorb." No wonder Xiaoming was able to recover all his spiritual power immediately after taking this spiritual liquid.
This is simply a miracle drug.
Thinking of this, Lu Qian suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and quickly put the lid back on his hand. He looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, "I want this spiritual liquid."
"How much is it?"
Xiaoming, who was standing by, saw the expressions of the two people and felt even more satisfied with the system's product. Hearing Lu Qian's question, Xiaoming looked at the two of them calmly and said, 1 million.
1 million in 5 bottles should be acceptable, right?
With this 1 million, it should be enough for the down payment.
1 million for a bottle?
Okay, I'll take it.
Lu Qian was overjoyed after hearing this.
Such spiritual liquid only cost 1 million. You know, the latest spiritual liquid developed by the country is much less effective than Xiaoming's, and it costs 300,000 yuan per bottle.
Mei Yang, send money to Brother Xiao immediately.
Yes. Mei Yang nodded with a smile and looked at Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, can you tell me your bank card number?" Xiaoming stared at the two of them blankly and subconsciously told them his bank card number. It wasn't until he received a bank message on his phone that he reacted. He quickly opened his phone and looked at the 5 million yuan inside, looking confused.
"That's the 5 million, right?"
Don't worry, I mean what I say.
If there are any more spiritual liquids like this in the future, I will take them all." Lu Qian smiled. "Even if you don't use this kind of spiritual liquid yourself, you can still make a lot of money by selling it, right?"
"Okay, got it." Xiaoming nodded, his heart beating faster. Who would have thought that his spiritual liquid could be sold for 1 million per bottle?
I'm rich.
Okay, since that's the case, let me tell you the second thing. Lu Qian put away the 5 bottles of spiritual liquid with satisfaction, and then looked at Xiaoming seriously.
"Are you willing to enter our supernatural academy?"
Lu Qian had already conducted a brief investigation on Xiaoming during this day. It was learned that Xiaoming was a student of this school before, but since the establishment of the Academy of Superpowers, he was expelled because he could not awaken his superpowers. This made him hate those teachers who tested superpowers very much.
This is called not being able to awaken superpowers? Then how do other people get dual attribute superpowers? Neglect of duty.
Therefore, when Lu Qian learned what had happened, he immediately demoted those teachers to auxiliary teachers.
"I'm not going."
As expected, Xiaoming shook his head lightly. Well, alright, I was hoping you could represent the school in the provincial college freshman competition in a month, but since you're unwilling, I won't force you.
Mei Yang, let's go.
As Lu Qian said this, he prepared to take Mei Yang away.
Wait.
But when Xiao Ming heard this, he suddenly shouted. Lu Qian turned to look at Xiao Ming in confusion. What's wrong?
Will Yi Qiuning participate in the provincial competition? Xiao Ming asked calmly. Yi Qiuning?
Lu Qian was puzzled.
Who was this? He didn't even know her.
It was Mei Yang who was standing next to him who gently reminded him, that's the fire-attributed mutant, and also Xiao Ming's ex-girlfriend.
Oh. Lu Qian suddenly understood.
He glanced at Xiao Ming with understanding and said with a smile, by then, each college will send 3 of its most talented students to participate. If everything goes as expected, she should have a spot.
Okay, then I'll join the academy, but I won't stay in school long.
Xiao Ming nodded.
He clenched his fists tightly and would never forget the humiliation Yi Qiuning brought to him that day.
It's fine if others call him a waste, but didn't he expect that the woman he loves most would also call him a waste? He wanted to defeat Yi Qiuning fairly in the competition.
Humph, didn't you say that strength is supreme? Aren't you arrogant? Okay, no problem. As long as you represent the academy in the competition, it's fine.
After all, academy is just like a university, so you can attend classes whenever you want.
Lu Qian smiled slightly and turned to leave with Mei Yang. At this time, Zhao Siye was in a very low mood.
As expected, Xiao Ming still cared very much about Yi Qiuning.
Siye, come on, let's go buy a house together.
Xiao Ming said to Zhao Siye with a smile.
Oh. Okay.
Zhao Siye quickly concealed her emotions and nodded with a smile.
Zhao Siye helped Xiao Ming with the discharge procedures, and the two of them left in a taxi. Arrived downstairs in the community where the rental house is located.
Before I even went upstairs, I heard the landlord's voice coming from above.
Hey, don't go.
This is such a great house. 2 bedrooms and a living room, 89 square meters, not far from the city center. Then, another middle-aged man's angry voice came, Humph, go away. If I had known you were a gambler and sold the house after losing money, I wouldn't even come to see it.
It's such a waste of time.
At this time, Xiao Ming and the other person had already arrived at the stairs to the second floor, and just happened to see a middle-aged man leaving angrily.
After seeing Xiao Ming, the landlord's expression changed, and he said sullenly, You've come just in time. Pack up your things and get out.
After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house.
Xiao Ming, why do you, the landlord, speak so harshly?
Zhao Siye said angrily. Xiao Ming shook his head. He knew that the landlord loved gambling, but it was none of his business.
He took Zhao Siye upstairs and walked into the house.
At this time, there were several young men who looked like gangsters in the house, looking at the landlord with a mocking look on their faces.
Ha, what do you think?
Just sign the contract, and we'll settle the rest of the bill later. The landlord, who was in his 40s, frowned and looked at the yellow-haired man leading the group in front of him with flattery.
Brother Feng, look, the price you paid for your house is too low. 100,000.
The current house price is 30,000 per square meter. After hearing this, Feng Ji's face darkened and he snorted coldly, You owe us 500,000, you must pay it back today, otherwise don't blame us for chopping off one of your hands.
We are here, this house, no one dares to buy it. After saying that, Feng Ji's expression softened again. However, as long as you sign this contract, we can give you a few days' leave. Sweat kept beating down the landlord's forehead.
He didn't dare to offend these thugs, nor could he afford to offend them.
But how could he be willing to sell his house which was worth millions for only 100,000? Chapter 13 You should move in later.
At this moment, Xiao Ming walked in with the support of Zhao Siye. At this time, Xiao Ming was wrapped in gauze, with ointment on his face and body, and looked very weak.
After seeing Xiao Ming, the landlord vented his anger on Xiao Ming, Go pack your things quickly.
Several thugs sneered at Xiao Ming.
The yellow-haired leader snorted and said, Boy, are you here to buy a house too?
The landlord was shocked when he heard this and quickly explained, He is just a poor boy.
Where did he get the money to buy a house? He used to be my tenant here.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Pack up your things and get out of here quickly.
This house is ours from now on. The yellow-haired man sneered and waved at Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, then smiled at the landlord, Sorry, I'm here to buy your house.
Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? The landlord looked at Xiao Ming with a gloomy face.
At this moment, Huang Mao saw Zhao Siye supporting Xiao Ming, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his hand and called out, "Wait." Then he stood up with a smile, walked to Zhao Siye, and looked at her with an evil smile.
"Little sister, you are so old now, do you want to go play with your brother?"
Zhao Siye loves to wear miniskirts, has a pure face, black and shiny hair, and especially her well-proportioned figure of 170 centimeters, which makes people feel bright at first sight. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned deeply and stood in front of Zhao Siye.
"What do you want to do? Lawlessness? Lawless? Ha ha ha, we are lawless. What do you think, kid? You want to compete with us?" Huang Mao and the other three gangsters looked at each other and burst into laughter. After laughing, the yellow-haired man's expression changed. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Ming in the face. "Get the hell out of here." Bang! But the next second, he was surprised to find that his wrist was grabbed by the innocent little girl in front of him. The next second, the little girl snorted coldly and punched him in the stomach. Suddenly he collapsed in pain like a shrimp. Superpowers. The other three thugs, including the landlord, were all shocked. The three thugs quickly ran forward and helped the distressed yellow-haired man up. "Wait, don't leave if you dare. Our boss is also a superpower. Watch our boss take care of you." After saying that, they ran out of the house in a panic, taking Huang Mao with them. Ding, number of draws +1. Listening to the voice in his head, Xiao Ming smiled at Zhao Siye with satisfaction. When Zhao Siye saw this, she lowered her head shyly. Superpower, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect that you actually have a girlfriend with superpowers." The landlord looked at Xiao Ming and Zhao Siye in disbelief. "No, I'm not." Zhao Siye hurriedly prepared to explain. But Xiao Ming was in no mood to explain to the landlord, and simply said calmly, "Tell me, how much do you want to sell this house for?" "Do you really want to buy my house?" "It's not that I look down on you, but I won't sell this house without a few million." Although the other party has superpowers, the landlord still said firmly, "Ha, I have money. Is this enough?" Xiao Ming sneered, opened the banking app on his mobile phone and handed it to the landlord. The landlord looked over suspiciously, and the next second his eyes widened. 5.08 million, you actually have so much money? Seeing this, Xiao Ming put away his phone and said pretentiously, "Since you don't want to sell it, forget it, see ya, let's go." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Looking at Xiao Ming's actions, the landlord's face began to struggle violently. Just as Xiao Ming and the other man were about to leave the house, the landlord rushed over, hugged Xiao Ming's arm and shouted, "Sell it, I'll sell it, 2.6 million, give me 2.6 million and I'll sell it." Xiao Ming knew in his heart that according to the original price, it would cost 2.67 million. However, Xiao Ming still thought it was too expensive. He turned around and looked at the landlord coldly. "You better think about it. If I don't buy it, then your house will be bought by those people for 100,000 yuan. I won't cheat you. 2 million, let's round it up. If you're willing to sell it, then sell it. If not, forget it. I'm leaving right away and I'm not even going to clear out my stuff." "Not cheating me? How can you call this not cheating me?" The landlord was constantly struggling in his heart. Xiao Ming was right. If he didn't sell it now, he would not be able to sell it later. You absolutely cannot afford to offend those people. So after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, I'll sell it. But you have to pay me immediately." "Okay, no problem, see ya, go to the typing shop outside the community to print the contract." Xiao Ming smiled. "Yeah." Zhao Siye went out happily. After a while, someone came in with 2 contracts. The two signed their names, and the landlord handed over the property certificate and keys. Xiao Ming also transferred the money directly into the landlord's card. Don't doubt whether you can withdraw so much money at one time. After the revival of spiritual energy, the bank's limit has been lifted. After all, people with special abilities spend millions on spiritual stones and other cultivation resources. The limit is too troublesome. Okay, then I'll leave. The transfer procedures can be done at any time. Just give me a call. The landlord said and left quickly. Obviously, he was afraid that those thugs would come again. Lying comfortably on the sofa, Xiao Ming felt completely different this time. This is your own house. See ya, will you move in later? Ha! Zhao Siye turned to look at Xiao Ming in surprise, her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Ha, don't get me wrong.
I might go out and kill monsters at any time in the future. It would be too much trouble for you to run back and forth to school.
Don't forget, you are my employee now.
Xiao Ming explained with a smile. That's right, this was exactly his plan. If he wanted to obtain more training resources for the two of them to improve, he had to rely on Zhao Siye to help him deal with the enemy. But to be honest, Xiao Ming felt very distressed to let Zhao Siye, such a gentle and lovely girl, fight for him.
But there's nothing we can do about it.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhao Siye felt a little disappointed, but still nodded with a smile, okay. At this moment, there was a sudden loud knock on the door and a deep male voice.
Bang, bang, bang. Open the door.
Who is this kid who dares to deal with my brother Shi Lang?
You don't want to live anymore, right?
The enormous force caused several dents on the security door. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face turned serious, and he said to Zhao Siye in a cold voice, Siye, help me up, let's see where this person with superpowers came from.
Chapter 14 I will spare your life too. Boom.
Suddenly there was a loud noise and the security door was kicked out. Xiao Ming's face turned gloomily as he looked at the group of people who appeared in front of him. The leader was a burly bald young man with a deep scar on his eye.
Yellow energy erupted from his body. Earth attribute mutant.
Beside him, there were two young men with very ordinary looks, but they also exuded a strong aura.
Boss, that's him. That woman is a mutant.
At this time, behind the three of them, the yellow-haired man who had just left stood up, pointed at Xiao Ming and spoke loudly to the bald man.
Xiao Ming.
At this moment, the three bald men looked at each other, with fear flashing in their eyes.
What? Do you know me?
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment after seeing this.
Zhao Siye, who was standing next to him, quickly said,
Xiao Ming, I know them.
They attacked you the day before yesterday. They're students from our school. It's you.
I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Xiao Ming looked at the three people with cold eyes. Shi Lang's eyes flickered for a moment, and he glanced at Xiao Ming who was covered in injuries. He felt relieved, let out a long sigh, and gave Xiao Ming an evil smile. Xiao Ming, I know you're powerful, and I admire your ruthlessness.
But you didn't expect that, did you?
The three of us all learned our own skills because of your attack that day. There are three of us now, all with special skills, and you are seriously injured. This space-based girl next to you is no match for us. After hearing this, Zhao Siye quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming, looked at Shi Lang and the other two warily and said, Xiao Ming, let me deal with them.
Siye, stand behind. How can a man need a woman's protection?
Xiao Ming chuckled and pulled Zhao Siye behind him. Then he looked at Shi Lang and the others coldly and said, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish.
If you can't leave here, come to the rooftop if you dare.
After saying that, Xiao Ming, supported by Zhao Siye, walked straight out the door. When passing by Shi Lang and his companions, they looked at Xiao Ming jokingly.
Get out of the way.
Xiao Ming snorted coldly.
Let him go. He looks so arrogant. I hope you have the capital to be arrogant.
Shi Lang waved to the others. When he walked out of the house, Xiao Ming found that there were many gangsters guarding outside the house. They all looked at him with mockery. But he ignored it and walked upstairs silently. Arriving at the rooftop, Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. Xiao Ming, your injury.
Don't worry, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Ming smiled.
The injuries all over his body were still very painful, but he endured it.
I was secretly angry in my heart. He would never let anyone call him a waste again, no matter who it was.
And through what happened the day before yesterday, he finally understood the world today.
Strength is respected.
If Lu Qian had not appeared in time that day, he might have died there. Lu Qian was stronger than Lu Yi, so the other party had no problem saying that Lu Yi had no arms. He wanted to become stronger, and stronger, so that all his enemies would be terrified when they heard his name. After Shi Lang and the other two came up, they drove away Huang Mao and the other thugs. Then he looked at Xiao Ming with a mocking expression. Xiao Ming, since you are so ruthless, be my little brother and give Zhao Siye to me, and I can spare your life.
Xiao Ming, I.
Zhao Siye looked at the other party angrily.
It's okay.
Xiao Ming patted her shoulder gently, then looked at Shi Lang coldly and said, okay, I'll spare your life later.
Bring it on. After saying this, Xiao Ming's whole body shook, and the powerful aura of an Earth-type mutant burst out. Bang, bang, bang.
The gauze all over his body was burst, and blood immediately stained his clothes.
Xiao Ming.
Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. I'll deal with this guy in a moment, you help me to tie up the other two people, be careful. Xiao Ming said softly.
Seeing Zhao Xie nod, he said to Lang, what are you waiting for?
Okay, since that's the case, don't blame me, let's go together. Lang said coldly.
Go ahead.
The other two looked at each other, gave Zhao Xie an evil smile, and rushed forward.
Wind blade!
One of them shouted, and with a wave of his hand, a strong wind blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Zhao Xie.
Zhao Xie's face turned cold, and she used instant movement.
When she appeared again, she was already behind the young man.
Bang!
He kicked the opponent on the shoulder, and the opponent gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. Space system, it's really powerful. Another person also rushed up at this time, raised his hand towards Zhao Xie, and said, Venom spray.
Crash!
A stream of purple liquid shot towards Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie's face changed.
The name didn't sound like a good thing. He quickly used instant movement again to dodge away.
The purple liquid fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. In a short while, a small piece of the ground was corroded. Seeing such a strong poison, Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie's faces changed.
A poison-type psychic? Be careful.
Xiao Ming took a deep breath and looked at Lang. Come on, it's our turn now. After saying that, he launched a brutal charge and rushed forward without caring whether Lang was ready or not. Lang had long known about Xiao Ming's special abilities and was extremely disdainful at this moment. Bending his body, Lang also let out a loud roar, brutal charge.
Ha!
Xiao Ming was startled and saw Lang rushing towards him using the same moves as himself.
Boom!
The next second, the two of them collided directly with each other. There was a deafening sound. Xiao Ming was knocked back repeatedly, and blood began to spread all over his body. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body, staring at the triumphant Lang in front of him. I must use all my strength to end this quickly.
Xiao Ming, even with the same moves, I'm much stronger than you.
What, you still don't admit defeat?
Lang laughed wildly. Give up?
There is no such word in my dictionary. Wild charge. Xiao Ming roared and rushed towards Lang again.
You're looking for death.
Lang's face changed and he used his skills again.
Boom!
As the two collided again, this time they did not separate. Xiao Ming hugged Lang's arms tightly.
Get out of my way. Lang roared and hit Xiao Ming's stomach hard with his knee. Puff!
Xiao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Lang with his eyes, his bloody mouth stretched into a smile, and in Lang's incredulous gaze, he slowly uttered a few words.
Jet flame. Boom! Chapter 15. Come find me here tomorrow.
Lang was surrounded by flames and fell to the ground with a scream. His two companions also looked over in shock.
Dual attributes? How is that possible?
Zhao Xie seized the opportunity, focused her eyes, and used instant teleportation twice in succession.
Bang!
He kicked both of them one by one, sending them flying.
Puff!
The two men fell to the ground and spat out blood.
This time, the two were completely unprepared for Zhao Xie's attack.
Just when Lang had finally rolled away the flames on his body. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a heavy body pressing down on him.
The next second, countless fists fell.
Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and punched the stone waves beneath him frantically.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lang's screams continued to be heard. When the other two saw this, they shouted, Brother Lang. I quickly stood up to help.
But just as they were about to make a move, Zhao Xie's figure appeared in front of them and kicked them away. Bang!
After a few times, both of them lay down on the ground obediently, not daring to get up again. And the pain in their bodies didn't allow them to get up.
Xiao Ming, I was wrong, stop fighting. Puff! Stop hitting me.
Lang vomited blood and wailed continuously, but Xiao Ming ignored him and hit Lang desperately without saying a word. Looking at Xiao Ming's red eyes, Lang was really scared. He had never seen such a cruel person. It's like he really wants to kill himself. Not only is he cruel to his enemies, he is even more cruel to himself. Xiao Ming was covered in blood, making him look like a Shura demon king in Lang's eyes. Just as Xiao Ming was about to punch Lang in the head, Lang yelled frantically, I'll be your subordinate, stop hitting me.
Call.
A strong wind blew over, and Sher Lang looked at the fist in front of him with beads of sweat on his forehead. I thought to myself, that was a close call. I would probably have died from that punch. Xiao Ming. At this time, Zhao Ziye also came over and looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. Oomph, why don't you get out of here? Xiao Ming snorted coldly and turned to look at the two psychics. Brother Lang. The two looked at Sher Lang at the same time. Get out. Get out now. Sher Lang shouted angrily. At this moment, his whole body was aching and his bones seemed to be falling apart. There was also a burning sensation on my body. After hearing Sher Lang's words, the two of them crawled away. Seeing this, Xiao Ming felt relieved. He stood up with the help of Zhao Ziye, and his whole body swayed and he almost fell down. But he still stood up straight and looked at Sher Lang coldly. I hope you will keep your promise. As he spoke, he pretended to feel in his pocket and casually threw out a spirit stone. This spirit stone is for you. Recover quickly and come find me here tomorrow. If you don't come. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and a hint of coldness emerged. Come, I will definitely come. Sher Lang looked at the spirit stone on the ground in surprise, but after hearing Xiao Ming's order, he nodded repeatedly. Take your people and get out. Yes. Before Sher Lang left, Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind, System, bind Sher Lang. Ding, character binding. Sher Lang loyalty, 41. Xiao Ming was surprised to hear that Sher Lang's loyalty was 41. After a quick thought, he knew the reason. It must be his behavior just now that scared Sher Lang. This makes him dare not rebel, so his loyalty is so high. As Sher Lang left, Xiao Ming suddenly collapsed on Zhao Ziye's body. Xiao Ming. Zhao Ziye screamed and quickly held Xiao Ming's body tightly. She didn't feel the slightest bit of aversion towards Xiao Ming leaning on her. Help me down. Xiao Ming said, gritting his teeth. The outburst just now made his injuries worse. Aha! Zhao Ziye nodded repeatedly, and with tears in her eyes, she helped Xiao Ming back into the house. Looking at the collapsed door, Xiao Ming's eyes became gloomy again. Ziye, call the doorman over. I'm going to take a rest now. Don't disturb me if there's nothing else to do. After saying that, Xiao Ming walked into his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Accepting Sher Lang was actually just Xiao Ming's momentary thought. Now that I own this system, I must bind more characters so that I can get more draws. However, Xiao Ming still felt that he couldn't let Zhao Ziye stand in front of him and help him deal with the enemy. Sher Lang just happened to be delivered to my door, so I'll take it. He was not afraid that Sher Lang would be disobedient. After all, his loyalty could be monitored at any time. If there is a problem. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the wound on Xiao Ming's body hurt again. He quickly took out 10 spirit stones from the system space and placed them in front of him. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. During the absorption process, Xiao Ming continued to use his spiritual power to heal his injuries. The spiritual power of a psychic is not only used for attack, but can also heal his own injuries. However, if people with conflicting attributes treat each other, it will have a counterproductive effect. Hey, Zhou Ning, come here. I brought you another spirit stone. Let's practice and improve together. At this time, in a small villa not far from the center of Huarong City, Li Fan was holding a spirit stone and looking at Yi Qiuning with a smile. This is Li Fan's private villa, and usually no one comes here. Today, he finally got Yi Qiuning to come over. Looking at the spirit stone in Li Fan's hand, Yi Qiuning took it without thinking. Well, okay. Yi Qiuning chuckled and nodded, but a hint of disdain and contempt flashed in her eyes. But Li Fan, starting tomorrow, I want to practice in seclusion and break through to the second level as soon as possible. I hope you can support me. Li Fan frowned. Why? How can I cultivate feelings while you're in seclusion? And who's going to provide the resources for your seclusion? You're not going to give me any benefits, and you expect me to be the one taking advantage? Seeing Li Fan's expression, Yi Qiuning guessed what he was thinking. While sneering in his heart, he looked at Li Fan with a smile and said, I will participate in the school's freshman competition selection in a month. I heard that the 3 winners can represent the school in the Provincial Supernatural Academy Freshman Competition. If I win the Provincial Supernatural Academy Freshman Championship, wouldn't it be a great honor for your Li family? You mean, after you win the championship, you will announce our marriage? Li Fan's eyes lit up.
Thinking about it this way, it really is worth it.
Yeah. Yi Qiuning chuckled and nodded. Inwardly, he sneered, once I win the Provincial College Freshman Championship, not only will the province monopolize all my training resources, but countless powerful forces will also recruit me. Furthermore, the province will arrange for the most powerful psychic teacher to come to our school to specifically instruct me.
By then, your Li family will be nothing in my eyes.
However, Li Fan obviously did not think of this. At this moment, he was immersed in the glory of his wife being the provincial champion.
He nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Okay, Xiao Ning, just focus on your retreat.
Our Li family will provide all the resources.
Chapter 16. I'm not interested in women.
Xiao Ming spent the entire afternoon recovering from his injuries.
He didn't even get up to eat dinner.
It was not until the next morning that all the injuries on his body were almost recovered. But there are still many scars, it's impossible for them to heal so quickly.
Fortunately, his injuries were mostly external. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was a little after 7 in the morning.
There should still be some time before Zhao Siye gets up.
Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind, System, draw the reward.
Yesterday, Zhao Siye helped him drive away the yellow-haired guy, but she won a chance to draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 first-level Soundwave bracelets.
Sonic bracelet?
Xiao Ming murmured curiously, and clicked on the introduction of the sonic bracelet to read it.
First-level Soundwave bracelet. By emitting similar sound waves that all monsters can sense, it can prevent monsters from actively attacking. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. This is a good thing.
It is of great help to me in my departure today. That's right, Xiao Ming is planning to go to the suburbs again today. The thorns released by Louis that day made him very envious. Now I have attack skills and defense skills, the only thing missing is a control skill. Although the flame spray skill has strong attack power, its attack speed is not very fast. If Xiao Ming hadn't caught the opponent in advance every time, he could have successfully avoided it as long as he was prepared.
This made Xiao Ming very distressed.
But with the skill of thorn entanglement, it is different.
It can cause damage to the enemy and control the enemy at the same time.
However, according to Xiao Ming's understanding, the only monster that possesses this skill is the first-level thorn monster. It evolved from thorns. This kind of thing has no edible value, so it is basically impossible to buy it in the city. The only option is to try your luck in the suburbs. Just as Xiao Ming was thinking about these things, his phone suddenly rang. I took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar call, so I answered it with confusion.
Hello? Who is this? Brother Xiao, it's Lu Qian.
Lu Qian's giggling voice came from the other end of the phone.
What's the matter?
Xiao Ming found it funny when he heard the voice.
How could a dean be so? You didn't forget that you were coming to the academy, did you?
Lu Qian said in surprise.
Didn't I say yesterday that I usually don't go to the academy? Xiao Ming frowned. Yes, you don't have to come often, but you have to at least report in and fill in the information. Lu Qian was speechless. After all, you are a college student. Don't you know such a small thing? Sure, I'll be right there.
Xiao Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking, with a hint of embarrassment on his face.
Then he walked out of the room.
To his surprise, Zhao Siye had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for Xiao Ming. After seeing Xiao Ming coming out, Zhao Siye stood up happily and said, Xiao Ming, you're awake.
Try the breakfast I made and see if it's delicious. Well, you can cook too.
Xiao Ming looked at the century egg and lean meat porridge on the table with a look of surprise.
You know, there are not many girls who can cook nowadays. Well, I used to cook often.
Zhao Siye lowered her head shyly.
Not bad, it's delicious. Xiao Ming took a bite and couldn't help but praise it.
After hearing this, Zhao Siye also showed a happy smile. After they finished eating, Shi Lang finally came to Xiao Ming's house with a nervous mood.
Xiao Ming. Well, come with me to the academy. We will leave for the suburbs in a while. You can also wait for me outside the academy.
Xiao Ming glanced at him indifferently, then set off with Zhao Siye.
Shi Lang followed Xiao Ming with his head lowered. When he arrived at the college, the environment was still the same as before.
Xiao Ming looked at the various students and showed a hint of emotion.
However, he did not linger too much and went directly to the dean's office.
Zhao Siye and Shi Lang did not go in, but waited outside.
Xiao Ming, you are finally here. Lu Qian was very happy to see Xiao Ming. Mei Yang also smiled knowingly. After coming back yesterday, the dean was very happy. Come, fill out this form, and you will be a student of our college. As he spoke, he handed a form to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming just took a look and saw that it was similar to the previous enrollment form, so he quickly filled it out. After filling it out, Xiao Ming looked at Lu Qian and said, "Is everything all right? I'll be leaving now, okay?" After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, what are you going to do today? Your injury hasn't fully healed yet? Lu Qian asked in confusion. I'm going to take a walk in the suburbs. Xiao Ming explained lightly and walked out of the office. Lu Qian's mouth twitched. Look, he is even more arrogant than me and even goes for a walk in the suburbs. Aren't you afraid of encountering high-level monsters? Dean, why don't you let me investigate Xiao Ming? An ordinary person actually possesses a spiritual liquid that is more effective than those developed by the country. Aren't you curious? Mei Yang stepped forward and said, with deep curiosity in her eyes. After returning yesterday, she asked Lu Qian, but Lu Qian did not allow her to investigate Xiao Ming. She expressed her utter incomprehension. Lu Qian gave Mei Yang a meaningful look and said, "You're right, but do you think we can find out the true identity of someone who possesses the spiritual fluid? Go ahead and check if you want. I'm 100% sure you won't find anything. All you'll find is an ordinary person's identity." Really? Mei Yang looked unconvinced. I'll ask someone to check it out later. Okay, let's put the investigation aside for now. Go and protect him in secret. If he's in danger, you take action. Don't be careful to let him know that we helped him. Do you understand? Lu Qian turned and looked at Mei Yang meaningfully. I see. Mei Yang nodded blankly. Well, go ahead, come on. Mei Yang. After leaving the academy, Xiao Ming took Zhao Xie and Shi Lang and took a taxi and set off. Not far from the taxi they were riding in, a van also followed. The driver was Lu Yi, who had a broken arm. There were two middle-aged men sitting in the car. One person has a black mole on his chin and his eyes are gloomy. The other person was wearing a black robe and his appearance could not be seen clearly, but he was very thin. At this time, the middle-aged man with the mole looked at the taxi in front and spoke. Old Lu, was it that kid in front who caused you to lose an arm? Yeah. Louis nodded with a gloomy face, with deep resentment in his eyes. It's him, Xiao Ming. Humph, okay, we'll help you deal with him today, but you have to leave that woman to me. As he said that, the middle-aged man with the mole licked his lips with an evil smile. I'm not interested in women. The man in black robe, who had been silent all this time, made a low voice. Okay, I just need to kill Xiao Ming and avenge my broken arm. Lu Yi nodded. Not far behind their car, a pink sports car followed. The three cars drove towards the northern suburbs of the city at the same time. Chapter 17. I'll give you a warning this time. After arriving at the woods outside the north of the city, Xiao Ming took the backpack that had been prepared in advance from Zhao Xie. After all, there are outsiders here, so Xiao Ming needs to use this backpack as a cover. It is also convenient to take something from the system space. After taking the backpack, Xiao Ming rummaged through it and took out an exquisite dagger and handed it to Zhao Xie. Xie, take this dagger. It will work very well with your teleportation. Well, thank you, Xiao Ming. Zhao Xie's eyes lit up and she nodded with a smile. Shi Lang just followed behind and watched the two of them silently without saying anything. Although he admired Xiao Ming's ruthlessness in his heart, he seemed very reluctant to follow Xiao Ming. At this moment, he was thinking in his heart, forget it, let's just do it for that spirit stone. Xiao Ming just glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. The few of them walked into the woods. Shortly after they left, a beautiful figure appeared where they had just been. It was Mei Yang who followed. Mei Yang curled the corners of her mouth, chuckled, and followed. Hiss. Suddenly, just as Xiao Ming and his companions moved forward not far, a snake more than 2 meters long jumped out from the grass nearby. The speed was not very fast, and Xiao Ming and the other two reacted at the same time. However, a mouthful of emerald green venom spurted out from the snake's mouth. Xiao Ming quickly turned his head to avoid it. Swish! In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed. Hiss! The next second, the long snake screamed and broke into 2 parts and fell to the ground. Ding, number of draws +1.
Looking at Zhao Siye, who slowly put away the dagger, Xiaoming showed a smile of praise on his face. Siye, not bad. It seems that this dagger is very suitable for you.
Yeah. Zhao Siye nodded happily and raised the dagger in her hand, seeming to like it very much.
Suddenly, Xiaoming's face turned cold and he raised his leg and kicked Shi Lang next to him.
Bang! Falling heavily to the ground, Shi Lang looked at Xiaoming angrily. What are you doing? Why didn't you take action just now?
Xiaoming looked at him coldly.
That's right, the long snake just shot over from the direction of the stone waves.
Although Xiaoming didn't know why the snake attacked him, Shi Lang could easily stop the snake before Zhao Siye made a move. When Shi Lang heard Xiaoming's words, his expression changed. That's right, he did have selfish motives just now, although he knew that this snake alone could not hurt Xiaoming.
But I just don't want to take action.
Looking at the silent Shi Lang, Xiaoming snorted coldly. This time is just a warning to you.
If you do it again, I will cripple one of your arms.
If it happens twice, I will cripple both of your arms. Xiaoming's words made Shi Lang's pupils shrink suddenly, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes.
But he immediately disappeared again.
Xiaoming had been paying attention to Shi Lang's expression and obviously discovered it. But he didn't care, and said calmly, "Get up, help me well, and you won't be short of spirit stones." After saying that, he turned around and left with Zhao Siye. Shi Lang stood up and curled his lips in disdain. He obviously did not believe what Xiaoming said. If Xiaoming was really rich, why would Ji Qiuning dump him? But he turned out to be a dual attribute psychic.
I have never heard of anyone being able to awaken two attributes.
This talent is even stronger than Yi Qiuning's. Thinking of this, Shi Lang is still very shocked.
Xiaoming, what are we doing here this time? On the way, Zhao Siye looked at Xiaoming in confusion. Xiaoming pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhao Siye and asked, "Siye, do you know where there are thorn bushes?"
A thorn bush?
Zhao Siye looked at Xiaoming in confusion and nodded.
There was a thorn bush not far ahead.
Zhao Siye pointed in a direction and said, her eyes becoming lost.
In the past spring, Yi Qiuning, a few other girls and I came here a few times for a spring outing. Xiaoming felt a pain in his heart and remembered his experience with Yi Qiuning. Then he shook his head and put those unhappy things behind him.
He smiled at Zhao Siye and said, "Let's go."
After saying that, he walked towards that side.
Ouch!
After taking only 2 steps, a wolf howl suddenly came from the front.
It's very close to them.
Xiaoming and the others all looked displeased.
The next second, a giant wolf the size of a calf appeared in the sight of several people.
He looked at the few people ferociously, his claws gripping the ground tightly, as if making an attacking gesture.
Gas wolf?
Xiaoming said in a deep voice.
The next second, before anyone could react, the giant wolf on the opposite side turned into a gust of wind and quickly attacked Xiaoming, who was standing in the front. Xiaoming's face changed and he immediately launched a brutal charge. Boom!
The powerful defense only forced Xiaoming to take a few steps back. But Xiaoming was not happy. Instead, he shouted, "Be careful, this is a second-level monster." That's right, a first-level wind wolf would definitely not have such fast speed and strength.
Hearing Xiaoming's words, Zhao Siye and Shi Lang were both shocked. Sure enough, in the next second, the wind wolf opened its mouth wide. A sharp wind blade shot towards Zhao Siye. Swish! Zhao Siye's face changed, and she quickly used instant movement to barely avoid the wind blade's attack. However, when a strand of black hair fell, the end of Zhao Siye's hair was actually cut off a little. Shi Lang, the two of us will create an opportunity for Siye. Siye, when you see the chance, stab him.
Faced with such a situation, Xiaoming quickly made arrangements. The next second, he launched a brutal charge towards the wind wolf. Looking at Xiaoming, who was rushing towards him quickly, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the wind wolf.
A breeze blew by, and the figure of the wind wolf disappeared.
When he appeared again, he was already not far behind Xiaoming.
"Xiaoming, be careful." Zhao Siye was horrified. He watched helplessly as the wind wolf used wind blade on Xiaoming's back. He immediately moved over to help Xiaoming block the attack. At this critical moment, a ball of yellow energy rushed over domineeringly. Successfully blocked the path of the wind blade. Boom! The wind blade hit the yellow energy, Shi Lang's face turned pale and he retreated repeatedly. Stone wave.
At this time, Xiaoming turned around and was very surprised to see Shi Lang, who helped him block the attack.
However, Shi Lang just snorted coldly and said nothing. He was not stupid.
If Xiao Ming and the other man died, he would definitely not be able to escape the attack of the Gale Wolf. Squeak! Ouch! At this moment, the Wind Wolf suddenly let out a howl. The two of them looked over quickly and saw Zhao Xie seize the opportunity, flash to the side of the Wind Wolf and stab the dagger in his hand. But unfortunately, the Wind Wolf obviously dodged it and only cut a gash on its back. But even so, the Wind Wolf's eyes turned red and it roared at Zhao Xie. Now! Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shi Lang. The two of them simultaneously launched a brutal charge towards the Gale Wolf. Moreover, Xiao Ming even used jet flames at the same time. Chapter 18 I Want to Hear You Call Me Brother Ming. Bang! Boom! With two loud bangs, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang crashed into the Gale Wolf at the same time. The burst of flames made the Wind Wolf howl miserably in the flames. Xiao Ming and Shi Lang quickly retreated. After all, even these first-level psychics cannot withstand the burning of flames. Looking at the Gale Wolf struggling in the flames, Xiao Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie and Shi Lang with a smile. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the cooperation among several people this time. But just when everyone relaxed, suddenly a hurricane blew. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames enveloping the Gale Wolf suddenly exploded due to the wind. The next second, the Wind Wolf let out a mournful howl, and the howl revealed the breath of death. Xiao Ming's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Oh no, everyone be careful." Just as he finished speaking, the Gale Wolf, wrapped in flames, rushed towards Shi Lang at a speed that the three of them could not react to. Ah! With a scream, Shi Lang raised his arm and was bitten directly by the Wind Wolf. The huge bite force made Shi Lang feel that his arm was about to break. This was not the most painful thing. What was even more painful was that the flames on the Wind Wolf began to spread towards Shi Lang. The scorching heat that hit him made Shi Lang feel terrified and fierce at the same time. He raised his left arm and punched the Wind Wolf on the head again and again. As they struggled, the man and the wolf rolled to the ground. A large amount of blood splattered out, but was evaporated by the flames in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Xie's pretty face turned pale. Xiao Ming seemed very calm. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at Zhao Xie and said, "Give me your dagger." Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment and immediately knew what Xiao Ming was going to do. But now Shi Lang and the Gale Wolf were surrounded by flames, and if Xiao Ming went over like this, he would be committing suicide. So Zhao Xie quickly put the dagger behind her back, shook her head and backed away. "No, Xiao Ming, don't go, you will die." Seeing this, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't explain things clearly to Zhao Xie, he would not be able to save people. He organized his words and said quickly, "I'm not a saint. I can be very cruel to my enemies, but Shi Lang followed me after all, and he even blocked an attack for me just now. If I don't save him now, will you agree with me like this?" Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head firmly, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at Xiao Ming beggingly. "Xiao Ming, can we not go? I don't care what kind of person you are, I don't want you to die." Listening to Zhao Xie's words and looking at Zhao Xie's current appearance, Xiao Ming's heart was deeply touched. With a smile on his lips, Xiao Ming stretched out his hand to Zhao Xie. "Believe me, I won't die." Ah! At this moment, Shi Lang's screams became even more intense. Xiao Ming hurriedly said, "Hurry, otherwise he won't survive." "Okay, fine, then you must come back alive." Zhao Xie withdrew her hand from behind with difficulty and handed over the dagger. "Well, when I come back, I want to hear you call me Brother Ming from now on." Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. After saying that, Xiao Ming handed the backpack to Zhao Xie, then turned around, gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge towards the ball of fire. Looking at Xiao Ming's fearless figure, Zhao Xie's pretty face flushed, but immediately her eyes fixed on that side, revealing deep worry. Boom! Xiao Ming crashed directly into the Gale Wolf, and flames flew everywhere. But it was obvious that the Gale Wolf was determined to die, and it bit Shi Lang's arm tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and used a brutal charge again, but this time he did not hit the Gale Wolf. Instead, the moment the protective shield appeared, he rushed directly into the flames and grabbed the huge wolf head of the Wind Wolf. The dagger in his hand kept falling. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and soon Xiao Ming clearly felt that the breath of the Gale Wolf had disappeared. But its teeth were still biting Shi Lang. Xiao Ming, save me." Shi Lang's weak voice came from under the Wind Wolf. "Don't worry, I will definitely save you," Xiao Ming said, gritting his teeth. At this time, the fire had already enveloped him. The intense burning turned all his clothes into ashes in an instant. But the good thing is that he himself possesses fire-attributed spiritual power. In such a big fire, you can still hold out for a while. Thinking of this, Xiaoming inserted the dagger directly into the big mouth of the wind wolf. He roared, and used all his strength to pry it open. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones, Xiaoming pried open the wind wolf's mouth. Xiaoming's eyes lit up and he kicked the wind wolf away. Finally, the stone waves pressing down on him were revealed. At this time, Shi Lang was surrounded by fire and had no strength to struggle. Xiaoming rolled over and extinguished all the flames on his body. Then he shouted to Zhao Xie, "I'll take out the bedsheet from my backpack." That is right, in order to hide his identity, Xiaoming stuffed a bedsheet into his backpack so that the backpack would look bulging, and no one would be suspicious when he took things out. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Zhao Xie quickly took out the bedsheet and threw it over. Xiaoming picked up the bedsheet and quickly put out the fire on Shi Lang. Looking at Shi Lang, who had turned into a black man, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost fatal. Fortunately, Shi Lang was a first-level psychic, otherwise he would have died in such a short time. After taking a look at the two naked people, Xiaoming cut the bedsheet in half and draped it over the two of them. Xiaoming, thank you for saving me," Shi Lang said to Xiaoming while lying weakly on the ground. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoming was very complicated, but in the end it turned into deep determination. He knew that if it weren't for Xiaoming, he would have died. Ding, Shi Lang's loyalty plus 41. Shi Lang loyalty, 82. Ding, Zhao Xie's loyalty plus 4. Zhao Xie loyalty, 91. Stop talking so much. Can you sit up? Xiaoming said unhappily and took the backpack handed to him by Zhao Xie. He took out a spirit stone from it and threw it to Shi Lang. Take it and recover from your injuries quickly. Xiaoming had not expected that his loyalty to Shi Lang had reached the level of admiration, and it had increased by more than 40 points at once. Zhao Xie only added 4 points of loyalty, so it seems that it will be very difficult to increase the loyalty later, but it has reached the level of never leaving. Just as several people were recovering from their injuries on the spot, in the woods not far from them. Seeing this scene, Mei Niang patted her surging chest in fear. He glanced at Xiaoming blankly from a distance and murmured, "I'm scared to death. This guy really doesn't care about his life." In fact, she had already arrived when Shi Lang and the Wind Wolf were both engulfed in flames, but it was too late. She didn't expect that Xiaoming would risk his own life to save others. Although he blamed Xiaoming, the look in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoming was also filled with deep admiration. Chapter 19, I'll tie them up. "Hey, old Lu, you're just a mere first-level psychic, why did you call us along?" The middle-aged man with the black mole looked at Louis with a depressed look on his face. The man in black on the side also looked over curiously. Seeing this, Louis hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't know, the girl next to Xiaoming is a space-based psychic." "Space system?" The two looked at each other, both showing a look of astonishment. But then the middle-aged man with the black mole sneered, "So what if it's a space system? A first-level one? A first-level space system is useless in front of us." "Well, I just wanted to be on the safe side. Besides, I gave each of you 100,000, so you won't lose out." Louis nodded lightly. As for what was in his heart, Louis did not say it. He suspected that Lu Qian had sent someone to protect Xiaoming. Although he didn't know why, it seemed to him that day that Lu Qian seemed to care very much about Xiaoming. At this time, they were already very close to the location of Xiaoming and the others. At this moment, Louis raised his hand and looked forward. "Here we are. It looks like they have just experienced a battle." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the corpse of the Gale Wolf lying not far from Xiaoming and the others. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Seeing Zhao Xie's beautiful figure again, the middle-aged man with the mole licked his lips. He couldn't help it anymore. "Well, you don't have to do it. I want to kill Xiaoming myself. You just need to help me scout the enemy." As he said that, a fierce light flashed in Louis's eyes. He walked towards Xiaoming and the others. "Louis? Who are those two? Are they also third-level psychics? Oh no, I have to tell the dean immediately." At this time, Mei Niang had already discovered the figures of Louis and others. She was shocked and quickly took out her mobile phone to start making a call. At this time, Xiaoming and his companions had just taken a break to regulate their breathing. But Zhao Xie was not seriously injured, so she stood aside and was on guard. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Xiao Ming and Shi Lang, who were regulating their breathing, quickly opened their eyes and looked over.
Louis walked out of the woods with a grim smile. Louis! Xiao Ming and Zhao Siye were suddenly shocked.
Shi Lang also secretly thought that something was wrong in his heart, as he knew what happened that day.
It seems that Louis is here to seek revenge on Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming, because of you, I lost one of my arms.
Don't you have any remorse in your heart?
Louis stopped more than 10 meters away from Xiao Ming and his companions, looked at Xiao Ming with hatred, and pointed at his broken arm.
Zhao Siye didn't waste any words.
She just gripped the dagger tightly and stood in front of Xiao Ming, looking at Louis vigilantly.
I was unconscious that day and I don't know what happened.
Xiao Ming looked at him and said lightly.
Ha, ha, what a great thing about you saying you don't know. Do you think you can survive by saying you don't know? Louis laughed wildly. Then what do you want to do?
Xiao Ming frowned, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. But he found that it was extremely difficult to leave safely. Even if the opponent lost an arm, he was still a third-level mutant. On my side, everyone is at the first level, and Shi Lang is seriously injured, so the only ones who can fight are myself and Siye. What comforted Xiao Ming slightly was that at least Zhao Siye was able to escape.
What should I do?
Of course I have to kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart,
Louis said with a grin.
But then he changed the subject and said with a sinister smile, however, as long as you hand over the liquid from that day to me, I can still let you live.
Liquid? Do you mean spiritual liquid? Xiao Ming frowned slightly, then looked at Louis with understanding. Yes, it's the spiritual liquid. What do you think? Leave it to me, Louis said excitedly.
Xiao Ming wants to kill, and he also wants the spiritual liquid.
What makes you think I would carry a treasure like that with me? It's in my house, why don't we go back and get it now?
Xiao Ming said calmly. I was nervous, hoping that this guy would have a brain seizure. But Xiao Ming was obviously going to be disappointed.
Louis's face changed and he shouted angrily, Do you think I'm a fool? Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Tangled with thorns.
As Louis roared, the pupils of Xiao Ming and others suddenly contracted.
Countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. At this critical moment,
suddenly, a delicate cry came from the side, hallucination.
The next second, under the surprised gaze of Xiao Ming and others, a pink ripple enveloped Louis from top to bottom.
Louis inside the ripples laughed crazily, Ha ha, Xiao Ming, you're finally dead.
This is what happens to you for going against me.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang quickly stood up and looked at the person who came.
Mei Yang?
Mei Yang activated her spiritual power and quickly came in front of the group. She shouted anxiously, Hurry up! Just when Xiao Ming and the others were confused, suddenly a loud shout and 2 attacks came.
Court death! Boom!
Mei Yang gritted her teeth and used all her strength to emit a pink spiritual energy. The 3 energies collided with each other, and Mei Yang retreated repeatedly, her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll hold them back, you guys go. Ignoring the 2 people who suddenly appeared, Mei Yang shouted at the astonished Xiao Ming and the other 2, and used her skills on them again.
Hypnosis.
2 ripples immediately enveloped the middle-aged man with the mole and the man in black respectively.
Go!
I can't hold on much longer. Seeing that the 2 men were temporarily subdued, Mei Yang yelled at Xiao Ming.
Let's go together, Siye, take Mei Yang with you and teleport.
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and gave the instructions seriously. Then he grabbed the disabled Shi Lang and left first, rushing directly into the woods nearby. Zhao Siye came to Mei Yang and grabbed her shoulder with one hand. With a flash of light, the 2 disappeared from the spot. Just a moment after they left, Louis and the others regained their consciousness at the same time.
Damn it, Mei Yang, it's indeed Mei Yang! Louis screamed madly.
He guessed correctly, Lu Qian did send someone to protect Xiao Ming. A psychic with weak attack power, so there's nothing to worry about.
Old Lu, let's keep chasing him, said the middle-aged man with the mole with a gloomy face.
But the eyes of the man in black flashed a few times under his black cloak, and he said lightly, Psychic ability users, although their attack power is not a concern, but their control skills are hard to defend against.
What? Are you scared?
The middle-aged man with the mole looked at the other person with contempt. In fact, neither he nor Louis was very familiar with this person. However, the few of them had met each other a few times and could be considered acquaintances, so Louis also called him this time.
That woman should be the secretary of Lu Qian, the dean of the Academy of Supernatural Powers, right? Louis, why didn't you tell us?
The man in black ignored the sarcasm of the middle-aged man with the black mole, but looked at Louis indifferently.
I don't know. Louis argued forcefully. After saying that, he looked at the man in black impatiently and said, "Are you going or not? If not, Lao He and I will go."
Okay, go ahead. I won't offend the Academy of Supernatural Powers just for 100,000. After saying that, the man in black turned into a black mist and flew directly into the sky and disappeared.
Humph, coward, Lao Lu, let's go. Lao He glanced at the black fog sarcastically, turned around and said to Louis.
Louis nodded grimly, and the two of them quickly chased in the direction where Xiao Ming and his companions fled.
Chapter 20, only one chance left. Xiao Ming, let me go. You can't escape like this.
Shi Lang said to Xiao Ming. At this time, he was being taken away by Xiao Ming. The speed is obviously not that fast. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Xiao Ming just glanced at him calmly. I don't have the habit of abandoning my comrades. After saying that, he put his head down and ran forward with all his might. Shi Lang fell silent and looked at Xiao Ming with even more gratitude. In his hand was the spirit stone that Xiao Ming had just given him. He also didn't expect that Xiao Ming could actually take out spirit stones for him to use.
Could it be that Xiao Ming could really provide him with unlimited resources? If that were the case, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to follow him. Thinking of this, Shi Lang's eyes lit up.
I have already made the decision in my heart. At this time, Zhao Xie and Mei Yang were already running ahead of them. But there was no continuous teleportation.
Xie, wait for them. I'm worried that Louis and the others will catch up. Mei Yang looked at Zhao Xie and said. After hearing this, Zhao Xie nodded without thinking. Stopped.
After a few seconds, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang came to the two of them.
Behind them, Louis and Lao He caught up with laughter. Ha, Xiao Ming, today is the day you die. Louis, you dare to kill Xiao Ming, aren't you afraid that the dean will kill your mother?
Mei Yang's face changed and she shouted loudly.
Afraid? I'm already a cripple, what else is there to be afraid of? Louis snorted coldly, then said, Humph, Mei Yang, you should think about yourself. As he spoke, Louis glanced at Lao He beside him. Sure enough, Lao He looked at Mei Yang and Zhao Xie with a greedy expression. Ha, they're all mine. Fist of power, collapse of the mountain. Following Lao He's loud shout, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a huge momentum coming from behind him. Then, Zhao Xie and the other girl in front of them showed a look of horror and shouted to Xiao Ming, be careful. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge. Boom! But the attack still fell on him. A powerful force came, and Xiao Ming felt as if his body was hit by a high-speed truck. He was directly knocked out. However, Shi Lang was still caught tightly by him. In mid-air, Zhao Xie used instant movement to catch Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming with concern, Xiao Ming. Run, take them with you. Xiao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, roared with difficulty, and handed Shi Lang to Zhao Xie. After saying that, he launched a brutal charge and continued running forward. Xiao Ming knew that given Zhao Xie's limit, it would be good enough if he could bring two people. It's impossible to bring your own. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already run away, Zhao Xie's face was conflicted for a moment. She bit her lips lightly and teleported with Shi Lang to Mei Yang's side. Then it flashed again, and the three people had disappeared from the spot. Want to run? No way, I'll go chase Xiao Ming. As for Mei Yang and the others, I'll leave them to you. Louis snorted coldly and said to Lao He. No problem, go ahead. Lao He smiled and chased in the direction of Mei Yang and the others. Louis glanced coldly at Xiao Ming's disheveled figure, kicked his legs, and quickly chased after him. Xiao Ming was running in front, with a clear idea in his head. If his guess was correct, then after the spiritual energy in the thorn bush that Zhao Xie mentioned was revived, at least some of the thorns should have evolved into monsters. But it won't be too severe, and the long position will only be at the first level. If I run there and attract some first-level monsters on the way, I should be able to kill Louis with the sonic bracelet I drew from the system. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's eyes became firm. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it, then desperately urged the spiritual power in his body to run towards the place where the thorn bush was. Fortunately, Louis himself is a wood-attributed mutant, so his speed is not particularly fast. To release skills, one needs to be within a certain range.
Xiao Ming used brutal attacks from time to time, but he always kept a distance from Louis.
Ha, run, I want to see how far you can run.
Louis sneered and looked at Xiao Ming in front of him. Just now he saw Xiao Ming drink another bottle of spiritual liquid, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes.
The boy really had it with him.
At this time, he had already thought of killing Xiao Ming and taking the spiritual liquid for himself. He never thought that a third-level psychic like himself would not be a match for a first-level psychic. No matter how powerful this first-level psychic is, it won't work. Not long after, Xiao Ming could see the thorn bushes appearing in the distance. However, perhaps due to the influence of Louis' aura as a third-level psychic, no other monsters appeared around. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and looked at the quiet thorn bush. I have no choice but to take a gamble. After saying that, he quickly took out the sonic bracelet and put it on his wrist. Rushed directly towards the thorn bush. Louis, who was standing behind him, saw Xiao Ming running into the thorn bush and immediately showed an amused look.
This kid, doesn't he know that I'm a wood-attributed mutant? How dare he run into the thorn bush?
With a sneer, Louis rushed in without thinking much. Coming here, in the center of the thorn bush, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He had just carefully noticed the thorns around him. I noticed that some of them trembled slightly when I passed by. Although it stopped immediately, Xiao Ming knew that his guess was correct.
As expected, some thorns had successfully evolved.
So he stopped and waited quietly for Louis' arrival.
Ha, why don't you run away? Louis looked at Xiao Ming, who was standing there with amusement.
Humph, die.
Xiao Ming sneered.
What?
Louis' face changed and he looked around vigilantly.
The next second, he discovered to his horror that the surrounding thorns began to move automatically without any wind.
Demon beast? A first-level monster?
At this time, he didn't know that most of these thorns had turned into monster beasts.
He turned around angrily and yelled at Xiao Ming, "Are you going to die?"
Humph. Xiao Ming just looked at him coldly without saying anything. Seeing this, Louis didn't care about Xiao Ming and immediately wanted to turn around and run away. But it was too late now. All I heard were countless schwa, swish, swish sounds.
A blanket of thorns wrapped around Louis. Ah! The next second, Louis' figure disappeared directly under the thorns. Only a thorn ball formed in the center, and Louis kept screaming inside. Sheba flying knife. With a roar, the sphere exploded, and countless flying leaves turned into blades that chopped the thorns. Louis' figure also appeared, but his clothes were torn and his body was stained with blood. He glared at Xiao Ming fiercely with his exposed eyes and was about to run away again. But the next second, the thorns in the sky came up again. Just when he was about to use the same trick to break out. All he could hear was Xiao Ming's roar from behind him, spray flames. Boom! No!
At this moment, Louis was horrified to find that Xiao Ming was actually a person with dual attributes of fire and earth. As the flames spurted out, the thorn bush instantly turned into a sea of fire. Xiao Ming also quickly used a brutal charge and rushed out. Standing on the edge of the sea of fire, looking inside quietly.
Chapter 21, Good jump, jump a few more times.
As time passed, Louis' screams in the sea of fire disappeared. Xiao Ming thought of Zhao Xie and the others, and felt a little worried.
But with Mei Niang here, we shouldn't be defeated so quickly.
Thinking of this, Xiao Ming calmed down. Said to the system, draw a prize. He remembered that after Zhao Xie helped him kill the snake, he got a chance to draw a lottery, but he had not used it yet. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 vermilion fruits.
Red fruit. Xiao Ming's mind moved, and he quickly opened the system space.
When he saw the red fruits quietly placed inside, his eyes suddenly lit up.
This is a kind of natural treasure that appeared after the revival of spiritual energy. I heard that you can't buy it even if you have money.
It contains huge spiritual energy, which can be fully absorbed after taking it.
I don't know how many people with special abilities dream of this. Unexpectedly, I got 10 of them at once. Ha ha ha.
But after only a moment of excitement, Xiao Ming began to hesitate.
He wanted to take the Zhu fruit now and advance to the second level.
But he always had doubts in his heart, as if after he mastered the skill of spraying flames, the spiritual energy required for promotion became greater.
I don't know if this is my illusion.
At this moment, the system's voice rang.
Ding, the host's guess is correct. As the host comprehends more attributes, the more spiritual energy will be needed to improve strength.
However, for the same number of attributes, the number of skills learned will not affect the improvement of strength. After hearing this, Xiaoming understood. After making a secret estimate, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and took out 2 red fruits from the system space. Ding, host, please think carefully. If you take 2 vermilion fruits and fail to break through, your body will burst. The system's words made Xiaoming hesitate again. However, thinking that Zhao Xie and the others were facing danger, he had to break through before he would have a chance to rescue them. So without saying anything, he stuffed the red fruit into his mouth. Immediately, a powerful spiritual energy entered the abdominal cavity directly. Xiaoming howled miserably and fell to the ground. Veins popped up all over his body and an intense pain spread throughout his body. A trickle of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. He activated the energy crystal in his chest and began to transform and absorb the spiritual energy in his body with all his might. A trickle of blood flowed out from his pores, indicating that Xiaoming's condition was very dangerous. However, Xiaoming didn't care, as if he was indifferent to the pain all over his body, and immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly.
Half an hour later. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from Xiaoming. Boom!
The airwave directly blew out some of the fire that had not yet been extinguished.
Slowly, Xiaoming opened his eyes and let out a long breath.
Ding, the host has been detected to have reached level 2, the system is automatically upgrading.
Current system level 2.
The number of items won in the lottery has increased, and there is a chance of winning a second level item. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Breakthrough! What he didn't expect was that the system was actually promoted. This was a pleasant surprise. Then, Xiaoming stood up and watched the fire slowly subside, revealing the thorns burned into charcoal. Xiaoming grabbed one, peeled it, took a look inside, and muttered, "It's okay, it's edible." After saying that, he started eating with big mouthfuls.
After one, Xiaoming's eyes revealed a hint of enlightenment.
Green energy surged from his body.
How come I comprehended it so quickly this time?
That must be because I've broken through to the second level, which allows me to comprehend new skills. So Xiaoming didn't think much about it and looked at the direction where Zhao Xie and others left. He took a step and ran quickly in that direction.
Boom!
Puff! Mei Yang was knocked back repeatedly by Lao Hei's punch, her eyes looking very solemn.
She didn't expect that the other party was a mutant with special attributes, strength attributes. The power is so great that it's simply not human. Mei Yang!
Zhao Xie screamed and hurried forward to support Mei Yang. As soon as they escaped here, they were stopped by Lao Hei.
Zhao Xie's teleportation can only move about 10 meters at a time.
After carrying 2 people, her energy was almost exhausted. With no other choice, Mei Yang had to go forward to meet him. Although Mei Yang controlled Lao Hei for a while, she did not have powerful attack skills. Even if Zhao Xie stabbed him with a dagger, it only left a scratch on Lao Hei's body. After all, a third-level power attribute mutant has good defensive capabilities. As for Shi Lang, at this moment he could only use the spirit stones in his hand to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Shi Lang felt very aggrieved when he saw Zhao Xie and the other girl fighting against the enemy.
This is the first time in his life that a girl has protected him. Ha ha ha, 2 beauties, let's play here. Lao Hei looked at the charming Mei Yang and the pure Zhao Xie with an evil smile.
The excitement in my heart cannot be expressed in words.
Xie, you can go first and don't worry about us. The Dean will definitely come to save me.
Mei Yang gritted her teeth and said softly to Zhao Xie.
Among the people present, only Zhao Xie had the ability to escape. But Mei Yang's voice was obviously heard by Lao Hei. Lao Hei's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, "None of you can leave."
After saying that, he kicked hard with one leg and flew towards Zhao Xie.
Xie, be careful. Dream dance.
Mei Yang's pretty face changed and she screamed. The whole person danced quickly, her dance moves were enchanting and full of strong temptation. Layers of pink halo emanated from Mei Yang's body, making her look very dreamy. Lao Hei, who had just approached, stopped immediately and looked at Mei Yang, who looked like a fairy, with his drool dripping. But it only took a few seconds for Lao Hei's dull eyes to recover. He looked at the charming Mei Yang with an evil smile. You dance well, dance a few more times for me later to liven up the fun." Mei Yang's face turned pale and she stopped. The next second, Lao Hei rushed directly to Mei Yang and punched her. Boom! The powerful force directly knocked Mei Yang away. While in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Xie looked at Lao He with fear as he gave her an evil smile, and slowly backed away.
Ha, it's your turn. Lao He laughed evilly and rushed forward in Zhao Xie's terrified eyes.
Shi Lang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could no longer bear it. He roared, mobilized some of the spiritual power he had just recovered, and launched a brutal charge.
You want to touch my sister-in-law? I'll fight you. Boom!
The stone weight hit Lao He directly, and the powerful impact caused him to spit out blood.
But he held Lao He's waist tightly and did not let go.
Instead, he yelled, "Sister-in-law, Mei Yang, run away and leave me alone."
Looking for death. Lao He's face was gloomy, and he hit Shi Lang on the lower back with his elbow. Puff! Shi Lang!
Zhao Xie shouted, her eyes blurred by tears. Mei Yang watched all this helplessly, muttering to herself, "Dean, please come quickly."
Chapter 22, Not Excessive at All. Puff! Ah!
Shi Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, roared angrily, and bit Lao He on the waist. Lao He let out a scream and looked at Shi Lang with eyes full of anger. "I will kill you." After saying that, he raised his right fist, which was filled with a large amount of golden energy.
The next second, it was about to attack Shi Lang's head.
Feeling the momentum coming from above his head, Shi Lang felt that death was coming.
Shi Lang!
Mei Yang and Zhao Xie cried out at the same time.
At this critical moment, a loud shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. Tangled with thorns. Whoosh whoosh. Countless thorns rose directly from under Lao He's feet, and in less than half a second, they wrapped Lao He tightly. Zhao Xie's eyes lit up and she quickly seized the opportunity, using teleportation to rescue Shi Lang. Shi Lang, are you okay?
Xiao Ming hurriedly ran to Shi Lang and took a look at him, frowning deeply. At this time, Shi Lang was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood.
It looked like it was about to fail. But when he saw Xiao Ming, he grinned. "Brother, ahem, I didn't let my sister-in-law get hurt." Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. "What did you call me?" "Brother, you saved my life and gave me the spirit stone. From now on, you are my brother," Shi Lang said intermittently, his eyes very sincere.
Zhao Xie next to her didn't care that Shi Lang called her sister-in-law. At this moment, her eyes were full of tears and she kept sobbing. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows after hearing this.
"Okay, I'll be your big brother from now on. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Eat it. Red fruit."
Mei Yang next to him widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Ming in surprise as he took out a red fruit from his backpack.
But then I felt relieved. It doesn't seem strange for someone with such a mysterious identity like Xiao Ming to own the Zhu fruit. Bang! "Ha, Xiao Ming, you're here? Where's Lao Lu?"
At this moment, there was an explosion behind them, followed by Lao He's loud laughter. Although the thorns did not hurt him, they tore his clothes and made him look very miserable.
"See, yeah, let Shi Lang eat this, and leave the rest to me."
Xiao Ming ignored Lao He, handed the red fruit in his hand to Zhao Xie, and then took the dagger from Zhao Xie's hand. Then he walked towards Lao He with a cold expression.
"Xiao Ming, don't be impulsive. I have already called the dean. We just need to delay time."
Mei Yang quickly grabbed Xiao Ming's wrist and whispered in his ear.
"Wait for him to come? We'll all die."
Xiao Ming thought about it in annoyance. Mei Yang's breath was as sweet as orchid in his ear, making his ears itchy.
He glanced at her calmly and said, "Help me protect them."
After saying that, he strode towards Lao He. Seeing Xiao Ming's determination, Mei Yang swung her arms angrily and secretly cursed Xiao Ming for acting impulsively. But there was no better way now, so she returned to Zhao Xie and the others, and decided in her heart that if Xiao Ming couldn't help it, she would definitely take action. Suddenly, he thought of the skill that Xiao Ming had just used, and his eyes suddenly widened. 3 attributes, Xiao Ming not only has the abilities of fire and earth, but also wood.
Suddenly, Mei Yang's heart was filled with shock.
"Ha, kid, I didn't expect you to escape from Lao Lu's hands.
It shows that you are still quite famous. But to me, you are nothing." Lao He was surprised that Xiao Ming actually had the dual attributes of wood and earth, but he was also very disdainful.
No matter how powerful he is just a first-level guy.
Louis did not tell Xiao Ming about his fire attribute ability, so he didn't know. So much nonsense.
Xiao Ming said coldly, holding the dagger in his hand, and used the brutal charge skill towards Lao He. Lao He sneered, his right fist flashed with golden light, and he punched directly at Xiao Ming.
Boom! During the collision, the powerful force directly knocked Xiao Ming away.
Xiaoming fell heavily to the ground, took a deep breath, rubbed his aching chest and climbed up. Even if he used a brutal charge, he could still cause such great damage to himself.
Power-type psychics are really awesome. TSK, trash, waste. Lao He shook his head and looked at Xiaoming with ridicule.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoming, who had just gotten up from the ground, changed his expression.
Waste? Ha ha.
A cold light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. He roared angrily and charged at Lao He violently again.
Come again? Is it any use? Lao He said disdainfully, this time, I'll send you to hell.
After saying that, he widened his eyes, shouted loudly, and an even more powerful momentum than before burst out from his fist.
Zhao Xie and the other two were watching this scene nervously.
Zhao Xie bit her lip, staring at Xiaoming intently, and muttered to herself, Brother Ming, you can do it, you can do it. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoming, who was halfway through his charge, suddenly stopped and stretched out one hand forward. A huge amount of green energy instantly poured into the ground in front of Lao He, thorns entangled.
Humph, this trick doesn't work on me.
Lao He sneered, but the next second, his expression changed. It was obvious that the thorns this time were much more resilient and powerful than before.
You are a second-level mutant.
Lao He looked at Xiaoming in astonishment and punched the thorns that were wrapped around him.
Boom!
At this time, he finally became alert, but it was too late. The thorns were broken, but more thorns continued to entangle it. Xiaoming sneered and did not respond to Lao He's words. Take advantage of the moment when the thorns are entangled to jump high.
Jet flame. Boom!
A tongue of fire more than 10 meters long spurted out. At this time, Lao He was entangled by countless thorns and had no time to react. He could only watch the flames sweep towards him.
No!
Spare my life! The next second, his figure was surrounded by flames, and his screams of struggle could be heard from inside. Falling to the ground, Xiaoming gasped for breath. There were still waves of pain in my chest. He thought to himself that it was a close call. If he had been hit by another punch, he might have died.
Brother Ming! That's great!
Zhao Xie excitedly ran to Xiaoming and held his arm.
Mei Yang was so shocked that she couldn't say anything more. She kept muttering to herself, how is this possible? How can a level 2 defeat a level 3? Although I cannot deny that Lao He underestimated his opponent, but for a second-level warrior to defeat a third-level warrior is still a brilliant achievement. At this moment, a loud shout came from the woods, Mei Yang, Xiaoming, I'm here to save you. Everyone looked over speechlessly.
A golden light flashed, and Lu Qian appeared on the scene riding on a flying sword.
That look is very handsome and cool. Ahem, aren't you a person with superpowers? Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian in mid-air in surprise. Hey, what's going on? Am I late?
Lu Qian looked at the messy battlefield in confusion, then nodded at Xiaoming with a smile.
Yes, I'm a gold-type psychic. It's not too much for me to control a flying sword, right?
The corner of Xiaoming's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the flying sword under Lu Qian's feet with a hint of envy. Not too much at all.
Chapter 23. It's up to you this time. Whoosh! Lu Qian jumped off the flying sword.
The flying sword circled in the air for several times and flew steadily into Lu Qian's hands. Lu Qian came over to the group and frowned slightly at their distressed appearance.
Why are they all so badly injured? Where are Louis and the others?
As he spoke, Lu Qian's face turned cold. He didn't expect that the last time he let Louis go, he would hold a grudge against him.
You are late.
The guy who just followed Louis here and called Lao He has been killed by Xiaoming. Mei Yang gave Lu Qian a cold look and pointed to the still burning fire on the side. Lu Qian didn't know what Lao He's strength was, he just thought he was a first-level younger brother brought by Louis.
So he nodded without taking it seriously. Oh, what about Louis?
I can't let him go this time, otherwise where will my face be? After hearing this, Mei Yang and the others looked at Xiaoming in confusion.
Louis was also killed by me.
Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. After all, he had just killed Lao He, a third-level master.
Everyone present saw it, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Louis was killed by you? Ha, Xiaoming, don't tease me, it's not funny.
Lu Qian looked at Xiaoming in surprise and said with a laugh.
Dean, it should be true. Mei Yang looked at Lu Qian seriously and said. Really? How is that possible? Tell me in detail. Lu Qian looked at Mei Yang with disbelief.
How come this girl learned to lie after going out? But Xiao Ming didn't have time to listen to them. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from Shi Lang's side. Boom! Xiao Ming and the others looked over in surprise.
Shi Lang broke through?
Xiao Ming did not expect that Shi Lang would break through to the second level just by eating a red fruit. It seems that Shi Lang has entered the first level for some time. However, he hasn't mastered his skills in the past few days. It seems that his talent is not very good. After entering the second level, Shi Lang's injuries recovered a lot. He stood up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Xiao Ming excitedly. Brother, thank you, I have a breakthrough.
Well, that's great.
You guys chat, we'll leave first.
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, glanced at Lu Qian and Mei Yang, and turned to leave with Zhao Xie.
Watching Xiao Ming and the others leave, Lu Qian grabbed Mei Yang's wrist and asked curiously, Mei Yang, what happened? I just played with a 5th level monster for a while, so I came late.
Did I miss something big? Aren't you afraid that we will be killed? Mei Yang glared at Lu Qian unhappily.
Although Lu Qian said it lightly, Mei Yang understood him and knew that when she called him, he must have been going through a tough battle. So there is no need to dwell on this issue. Thinking of Xiao Ming's peculiarity, Mei Yang took a deep breath and said slowly, Xiao Ming is actually a 3-attribute mutant with the abilities of wood, earth, and fire, and has already been promoted to the second level. And he has things like vermilion fruit, so he should have quite a few. Remembering that Xiao Ming had just given one to her little brother, Mei Yang said uncertainly.
His 3 attributes?
Lu Qian was also shocked and muttered to himself, dual attributes are already very rare.
The resources required for cultivation are almost as huge as those required for space, time, and other attribute abilities. These 3 attributes, unless they don't grow, will definitely be the most abnormal among the abnormal.
No, judging by what Xiao Ming used, this guy must be a talent cultivated by some powerful force. Thinking of this, Lu Qian's expression became serious.
Mei Yang, I have a mission for you. Stay by Xiao Ming's side.
You don't need to specifically inquire about what force Xiao Ming belongs to, but you must make friends with him.
Let's ask from the side whether Xiao Ming's faction is an enemy or a friend, and what attitude they hold towards the country.
Hearing Lu Qian's words, Mei Yang also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded solemnly. Well, then I will stay with Xiao Ming for the time being?
Well, go ahead. Be sure to protect him. Lu Qian nodded with a smile. He trusts Mei Yang very much.
Seeing this, Mei Yang hurriedly took a step and chased in the direction where Xiao Ming and the others left. Talent, talent, keep growing up, the country needs talents like you. Lu Qian murmured with a smile as he looked at the direction where Mei Yang left. It didn't take long for Xiao Ming and his companions to arrive at a place not far from the suburbs. Xiao Ming had no objection to Mei Yang following him. After all, it was nice to have such a pleasing beauty following him. Not to mention that he is a 3rd-level master. Just as the few of them were passing through a forest, they suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the woods.
Someone even shouted help. Daughter, go. No, Dad, let's go together.
Hearing these voices, Xiao Ming paused and frowned slightly.
I don't want to meddle in other people's business. But just as he was about to leave, Zhao Xie gently tugged at the sheet around Xiao Ming's waist and said, Xiao Ming, let's go over and take a look. It looks like a little girl. He glanced at Zhao Xie who was looking at him expectantly, and then Mei Yang and Shi Lang were also looking at him. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. There shouldn't be any powerful monsters here, so it would be a good opportunity to increase his chances of winning the lottery. So he nodded and said, okay, but Mei Yang, you don't have to do anything later. See, yeah, this time it's up to you.
Xiao Ming gave some instructions and then led a few people into the woods. At this time, there were a lot of human corpses lying in the woods. Each person's body was covered with bite marks, and next to them, there were also automatic rifles scattered on the ground. In the middle of the corpses stood a pretty girl wearing sportswear, a ponytail, and a delicate face. Next to the girl stood a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. The middle-aged man held an automatic rifle in his hand, the same as the one used by the dead man on the ground, and stared vigilantly at the uneven ground in front of him.
Daughter, hurry up and leave.
You've already mastered the skills and have a bright future ahead of you.
You can't die here with your dad. After returning, we must run our auction house well.
The middle-aged man pushed the girl away excitedly. At this time, several rats as big as wash basins attacked the 2 people from the holes in the ground. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for ordinary people to react.
The middle-aged man was immediately hit in the arm by a rat.
He roared and fired indiscriminately at the rats rushing towards him with the rifle in his hand. While firing, he yelled at the girl he had just pushed away, "Daughter, run!" "Dad, I won't leave," the girl cried out in tears. Lightning appeared in her hands, and as she swung her arms, a large amount of lightning struck the rats. But the mice were very cunning. The moment the lightning appeared, they all jumped to the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Boom, boom, boom.
The lightning struck the ground, but did not cause any substantial damage except for raising a cloud of dust.
"Dad, let's go."
Seeing this, the girl hurried over, grabbed her father's uninjured arm, turned around and was about to run away.
But the next second, dozens of mice rushed out from the ground again. One of them even hit the girl's chest directly. Bump! Puff! Daughter!
The middle-aged man looked at his daughter in horror as she was knocked away violently, spitting blood from her mouth.
Chapter 24, Brushing the Lottery Number. "Brother Ming, let's go." Zhao Xie turned and looked at Xiao Ming. At this moment, they were in a position where they could clearly see the awakening in the field. Xiao Ming and the others also knew about the monster that attacked the father and daughter. They are all just first-level earth-burrowing rats. Possessing earth-attributed abilities, he can quickly hide under the ground and attack the enemy very quickly. Their teeth are sharp and hard to guard against. No wonder so many of these people died even though they were armed.
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, then said to the others, "Let's do as we agreed.
I'll go out and attract the earth-burrowing rats' attention. Then, Xie, you launch the attack." "Yeah."
Zhao Xie nodded impatiently, looking at the injured girl with deep pity in her eyes.
"Brother, let me go up for a while." Shi Lang volunteered to stand up.
Xiao Ming glanced at Shi Lang, who was barely able to stand, and said unhappily, "You'd better get some rest. Even though you've just been promoted to the second level, your injuries haven't healed yet." After saying that, Xiao Ming launched a brutal charge towards the girl. Because in just a short while, the girl's father stood in front of the girl, and a lot of ground rats had already entangled him.
"If you don't go now, you'll probably die." Boom! With Xiao Ming's attack, a large number of earth rats were knocked away.
The girl and her father's eyes were filled with hope for Xiao Ming's arrival. However, the middle-aged man was covered in blood at this time. He was kneeling on one knee on the ground with a rifle in his hand, looking weak. He looked at Xiao Ming, who suddenly appeared, and begged, "Sir, I beg you, please take my daughter away."
"Don't you want to leave?"
Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man curiously. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head.
"There are too many earth rats. We can't get away."
As he spoke, the middle-aged man pointed in a direction. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked, his pupils contracted. Sure enough, in the woods, with Xiao Ming's arrival, dense swarms of ground rats rushed out.
"Please take my girl away."
The middle-aged man showed a determined look, and after he finished speaking, he dragged his scarred body in front of Xiao Ming, and the girl roared, and the rifle in his hand spit out flames at the rushing ground rat. Although the earth rats were able to burrow underground very quickly, the middle-aged man still killed a few of them due to their large numbers.
Come on, I'm going to fight you beasts."
The middle-aged man laughed wildly.
"Dad."
The girl stood up and looked at her father with tears in her eyes. At this moment, countless earth-burrowing rats rushed to a place not far in front of the middle-aged man, jumped high towards him, and pounced on him. Seeing this, Xiao Ming activated his spiritual power and flashed to the side of the middle-aged man.
Jet flame. Boom.
A tongue of fire more than 10 meters long spurted out, and a large number of earth rats did not react in time and were directly engulfed in the flames.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The father and daughter were shocked by Xiao Ming's skills. Dual attribute mutant. Big brother is so awesome.
The girl looked at Xiao Ming, who was standing next to her father, with admiration and shock.
However, although Xiao Ming burned many earth-burrowing rats to death, more earth-burrowing rats rushed forward fearlessly.
"Sir, run quickly, it will be too late if you don't leave now." The middle-aged man shouted at Xiao Ming when he saw this. However, Xiao Ming ignored them and just looked at the group of earth-burrowing rats coldly.
"Oh."
Seeing Xiao Ming ignoring him, the middle-aged man sighed deeply.
"It's over, there's no escape. Dad."
The girl also walked forward, with blood on the corner of her mouth, but she held the middle-aged man's hand with a smile on her face.
Okay, let's die together."
The middle-aged man suddenly smiled sadly. Looking at his lovely daughter, the middle-aged man felt only deep regret in his heart. My daughter is only 16 years old, but she has already awakened the thunder attribute ability and successfully advanced to the first level. I didn't expect that I would die here today. Looking at the huge number of ground rats showing their sharp teeth and pouncing towards us ferociously, there was a look of despair on the middle-aged man's face. Just as the father and daughter were waiting for death to come, suddenly, Xiaoming shouted coldly,
"See ya, come on."
In the surprised eyes of the father and daughter, a graceful figure with long flowing hair suddenly appeared in the field. The slender figure swayed left and right among the burrowing rats, as if performing a beautiful dance, constantly waving the dagger in his hand. Every time it was swung, blood would splatter and the life of a ground rat would be lost.
Ding, number of draws +1. Ding, number of draws +1.
Listening to the increasing number of draws in his mind, a smile appeared on Xiaoming's lips.
That's it, see ya, you're awesome. This time I finally got a good chance to win the lottery. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Soon, the group of earth-burrowing rats showed expressions of horror at this human who suddenly appeared, whose figure was unpredictable and whom they could not bite.
As countless cries rang out, all the earth rats fled underground.
In a blink of an eye, there were no other living earth rats at the scene except for humans and the corpses of earth rats. Xiaoming checked and found that in just a short while, there had been 23 draws. But after a quick look at the dead bodies of ground rats, there were far more than 23. It seems that the target of the earth rat's attack later became Xie, so the number of draws was not counted towards her. However, Xiaoming only felt a little regretful and turned to look at the father and daughter who were shocked by Zhao Xie's strength.
Okay, it's safe now, let's go.
After saying that, he was about to take Zhao Xie away.
Big brother, what's your name? The girl looked at Xiaoming's back with anticipation. Xiaoming.
Xiaoming said lightly without turning around.
Benefactor, we have a car. Are you going back to the city?
You can take our car, the middle-aged man shouted hurriedly. After hearing this, Xiaoming stopped moving forward. He turned slowly and coughed, "Where's the car?
Take us there."
Seeing this, both father and daughter were delighted.
The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, "It's on the side of the road, go this way."
As he said this, he dragged his injured body and limped ahead to lead the way. At this time, Mei Yang and Shi Lang also came over. The father and daughter looked at the two people who appeared again without asking any questions. They must be Xiaoming's friends. Not long after, the few people saw 5 cars parked on the roadside path. Arriving in front of the leading car, the middle-aged man sighed, "We brought more than 20 people with us this time, and we also brought weapons.
I didn't expect that we would be almost wiped out."
After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Xiaoming and smiled, "Mr. Xiao, get in the car.
You can open the car behind you at will. The key is in the car."
Afterwards, Xiaoming and Zhao Xie got into the car of the father and daughter, while Mei Yang and Shi Lang drove another car, and they drove towards the city.
Chapter 25 Your CAS Pursuer?
On the way back, Xiaoming also learned the identities of the two.
The father's name is Lu Tao and the girl's name is Lu Zimo. The Lu family is a big family in the city and runs the largest auction house in the city.
The reason he came out this time was because Lu Zimo had awakened his thunder attribute ability at the age of 16 and broke through to the first level. I brought her out to understand my skills. Before coming here again, I have already sent people to investigate all the monsters within the route.
Logically, there shouldn't be any of these earth-burrowing rats.
As he spoke, Lu Tao showed a solemn expression.
Xiaoming didn't respond. He didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs.
He just glanced unhappily at Lu Zimo, who was shyly glancing at his naked upper body.
What? Haven't you seen enough?
Lu Zimo shyly covered her red face with her hands and turned away.
I got discovered, so embarrassing.
Xiaoming explained with a smile, "My clothes were burned during the battle just now, so I can only wrap myself with a bed sheet."
Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a dual attribute psychic. You're amazing. Lu Tao, who was driving, glanced at his shy daughter in the rearview mirror, chuckled, and praised Xiaoming. Is it amazing? I used to be a loser.
Xiaoming said self-deprecatingly.
How could it be possible? How could such a capable person like Big Brother be a waste? Lu Zimo on the side quickly retorted unconvincingly.
After hearing this, Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. Zhao Xie on the side looked at Xiaoming with great understanding and concern.
Not long after, Xiaoming and others were sent downstairs of the community.
When they parted, Lu Tao invited Xiaoming, "Mr. Xiao, please change your clothes first.
I'll send someone to pick you up for dinner.
I must thank you very much for saving my life.
This is not necessary, right?
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. He was very uncomfortable with someone treating him so warmly.
Big brother, just go.
Lu Zimo looked at Xiao Ming expectantly.
Okay then.
Xiao Ming glanced at Zhao Siye beside him and saw that she also wanted to go, so he sighed lightly and nodded.
Yeah, great, I'll come get you later.
After saying that, Lu Zimo and Lu Tao each drove away in a car.
Watching the two leave, Xiao Ming curiously asked Mei Yang, who had been silent, 16 years old, can you drive? Mei Yang shrugged, who knows? It's a rich man's world. Aren't you afraid of fines?
At this time, everyone passing by in the community was pointing at Xiao Ming and Shi Lang. Their looks made Xiao Ming very uncomfortable.
Let's go back and change our clothes first.
What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Mei Yang actually followed him home.
Why are you following me? Aren't you Lu Qian's secretary? Xiao Ming asked with a frown. Have some manners, please. He's the school's dean.
Mei Yang rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming, then casually sat down on the sofa.
The dean asked me to follow you for a while.
Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Okay, whatever you want. But there are no rooms left, so find a place to stay at night. After saying that, he went straight into the bathroom with his change of clothes. Taking advantage of this time, Shi Lang ran to a clothing store outside and bought a new set of clothes. After Xiao Ming and Shi Lang finished showering and changed their clothes, they finally washed off the bloody smell on their bodies. At this time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon.
Xiao Ming's phone rang. When he saw it was Lu Zimo calling, he chuckled and answered the call. Hello?
Big brother, I'm downstairs at your house, come down. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ming looked at the people in the room.
Mei Yang waved her hand, you guys go, I won't go. Brother, I will go wherever you go. Shi Lang smiled.
During this period, the red fruit in Shi Lang's body was completely digested. His spiritual power has fully recovered.
Although his injuries have not healed yet, they do not affect his movements.
Okay. Xiao Ming nodded and went downstairs with Zhao Siye and Shi Lang. Sure enough, as soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lu Zimo had also changed his clothes and was standing in front of a pink car looking at Xiao Ming.
Big brother, please go.
Looking at Lu Zimo's enthusiasm, Shi Lang, who was following behind Xiao Ming, suddenly laughed twice for some reason.
As the car started, half an hour later, the few people arrived at the Dingtian Hotel in the city center.
The level of luxury was so great that Xiao Ming felt like not daring to go in after taking a look at it. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Even though I have some money now, I still can't change the mentality of the loser. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Lu Zimo handed the car keys to the doorman, then happily took Xiao Ming's arm and said, Big brother, let's go in. Xiao Ming pulled away awkwardly, but didn't pull away, so he just let her be. However, when Zhao Siye, who was following behind, saw the scene, her face changed and she suddenly felt jealous. Zhao Siye bit her lips lightly, said nothing, and followed with her head down.
Several people took the elevator and arrived outside a private room at the innermost part of the 8th floor.
At this time, a handsome young man was standing here, as if waiting for someone. When he saw Lu Zimo and his group, he greeted them with a smile.
Ha, sister, I heard that you survived a disaster and also acquired some skills?
When saying this, Xiao Ming noticed that a hint of cruelty flashed in the young man's eyes.
Well, yes, it was this big brother who saved me.
His name is Xiao Ming, a very powerful dual attribute psychic.
Lu Zimo introduced Xiao Ming proudly.
Xiao Ming looked at her speechlessly. She sold herself out so quickly. Fortunately, I didn't let her know more about myself. The main thing is that Xiao Ming felt something was wrong when he looked at this young man.
Oh? Really? Then I really have to thank you.
The young man feigned surprise and glanced at Xiao Ming, then smiled and extended his right hand.
My name is Lu Ming, and I'm Lu Zimo's cousin. Hello?
Xiao Ming shook hands gently. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly discovered Zhao Siye standing behind Xiao Ming, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes.
Siye, why are you here? After hearing this, Zhao Siye raised her head in confusion.
When she saw Lu Ming's appearance, her face changed and she subconsciously hid behind Xiao Ming. Lu Ming, I came here with Brother Ming.
Brother Ming? Lu Ming's face darkened and he looked at Xiao Ming. What is your relationship? Brother, what do you mean?
Xiao Ming is my savior.
Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming with dissatisfaction. I know, but so what?
Zhao Xie, I've been pursuing you for a year, but you didn't agree to me. It turns out you're with this guy. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with boundless anger.
Damn it, who the hell is this guy?
He ruined my and my father's plans, and he's so close to Zhao Xie. If I had known earlier, I would have forced myself on Zhao Xie. And I was so foolish as to chase her. I am such a fucking idiot. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face darkened, and he felt as if someone had slapped him hard in the face.
What? Are you Xie's suitor? Xiao Ming looked at the angry Lu Ming with amusement.
After hearing this, Zhao Xie quickly shook her head and explained, Brother Ming, don't misunderstand me.
I have nothing to do with him. He is the one who keeps pestering me. Boom.
Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and boundless anger filled his chest.
Chapter 26 I Want to Become a Female General.
Seeing that Zhao Xie cared so much about Xiao Ming, the fire in Lu Ming's heart felt like it was about to explode. But then he took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Ming with a mocking smile. Mr. Xiao, right?
Where are you working? What does your family do? Lu Ming, that's enough. Big brother is my savior. Lu Zimo was already very dissatisfied with his cousin.
Now seeing him treating Xiao Ming like this, he felt even angrier. But she didn't expect that her cousin actually knew Sister Xie. Facing Lu Ming's question, Xiao Ming smiled calmly. I have no parents, I'm an orphan, and I'm currently studying at a school for supernatural powers.
Ha, so you're a loser.
Lu Ming said jokingly.
Boom. At this moment, Shi Lang couldn't help but burst out his spiritual power. At the moment when no one could react, he grabbed Lu Ming's neck. Looking at the burly man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and the momentum made his whole body tremble. Level 2 Psychic. Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time.
If you dare to disrespect my big brother again, I'll chop you to pieces.
Shi Lang roared at Lu Ming with his mouth wide open. Brother Lang is so awesome.
Lu Zimo was surprised. Xiao Ming laughed in his heart, but pretended to be dissatisfied on the surface.
He said to Shi Lang, let go of young Master Lu.
Humph. Shi Lang snorted coldly and pushed hard. Lu Ming staggered a few times before finally standing firm.
He looked at Shi Lang with a gloomy face, then looked at Xiao Ming.
Humph, okay, come in. After saying that, he turned and walked into the private room.
Big brother, let's go. Lu Zimo breathed a sigh of relief.
Although she disliked her cousin, she would be in a very difficult position if Xiao Ming really had a conflict with him.
Yeah.
Xiao Ming nodded and walked in with Zhao Xie and Shi Lang.
Xiao Ming, what happened outside just now? Why was it so noisy?
As soon as he entered, Xiao Ming saw a white-haired old man sitting in the first seat. On his left and right sat Lu Tao and another middle-aged man. He looks very similar to Lu Tao, and Xiao Ming guessed that he must be Lu Zimo's uncle. Below them sat two middle-aged women, who must be the wives of both parties. Grandpa, it's nothing, but this student named Xiao Ming seems to look down on our Lu family.
Everyone present looked over in surprise. Lu Zimo quickly stepped forward and said, Grandpa, don't listen to my cousin.
Xiao Ming is my savior. Just now outside, it was my cousin who provoked me first.
Ha, a loser, even if he has a second-level friend, can he just hold our Lu family members' necks at will? Sister, are you taking our Lu family seriously by doing this?
Lu Ming sneered and said loudly.
This.
Lu Zimo was suddenly speechless.
Okay, everyone sit down, the old man said lightly.
After hearing the old man's words, Lu Zimo and Lu Ming stopped arguing.
But Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Ming with a sneer.
He knew that Xiao Ming had already left a very bad impression in his grandfather's eyes, and that was enough. Everyone took their seats, and Xiao Ming and his companions sat at the lower head of the table. The old man glanced at Lu Zimo calmly and said, Zimo, first of all, congratulations on breaking through the first level and realizing your own skills.
Lu Zimo smiled happily after hearing this. Thank you, Grandpa. Yes. The old man nodded, and then continued, Taozi, from now on, the work of the auction house will be handed over to Jiangzi.
Hearing this, Lu Tao and others were stunned. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled.
Father, why?
I took good care of it.
Lu Tao asked hurriedly. Is it well managed? How many people were sacrificed in our auction this time?
Old Master Lu turned and looked at Lu Tao. but I have made a lot of contributions to the auction house, and now the auction house's income is also booming.
Lu Tao said hurriedly. Yes, Grandpa, if it weren't for my father, who knows what the auction house would be like now? Lu Zimo looked at the old man with an unconvinced look on his face. Without my second uncle, the auction house won't be able to operate. Lu Ming sneered. Xiao Ming, don't be rude. Lu Jiang on the side scolded Lu Ming lightly, but obviously, he was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, father.
Lu Ming nodded and looked at Lu Zimo with a smug smile on his face.
You. Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming angrily. Taozi, Zimo is a girl after all.
The responsibility of the auction house in the future will still be handed over to Xiao Ming. I won't say much, you understand it in your heart. Old Master Lu glanced at Lu Tao indifferently.
Yes, father, I understand. Lu Tao sat dejectedly on the table.
The beautiful woman next to him gently patted Lu Tao's back to comfort him.
Grandpa, I don't accept it. Why can't women run an auction house? Hearing this, Lu Zimo stood up unconvinced.
Xiao Ming watched the scene and secretly shook his head. This is the sorrow of a big family. But he was too lazy to say anything. After all, it was someone else's family matter. He called Zhao Siye and Shi Lang, and the three of them picked up their dishes and started eating.
Zimo, stop fooling around. How dare you talk to your grandfather like that? Sit down. Lu Tao frowned and scolded Lu Zimo. Humph, I just don't accept it. What kind of society are we in now? Do we still favor boys over girls? We in Longhua have female generals who guard one side. I will definitely become such a person in the future. Lu Zimo raised his head with confidence. Pfft, ha. Zimo, it's you? And you're a female general, don't make me laugh to death. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. Lu Jiang and his wife also looked at Lu Zimo with mockery on their faces. Although Mr. Lu disdains what Lu Zimo said, he admires Lu Zimo's spirit.
Just when Lu Tao was about to scold Lu Zimo again, old man Lu raised his hand and said, Okay, I'll give you a chance.
The next auction will be in a week.
Whoever between you and Xiao Ming can come up with an exciting auction item will have the right to operate the auction house.
Okay, Grandpa, I have no objection.
Lu Ming looked at Lu Zimo with contempt.
What kind of rare treasure could a 16-year-old girl find? Lu Tao did not stop him.
There was a hint of expectation in his eyes when he looked at his daughter, but not much. He also knew that relying solely on his daughter's connections, it would be impossible to find rare treasures.
Okay, Grandpa, I agree. Lu Zimo nodded confidently. Well, since you have no objection, then it's settled.
The old man nodded. Then he glanced at Xiao Ming and the others who were eating and drinking, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes.
Mr. Xiao, thank you very much for saving Zimo. Taozi, I will transfer 1 million to Mr. Xiao as a thank you gift. After eating, Mr. Xiao, you can leave now. Chapter 27, Divine Fire 100 Slashing Sword.
Xiao Ming's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Zhao Siyi also frowned slightly. Shi Lang, who was standing beside him, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He excitedly leaned over to Xiao Ming's ear and whispered, Hey, big brother, you can earn 1 million for saving a person.
What a good deal.
Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. This guy, can't he see that others are just trying to get rid of him?
In fact, it was not only him who noticed it. Everyone present, except Lu Zimo and Shi Lang, noticed it.
However, Lu Tao thought about it and hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's family of three looked at Xiao Ming mockingly. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, put down his chopsticks, stood up and said, In that case, let's go.
But there's no need for money, we're not beggars. Shi Lang, see ya, let's go.
After saying that, Xiao Ming turned around and walked out of the private room with the two of them.
He's quite sensible.
Old Master Lu said indifferently.
Grandpa. At this time, Lu Zimo finally reacted. He looked at Grandpa Lu angrily and hurriedly chased after him. Big brother, wait.
Just when Xiao Ming and his companions arrived at the lobby downstairs, Lu Zimo caught up with them. He looked at Xiao Ming with an apologetic look and said, Big brother, I don't know why this happened.
Please don't be angry with me.
Looking at Lu Zimo's cute, apologetic look, Xiao Ming chuckled, Why should I be angry with you?
It's not your fault. Do your best.
Lu Zimo knew what Xiao Ming meant, smiled, and nodded heavily, Yes, I will definitely work hard to defeat my cousin. At this time, Lu Ming happened to come out of the elevator. Hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, then showed a disdainful smile and walked over.
Xiaoming, now you understand the gap between us, right?
After saying that, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Xie behind Xiaoming and said, Xie, I heard that you have awakened your spatial ability.
How can you improve by following this guy?
I can promise you that as long as you follow me, I will do my best to provide you with resources.
What do you think? Think about it. Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming angrily and didn't even want to call him brother. Lu Ming, what are you doing?
Xiaoming also looked at Lu Ming playfully, then turned his gaze to Zhao Xie.
He absolutely believed in Zhao Xie. After all, her loyalty to him had reached the point of never leaving him. Sure enough, Zhao Xie did not hesitate at all and firmly rejected Lu Ming. Sorry, I only follow brother Ming. After saying this, Zhao Xie glanced at Xiaoming inconspicuously, and found that Xiaoming was also looking at her with a faint smile. Her pretty face blushed and lowered in embarrassment. Seeing this, Lu Ming became furious and clenched his fists tightly. Why? How am I inferior to this loser? Ha, Lu Ming, that's so embarrassing. Lu Zimo laughed and added fuel to the fire. Humph. Lu Ming looked at them coldly and turned away.
Seeing this, Xiaoming also smiled at Lu Zimo. Then we'll leave, you can go upstairs and continue eating.
Well, take care, big brother.
I'll come play with you later.
Good.
Xiaoming and the other two took a taxi directly back home.
Mei Niang looked at them curiously and said, You're back so soon? Since you're back, I'll go back. Didn't you say you would follow me? Xiaoming looked at the charming woman with amusement. Yes, while you are out, I have rented a house in your community. Call me if you have anything.
Mei Niang glanced at Xiaoming with a sweet smile and walked out of the room with a charming step.
Ah, brother, where do I live then?
Shi Lang touched the back of his head and looked at Xiaoming embarrassedly.
You sleep on the sofa.
Xiaoming gave him an unpleasant look and walked into his room.
After closing the door, Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the bed. I felt excited. There are 23 draws, I wonder how many good things I can win.
In just these few days, a large amount of spirit stones were consumed. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said to the system in his heart with anticipation, System, draw them all. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Stone plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Stone plus 20. More than 10 times in a row, they were all Spirit Stones.
Apparently, it's the lowest level item in the Spirit Stone System lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second tier weapon, the Divine Fire 100 Slashing Blade. Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the space. There was indeed a long sword inside with a sharp appearance and unique patterns. Xiaoming immediately clicked on the properties of the Divine Fire 100 Slashing Sword to check.
Divine Fire 100 Slashing Blade can cause devastating damage to second-level creatures. Fire-attributed psychics can use their spiritual power to release the blade's energy. Ah, good, that's great.
Xiaoming laughed excitedly. With this knife, Xiaoming was confident that he would be able to fight against a third-level mutant head-on without any disadvantage. Not only that, there are more than 100 red fruits and more than 200 spirit stones in the system space. Xiaoming took a look and lay down on the bed contentedly.
In a room in a villa.
Lu Ming looked at a young man standing respectfully in front of him with cold eyes.
Sun Yong, you are already at the second level now, right? The young man nodded respectfully and said, Yes, thanks to Mr. Lu's support. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Well, just remember it. Now I'll give you 2 tasks. For the first task, you go find someone and tell my sister that there is a red fruit on Kangmangding in the north of the city. Sun Yong looked up at Lu Ming in shock. Young Master Lu, that Kangmang Mountain is listed as a restricted area on the surrounding map. I heard there's a 4th order water attributed giant python on the top of the mountain. That's right, I just want to lure my sister over there. Lu Ming made no secret of his intentions. He looked at Sun Yong coldly and said, Don't worry, my sister is so carefree that she wouldn't even look at the map of the surrounding area, and she wouldn't know that there are no vermilion fruits there. Just do as I say. After that, Lu Ming took out a box from the drawer and placed it in front of Sun Yong, saying calmly, There are 10 grenades in here. I need you to bring a few people with you. I will give you 10 rifles later. Go and help me kill someone. After hearing this, Sun Yong was shocked. It's easy to lure Lu Zimo out, but if you let him kill someone in the city, he will be shot.
Seeing Sun Yang's expression, Lu Ming chuckled and said, "Don't worry, after this is done, there will be no connection between us anymore.
I will also arrange for someone to escort you out of Huarong City.
I'll give you some money when the time comes so you can live a carefree life."
After hearing this, Sun Yang's eyes kept flickering, and finally he nodded respectfully, "Yes."
Lu Ming showed a sinister smile. "Well, okay, go ahead, the rifle is in the next room."
Chapter 28. You will pay the price. The next morning, Zhao Siya prepared another sumptuous breakfast.
While eating, Shi Lang said to Zhao Siya with a smile, "Sister-in-law, the food you cook is really delicious."
Hearing Shi Lang's words, Zhao Siya's pretty face flushed instantly.
She glanced at Xiao Ming shyly and said to Shi Lang unhappily, "If it tastes good, eat more." Xiao Ming smiled and said nothing. In fact, he also had some thoughts about Zhao Siya in his mind.
However, when he thought of his ex-girlfriend Yi Qiuning, his heart became gloomy.
This was a hurdle in his heart, and he wanted to defeat Yi Qiuning fairly in the provincial competition. And only after defeating Yi Qiuning in a crushing manner did he start thinking about other things. He wanted to let Yi Qiuning know that in this world, strength cannot explain everything. I want her to know that her talent is not worth mentioning in my eyes.
"Brother Ming, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Siya noticed Xiao Ming's expression and asked in confusion. Xiao Ming smiled faintly, "It's okay, eat."
Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
There was a very rhythmic sound.
Shi Lang stood up and walked over curiously, "Who is it?" But the person knocking on the door didn't answer.
Shi Lang cursed as he opened the door, "Damn it, I want to see who it is." Xiao Ming and Zhao Siya also looked over curiously.
The moment Shi Lang opened the door, Xiao Ming's face changed drastically. "Shi Lang, be careful."
There were more than 10 young men in black t-shirts standing outside the door, each holding a grenade in his hand. The moment the door opened, they pulled the safety of the grenade and threw it into the house with a grin. Shi Lang saw this and cursed loudly without Xiao Ming's reminder, "Fuck." Then he rushed into the house with a violent charge. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, countless grenades were thrown in, and Xiao Ming's face turned pale.
"Damn it, there's no place to hide."
The next second, Xiao Ming felt his body being embraced by a pair of soft arms.
Boom. Puff.
As his vision swayed, Xiao Ming found himself already in the room. However, the huge impact still made Xiao Ming very depressed. But he couldn't care less at this moment, and quickly turned around to look at Zhao Siya, who was spitting blood behind him.
"Siya, damn it, why are you standing in front of me?"
Cough, Brother Ming, I didn't, cough, think so much." Zhao Siya fell into Xiao Ming's arms and spit out mouthfuls of blood. However, when he saw that Xiao Ming was not injured, a happy smile appeared in his eyes. It was only then that Xiao Ming discovered that the hand holding the other person was stained with blood.
Obviously, Zhao Siya's back was completely bloody. "Damn it! I killed them."
Xiao Ming said this with gritted teeth, then raised his hand and took out a red fruit from the system space. "Put it into Zhao Siya's mouth, eat it, mobilize the spiritual power in your body, recover from your injuries, and leave the rest to me."
Gently placed Zhao Siya on his bed.
Xiao Ming walked out with a gloomy face, and as he walked, he took out the Divine Fire 100 Slashes sword that he had drawn yesterday.
"Today, I will use you to test my knife." Bang, bang, bang.
Before I could go out, I could hear the sound of countless bullets being fired outside. Xiao Ming's face changed and he rushed out with a violent charge.
The next second, Shi Lang was seen lying in a pool of blood. "Shi Lang!"
Xiao Ming shouted, and rushed to Shi Lang in the hail of bullets, grabbed Shi Lang and returned to his bedroom again.
Bang, bang, bang.
In just a short while, even Xiao Ming used the wild charge skill. He was also hit by several bullets. With blood on the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the unconscious Shi Lang. He gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the space, and poured it directly into Shi Lang's mouth. After taking a look at the seriously injured Zhao Siya and Shi Lang, Xiao Ming's anger was beyond words. He swore that no matter who it was, he would make the other party pay the price. Thinking of this, he rushed out again. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and concentrated it on the long sword in his hand. As the spiritual power was injected into the long sword, the entire blade turned red. When he came out of the room, Xiao Ming didn't even look at the door, but roared and swung the long knife in his hand. In Sun Yang's eyes, he looked in horror as a strong blade of energy came towards him.
Subconsciously using the skill Follow the Wind. Wow!
A strong hurricane wrapped around his entire body and he quickly dodged to the side. But at this moment, the sword energy was already approaching. Boom! The powerful force caused screams. Even Sun Yang was knocked back hard and hit the wall behind him, spitting blood. Falling to the ground with eyes full of shock, Sun Yang looked in disbelief at Xiao Ming, who was walking towards him coldly with a long knife. With just this one move, he discovered that all his companions were dead. He himself was seriously injured and couldn't even get up from the ground after struggling. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Tell me. Who sent you here? Xiao Ming pointed the knife coldly in front of Sun Yang's eyes. He was not worried at all that the neighbors would come out and see this scene. After all, this is the era of spiritual energy revival, and even in the city, scenes of people with special abilities fighting can often be seen. It's not a rare thing anymore. When encountering such things, ordinary people usually stay away and dare not look, for fear of getting into trouble. Ha ha! I won't tell you. Sun Yang smiled with blood in his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard downstairs. Xiao Ming turned his head and saw that it was Mei Yang. His eyes suddenly lit up. Mei Yang, you're here just in time. Question him for me. Mei Yang, who had just heard the noise and rushed over, was stunned for a moment, but then she glanced at Sun Yang on the ground and nodded quickly. Hypnosis. A pink halo enveloped Sun Yang's entire body. Sun Yang's eyes were dull. Tell me, who sent you here? Mei Yang slowly walked to Sun Yang and looked down at him. It's young Master Lu. He asked me to come and kill Xiao Ming and snatch Xiao Xie. Sun Yang said blankly. It's him. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and turned to look at Mei Yang. Mei Yang, can I kill him? Mei Yang hesitated for a moment, then turned her head to look inside the room that was torn apart by the grenade. In principle, as long as it doesn't affect ordinary people, the country will not interfere in the battles between people with special abilities. That's enough. Xiao Ming said coldly. The next second, he swung down the divine fire 100-slashing sword in his hand. Puff! Blood splattered and Sun Yang's head fell to the ground. Murder, murder, help! At this moment, an ordinary person happened to walk down from upstairs, looked at the scene in horror, and ran back upstairs as if escaping. Mei Yang rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming when she saw this. If this causes social panic, the country will have to intervene. But don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, Mei Yang walked upstairs. Watching Mei Yang leave, Xiao Ming murmured with a sullen face, Lu Ming, you will pay the price for this. Chapter 29, Departure to Kangmang Mountain. Afterwards, Xiao Ming immediately returned to the bedroom. Shi Lang was still unconscious, but the spiritual energy in the spiritual liquid had already begun to flow around his body, slowly healing his injuries. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. After taking a look at the system space, there were more than 60 bottles of spiritual liquid. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming took out 10 bottles and placed them on the bed. Then he helped Shi Lang, who was lying on the ground, up and made him sit cross-legged. Then he looked at Xiao Xie, who was regulating her breathing on the bed, and Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He placed his hands on Shi Lang's back, and a large amount of spiritual power began to flow into Shi Lang's body through his palms. This was also the first time he used this method to help someone recover from an injury. However, he only activated the earth-attributed spiritual power in his body, so that it could have a healing effect on Shi Lang. After a while, Mei Yang came back, but saw Xiao Ming and others were treating their injuries. He took the initiative to go to the living room to clean up the furniture and other items that had just been destroyed by the grenade. Half an hour later, Shi Lang slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the spiritual power coming from behind, Shi Lang said weakly to Xiao Ming with gratitude, Big brother, you saved me again. Ding, Shi Lang's loyalty +5. Shi Lang loyalty, 87. Hearing the voice in his head, Xiao Ming smiled slightly, don't say so much, you are my little brother, as the big brother, I will definitely protect you. After saying this, Xiao Ming's face turned pale. In just a short while, he was sweating profusely and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Then he withdrew his hand, picked up a bottle of spiritual liquid on the bed and drank it. I felt a little better only after my spiritual energy began to recover. Then he looked at Shi Lang with a faint smile and said, you and Xie should recover well. I will be outside. After saying that, Xiao Ming walked out of the room and came to the living room. When he saw that the living room had been cleaned by Mei Yang, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Now that you're out, are they okay? Mei Yang asked with concern.
It's okay.
Xiaoming shook his head and sat on the sofa.
Taking advantage of the situation, he said to Mei Yang, do you know the address of the Lu family? What do you want to do? Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. Mei Yang was shocked and said quickly. To tell you the truth, I want to kill Lu Ming.
Xiaoming pondered for a moment and said to Mei Yang seriously.
I understand, but you must not go directly to their house.
Mei Yang nodded and frowned and said, not to mention that they also have many subordinates with superpowers at home.
Just take their defense system for example. It's not something a second-level psychic like you can break into. Is that so? Xiaoming nodded and lowered his head to think. Killing is a must.
Xiaoming will never hold back against anyone who wants to kill him.
It seems that I have no choice but to find other opportunities.
At this moment, Xiaoming's phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Lu Zihan calling. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and did not ask Lu Zihan directly because Lu Ming was her cousin after all. Now that he and Lu Ming have an irreconcilable conflict, Lu Zihan will be in a very difficult situation. Xiaoming still admires this girl very much.
After thinking for a moment, Xiaoming answered the phone, trying to sound as relaxed as possible. Hello, Zihan, what's up? Big brother, that's great.
I was just worried about the auction in a week, but I didn't expect to hear news about the vermilion fruit today.
Xiaoming raised his eyebrows. Red fruit? Is that thing very important to you? He knew that the Zhu fruit was precious, but he didn't expect that the Zhu fruit was so precious that Lu Zihan could defeat Lu Ming with it.
Yes, big brother, the vermilion fruit is very rare and basically difficult to be found by humans.
The main reason is that the vermilion fruit is also very attractive to monsters.
Where it appears, there must be a demon beast guarding it. That's why I treasure it so much.
As long as I get that vermilion fruit, I'm confident that Grandpa will let me manage the auction house. Lu Zihan said excitedly. Is that so?
Xiaoming hesitated for a moment.
He was considering whether to give a few of the Zhu fruits directly to Lu Zihan. Anyway, I have plenty of them now. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. After all, we had only known each other for a day or two. Okay, where is it? I'll go with you.
Hearing Xiaoming's agreement, Lu Zihan seemed very happy. Kang Nangshan, I'll come pick you up now, we'll set off right away.
After saying that, Lu Zihan couldn't wait to hang up the phone.
Mei Yang, who was standing by, had obviously heard what was said on the phone.
She frowned deeply and muttered to herself, Kangmang Mountain? What's wrong? Xiaoming noticed Mei Yang's expression and asked in confusion.
It seems like there is a restricted area there, with powerful monsters inside.
Mei Yang said uncertainly.
After all, she usually follows Lu Qian and deals with academy affairs, so she hasn't looked at the recent map much. The distribution map of monsters is actually not accurate, after all, monsters run everywhere.
Therefore, the map will be updated once in a while. A powerful monster?
Xiaoming frowned, but when he thought of his current strength, plus the presence of Mei Yang, a third-level master. Even if you encounter a third-level monster, you can kill it easily. Now, it has been only more than 3 months since the revival of spiritual energy, and monsters above level 3 are still very rare. Thinking of this, Xiaoming smiled and said, it's okay, we are very strong now.
Yeah.
Seeing this, Mei Yang relaxed her brows and nodded.
Indeed, according to the current time of spiritual energy recovery, the Dean's level is already considered abnormal among abnormalities.
And his third-level cultivation level is the top level during this period under normal circumstances.
Not long after, Lu Zihan's excited voice was heard from downstairs. Xiaoming responded and walked into his room. See ya, Lang, I'm going to be out for a while. There are 9 bottles of spiritual liquid on the bed. Feel free to use them and recover at home.
Mei Yang, who was standing nearby, was shocked by the spiritual liquid on the bed and thought to herself, this guy actually has so much spiritual liquid.
Brother Ming, I'll go with you.
Zhao Siye struggled to get up. Seeing this, Xiaoming hurried forward and held her shoulders, saying with concern, how are you going to get out like this?
Stay well.
After saying that, he looked at Lang, who was also lying restlessly on the ground, and said, after I leave, you guys have to be careful.
That guy Lu Ming, I don't think he will let it go.
Well, don't worry, big brother. Even if I risk my life, I won't let him hurt my sister-in-law. Lang nodded heavily. Xiaoming smiled, glanced at the two of them, and walked out of the house with Mei Yang under Zhao Siye's worried gaze.
Chapter 30 Master, I am not a thing. Meow, have Xiao Ming and my sister left the city?
Inside the room of the villa, Lu Ming sneered as he looked at a muscular man standing in front of him with a silly smile. Sun Yon, this useless wretch, brought so many people and weapons, but he couldn't even kill Xiao Ming.
But it doesn't matter. As long as he goes to Kangnang Mountain, he will die anyway.
Yes, boss, I saw them leave the city with my own eyes and head towards Kangnang Mountain.
Meow replied with a silly smile. Hee, who are the people around Xiao Ming?
There's only your sister and a sexy and charming woman in her 20s. As Meow said this, his mouth began to drool.
Sexy woman? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. At least it wouldn't be Zhao Xie, so that was fine. Okay, go down and wait for me, and come out with me later.
Okay, boss. After Meow left the room, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and called his father Lu Jiang.
Hello? Dad, can you lend me Mr. Liang for a moment?
Hey, okay, thanks, Dad. After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone excitedly, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes.
Zhao Xie, if you don't want the face I gave you, then don't blame me. After saying that, he also walked out of the room and went downstairs. Meow, come with me.
At this time, Xiao Ming and his companions had already driven to the foot of Kangnang Mountain. After getting off the car, Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming embarrassedly. Big brother, I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm too weak.
It's too dangerous to come to the suburbs alone.
Don't you have many people with special abilities in your Lu family? Xiao Ming asked tentatively.
Yes, but those people with special abilities only listen to Grandpa.
No one can mobilize them without Grandpa's orders. Otherwise, Dad and I wouldn't have been in such danger last time. Lu Zihan pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. So that's it.
Xiao Ming muttered to himself. It seems that the psychic who attacked him in the morning was probably trained privately by Lu Ming.
What's wrong?
Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming curiously.
Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Nothing, let's go up the mountain.
Mei Yang followed Xiao Ming with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was considering whether to tell the dean about this matter. However, I saw Xiao Ming and Lu Zihan had already walked up the mountain. I had no choice but to follow him and decided to talk about it after we got down the mountain.
Half an hour later, several people had walked to the mountainside of Kangnang Mountain.
As they got closer to the top of the mountain, Xiao Ming's brows furrowed deeper and deeper.
Right here, he stopped and looked at Mei Yang doubtfully. Mei Yang, do you feel anything is wrong?
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the two women looked around vigilantly.
Mei Yang frowned deeply and said, It seems that you have also noticed that we didn't encounter any attacks when we came up.
Yeah.
Xiao Ming nodded. In this era of spiritual revival, it is very abnormal to walk up the mountain without encountering any attacks.
Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass next to him. Xiao Ming quickly stood in front of the two women vigilantly and waved his hand. The divine fire 100 slashing sword, emitting a scorching aura, appeared in the hands of the two women as they stared at them in astonishment.
Such a sharp aura.
Looking at the long knife in Xiao Ming's hand, Mei Yang opened her mouth slightly, and felt that Xiao Ming was becoming more and more mysterious.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Just then, a small light blue snake crawled out from the grass. However, after taking a look at Xiao Ming and the others, he collapsed to the ground. If it hadn't trembled from time to time, Xiao Ming and the others would have thought that the snake was dead.
Blue snake?
Xiao Ming frowned deeply. This was definitely a monster, but he did not feel any overwhelming aura from it. Not daring to let his guard down, Xiao Ming gave the two women some instructions and carefully approached the little blue snake with the divine fire 100 slashing knife.
Xiao Ming, be careful. Mei Yang reminded him with concern.
Yeah. Xiao Ming turned his head to look at Mei Yang and the nervous Lu Zihan, and nodded. When he came to a distance of 1 meter from the blue snake, Xiao Ming carefully pulled it with the divine fire 100 slashing knife. But when he found that the other party was really like dead and limp, he became bolder.
Just reach out and pick it up.
The little snake is very beautiful, and its light blue scales sparkle in the sun.
Xiao Ming looked at him carefully and muttered to himself, Are you injured?
After hesitating for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking, he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his backpack, opened the lid and fed it into the little snake's mouth. At this time, Mei Yang and Lu Zihan saw that there was no danger, so they both gathered around. Seeing what Xiao Ming did, Mei Yang's eyes flashed with pity, and she secretly cursed Xiao Ming for wasting such a gift.
He actually fed such a precious elixir to a snake. Don't give it to me. Lu Zihan didn't know what Xiao Ming was feeding him, so he took a curious look and asked, "Big brother, what are you feeding him?" "Water."
Xiaoming answered perfunctorily, his eyes fixed on the little snake in his hand. He found that after the spiritual liquid entered the little snake's mouth, the little snake slowly opened its eyes, looked at him, and then took the initiative to drink it in big gulps. Xiaoming actually saw gratitude in that look. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came from my mind.
"Ding, I found a monster that has been actively bound. Do you want to accept it?" Active binding?
Xiaoming widened his eyes.
Was this the first time he encountered such a thing? I nodded subconsciously.
Ding, binding successful, monster space activated.
The host can send the bound monster into the monster space at any time. The bound monster's loyalty is automatically 100. Monster space?
Just when Xiaoming hadn't reacted, a female voice like a silver bell suddenly came from his mind.
"Thank you for saving me, master." "Yes, are you talking to me?"
Xiaoming widened his eyes and looked at the little blue snake in his hand that was staring at him.
"Xiaoming, what's wrong? What did you say?"
Meng Yang and Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming, who was talking to himself, with confusion.
Cough cough, nothing.
Xiaoming coughed twice, put the little snake into his backpack, and then continued walking up the mountain. Meng Yang and the other girl looked at each other in confusion and followed. At this moment, the pleasant female voice continued to come from Xiaoming's mind.
"Yes, master, thank you for saving me. Wow, you still have that liquid in your bag? Can I drink it?"
"Wait, tell me first, what exactly are you?" Xiaoming tried to say in his heart.
The next second, a slightly dissatisfied female voice was heard, confirming Xiaoming's thoughts.
He was actually able to communicate with the little snake in his mind.
"Master, I am not a thing.
I am a 4th level demon beast, the Jingshui python."
Chapter 31. Is this bad? Boom.
Xiaoming stood there as if struck by lightning.
Level 4. What the hell? I didn't expect that I would pick up a 4th level monster? What kind of divine luck is this? Xiaoming, what's wrong? Have you found anything wrong again?
Seeing this, Meng Yang and Lu Zihan hurriedly looked around vigilantly. Xiaoming shook his head slightly, took a deep breath, and calmed his excitement. He asked Jingshui python in his heart, "Since you are a 4th level monster, why do you look injured to me?
Also, are there any red fruits on this mountain?"
Speaking of this, Jingshui python's voice became angry. "I was injured because a gorilla suddenly broke into my territory, but I didn't expect that he was stronger than me."
As he spoke, Cheng Shuimon's voice became proud.
"Although he is stronger than me, he is not having an easy time either. At least he is seriously injured."
By the way, master, what kind of water was this just now? It actually contains such pure spiritual energy? This is spiritual liquid. Xiaoming replied, then continued with a frown, "So, there are no vermilion fruits on this mountain? If there are, it's just a gorilla with similar strength to you?" "Yes, that's right, master." "Can you give me some more spiritual fluid? I can recover my strength and take back my territory."
Jingshui python said angrily. After hearing this, Xiaoming was also a little moved. "I don't know what the attributes of that gorilla are. He said that he ate his meat and learned his skills.
That should be very awesome, right?"
Thinking of this, Xiaoming turned and looked at Lu Zihan and Meng Yang. "You two should go back, there are no red fruits on this mountain."
"Big brother, how did you know?" Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming in confusion. "I'm just guessing. We've been here for so long, and we haven't seen a single monster. If we had the vermilion fruit, this wouldn't be the case,"
Xiaoming said as he looked at the two of them with a faint smile.
"That's true."
The two women looked at each other and nodded. Lu Zihan then revealed a dejected look, "But without the Zhu fruit, how can I compete with that guy Lu Ming?" Xiaoming smiled slightly when he saw this, fumbled in his backpack, and casually took out 5 red fruits.
"Look, are these enough?"
Lu Zihan and Meng Yang stared at the red fruit in Xiaoming's hand with wide eyes.
"Zhu fruit? Big brother, how come you have so many Zhu fruits?" Lu Zihan jumped up excitedly. "Sorry, this is a secret."
Xiaoming looked at Lu Zihan with a smile.
"Well, big brother, don't worry. I'll give you whatever price it gets after the auction." "Ha, with so many Zhu fruits, I wonder what that guy can do." Lu Zihan hugged 5 Zhu fruits excitedly. "Well, in that case, you guys go back, I'll be back soon." Xiaoming nodded. Then you better be careful.
Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. Although she didn't know what Xiao Ming was going to do, she didn't ask too much.
Good. Watching the two women disappear into the woods,
Xiao Ming immediately took the water python out of his backpack. Looking at the light blue little snake, Xiao Ming liked it more and more.
Do you have a name? No. Cheng Shuweimong shook his head in confusion. Then I'll give you a name. How about I call you Xiaolan from now on?
Xiao Ming thought for a while and said with a smile.
That's great, master. I like it very much.
Xiaolan looked at Xiao Ming happily.
Okay.
Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and took out all the remaining spiritual liquid in the system space.
Drink it, this much should be able to quickly replenish your spiritual power. Wow, that's great.
Xiaolan spun around happily, her whole body shaking.
The bottle containing spiritual fluid shattered with a loud noise.
Just when Xiao Ming was shocked, all the spiritual liquid seemed to be pulled by something and gathered into a sphere in the air. At this moment, something happened that shocked Xiao Ming even more. Xiao Lan's body suddenly grew larger, instantly blocking the sunlight above Xiao Ming's head. Under Xiao Ming's incredulous eyes, Xiao Lan opened his mouth wide, and all the spiritual liquid entered Xiao Lan's stomach. After drinking it, Xiao Lan smacked his lips and looked at Xiao Ming with joy. Master, this spiritual liquid is amazing.
It restored all my spiritual power in an instant. The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Of course it's amazing.
You drank all the stock I had in one go.
Okay, in that case, let's go up the mountain and help you get revenge. Ha, that's great, master. Come on my back and I'll carry you over.
Xiao Lan said happily.
Is this okay?
Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Lan's huge body awkwardly. Although it had a snake body, Xiao Ming felt strange when listening to Xiao Lan's sweet voice.
What's wrong with that?
Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming in confusion.
Okay, then I'll come up.
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment after seeing this, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Anyway, it has become my summoned beast, and I will ride it in the future.
Since I will ride it sooner or later, why hesitate?
Then, Xiao Ming used his spiritual power and jumped onto Xiao Lan's back.
Master, hold on tight, I'm about to set off.
After saying that, Xiao Lan swam his snake body and quickly rushed towards the top of the mountain. At first, Xiao Ming thought it would be very unstable, so he held it tightly. But when Xiao Lan started to act, Xiao Ming realized that he was wrong. It was surprisingly stable, without any ups and downs. And looking at the surrounding scenery quickly receding, you can imagine that the speed is also very fast. This made Xiao Ming sigh in his heart. Not only did he pick up a powerful fighting force, but he also got an awesome mount. Roar! Not long after, Xiao Ming and Xiao Lan reached the top of the mountain. Here, Xiao Ming saw a gorilla sleeping soundly on a huge rock.
Xiao Lan couldn't wait to roar at the gorilla.
The gorilla's eyes opened immediately, and its scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Ming and Xiao Lan. Suddenly, Xiao Ming felt as if he was trapped in a sea of corpses and blood. A strong sense of resentment swept through his heart. He quickly circulated his spiritual power and calmed himself down. Xiao Ming thought to himself that it was a close call. He was almost distracted by the power alone.
Roar! After seeing Xiao Lan appear again, the gorilla stood up angrily, roaring and beating his chest. The next second, with a wave of his hands, the entire mountaintop began to shake. Countless stones began to gather towards his hands. This scene simply shocked Xiao Ming. Damn, this is so spectacular. Oomph, master, don't be afraid. This guy is at the end of his strength. Watch me defeat him.
Xiao Lan's voice sounded in Xiao Ming's mind.
The next second, Xiao Ming saw Xiao Lan stand up and let out a howl.
Xiao Ming lost his balance and almost fell down, and quickly hugged Xiao Lan tightly.
Riptide break.
As Xiao Lan opened his big mouth, a stream of water as thick as a person hit the gorilla's chest before Xiao Ming could react.
Boom! The powerful force knocked the gorilla back repeatedly.
Even the huge rocks that had just formed above its head fell down.
The entire mountaintop shook violently as the two beasts fought. Chapter 32 I Can't Save You. Fuck!
Xiao Lan shot straight towards the gorilla. The quick movement almost threw Xiao Ming off her back, but fortunately Xiao Ming held her tightly. Seeing this, the gorilla's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. He roared angrily and grabbed the rushing Xiao Lan with both hands.
The big mouth full of fangs was about to bite Xiao Lan. But Xiao Lan obviously would not sit still and wait for death.
He quickly wrapped his arms around the gorilla. The strong pressure made the gorilla scream. The big mouth bit Xiaolan hard. Hiss! Xiaolan couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, but her body kept getting tighter and tighter.
Bang, bang, bang. Following Xiaolan's movements, the gorilla rolled on the ground in pain, continuously hitting and biting Xiaolan's body.
Blood splattered, along with the scales on Xiaolan's body. Xiaoming could clearly see the pain in Xiaolan's eyes from a position close to her. It seems that even if the gorilla is at the end of its strength, it will be very difficult for Xiaolan to deal with it. One can imagine how powerful this gorilla must have been in its prime. Seeing this, Xiaoming looked at the huge head of the gorilla not far away, gritted his teeth and decided to help Xiaolan. So he directly took out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword from the system space which he had just put in. Roar! Feeling Xiaoming's malice, the gorilla opened its mouth wide and roared at Xiaoming ferociously. Seeing this, Xiaoming sneered, raised the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword high in both hands, and jumped suddenly. In the air, Xiaoming used all his spiritual power to gather on the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword. Then he roared and stabbed the gorilla's head hard. Roar! The gorilla looked at this scene and roared, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a faint light formed a protective shield around the gorilla.
Xiaoming's long sword fell on it, making a loud roar.
And Xiaoming was also severely shaken and flew away. He rolled in the air, landed on the ground, and retreated repeatedly before finally controlling his body.
Xiaoming quickly looked over there in astonishment.
The gorilla seemed to have used up all its spiritual power, and the light of the protective shield on its body became weaker and weaker.
Until finally, with a bang, it shattered into countless pieces like glass and disappeared in the air.
It was at this moment that the gorilla let out its dying howl. As Xiaolan's body tightened again, the sound of a large number of bones breaking was heard. A large amount of blood began to spurt out of the gorilla's mouth.
He looked at Xiaolan and Xiaoming with unwillingness, anger, and resentment.
But in the end, he still fell heavily to the ground with Xiaolan's body and died.
Boom!
As he fell, a cloud of dust rose up. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, finally killing this big guy. No wonder the gorilla only used one move just now and then stopped using any other skills. It seems that there is very little spiritual power left in his body. Hiss, hiss, master, is there any spiritual fluid left? Xiaolan crawled over and looked at Xiaoming with expectant eyes.
Xiaoming glanced at Xiaolan without any curiosity. With this big guy around, would he be able to preserve his spiritual liquid in the future? It seems that we can't let this guy come out too often in the future, otherwise there won't be enough resources. Thinking about it, Xiaoming casually took out 10 red fruits and handed them to Xiaolan. The spiritual liquid is gone, and this is the only thing I have. Do you want it?
When Xiaolan saw the red fruit, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "Red fruit? Great, I want it, I want it."
After she finished speaking, she opened her big mouth and sucked hard, and all 10 red fruits went into her stomach. Looking at this scene, the corners of Xiaoming's mouth twitched again.
Just then, Xiaoming's phone suddenly rang.
After taking a look and seeing that it was Mei Yang calling, Xiaoming answered the call in confusion. But as soon as the call was connected, Mei Yang's urgent voice came from the other end. "Xiaoming, come back soon.
Lang is seriously injured and dying, and CA is missing."
What? Xiaoming was shocked and said quickly, "I'll be back soon." Then he quickly hung up the phone and jumped onto Xiaolan's back.
"Xiaolan, hurry up, get into the city."
Seeing Xiaoming's anxious look, Xiaolan didn't say much and rushed down the mountain at the fastest speed. On the way back, Xiaoming had actually guessed who did it. If it was as expected, it was Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Lu Ming, you are courting death." This time, Xiaoming had already made up his mind that he must kill Lu Ming no matter what. At this time, Xiaoming's house was in a mess again. Mei Yang, who had just hung up the phone, looked worriedly at Lu Qian who was standing in front of her. When she discovered what happened here, Mei Yang immediately notified Lu Qian.
"Master Dean, what should we do now?"
"Xiaoming will do something stupid if he gets impulsive." Lu Qian glanced at Lang, who was lying on the bed barely breathing, sighed, and turned to look at Mei Yang. "Mei Yang, go contact Director Su of the Security Bureau and ask him to help.
We must find Zhao Xiye's whereabouts as quickly as possible."
"I've already arranged for someone to come and look after Lang.
Now I'm going to the Lu family and tell old man Lu about this."
At this point, Lu Qian sighed heavily again. I hope old man Lu can stop Lu Ming from doing anything stupid. Then, he looked at Mei Yang seriously and said, let's go, let's split up. Mei Yang nodded solemnly, yes. After saying that, the two of them left Xiao Ming's house directly. It won't be long before someone comes to take care of Shi Lang, so the two of them are not worried. After Mei Yang drove to the security bureau as fast as she could, Director Su had already received Lu Qian's notification in advance. He quickly arranged for his men to retrieve the surveillance footage near Xiao Ming's home. When doing these things, Lu Ming did not hide his whereabouts, so he was easily discovered. When Mei Yang arrived, Director Su had already arranged personnel and was preparing to set off to where Lu Ming was.
Mei Yang, you're here at the right time. Let's set off now.
Director Su was a middle-aged man with a square face and full of righteousness.
Very angry about Lu Ming's behavior. Well, thank you, Director Su. Mei Yang nodded anxiously.
Instead of driving her own car, she got into the police car and quickly rushed towards Lu Ming with a large number of police officers. At this time, Lu Qian had already arrived at the Lu family villa. It just so happened that Mr. Lu and his brother Lu Tao were both here.
Several of them knew Lu Qian, and seeing Lu Qian coming, Mr. Lu was very happy.
Ha, Dean Lu came in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person.
Oof, old man Lu, quickly call your Lu Ming and ask him to stop what he is doing, otherwise, I can't save you.
Lu Qian said impatiently to old man Lu.
Chapter 33 You are still mine after all.
Lu Zhang's face changed after hearing Lu Qian's words. He knew very well what his son was going to do. He even lent Mr. Liang, whom he had recruited with great difficulty, to his son.
Now even the dean of the Academy of Supernatural Powers has come. Could something have happened to his son? Or does that girl have some special identity? Although Mr. Lu didn't know what his grandson had done, he was very dissatisfied with Lu Qian's attitude.
His initial enthusiasm faded, and he sat down on the sofa calmly.
Oh? I wonder what my grandson did to offend the dean. Just call and ask yourself and you'll know. Lu Qian waved his hand irritably.
Seeing this, although Mr. Lu was very dissatisfied, he was also very curious, so he looked at Lu Jiang.
Jianger, what exactly is Xiao Ming doing? As a father, you should know, right?
This. Lu Jiang's forehead slowly broke out in cold sweat, and he said hesitantly, no, I didn't do anything.
Seeing his son's expression, Mr. Lu knew something must be wrong. He frowned and snorted coldly, speak.
Yes, that's right, I've taken a fancy to the girl that Xiao Ming brought with him last time.
Lu Jiang thought about it and said it quickly.
After hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned slightly.
It was just a girl, why did Lu Qian make such a fuss?
However, Grandpa Lu was still very happy that his grandson had found his true love. As for Xiao Ming, he was simply ignored by him.
Just a powerless kid. He looked at Lu Qian with a smile and said, Master Dean, it's just a girl.
Don't worry, our Lu family is not irresponsible. After they succeed, I'll let Xiao Ming marry her. Lu Qian sneered after hearing this. Since we all have the surname Lu, I advise you to quickly call and ask Lu Ming to release Miss Xiao Xie.
Otherwise, I can't save your Lu family.
That's right, in Lu Qian's mind, there must be a powerful force behind Xiao Ming.
Does Miss Xie have any special identity?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned deeply.
Lu Jiang and Lu Tao also looked at Lu Qian.
Lu Qian pondered for a moment and decided not to tell Xiao Ming about his guess. If he made Xiao Ming unhappy, he would be in trouble.
Miss Xie is fine, but Xiao Ming is a dual attribute psychic. He even killed 2 third-level psychics in succession with his second-level cultivation.
According to the time, he should have arrived in the city now.
If you don't arrive in time, I'm afraid your Lu Ming's life will be in danger.
Lu Qian said, sneering in his heart. He did not tell the people of the Lu family that Xiao Ming was actually a 3-attribute mutant. After all, a 3-attribute mutant was too terrifying.
Hearing this, Lu Jiang was horrified and blurted out, What? Xiao Ming was able to kill 2 third-level mutants?
After saying that, he quickly knelt in front of Mr. Lu and shouted, Father, quickly, send the Lu family's 3rd-level superpowered person to rescue Xiao Ming. Seeing this, old Master Lu frowned deeply, worried about Lu Ming's safety. Xiao Ming dares to hurt my grandson, I will kill him. Jianger, call Xiao Ming right now, tell him to stop what he's doing, and ask him where he is right now. Tower, go call the 5 great priests of our Lu family.
It's time for them to contribute.
After saying that, he chuckled and looked at Lu Qian, thank you for telling me, Dean. But don't worry, our Lu family has 5 third-level psychics. No matter how powerful Xiao Ming is, he is only a second-level psychic.
Ha, all right. Lu Qian sneered and said nothing.
Afterwards, after everything was prepared, everyone set off for where Lu Ming was. At this time, in a villa near the suburbs.
Lu Ming hung up the phone angrily. This villa was purchased by Lu Ming before the revival of spiritual energy. There were many residents in this area before.
However, after the spiritual energy revived, everyone moved away and Lu Ming rarely came here again.
Young master, is there something wrong with the master?
Looking at the angry Lu Ming, old Liang stroked his beard and said with a smile.
I don't know what's wrong with my dad.
He asked me to stop what I was doing and said that Grandpa and the others would be here soon.
Oh? So, young master, do you want to stop? Mr. Liang said meaningfully. Stop? How is that possible? I finally have a chance to get close to you. Lu Ming laughed evilly.
Then he bowed respectfully to Mr. Liang.
I'll have to trouble Mr. Liang to guard outside for me. No problem.
Old Liang nodded with a smile. Then, Lu Ming walked into the room excitedly. Looking at the charming Zhao Xie on the bed, Lu Ming's heart became excited.
Xie, you're mine after all.
Lu Ming, Brother Ming is here and he will definitely kill you.
Zhao Xie was tied up all over.
Although she was trembling with fear, her eyes were very determined. She knew that Brother Ming would definitely come to save her.
But now she is very worried about Shi Lang's safety.
Just when she was captured, she saw with her own eyes that the third-level psychic seriously injured Shi Lang.
Xiao Ming? That won't come, it will never come. Lu Ming sneered. What did you do to Brother Ming? Zhao Xie was shocked when she heard this. That's none of your business. Let's get started.
Lu Ming licked his lips and pounced on him impatiently.
Zhao Xie screamed and quickly used teleportation.
Lu Ming missed and turned around quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the rope was still tied to Zhao Xie's body.
I knew you could teleport, but you can't ignore obstacles, right? You're tied up with a rope, let's see how you can run. Ha.
Lu Ming laughed loudly, his face darkened, and he raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Xie, shadow.
The next second, Zhao Xie's face changed drastically.
She looked down and found that her shadow seemed to come alive and grabbed her feet.
You are a person with special attributes. Xie, enjoy it to your heart's content.
Lu Ming didn't explain, but stretched out his hands with a wicked smile.
Hiss. No.
Torn clothes fluttered in the air, and Zhao Xie's miserable screams came from the room. At this critical moment, an angry roar from old Liang suddenly came from outside the room.
Who?
Immediately afterwards, there was a huge earthquake that shook the earth.
Boom. The entire room shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Xiaolan, kill him. Following Xiao Ming's angry shout, another loud noise was heard from downstairs. Boom.
Then, Mr. Liang's screams suddenly stopped. Hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Zhao Xie's tearful eyes suddenly brightened up, and she quickly shouted, "Brother Ming, save me." Chapter 34 Lu Ming, come out and die. Hearing the noise below, Lu Ming was suddenly shocked and jumped out of the window of the room without thinking. At this time, Xiao Ming heard Zhao Xie's cry for help and came to the room with a knife.
When he saw the scene inside, he was immediately furious.
He quickly took off his shirt and put it on Zhao Xie, and cut the rope on her body.
Without the restraint of the rope, Zhao Xie threw herself into Xiao Ming's arms and burst into tears. Brother Ming, whoa, Brother Ming, I will never leave you again. Zhao Xie loyalty +4. Zhao Xie loyalty, 95.
Just now, Zhao Xie was about to despair, but at this critical moment, Xiao Ming's arrival gave her hope again. After finally being rescued, Zhao Xie wanted to vent the boundless pain in her heart. Looking at Zhao Xie's appearance, Xiao Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and patted her shoulder gently.
Put on my clothes, and I will take you to kill him. Yeah.
Zhao Xie nodded while sobbing, and put on Xiao Ming's shirt right in front of him. Although the scenery was extremely beautiful, Xiao Ming was obviously not in the mood to appreciate it at this time. Seeing that Zhao Xie was dressed, he took her and jumped out of the window. After landing on the ground, he turned and looked into the living room on the first floor and called out, "Xiaolan."
The next second, under Zhao Xie's horrified gaze, a blue python more than 20 meters long jumped out.
Don't be afraid, her name is Xiaolan, and she is my friend.
Xiao Ming comforted the frightened Zhao Xie, then took Zhao Xie's hand and jumped directly onto Xiaolan's back.
Xiaolan, catch up with the human who just escaped, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiaolan roared towards the sky, identified a direction, and rushed out quickly.
Feeling Xiaolan's speed and the aura emanating from her body, Zhao Xie was shocked and admired Xiao Ming even more.
He can even subdue such a powerful monster, he is worthy of being my brother Ming. Thinking of how she had just thrown herself topless into Xiao Ming's arms, Zhao Xie's pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, Lu Ming was running towards the city in panic. At this moment, he saw countless police cars and Lu family vehicles driving towards the side quickly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stood by the roadside waving vigorously, "Dad, Grandpa, I'm here." Squeak! The police car and the Lu family's car stopped beside Lu Ming at the same time. After Lu Jiang got out of the car, he quickly came to his son's side.
Seeing his son's miserable appearance, he asked excitedly, "Son, are you okay? Where's Mr. Liang?" "Mr. Liang should be dead."
Lu Ming was stunned by the question.
He didn't even know what happened downstairs.
But the violent thing scared him so much that he ran away immediately.
"What do you mean by should? What's going on?" Lu Jiang asked angrily.
At this moment, Lu Qian and others also surrounded them.
"No need to ask, Xiao Ming is here."
At this moment, everyone, including Director Su and Mei Yang, looked in the direction where Lu Ming had just run. I saw a giant python rushing towards this side at a very fast speed. When I saw it, it was still several hundred meters away.
In just a moment, he was only dozens of meters away from everyone.
You can imagine how fast it is.
This is a 4th-level monster. Lu Qian frowned and murmured softly. "What?" Everyone present was suddenly shocked. Director Su even directly ordered all police officers to be ready for battle. Crack! The next second, countless fully armed police officers pointed their weapons at the rushing python.
The 5 third-level psychics of the Lu family were also ready for battle with a fierce look in their eyes.
Hiss!
Seeing this, Xiaolan quickly stopped at Xiao Ming's command.
Bang!
As 2 heavy objects fell to the ground, Xiao Ming pulled Zhao Xie's hand and jumped off Xiaolan's body. Holding the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword in one hand, he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face and took a few steps forward.
"Xiao Ming, Xie, are you okay?"
Mei Yang shouted at Xiao Ming and the other one. Although Mei Yang had only been with Xiao Ming and the others for a few short days, she had experienced several life and death crises and had developed some feelings for them in her heart. She really didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Ming and the others. However, at this time, Xiao Ming was already filled with anger and ignored Mei Yang's words of concern. He raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Lu Ming, who was hiding behind Lu Jian with a panicked look on his face.
He said coldly, "Lu Ming, come out and die. Dad, save me, you must save me."
Looking at the ferocious look of the giant python beside Xiao Ming, Lu Ming was extremely scared.
"Xiao Ming, right? I'm Director Su of the Security Bureau. We will definitely handle Lu Ming's crimes impartially. Now, please put down the knife in your hand."
Director Su stood up with a righteous look on his face and looked at Xiao Ming seriously.
"Handle it impartially? This is a grudge between us psychics." Xiao Ming sneered. "You."
Director Su frowned deeply and was about to say something when Lu Qian on the side quickly pulled him back.
"Director Su, listen to me, we'll just watch the show." "How can we just watch the show? This is no longer a personal grudge, it involves the families of Huarong City. To put it more seriously, the Lu family has already driven up the economic problems of our Huarong City." Director Su looked at Lu Qian with dissatisfaction.
Although he is the director of the Security Bureau, since the establishment of the School of Supernatural Powers, it can be said that the strongest combat force in the city is the School of Supernatural Powers. The safety of the entire city depends on the protection of the Academy of Supernatural Powers. And they have completely become the existence of maintaining public order. Even many of the outstanding officers in the army came from special ability schools. So he still had to give Lu Qian face.
"Oh, you don't understand.
I suspect that there is a powerful force behind Xiao Ming. Anyway, it's better for us not to interfere in this matter." Lu Qian glanced in the direction of the Lu family and whispered in Director Su's ear. After he finished speaking, he looked at Director Su's still unhappy expression and straightened his face. Besides, it was the Lu family who went too far in this matter.
Doesn't Director Su think so?
After hearing this, Director Su hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll give you face. I won't care about Lu Ming, but Xiao Ming can't touch the other people in the Lu family. Okay. Lu Qian nodded with a smile. Just as the two were discussing in a low voice, Mr. Lu stood up. Following him were 5 third-level Lu family psychics. Xiao Ming, I didn't expect you to possess a 4th-level demon beast, but so what? The power of our Lu family is beyond the imagination of a poor boy like you. It's a blessing for the girl next to you to follow our Lu family. I'll give you a chance now. Hand that girl over, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise. As old Lu finished speaking, dozens of people with special abilities stood up from the direction of the Lu family. Boom! As the aura of the 5 third-level psychics burst out, all the 1st-level and 2nd-level psychics of the Lu family burst out their own power at the same time. Suddenly, evil spirits surged into the sky, and colorful spiritual power shot straight into the sky. Chapter 35 Unless you step over my dead body. Oh no, you're asking for trouble. You can't blame others. Seeing this situation, Lu Qian shrugged with amusement. Mei Yang, who was standing beside her, looked worried and said to Lu Qian, Dean, can I go up and help? Well, go ahead. But you only represent yourself. Lu Qian nodded and said with a smile. Mei Yang. The next second, Mei Yang rushed over and stood beside Xiao Ming and Zhao Xia. After Mei Yang left, Director Su looked curiously at the relaxed Lu Qian. Director Lu, do you really believe that guy can defeat so many people with special abilities? Even if that kid has the help of a 4th-level monster, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Lu Qian sneered after hearing this. A 4th-level person, how can he be so easy to deal with? Besides, Xiao Ming is not an ordinary psychic. Oh? Director Su showed a surprised expression. Just watch. Lu Ming pretended to be profound and looked in the direction of Xiao Ming. Regarding Mei Yang's joining, old man Lu just glanced at Lu Qian indifferently. Seeing that he was smiling, he didn't care. See ya, just follow me. Don't worry, as long as you agree, I will let Xiao Ming go. Seeing that his grandfather made the decision for him, Lu Ming's courage suddenly grew. Looking at Zhao Xie with a smile. Brother Ming. Zhao Xie nervously pulled Xiao Ming's arm. Feeling Zhao Xie's nervousness, Xiao Ming looked at all the psychics in the Lu family with cold eyes. He held the knife horizontally and said coldly, if you want me to hand over Xie, you have to step over my dead body. Brother Ming. Xiao Ming's words moved Zhao Xie beyond words. Mei Yang on the side also looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Ming was very manly. For some reason, she felt excited in her heart. Good boy, you are so good at pretending. Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain. Lu Tao's expression was very conflicted at this time. After all, Xiao Ming saved him and his daughter. But it's impossible for him to go against his own father. I could only sigh heavily and stand aside without saying anything. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, old Master Lu sneered and waved his hand. Go, kill Xiao Ming. As for those 2 girls, spare their lives. Yes. A deafening roar came from the mouth of the Lu family's superpower user. Countless 1st-level and 2nd-level psychics roared and rushed towards Xiao Ming. In this process, countless supernatural powers were also used. Roar! Seeing this, Xiao Lan roared without Xiao Ming's command, and a column of water appeared, shooting towards the rushing psychic. Boom! Ah! The powerful force knocked away several psychics who were unable to react. Ding, number of draws +1. Ding, number of draws +1. Listening to the sound in his mind, Xiao Ming's face became gloomy and he was ready to fight. When the 5 third-level psychics from the Lu family saw this situation, their faces changed, they looked at each other, and rushed towards Xiao Lan at the same time. Boom boom boom. Faced with the various attack skills of the 5 third-level psychics, Xiao Lan showed a disdainful smile. Roar! Following her roar, the water-attributed spiritual power in the body surged. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared out of nowhere in the sky and swept towards all the superpowers of the Lu family. Everyone in the Lu family's expression suddenly changed drastically. The 5 third-level psychics even shouted, not good. But before they could dodge, they were all swept into the huge waves. This is not over yet, as Xiaolan stood up straight. After engulfing all the Lu family's psychics, the huge wave swirled upwards, forming a waterspout that hit the sky. Boom! Finally, there was an explosion, accompanied by countless screams. All the Lu family's psychics were thrown into the air, covered in blood, and fell heavily to the ground like dumplings. Except for 5 third-level psychics, the others didn't even have the strength to struggle. Only wailing is left. Not to mention everyone in the Lu family and the security bureau, even Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows when he saw Xiao Lan's powerful move. How is it possible? Old Master Lu stared in amazement as his own psychics fell down in one encounter. He knew that 4th-level monsters should be more powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. 5 third-level psychics, plus countless 2nd-level and 1st-level psychics, are still no match? After the 3rd level, the strength of the psychics and monsters cannot be defeated by numbers alone. Lu Qian sneered, answering the questions in everyone's mind. Dad, Grandpa, let's run. Lu Ming suddenly became nervous, and his whole body trembled as he looked at Xiao Ming, who was staring at him. Damn, how could this guy have such a powerful monster as a pet? Meanwhile, Lu Qian, who was standing by, seemed to be deliberately attacking the Lu family, and said mockingly, "Run? Can you run away?" Lu Ming glanced at him and was speechless. Old Master Lu took a deep breath. He finally realized that he was wrong. Today's society has changed. Victory or defeat is no longer determined by numbers or power. Xiao Ming, I admit we lost. What do you want in exchange for letting Xiao Ming go? He felt extremely ashamed after saying this. This was the first time he begged for mercy since he became the head of the Lu family. But there is no way. If he doesn't admit defeat today, Xiao Ming's life will definitely be in danger. And their Lu family. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Mei Yang glanced at Mr. Lu with disdain. However, the old man ignored her ridicule and just looked at Xiao Ming steadily. Humph. Xiao Ming snorted coldly and suddenly raised his hand towards Lu Ming. Tangled with thorns. Ah! The next second, countless thorns rose from under Lu Ming's feet, wrapped around him, and then flew towards Xiao Ming. In the air, Lu Ming kept dancing and waving his hands, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Stop, save Xiao Ming. The old man widened his eyes and yelled at the 5 third-level psychics. Several psychics looked at each other, gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Humph. Xiao Ming snorted coldly, kicked his feet, and jumped directly onto Xiao Lan's head. He activated the spiritual power in his body, raised the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword, and slashed at the 5 psychics. Divine Fire slash. The 5 psychics originally had disdainful expressions on their faces and did not care about Xiao Ming's attack. After all, they are all level 3. How can Xiao Ming, a level 2 mutant, want to stop them? However, when a ray of hot sword energy emanated from the long sword, the expressions of all 5 people changed. Someone shouted, "Get out of the way!" The next second, all 5 of them dodged to the side. But it was too late, 2 people were still hit by the sword energy. Even though the 2 of them used their spiritual power to defend themselves, they were still bombarded and retreated repeatedly, spitting out blood with pale faces. Lu Ming successfully landed on the ground in front of Xiao Ming. Before he could get up, a knife was placed on his neck. Xiao Ming! Mr. Lu and Lu Jiang both shouted with dejected expressions. Chapter 36, People from the Lu family, kneel down. Xiao Ming, let my son go, I will do anything you ask me to do. Lu Jiang trembled all over and took a few steps forward tremblingly. Mr. Lu behind him suddenly became much more arrogant and looked very decadent. Xiao Ming, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Lu Jiang felt the coldness on his neck, his whole body tensed, his lips turned pale, and his face turned ashen with fear. Humph. People from the Lu family, kneel down. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Jiang and old man Lu coldly. Now, the only ones who could stand in the direction of the Lu family were the Lu family S-driver in them. Don. Lu Jiang knelt down in front of Xiao Ming without saying a word, crying and begging Xiao Ming to release Lu Ming. Everyone watched quietly, including Director Su, no one said a word. I just felt that the atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. Old Master Lu's expression kept changing, and finally he slowly bent his knees dejectedly. Xiao Ming cannot die. He is the only male descendant of the Lu family. If he dies, the Lu family will be finished. Dad. Lu Tao looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression and called out Grandpa Lu sadly. Seeing his father kneeling on the ground, Lu Tao also prepared to kneel down. But immediately, Xiao Ming's voice came, "Okay, Lu Tao, you don't have to kneel." Lu Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head, not intending to pay attention to Xiao Ming's words. However, before he knelt down, Lu Jiang's screams were suddenly heard from the scene.
No! He turned around in fear and saw Xiaoming slashing with the long knife in his hand, and Lu Ming's head flew high. In the sky, he was staring with an expression of disbelief. Blood splattered all over Xiaoming, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiaoming seemed to have turned into the Shura demon god. He looked extremely scary with his face covered in blood. However, Zhao Xie and Mei Yang were very moved. He is a man who would risk his life for the woman he loves, isn't he?
Mei Yang was touched and really wished she had a boyfriend like this.
Bang!
The silence was broken as Lu Ming's head fell to the ground.
Lu Jiang roared and rushed towards Xiaoming. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Mr. Lu and Lu Tao were shocked. "Son, stop it. Big brother." But it was too late. Lu Jiang rushed to Xiaoming with red eyes and hatred, ready to pounce on him. Xiaoming looked at the scene calmly and said softly, "If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish." After saying that, he swung the divine fire 100 slashing sword in his hand. Puff!
A knife shadow flashed by, and Lu Jiang fell down with his eyes wide open, unwillingly.
"Son!" Old Master Lu cried out heartbreakingly. His legs went weak and he almost collapsed. "Dad!" Lu Tao quickly supported Grandpa Lu. After a few seconds, Mr. Lu took a few deep breaths to calm down, and said to Lu Tao with trembling lips, "Let's go back, let's go." "Okay, Dad, let's go back now. Take the bodies of your brother and your nephew." After saying that, Lu Tao didn't look at Xiaoming again. He helped Old Man Lu into the car. As for the bodies of Lu Jiang and Lu Ming, the Lu family's driver naturally came to carry them.
After a while, all the people from the Lu family present, including those with special abilities in the Lu family, left. At this time, Director Su looked at Xiaoming with a complicated expression and walked over behind Lu Qian.
"Ha, Xiaoming, well done. I've wanted to deal with this arrogant family like the Lu family for a long time."
Lu Qian said with a laugh.
"Good job?
Lu Qian, you are disregarding the law and killing people in front of me."
Director Su pointed at Lu Qian angrily and shouted, "Brother Ming!"
Zhao Xie looked at Xiaoming with self-blame, fearing that Xiaoming would get into trouble because of her. Lu Qian glanced at Director Su, then immediately raised his hand to hook it around his neck.
With a strange smile, he said, "Alas, why are you so lawless? Didn't the country say that fighting between superpowers is fine as long as it doesn't affect ordinary people? Didn't you expect that? What are we? What are they? Besides, you can't do it in front of us." Director Su pointed at himself angrily, and then pointed at the fully armed police officers. "Humph, do you know now that you are an ordinary person?" Lu Qian sneered. Seeing Lu Qian smile, Director Su felt uneasy and pushed Lu Qian away impatiently. All right, I'm getting upset just by seeing you. I'm leaving."
After saying that, he quickly left with all the people from the security bureau.
"We're leaving too. Xiaolan, come back."
Xiaoming glanced at Lu Qian indifferently, then stretched out his hand to Xiaolan beside him.
Hiss.
Xiaolan stuck out its tongue, licked Xiaoming affectionately, and then the spiritual power in its body vibrated. The next second, it turned into a small snake and crawled into Xiaoming's belt.
"This snake is really good,"
Lu Qian murmured to himself enviously.
Then he discovered something and hurriedly called out, "Hey, Mei Yang, what are you doing? I will protect Xiaoming and the others." Mei Yang answered perfunctorily, and followed Xiaoming and Zhao Xie towards the city. "Aren't you my secretary? Damn, you all left and didn't even leave a car?"
Only then did Lu Qian realize that he had taken the Lu family's car when he came here.
Now everyone has left and the cars are gone. In the end, he can only sigh helplessly and walk back into the city. "Brother Ming, Wu, I was really scared just now, afraid that I would never see you again."
On the way, Zhao Xie finally couldn't control her emotions, threw herself into Xiaoming's arms and burst into tears. Just when Lu Ming was about to flirt with her, she was really ready to die. At this moment, she really wanted to stay by Xiaoming's side forever.
"Okay, don't cry. I promise I will take you wherever I go in the future, as long as you don't mind."
Xiaoming chuckled and patted Zhao Xie's head.
"Really?"
Zhao Xie raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes in surprise. Then, his face turned red and he quickly lowered his head.
Looking at Zhao Xie's charming appearance, Xiaoming's heart was moved, and he nodded subconsciously, "Yes, really."
Afterwards, neither of them spoke, but walked forward slowly hand in hand. It seems as if an indescribable feeling is slowly taking root and sprouting. Mei Yang, who was standing behind the two men, saw this scene and her eyes showed deep envy. After arriving in the city, they took a taxi. The driver originally didn't intend to stop the car when he saw Xiaoming covered in blood, but when he saw the long knife in Xiaoming's hand, he stopped in fear. In the car, Xiaoming took a look at Zhao Xie, who was wearing his clothes. She looked particularly charming, and the loose clothes could not hide her seductive figure at all.
Xie, shall I take you to buy some clothes? Chapter 37. Do you want me to show you the balance?
Zhao Xie was immersed in the joy of happiness, and suddenly heard Xiaoming's words and didn't react for a moment.
Oh, okay, I'll do whatever you say.
After saying that, she lowered her head shyly again. Mei Yang, who was sitting in the front row, laughed when she saw Zhao Xie's expression.
Sister Xie, there's nothing to be shy about.
It's only natural for a boyfriend to buy his girlfriend some clothes.
Sister Mei, don't talk nonsense.
Zhao Xie glanced at Xiaoming shyly.
Let's go, master, to Qianda Plaza.
Xiaoming chuckled and said to the driver. Afterwards, after the few of them arrived at Qianda Plaza, Xiaoming took them to see a brand women's clothing store. As for what brand it is, Xiaoming doesn't know, but it looks very high-end and elegant. First, he found a deserted place and put away the divine fire 100-slashing sword.
Then he pulled Zhao Xie and walked in.
Just as they were about to help Zhao Xie choose clothes, as soon as they entered, they heard a noise coming from inside that made them both uncomfortable.
Xiaoning, come and try this one on. I think it suits you. You mean, this is the only thing that looks good on me?
No, Xiaoning is so beautiful, of course she looks good in anything she wears. Looking at the two people in front of her who seemed very close, Zhao Xie gently pulled Xiaoming's hand. Brother Ming, why don't we go? Mei Yang looked at the two of them curiously, and then saw a couple in front of her choosing clothes, and immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
It turned out to be Xiaoming's ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend.
There's a good show to watch. At this moment, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning also discovered Xiaoming and the other two.
Hey, Xiaoming? You're topless and here to buy clothes?
When Li Fan saw that such a beautiful woman like Zhao Xie was wearing Xiaoming's shirt, a flame of jealousy suddenly burned in his heart. Especially since the dean's beautiful secretary was standing next to him. But this is outside the school, so even if the dean comes in person, Li Fan is not afraid. Yi Qiuning on the side also looked at Xiaoming with a complicated expression. What happened last time is still fresh in my mind. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xiaoming had really become a very outstanding psychic after leaving him. What she didn't expect was that Zhao Xie actually broke through to the first level and also comprehended her own skills.
But so what?
I have just broken through to the second level and will soon go out of the city to hunt monsters and comprehend the second level skills.
In my eyes, you are just two ordinary people with special abilities.
Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning's face was full of confidence. There was a hint of disdain in the way he looked at Xiaoming and the other man.
What does it have to do with you?
Xiaoming looked at the two people who were approaching him indifferently.
What does it have to do with me? Xiaoming, you have to figure out where this place is. Li Fan sneered. After saying that, Li Fan angrily yelled at the salesperson in the store, "Salesperson, what are you doing? You let someone like this in? Does he have the spending power?"
The two shopping guides on the side hesitated. Originally, seeing Xiaoming covered in blood and shirtless, they were not going to let him in. However, seeing that there were two beauties accompanying him, especially one of them who was dressed very high-end, they didn't say anything.
Li Fan is a regular here.
He used to bring women here to buy clothes, but he comes less frequently during this period. Since he asked, the two shopping guides had nothing to say. One of the sales assistants walked up to Xiaoming, a professional smile on his face, and spread his hands. "Sir, please step out." As he spoke, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes.
Isn't it just buying clothes? Are you the only one who can afford it? Xie, go and pick a few more pieces. As long as you like them, I will buy them for you.
Xiaoming looked at Yi Qiuning and Li Fan coldly.
For some reason, he just didn't want to act cowardly in front of the two of them. Brother Ming, let's just go.
Zhao Xie looked at Xiaoming nervously. She had just glanced at the price of a piece of clothing. She was so scared that she wanted to turn around and leave immediately. A piece of clothing costs several thousand yuan, and it's a t-shirt. For Zhao Xie, who has always been frugal, how could she bear to wear such expensive clothes?
You you said you can afford it. Okay, shopping guide, let him choose. I want to see what he uses to pay. Li Fan looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. Poor guy, keep pretending, I'll expose you in a moment. Yi Ning also looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. How could she not know whether Xiao Ming had money or not? She hated men who were incompetent but pretended to be something. In her heart, Xiao Ming was such a person. Xiao Ming ignored Li Fan's words. He glanced at Zhao Siye, who still didn't dare to choose clothes, and said calmly to the salesperson, "Forget it, I won't choose. I took a look, and you have about 100 styles of clothing here, right?" After saying that, he pointed at Mei Yang and Zhao Siye and said, "Give these two ladies one set of each style, according to their sizes." "Sir, are you serious?" Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, the shopping guide, who had originally looked disgusted, suddenly widened his eyes. "Do you think I'm joking? How much is it? I'll scan the code and give it to you now." Xiao Ming gave her a dissatisfied look. Hee, Xiao Ming, you'd better stop pretending. It will be ugly if you get slapped in the face later. Yi Qiaoning said mockingly. Xiao Ming just glanced at him indifferently and took the two women directly to the cashier. "Xiao Ming, I have one too?" Mei Yang pointed at herself in surprise. "Well, of course, we are already friends, aren't we?" Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Just when the situation was so tense, Mei Yang chose to stand on his side, and Xiao Ming had already accepted her in his heart. After saying that, Xiao Ming pulled out the payment code on his phone and held it out. Seeing the hesitant look on the shopping guide's face behind the cashier, Xiao Ming said dissatisfiedly, "Why? Do you want me to show you the balance?" "Ha, just keep brushing. I want to see if he can brush it out," Li Fan said sarcastically. "Okay then." After hearing this, the shopping guide nodded, took out a barcode scanner, and scanned Xiao Ming's payment code. Ding, payment successful. Shock. When the purchase list came out, everyone present was shocked. More than 1 million, I actually got more than 1 million. When the shopping guide handed over the list, his eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Ming. Li Fan and Yi Ning's faces changed immediately. They didn't expect that Xiao Ming could actually get more than 1 million. Where the hell did this money come from? Thinking of this, Li Fan felt very unwilling and wanted to see how much money Xiao Ming had. Suddenly, his eyes turned and a smile appeared on his face again. "Okay, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect you to really come up with 1 million. But, you have so much money, and you know your girlfriend is a space-based esper who needs a lot of resources, but you are reluctant to buy her anything. Isn't that unreasonable? What do you want to say?" Xiao Ming frowned. Li Fan sneered. "Hey, I just got the latest news. There will be 5 vermilion fruits auctioned at the Dingcheng auction house in a few days. Aren't you rich? You wouldn't be reluctant to buy it for Zhao Siya, would you? This news was only released a short time ago. I learned about it through my internal connections. You know, normally, vermilion fruit is hard to come by. I'm giving you a good deal." Chapter 38. I have no face to live anymore. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Ming and Mei Yang looked at Li Fan playfully. Both of them knew that the 5 red fruits should have been given to Lu Zihan by Xiao Ming. No wonder Lu Zihan was not there just now. It seemed that he couldn't wait to return to the auction house. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming sighed deeply in his heart. I don't know if that girl will blame me after she knows that I killed her cousin and uncle. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes. Xiao Ming chuckled and nodded, then looked at the shopping guide. We can't take so many things away. Shouldn't you be able to deliver them to our door? The salesperson quickly said, We don't have this service originally, but since you bought so many clothes, we can make an exception and deliver them to you. Just leave your address. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Ming expectantly and took out a pen and paper. If I had this handsome guy's contact information, then later. Thinking of this, the shopping guide was extremely excited. Working here, she has come across many payment transactions, but she has never seen anyone like Xiao Ming, who bought more than 100 pieces of clothing for his girlfriend. But soon, she was disappointed. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Siye and Mei Yang and said, Please leave your address. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already paid, Zhao Siye had nothing more to say. I had no choice but to write down Xiao Ming's home address and my contact information. Then, under the gloomy gazes of Yi Qiaoning and Li Fan, he took the two women away. After Xiao Ming left, Yi Qiaoning looked at Li Fan and said coquettishly, Li Fan, I want one too. Originally, she disdained this, but for some reason, she just didn't want to be outdone by Xiao Ming and Zhao Siye. Ha, of course I buy clothes, but I don't need so many pieces. Do you think they can be eaten?
Only that idiot Xiao Ming would do such a thing.
Li Fan laughed awkwardly. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? Spending so much money on clothes. Not to mention that I am a second-generation rich, not a first-generation rich.
If my father knew I did this, he would definitely chop me to death.
Just tell me, why should I buy it for you? Just because you let me touch your hand? Forget about buying it. I must get that Jew fruit. Yi Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart.
Now compared to others, you are not even as good as Xiao Ming.
I was really blind to follow you.
Thinking of how good Xiao Ming had been to her in the past, Yi Ning felt particularly uncomfortable. In the past, Xiao Ming would give almost all of his monthly salary to himself.
And what about Li Fan? Humph. Haha, buy it. I will definitely buy it when the time comes.
Li Fan said perfunctorily with a laugh.
Pulled Yi Ning out of the clothing store. I have to buy it, but won't I be able to use it myself? Just use spirit stones. Watching the two people leave, one of the shopping guides asked the one who had just checked out the cashier in confusion, Sister Yao, do you think the truly wealthy people are more low-key nowadays?
Sister Yao glanced at her with contempt. Silly girl, I don't know whether rich people are low-key or not, but those who are willing to spend money on you are what's important.
Look at that Mr. Fan just now. Doesn't he have any money?
But he refuses to spend it on his girlfriend.
Nothing like that boy just now.
Speaking of this, Sister Yao's face was full of envy and jealousy.
Yes, Sister Yao, it seems that I will also find a man who is willing to spend money on me in the future.
The girl nodded thoughtfully. Of course Xiao Ming didn't know what happened after he left.
After buying clothes, Xiao Ming said to Zhao Xie and Mei Yang, I'll go back and change clothes first, and then we'll go to the hospital to see how Shi Lang is doing.
On the way back, Xiao Ming received a call from Mei Yang, informing her of Shi Lang's current situation and Lu Ming's location. It happened to be not far from the northern suburbs of the city, otherwise Xiao Ming would not have been able to get there so quickly. Xiao Ming was very grateful to Mei Yang for this.
So I just bought so many clothes for Mei Yang as a way of saying thank you. Well, okay, Shi Lang is really suffering.
He hasn't recovered from his serious injuries yet, and he's fighting a third-level mutant for me.
Brother Ming, you don't know, I was really scared at that time. I thought Shi Lang was going to die.
As she spoke, tears welled up in Zhao Xie's eyes again.
Okay, it's all over. Xiao Ming quickly comforted.
Afterwards, the few of them took a taxi again and returned to the community. After getting off the car, Xiao Ming sighed and said, when I have time in the future, I still have to buy a car for convenience. Mei Yang, who was beside her, was moved when she heard this. For some reason, she suddenly had the idea of giving Xiao Ming a car. After arriving home, Xiao Ming first pulled Zhao Xie into his room. Just when Zhao Xie was feeling shy and nervous, wondering whether Xiao Ming was going to do something and whether she should resist. Suddenly, 10 red fruits appeared in Xiao Ming's hand.
Is this Jew fruit?
Zhao Xie widened her eyes, although she knew that Xiao Ming had Jew fruit.
But I didn't know Xiao Ming had so many. Well, I haven't had time yet.
Take these vermilion fruits and use them.
Try to upgrade to the second level as soon as possible. If it's not enough, ask me for more.
Xiao Ming said with a smile. Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment and took the red fruit from Xiao Ming's hand. Although she was shocked and curious about the fact that Xiao Ming had so many resources, she was very obedient.
Since Xiao Ming didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask any more questions. I will do whatever Brother Ming tells me to do.
Thinking of everything Xiao Ming did for her today, a happy smile appeared on Zhao Xie's lips. Afterwards, after Xiao Ming took a shower, the few of them set off again.
Arrived at the 8th floor of the inpatient department of the municipal hospital.
Xiao Ming looked at one side of the corridor curiously, and saw a row of bodyguards wearing black clothes and sunglasses standing at the intersection.
But he didn't care. Instead, he pointed to another corridor and asked Ming Yang, is Shi Lang over there? Well, it should be.
The dean arranged for someone to send Shi Lang to the hospital.
He left after arranging everything. I don't know the details. Ming Yang thought for a while and said, okay, let's go. Xiao Ming took the two women and walked into the corridor.
What surprised Xiao Ming was that both sides of the corridor were filled with beds, and all the beds in the ward were occupied.
Is the hospital business so good now? With curiosity in his mind, Xiao Ming continued to move forward.
Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, I saw a familiar figure.
Stone wave. Xiao Ming called out and walked over quickly.
However, Mei Yang, who was following behind, changed her expression when she saw this.
What's going on? Why is Shi Lang lying on the floor in the corridor? Is he just lying on a mat? Brother, I have no face to live.
I failed to protect my sister-in-law.
Shi Lang was sober at this time.
Seeing Xiao Ming coming with Zhao Xie and Mei Yang, tears flowed out of his eyes.
Chapter 39. I paid for it.
Seeing that Shi Lang could still cry, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief.
He laughed and scolded, "You'd better take care of yourself. Why does it seem like your injuries haven't healed since you were with me?" Brother, I don't want to either. It's really good that you are all okay. By the way, where is that guy Lu Ming?
Shi Lang said, gritting his teeth.
I've killed them all, including his father.
Xiao Ming said calmly, don't worry about the Lu family's affairs.
Just focus on healing your wounds. Ahem, okay, thank you, big brother.
By the way, I hid the 9 bottles of spiritual liquid you left for us under your bed.
Shi Lang coughed weakly and suddenly remembered something. Huh? Why are you hiding?
Xiao Ming looked at Shi Lang in confusion. We were reluctant to use such a valuable thing.
Luckily I hid it, otherwise it would have been discovered by Lu Ming. Shi Lang looked frightened.
Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing and glanced at Zhao Xie behind him.
What's there to be reluctant about?
However, when he saw where Shi Lang was lying, Xiao Ming's face darkened. He said to Zhao Xie lightly, Xie, you stay here and watch this guy.
Mei Yang and I will go out for a while. Yeah. Zhao Xie glanced at Xiao Ming and nodded gently.
Mei Yang already knew what Xiao Ming was going to ask. When he got to the outside of the corridor, he quickly explained, I really don't know what's going on.
So, I'll call and ask right now.
As he said this, he was about to take out his cell phone. Xiao Ming quickly raised his hand to stop her, and said calmly while looking at the other end of the corridor, no need.
Mei Yang also looked over in confusion.
The corridor was packed except for more than 10 bodyguards standing at the intersection, but the 2 men could still see from the gaps that the corridor was quiet. There was no patient in the corridor.
Nurse, please explain, why are you letting my brother lie on the ground?
Xiao Ming suppressed his anger and grabbed a nurse. But the nurse seemed very impatient. Oh, there are no beds left.
Can't you see? Don't block me.
After saying that, he carried a plate with iodine, cotton swabs and other medicines and walked towards the corridor guarded by bodyguards.
Let's go and take a look.
Xiao Ming said to Mei Yang with a serious face, and strode over. As soon as he reached the entrance of the corridor, he was stopped by a bodyguard.
Stop, that's a private treatment area. Go there if you need treatment. A private place? Since when did a hospital become a private place? Xiao Ming looked at the tall and strong bodyguard angrily.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, all the bodyguards looked over with mocking expressions.
Huh, kid, do you know who is in here? Does the largest real estate company in Huarong City know?
The bodyguard who stopped Xiao Ming said contemptuously.
Huarong Real Estate? So what?
Xiao Ming said coldly.
Oh, so what? The person inside is the daughter of the chairman of Huarong Real Estate, Miss Gu. Do you understand now? Go away, if you have nothing to do, just stay aside. After saying this, the bodyguard showed an impatient look. What a rich lady. I'd like to go in and take a look.
Xiao Ming snorted coldly and immediately burst out with all his aura.
Boom!
The aura of the second-level psychic was fully revealed, shocking all the nearby patients and making them look over here.
A superpower. It's a superpower. What are they going to do? Are they going to fight here? Hurry, stand away and don't add insult to injury. However, these bodyguards were not frightened by Xiao Ming's aura, and instead looked at him with amused expressions. Oh? A person with superpowers? Humph.
The bodyguard in front of Xiao Ming snorted coldly.
The next second, these more than 10 bodyguards burst out with their own momentum. Boom!
The powerful momentum pressed down on him, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but take a step back.
The patients standing not far away were even more overwhelmed by the momentum. Ouch! That hurts. Run! The psychics are about to fight. Looking at the panic over there, it was obvious that these bodyguards didn't want to cause trouble in the hospital.
He glanced at Xiaoming coldly and said, "Boy, put away your strength. Your strength is nothing compared to Huarong real estate." Just when Xiaoming's face turned grim and he was about to rush in,
Mei Niang's charming voice suddenly came from behind. Really? The next second, dozens of pink halos directly enveloped the entire bodies of the bodyguards.
the moment they didn't react, their eyes glazed over.
Xiaoming looked at Mei Niang in surprise.
Although psychics were a little weak in combat, they were really hard to guard against.
Seeing Xiaoming looking over, Mei Niang smiled. Let's go in. Xiaoming nodded. Then, the two of them swaggered into the corridor amid the exclamations of the crowd.
Arriving at the door of a ward, before he even walked in, Xiaoming heard a delicate voice hiss, "Ouch, it hurts, can you be gentler?"
I'm sorry, I will pay attention.
The voice of the nurse just now was also heard, sounding very cautious. Xiaoming and Mei Niang looked at each other and pushed the door open and walked in. Suddenly, Xiaoming saw the appearance of Miss Gu in the ward. He has a tall and muscular figure, an elegant and charming demeanor, and especially his shiny black hair. He has an indescribable charm, and his pretty face has an indescribable pure and lustful style. However, the expression on her face at this moment made Xiaoming very unhappy.
Who are you? Who let you in? Where are the bodyguards? Ah Feng.
Miss Gu angrily questioned Xiaoming and the other man, and then started shouting outside the corridor.
Don't shout, they won't come.
Xiaoming looked at her indifferently.
Xiaoming's words startled Miss Gu.
She quickly wrapped herself in the quilt and looked at Xiaoming in horror.
What do you want to do? I'm Gu Mingshuang from Huarong Real Estate.
Seeing this, Xiaoming rolled his eyes.
This girl looks very domineering and arrogant. Why does she have such a silly feeling? He revealed his identity right away. If he was really an enemy, did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? Okay, stop yelling. Your people are fine.
I came here to tell you that the hospital belongs to everyone, not just you.
Now, my brother wants to stay here. Do you have any objections?
Having said that, Xiaoming looked at the wound that the nurse had just treated on Gu Mingshuang and suddenly became even more speechless.
Just a small cut on the back of my hand?
Luckily we got to the hospital quickly, or else it would have healed quickly.
Humph, why? I paid you.
Gu Mingshuang also reacted and looked at Xiaoming and Mei Niang unhappily.
Then he looked at the nurse next to him and angrily said, "What does your hospital mean? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" Chapter 40. Don't worry, I won't regret it. I'm sorry, Miss Gu, I don't know either. The nurse looked at Gu Mingshuang with a wronged expression. Bang!
Under the gaze of Xiaoming and Mei Niang, Gu Mingshuang slapped the nurse in the face. The nurse screamed, covering her face with her hands, her eyes red.
What does the hospital need you for? Humph, I'll call your dean later and fire you. Gu Mingshuang said coldly. Enough.
Seeing this, Xiaoming really couldn't help it. It was the first time he saw such a domineering woman.
And you, a stinking loser and a piece of trash, want your brother to live in the same corridor with me? Dream on. I'll ask the hospital to kick your brother out later. Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiaoming with a sneer. Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. Mei Niang looked at Xiaoming worriedly after hearing this.
She was afraid that Xiaoming would kill the young lady in a fit of rage. Don't worry, I'll teach her a lesson on behalf of his father, Xiaoming said with a cold smile.
He waved his hand towards Gu Mingshuang. Tangled with thorns. Whoosh whoosh. Amidst Gu Mingshuang's screams, countless thorns emerged from the ground, wrapped around Gu Mingshuang's body and tied her up in midair. Even in this situation, Gu Mingshuang didn't show any fear. She probably knew that Xiaoming didn't dare to hurt her at all. So I yelled, "What's your name?
Tell me if you dare, and I'll have my dad kill you." Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes flashed coldly.
Kill me? Sure, my name is Xiaoming. Let's see if you have what it takes. Bang! Ah!
Then, under the incredulous gazes of the nurse and Mei Niang, Xiaoming controlled the thorns and continued to whip Gu Mingshuang's body. Now, in just a few seconds, Gu Mingshuang's eyes were filled with tears and she looked at Xiaoming in fear. At this time, her clothes were already torn to shreds, revealing a lot of her features.
Drops of blood fell.
The pain all over her body made her scream loudly.
Xiaoming didn't want to continue and asked coldly, "Do you know you're wrong?" Xiao.
Gu Mingshuang was about to say something harsh, but when she met Xiaoming's eyes, her tone suddenly weakened.
I know I was wrong. Well, it's good that you know your mistake. Don't be so domineering next time.
Xiao Ming nodded lightly.
I am very satisfied with my own disciplinary methods.
You see, no matter how disobedient a child is, he will still be sensible when he encounters a stick.
After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and all the thorns instantly turned into radiant green light and disappeared into the air.
Ms. Nurse, please arrange a ward for my brother.
It's at the end of the corridor over there. His name is Shi Lang.
Xiao Ming looked at the shocked nurse with a smile.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the nurse looked at Gu Mingxuan weakly. What are you looking at? Go and help Shi Lang make arrangements.
Gu Mingxuan felt scared when she met Xiao Ming's eyes.
But I was very angry in my heart. Since I was a child, no one dared to hit me like this.
Even if they touched me, they were afraid of hurting me.
Damn Xiao Ming, just wait for me, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Well, in that case, I'll be leaving. After saying that, Xiao Ming smiled faintly and left the ward with Mei Yang. When we arrived at the corridor intersection, it was once again surrounded by patients.
However, when they saw Xiao Ming and Mei Yang coming out, they all made way for them.
Bang!
When the two men came out, Mei Yang snapped her fingers, and all the bodyguards who were trapped in the illusion woke up. He glanced at Mei Yang in fear, then shouted, "Miss, go and see Miss." After saying that, without even caring about Xiao Ming and Mei Yang, he hurriedly ran into Gu Mingxuan's ward. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Ming heard Gu Mingxuan shouting and cursing coming from the ward.
But he was not going to pay attention.
Coming to Shi Lang, Xiao Ming smiled at him and said, "I prepared a hospital room for you.
You should rest well for the next 2 days and try to recover from your injuries. Xia has some red fruits. If you don't have enough, come to me. Xia, please watch here for a while, I have something else to go out for."
Zhao Xia wrinkled her nose slightly after hearing this.
It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Aren't you going to leave after having dinner?
She didn't ask Xiao Ming where he was going, but was concerned that Xiao Ming hadn't eaten all day.
Xiao Ming smiled gently. I'll be back soon, it won't be long. Mei Yang, if you're alright, could you please keep an eye on me for a bit? Okay, no problem. Mei Yang smiled sweetly. Well, I'm leaving then.
Xiao Ming nodded, left the hospital, and took a taxi to the suburbs. Here, the driver dare not drive forward. After all, the driver is just an ordinary person. But Xiao Ming didn't mind. After paying the fare, he took Xiao Lan out of his pocket. Looking at this cute little blue snake, Xiao Ming felt indescribable love for it.
Little Blue, please take me to the gorilla. I want to eat him. Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming in surprise. Master, aren't you humans very picky eaters? Gorillas are not tasty. Ha, I'm not picky about food.
Afterwards, Xiao Lan returned to his original form and dragged Xiao Ming through the woods quickly. It didn't take long to reach the top of the mountain. But after arriving here, Xiao Ming frowned deeply. There was only a crater left where the gorilla died.
But the body was gone. What's going on? With such a big body, there is no way that monsters below level 3 can drag it away.
Xiao Lan said in surprise.
Let's go. Since he's gone, let's go back.
Xiao Ming sighed in disappointment. I had originally planned to eat the gorilla to see if I could learn one of his skills.
Now it seems that I have no choice but to give up.
Afterwards, Xiao Ming rode Xiao Lan back down the mountain.
Just after they left, a pair of dark eyes suddenly appeared in the woods. But it disappeared immediately. Miss, it's not us who offended you.
In Shi Lang's ward, Gu Mingxuan had already changed her clothes and was looking at Mei Yang and others with gritted teeth. Behind her stood a middle-aged man with a goatee and wearing a Tang suit.
Humph, you two are together, Uncle Tang, take them away. Gu Mingxuan gave an order to the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then looked at Mei Yang. I heard that you are a 3rd-level psychic.
Coincidentally, I am also one, but I have ice attribute. How about it? Do you want to compete? Mei Yang. Zhao Xia stood up and stood beside Mei Yang, looking at her vigilantly.
Sister-in-law, Mei Yang, please go away and don't worry about me. Shi Lang on the bed shouted with difficulty.
Shut up.
Mei Yang rolled her eyes at him and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. We'll go with you, but I hope you won't regret it.
Oh? The middle-aged man looked at the charming Mei Yang with amusement.
In Huarong City, there were few people that the Gu family could not afford to offend.
Don't worry, I won't regret it. Chapter 41. Do you still consider me your brother? Gu Mingxuan said impatiently. What are you waiting for?
Uncle Tang, take them both away.
As for the one on the bed, forget it. A useless person is of no use. Okay, miss.
Uncle Tang turned his head and looked at Gu Mingxuan with a smile, then extended his hand to Zhao Xie and Mei Yang.
Please come in. See ya, let's go. Mei Yang glanced at Uncle Tang coldly, took Zhao Xie's hand and walked out of the ward. No, brother, I'm so sorry.
Seeing the two women being forced to leave, Shi Lang on the bed screamed heartbreakingly.
Tisk. Gu Mingxuan looked at him with disdain and turned away. Uncle Tang hurriedly followed behind. Mei Yang, are we really going there? In the corridor, Zhao Xie whispered worriedly in Mei Yang's ear.
Don't worry, I've already called the dean.
Mei Yang pinched Xia's hand to comfort her. Yeah. Hearing this, Zhao Xie nodded and felt relieved. The dean is a 5th-level psychic, so he must be very prestigious in Huarong City.
At this moment, in a large villa covering several hundred square meters in Tianqin District, Huarong City, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Gu Mingxuan was talking on the phone with a smile on his face.
Hee, Dean Lu, long time no see. Why did you think of calling me today?
Old Gu, do you still consider me your brother? Lu Qian's unhappy voice came from the other end of the phone. At this time, he was indeed very unhappy.
Damn, I only ran around for Xiao Ming's affairs during the day. It's just evening and I haven't even eaten a few bites of food, but your daughter has kidnapped Zhao Xie again. This time it was even worse, they even arrested my secretary. Gu Xiandong was speechless when he heard this.
You, a young man in your 20s, call me, a middle-aged man in his 40s, brother.
Don't you feel awkward? However, Gu Xiandong smiled as if he was very honored.
No, of course I consider Dean Lu a brother.
I will be angry with anyone who doesn't treat us as brothers.
Tisk, isn't it just because of my strength? Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain, and continued in Gu Xiandong's silence, okay, no more nonsense.
Your daughter has captured my secretary and a girl named Zhao Xie.
You can handle this yourself.
Ha! Bastard, I'll teach this girl a lesson when she comes back.
After hearing this, Gu Xiandong immediately pretended to be angry.
Okay, everyone knows that you, Gu Xiandong, are a darling, and your daughter is like a darling to you. What Lu Qian hated most was the other party's hypocritical look. Hee. Gu Xiandong smiled and said nothing. Just ask your daughter not to hurt them, I won't take care of anything else. After saying that, Lu Qian hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Gu Xiandong was puzzled. He muttered to himself, could it be that Lu Qian is displeased with his secretary? Did he deliberately let her go through this ordeal? Alright, I remember Schwanger seemed to have taken Tang Chen with her. Just tell Tang Chen. Since Lu Qian seemed so casual, Gu Xiandong didn't care, but he still called Tang Chen and asked him to be careful and not let Schwanger go too far. At this time, Tang Chen, Gu Mingxuan, and Mei Yang had already arrived at a villa. After receiving Gu Xiandong's call, he looked at Mei Yang with surprise. They actually knew Director Gu, no wonder they told me not to regret it. But even if that's the case, what does it have to do with my regret? It was the young lady who caused it anyway. Thinking of this, Tang Chen smiled slightly, looked at Gu Mingxuan's hands behind her back calmly, and looked at Mei Yang and Zhao Xie coldly. Tell me, what is your relationship with that guy? Also, tell me exactly how old that guy is, where he lives, and what he does. Zhao Xie looked at the other party with raised eyebrows. Humph, we won't tell you about Brother Ming. Humph. Gu Mingxuan's eyes turned cold and she slapped Zhao Xie in the face. Bang! Ah! Xie! Mei Yang screamed. Zhao Xie covered her pretty face with her hands, and looked at Gu Mingxuan angrily with tears in her eyes. Although the slap did not hurt much for Gu Mingxuan, an ordinary person, it was very humiliating for Zhao Xie. Mei Yang secretly thought that something was wrong. If Xiao Ming chased here and saw Zhao Xie being beaten, she would find it hard to imagine how things would end. Thinking of this, she quickly stood in front of Zhao Xie and looked at Tang Chen and Gu Mingxuan coldly. Stop, I advise you not to attack her, otherwise you won't be able to withstand Xiao Ming's wrath. Hee, isn't he just a second-level kid? We can't even withstand his anger? Tang Chen was amused by Mei Yang's words. That's right, it's just the second level. Do you know how many second-level masters there are in my family? Gu Mingxuan also looked at Mei Yang with disdain. After saying that, he scolded Tang Chen, Uncle Tang, control this woman for me. I insisted on beating that girl. Humph, Let's see what Xiao Ming can do. Okay, miss. Tang Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded.
Anyway, the lady is just an ordinary person, so even if she hits her a few times, it won't cause any harm.
There is also an explanation to Director Gu. Then, Tang Chen waved his hand at Mei Yang.
Under Mei Yang's astonished gaze, a ball of cold air shot onto her legs like lightning. The next second, she felt that her legs had lost sensation.
Looking down, I found that I was frozen. Humph, I must hit you.
Xiao Ming is so pissed off.
Who told him to hit me?
Gu Mingshuang sneered at Zhao Xie and raised her hand to slap her again. Gu Mingshuang strictly instructed the bodyguards not to tell her father about this matter. Otherwise, his father, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would have killed Xiao Ming. Although she is willful, she is really afraid that her father will kill someone for her. You know, there was once a classmate who accidentally scratched his palm, and my father had someone break one of that classmate's hands.
From then on, I never saw that classmate again. Bang! Ah!
Zhao Xie let out a scream of grievance, but looking at Mei Yang, who was under control, she did not dare to resist. She was worried that Mei Yang would be in danger if she resisted. At this time, Xiao Ming had already arrived at the hospital. When Shi Lang told Xiao Ming what had happened, he became furious.
The spiritual power in his body suddenly vibrated out. Crash!
Even the windows of the ward were shattered by the spiritual power burst out by Xiao Ming.
Cough cough, big brother.
Shi Lang coughed with difficulty. Seeing this, Xiao Ming quickly put away his aura, took a deep breath, and said to Shi Lang, "Don't worry, Xie and the others will be fine.
I will go find them right now."
After saying that, Xiao Ming turned around and walked out of the ward. Chapter 42. Let us kill him together.
The Gu family had already become famous before the revival of spiritual energy.
Although Xiao Ming had not paid much attention to it before, he could find out the location of the Gu family by just searching on the internet.
Not long after, Xiao Ming arrived at the door of the Gu family's villa in Tianqin district.
Looking at this exaggerating villa, Xiao Ming's eyes turned cold and he murmured, "Gu Mingshuang, just pray that Xie is okay, otherwise."
System, how many draws are left? Give me all of them.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit fluid plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit stone plus 20. It was at this time that Xiao Ming discovered that the battle during the day had increased his number of draws by more than a dozen.
With the spiritual liquid, Xiao Ming became more confident. Little Blue. Owner.
Xiao Lan crawled out of Xiao Ming's clothes and onto his shoulders, looking at him in confusion.
Let's just charge in.
Xiao Ming said softly.
Okay, master. Xiao Lan blinked his blue eyes and nodded. The next second, followed by an earth-shaking roar.
Xiao Lan's body grew rapidly, and suddenly turned into a behemoth more than 20 meters long. At the same time, Xiao Ming also took out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword from the system space. He raised his hands high, roared, and slashed with a knife towards the villa.
Divine Fire Slash.
This is the name Xiao Ming gave to this move himself.
Boom!
As the powerful sword energy hit the gate of the villa, the gate of the courtyard was directly knocked away.
Who is it?
Hearing the commotion here, several people with special abilities rushed out of the yard. The leader was a third-level psychic. However, when they saw Xiao Lan, they stopped in fear.
Level 4 demon beast?
Hurry, go report to Master and Brother Phone. The leading psychic shouted inside.
Roar!
Xiao Lan didn't have the patience to wait for them, so he just swung his tail.
Bang, bang, bang. Ah!
These psychics were knocked away heavily.
A large amount of blood spurted out while in the air.
Finally, it fell to the ground in pieces. Xiao Ming took a cold look and strode in with Xiao Lan. At this time, Gu Xiandong also walked out, and behind him was a young man of the same age as Xiao Ming.
After seeing them, Xiao Ming's eyes were directly on Gu Xiandong. Yao Yao raised the knife and pointed it at Gu Xiandong. Are you Gu Xiandong? Where's Xie?
At this time, Gu Xiandong was also shocked by Xiao Lan's body. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, he did not react for a while. But when Xiao Ming saw him like this, he frowned and said, "You won't tell me?
Then I'll find it myself." Jet flame. Boom. Powerful tongues of fire spurted out from Xiao Ming's mouth. Looking at the flames coming, Gu Xiandong's expression returned to calm.
He didn't even make a move to dodge, but just stood there quietly. Just when the flames were about to engulf Gu Xiandong, suddenly, the young man standing behind him moved. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Gu Xiandong. He raised his hand quickly, and the powerful spiritual power formed a protective shield in front of him. Boom! The flames hit the protective shield without causing any ripples. Xiaoming stopped spitting out tongues of fire and his eyes became serious. Level 4, Earth Attribute Mutant. That's right, Xiaoming clearly felt from the spiritual power bursting out from the other party that the other party was a 4th level Earth Attribute Mutant. After blocking Xiaoming's attack, the young man did not stop. The eyes hidden by the bangs looked at Xiaoming coldly, and he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He said lightly, "Hammer of the Earth." Wow! All the clods of earth on the ground were pulled by the spiritual power and quickly gathered towards the young man's hands. Gu Xiandong glanced at Xiaoming indifferently. Although he remembered Zhao Xiye's name, she should be the woman that Lu Qian had instructed not to harm. However, he was still very dissatisfied with Xiaoming's attack on his villa. Decided to let the kid in front of me suffer. Afeng, don't kill him. After saying that, Gu Xiandong turned around and stepped back a distance. Afeng glanced at Gu Xiandong, clenched the huge energy hammer formed by the soil in his hand, shouted loudly, and jumped high towards Xiaolan. He smashed down with force with the huge hammer in his hand. Roar! Xiaolan roared towards the sky, opened his mouth wide, and a stream of water shot out. Boom! The two attacks collided, forming a strong shockwave in the air. Even Xiaoming, who was standing next to Xiaolan, was uncontrollably shocked and took a few steps back. In the sky, a large amount of water sprayed out by Xiaolan fell down. It was as if a torrential downpour had begun. In less than a moment, water had accumulated on the ground. Seeing this, Afeng, who had been resisting in the air, glared, his whole body surging with spiritual power, and shouted, "Explode!" The next second, powerful spiritual energy surrounded him, and countless clods of earth on the ground gathered towards the sky behind him, forming a hammer larger than the giant hammer in the hand. Xiaoming was shocked when he saw this, and just when he was about to remind Xiaolan to get away, the huge hammer smashed down. Boom! There was a violent earthquake. Xiaolan screamed in pain and was smashed away. However, although Xiaolan was knocked away, Afeng was obviously not feeling well either. After using such a powerful move, he almost collapsed after landing on the ground. His face turned pale. Boy, do you know you are wrong? There are some places you can't just enter casually. This time, Gu Xiandong looked at Xiaoming coldly, but the next second, he widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? How did so many spirit stones suddenly appear? Not only him, but everyone present was shocked. Xiaoming came to Xiaolan and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than 100 spirit stones appeared on the ground. Xiaoming ignored everyone's shock and said calmly to Xiaolan, "Eat it, and then we'll kill him together." Xiaolan nodded excitedly, opened her mouth wide, and all the spirit stones were sucked into her stomach. Roar! Feeling the spiritual power filling his body, Xiaolan roared and regained his fighting power. "Young man, stop it!" Seeing this, Gu Xiandong was shocked and shouted quickly. But Xiaoming ignored him and stared at the pale-faced Afeng with cold eyes. Blue, waterspout. Roar! With a roar, powerful waves suddenly appeared around Xiaolan and swept directly towards where Afeng was. Just when Afeng was about to mobilize the little spiritual power in his body to dodge, suddenly, Xiaoming's loud shout was heard. Tangled with thorns. Whoosh whoosh. To Afeng's surprise, countless thorns emerged from the ground and entangled his feet. Chapter 43, I'll help you educate. Boom! The next second, Afeng shattered the thorns wrapped around his body. But it was only a short delay before the waves submerged him. Afeng! Gu Xiandong screamed in pain from a distance. Afeng is different from others. He is the son of his deceased comrade. Since he was a child, he was treated like his own son. If anything went wrong, he would be unable to sleep or eat. Boom! The waterspout shot straight into the sky and exploded with a roar from Xiaolan. A large amount of water splashed down, and with it fell the bloody body of Afeng. Bang! Afeng! Gu Xiandong shouted and ran over quickly. But just as he moved, a long knife was already placed on Afeng's neck. Gu Xiandong's face changed drastically and he looked at Xiaoming with a cold face. Xiaoming said calmly, "Zhao Xie, Meng Yang, hand them over." "Okay, I'll have someone bring them here right away." "Don't do anything, absolutely don't do anything."
Gu Xiandong hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Tang Chen.
Hey, Tang Chen, hurry up and bring Zhao Xie and Mei Yang over here. After saying that, Gu Xiandong hung up the phone and looked worriedly at a phone who was spitting blood on the ground.
My friend, can you let a phone go first? Humph, if you can't see anyone, you will all die.
Xiaoming said coldly, pressing the long knife in his hand against Offen's neck.
Mr. Gu asked me to bring them over.
Tang Chen hung up the phone inexplicably, came to Gu Mingshuang and said softly. At this time, Zhao Xie's pretty face was already red and swollen, and her eyes were blurred with tears.
Gu Mingshuang was also very relieved. Hearing this, she panicked. How did my dad know? Why did he take them back? It's over. Could it be that Dad knew that I was beaten by that guy Xiaoming and wanted to kill these two girls? Although Gu Mingshuang's heart suddenly became nervous. I don't know either.
Tang Chen shook his head, then waved his hand, and Mei Yang's legs were immediately freed from the frozen state.
Xie, are you okay?
Mei Yang rushed to Zhao Xie's side and looked at her cheek with concern.
Mei Yang, I'm fine.
Zhao Xie sobbed and wiped her tears, looking at Gu Mingshuang with angry eyes.
You too, follow me, our master invites you over. Tang Chen said lightly. What else do you want to do? Mei Yang looked at Tang Chen angrily. That's none of your business. Please leave. Tang Chen snorted coldly, waved his hand, and walked out of the villa first. Uncle Tang.
Gu Mingshuang called out and hurriedly chased after him.
Xie, don't be afraid.
Don't worry, if they dare to hurt you again, I will definitely let the dean punish them.
Mei Yang comforted. Zhao Xie wiped her tears and shook her head. I'm fine, let's go.
After saying that, the two women followed.
Half an hour passed.
Xiaoming looked coldly at a phone, who was lying on the ground with a calm expression as he recovered his strength.
Then he turned and looked at Gu Xiandong with a cold expression. Do you really think I dare not kill him?
Gu Xiandong was shocked and waved his hands quickly. No, don't misunderstand me, my friend.
They should be on their way here. They will be here soon. Just then, Gu Mingshuang's voice came from the door. Dad, why did you ask Uncle Tang to bring them back? Hey, why is the door broken? Gu Mingshuang rushed in and saw the mess on the ground. Xiaoming was holding a knife against Offen's neck.
What is even more terrifying is that there is a giant python over 20 meters long coiled around Xiaoming.
Xiaoming. Daughter, come here quickly. Gu Xiandong was worried that his daughter would be hurt, so he shouted. Gu Mingshuang nodded and was about to go over. Brother Ming. Xiaoming.
But at this moment, two excited female voices sounded at the door. Then, Xiaoming saw Zhao Xie rushing towards him with a look of grievance on her face.
Xie.
He quickly spread out his arms and hugged Zhao Xie. Seeing her crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Xiaoming felt very distressed. Immediately, he noticed Zhao Xie's slightly swollen cheeks, and his face suddenly darkened.
Who did it? No.
Zhao Xie quickly covered her cheeks and avoided her gaze. Xiaoming felt helpless.
He knew Zhao Xie's personality and she definitely didn't want to make him worry. But,
thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at Gu Mingshuang with cold eyes.
At this moment, Gu Mingshuang was indeed confused.
But she knew that Brother Feng was a 4th-level psychic.
Why was he threatened by Xiaoming? And what about the giant python beside Xiaoming?
But when they heard what Zhao Xie said, Gu Xiandong on the side and Offing next to Xiaoming's face changed.
Daughter, be careful.
Sure enough, the next second, Xiaoming's figure was seen rushing towards Gu Mingshuang at a fast speed.
Humph, let me meet you. Tang Chen quickly stood up and snorted coldly. As his spiritual power exploded, countless icicles appeared around him.
With a wave of his hand, he shot towards Xiaoming.
Whoosh whoosh. Humph.
Xiaoming snorted coldly, holding the knife in both hands and launching a brutal charge.
Bang, bang, bang.
The icicles shot onto the energy shield, and the powerful force stopped Xiaoming for a moment, but at this time Xiaoming was already very close to the two of them. Although Xiaoming felt very uncomfortable due to the impact of the icicles, there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But he still gritted his teeth and raised his hand.
Tangled with thorns. Jet flame. What, 3 attributes? Everyone was shocked. Ah!
Tang Chen was also stunned and was entangled by thorns, followed by tongues of fire that engulfed his whole body.
3 feet of ice. Tang Chen's screams were heard in the flames. The next second, a burst of icy air erupted from the flames. In an instant, the flames went out, and Tang Chen appeared in everyone's sight in a disheveled state. But at this time, Xiao Ming had already come to Gu Mingxuang and grabbed her fair neck. Gu Mingxuang's pupils suddenly contracted. She didn't expect that Xiao Ming was so powerful. "Xiao Ming, please, let my daughter go." Gu Xiandong cried out and knelt on the ground. If you don't want to educate me, let me help you educate me," Xiao Ming said coldly. He waved his hand and hit Gu Mingxuang in the face with a bang. Gu Mingxuang was stunned. This was the first time someone dared to hit her in the face. Pa pa pa. Of course Xiao Ming didn't use his full strength, as he slapped down. There was silence at the scene. At this moment, a strong momentum suddenly came from the side. Xiao Ming was alert. But the next second, there was a loud boom. Thing, who had just recovered a little, was knocked away by Xiaolen's tail. "Brother Feng!" Gu Mingxuang cried. "Xiao Ming, what do I want you to do in exchange for letting my daughter go?" Gu Xiandong cried, his heart aching. Seeing this situation, Tang Chen on the side admitted that he regretted it. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so powerful. If I had known this earlier, he would have stopped the lady no matter what. What was even more regretful was Gu Xiandong. When he heard Lu Qian calling him specifically, he should have stopped his daughter's behavior. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded, "Ahem, Xiao Ming, give me some face, that's enough." Chapter 44, You Really Hate Me. Everyone turned around and saw Lu Qian walking in from outside the villa with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao Ming just thought about it for a moment and understood that this guy must have come a long time ago. Gu Xiandong on the side immediately stood up excitedly after seeing Lu Qian. "Lu Qian, hurry up, make that guy stop." Lu Qian rolled his eyes when he heard Gu Xiandong's words, "Didn't I tell you not to hurt those two girls?" Gu Xiandong was suddenly speechless. At this time, Xiao Ming glanced at Gu Mingxuang, whose face had turned red from being slapped by him. The anger in my heart also dissipated a little. Originally, he never hit women, but when he saw Xia like that, Xiao Ming couldn't help it. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming threw Gu Mingxuang directly to the ground. Cough cough cough. Gu Mingxuang fell to the ground and started coughing violently, glaring at Xiao Ming. "Okay, I'll give you a favor, Xia, let's go." After saying that, Xiao Ming prepared to take the two women away. "Hey, wait, Mei Yang is my secretary." Seeing Xiao Ming was about to take Mei Yang away again, Lu Qian shouted hurriedly. "I didn't stop her." Xiao Ming looked back at him strangely. Mei Yang blushed and glanced at Lu Qian. "Dean, I will continue to protect Xiao Ming." After saying that, he left without looking back. When Lu Qian heard Mei Yang's words, he almost died of anger. Does Xiao Ming still need protection now? At this moment, Gu Xiandong's angry voice came from the side. "Daughter, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to deal with that Xiao Ming." "Old Gu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but there are limits to how much you can dote on your daughter. Xiao Ming, you'd better not touch me, or I'm afraid you'll regret it." Lu Qian said this with good intentions. Will I regret it? I, Gu Xiandong, have grown up without knowing how to write the word regret. Gu Xiandong looked at his daughter's red and swollen face with a look of heartache. When Tang Chen heard this, he suddenly felt familiar. "Dad, don't worry about this matter. I will deal with Xiao Ming myself." At this time, Gu Mingxuang didn't know what she was thinking about, and her eyes flickered. "Xiao Xuang, are you okay?" Feng staggered over and looked at Gu Mingxuang with concern. "Brother Feng, I'm fine. Let me help you go in and rest." Gu Mingxuang shook her head. Watching the two leave, Lu Qian waved his hand indifferently. "All right, I'll leave too. Anyway, that's all I have to say. If you insist on causing trouble for Xiao Ming, that's your business." After Xiao Ming and his companions returned to the hospital, they found an opportunity. Xiao Ming took out more than 20 red fruits in a deserted place and gave them to Mei Yang and the other two. "So many red fruits?" Seeing Xiao Ming take out so many red fruits again, Mei Yang didn't know what to say. It seemed that in Xiao Ming's place, the extremely rare red fruit was everywhere. These vermilion fruits should be able to support your advancement. During this time, work hard to improve your strength. The school tryouts will begin in a few days. Then, I'll try to represent the school and participate in the provincial college competition. Xiao Ming looked at Shirlang and Zhao Siye seriously and said. As for Mei Yang, those red fruits were a token of gratitude to her. Moreover, after going through so many things, Xiaoming also regarded Ming Yang as a friend he could trust. Yeah. Zhao Xie nodded heavily after hearing Xiaoming's words.
Shi Lang struggled and patted his chest. Brother, don't worry.
I'll be discharged from the hospital in another night. I'll practice every day then. You just need to consolidate your strength now. I will accompany you out of the city next time.
You need to learn new skills. Xiaoming thought for a while and said lightly.
Hey, okay. Several days passed like this. During these few days, Zhao Xie directly swallowed 3 red fruits.
It's not that she doesn't want to eat more, but just 1 pill a day makes her feel like she can't absorb the spiritual energy in her body.
However, these 3 red fruits did not allow Zhao Xie to successfully advance to the second level.
Xiaoming could only sigh at this situation.
It is indeed not easy to improve a space-based mutant.
Shi Lang also comprehended a new skill, which was an Earth-attributed attack skill. Combined with the defensive skill Savage Charge, it can be considered to have very good combat power.
Fire Dragon Strike. At this moment, a delicate cry came from the woods outside the north of the city.
A fire dragon was pushed out from the palms of Yi Qiuning, who was covered in blood. Under the astonished gaze of Li Fan and others, the fire dragon roared and caused a powerful explosion in the center of several second-level wind waves.
Boom! Woo woo woo!
Suddenly, smoke and dust filled the air and the fire spread. A few faint screams were heard from the flames, and then disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning collapsed weakly to the ground. But there was a glint of excitement in his eyes.
Pa. Qiuning, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to master such a powerful skill. Li Fan and several psychics walked over in amazement. Thank you, Brother Fan.
Yi Qiuning stood up with a smile, but stumbled and almost fell down. Li Fan's eyes lit up with joy when he saw this, and he quickly supported Yi Qiuning.
What are you thanking me for?
I just came with you to the suburbs to learn some skills. Now that you've mastered such a powerful skill, you'll definitely win the championship in the competition.
Well, but this skill consumes too much energy.
Yi Qiuning felt a little sorry, and did not make any obvious resistance when Li Fan supported her.
The ultimate move is only used at the end. Let's go back and change clothes. The auction is about to start, and I need to go back and prepare. As Li Fan spoke, he became excited. With the Zhu fruit, he can be promoted to the second level immediately. So what if I'm not very talented? I'm rich.
I have no shortage of resources. When Yi Qiuning heard this, her eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, the 2 men drove back to the city under the protection of their men. Brother Ming, it seems that today is the day when the auction starts. Inside the room, Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment and said to Xiaoming, who was absorbing the spiritual energy of the red fruit. Just now, Xiaoming swallowed another red fruit. Hearing this, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes and patted his forehead. Oh, right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. That girl Lu Zihan hasn't contacted me for so many days. It seems that she really hates me? Xiaoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. But Xiaoming did not regret it. It was Lu Ming who went too far. If he hated me, he could hate me. Let's go, call Shi Lang, and let's go see what good things there are at the auction. Yeah. Zhao Xie nodded gently and walked out of Xiaoming's room. Chapter 45. I'm here, do you have any objections? After some preparation, the 3 of them headed towards the Dingcheng auction. However, Mei Yang told Xiaoming early in the morning that she had something to do and was going out for a while. No one knew where she went. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the auction house. Perhaps because the advertisement was put out in advance, when Xiaoming and his companions arrived, quite a few people had already gathered at the auction hall. But they were all men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. When Xiaoming and his companions came in, they seemed very out of place. Zhao Xie was fine, after all, she was wearing the clothes Xiaoming bought for her a few days ago. But Xiaoming and Shi Lang are different. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. What are these bumpkins doing here? That is, can they still afford to buy the things here? Alas, the Dingcheng auction house has no restrictions on who can enter. If it were me, those with assets below 50 million would not be allowed in. Shi Lang couldn't stand the talk of the people around him anymore. He said he could do it, but how could his elder brother not do it? Then he glared at the people around him and shouted, "What are you talking about?" The aura of a second-level mutant was clearly revealed on his body.
A bald middle-aged man suddenly smiled contemptuously. Oh, what? Isn't it just a second-level psychic? Who here doesn't have a few second-level psychics under his command? Ha ha ha.
The middle-aged man's words caused laughter from the surroundings, and everyone looked at Sherlang mockingly.
Fuck you.
Sherlang was furious and stepped forward to vent his anger on the middle-aged man. But immediately, he was stopped by Xiaoming.
Brother, let me beat him.
Sherlang turned around and said to Xiaoming angrily.
Xiaoming shook his head lightly. Forget it, there's no need to bother with them.
Ha, your elder brother is the one who knows how to deal with the current situation. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously at this and walked away with his female companion.
Fuck.
Sherlang gritted his teeth as he watched the middle-aged man leave.
Forget it, let's find a place to sit down first.
Xiaoming smiled faintly and took Sherlang and Zhao Xie to find a nearby seat and sit down. Just then, a noisy sound came from the entrance.
Master Fan,
Master Fan is here.
Master Fan, I heard your tech company won the bid? Can we collaborate with the government to sell our newly developed spiritual fluid?
Master Fan, please leave some for us when the time comes. Li Fan was now very pleased with himself, smiling at everyone in front of him. Sure. I'll definitely leave some for you guys when the time comes. At this time, Yi Qiuning, who was standing next to Li Fan, also held her head high. She liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Master Fan, I heard that drinking that spiritual liquid can immediately restore half of a first-level psychic spiritual power.
I wonder if that's true. Someone in the crowd asked with suspicion. But Li Fan didn't care.
Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. With the spiritual liquid, you no longer have to worry about the depletion of spiritual energy during battle.
Wow!
There was an uproar at the scene upon hearing this. Looking at the lively crowd, Li Fan became excited. The spiritual liquid is good, but it is very expensive.
He can already see large sums of money rushing towards them and leaving their home.
Suddenly, at this moment, Li Fan saw 3 figures sitting on chairs. I immediately recognized that the person sitting in the middle was Xiaoming.
My eyes suddenly lit up.
The best time to mock has come. Thinking of this, he deliberately showed a surprised expression and pulled Yi Qiuning over. Hey, Xiaoming, you really came.
Everyone showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that young Master Fan is very familiar with this guy?
The middle-aged man who was particularly familiar with Xiaoming and the others who had just mocked him suddenly had an embarrassed expression on his face. Xiaoming sighed. He was finally discovered by him.
He really didn't want to bother with the two of them. Well, I'm here, do you have any objections?
Li Fan laughed exaggeratedly. No problem, of course I have no problem. I'm just worried that you'll snap up all 5 vermilion fruits in one go.
What will happen to all of us here? What? This guy is so rich? Fuck, real people don't show their faces. Lao Ma, you've hit a wall.
Everyone looked at the bald middle-aged man in a teasing manner. Listening to what everyone said, the bald middle-aged man was already sweating profusely. Just when Li Fan was about to continue saying something proudly, suddenly, a strong aura emerged from Xiaoming's side.
The next second, Li Fan felt a strong hand tightly gripping his neck. Boom!
Boy, shut your stinky mouth, or I'll make you pay. Sherlang put his face close to Li Fan and said ferociously. Seeing this, Li Fan widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. He knew Sherlang, and he was one of the first people in the school to break through to the first-level psychic. How is it possible that in just a dozen days, he has already reached the second level? Yi Qiuning on the side also showed a solemn expression, and looked at Xiaoming who was calm beside him with suspicion.
Then he said to Sherlang calmly, let go of your hand.
Humph. Sherlang sneered, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he threw Li Fan out.
Bang!
Li Fan knocked over several chairs along the way and fell heavily to the ground.
Master Fan. Everyone was shocked and rushed forward to help. Some people even shouted for security. Yi Qiuning's eyes turned cold as she looked at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, is this what you mean? Are you taking revenge on me? I'm telling you, there's no possibility between us. You'd better give up on that idea.
After saying that, Yi Qiuning turned around and walked quickly towards Li Fan. Xiaoming looked at her with a sneer without saying anything. This woman was still so self-righteous.
Brother Ming, Qiuning is still like this.
Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning's back with a sad face.
Hee hee, big brother, if you don't like her, I'll have someone. Shi Lang laughed evilly. Xiao Ming glanced at him and said, "Just shut up."
Seeing this, Shi Lang quickly covered his mouth.
Xiao Ning, beat that guy to death.
Li Fan climbed up with the help of everyone, his expression looking very ferocious.
Hearing this, Yi Qiuning frowned. "Master Fan, I'll call someone over right away." "Don't worry, they can't get away. I'll call the psychic at home right away too."
Just when everyone was about to take out their cell phones to call the psychics to please Li Fan, suddenly, there was a noisy sound at the entrance again.
Miss Gu is here. She is truly as beautiful as a fairy."
Hiss, that guy next to her, could it be Director Gu's adopted son, the 4th level psychic Shin Feng?
Miss Gu?
Upon hearing this name, Li Fan hurriedly tidied up his appearance, not even caring about Xiao Ming and the others, and pulled Yi Qiuning and walked quickly over there.
"Brother Fan, what's wrong with you?" Yi Qiuning was dissatisfied as Li Fan was pulling her. Could it be that this guy, even though he already had her, was still thinking about other women?
"Let's go, Miss Gu is Mr. Gu's only daughter and is deeply loved by him. We must make friends with her.
There may be unimaginable benefits in the future." Chapter 46. Don't you hate me? "Hello, Miss Gu, I am."
Just when Li Fan pulled Yi Qiuning and greeted Gu Mingxuan with a smile on his face, Gu Mingxuan impatiently spat out one word, "Get lost."
Li Fan's expression changed.
Everyone at the scene was also silent.
Finally, no one knew who broke the silence. "Ah, Miss Gu is really kind." "Ha ha ha, yes. I've heard that Miss Gu was very generous."
After hearing these words, Li Fan's face looked much better, but he also felt very embarrassed.
"Okay, stop bothering me."
Gu Mingxuan looked at the people who were trying to please her with an impatient look on her face. At this moment, Gu Mingxuan saw Xiao Ming and others, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. But immediately, her eyes lit up. He glanced inconspicuously at the people around him who were flattering him.
He walked quickly towards Xiao Ming with Chen Feng. Miss Gu, what's going on?"
Hiss, could it be that the boy also knows Miss Gu?
Horrible, so terrifying, who is this kid? Lao Ma and the crowd broke out in a cold sweat again.
Li Fan and Yi Qiuning's faces also turned gloomy. Yi Qiuning, in particular, felt increasingly unhappy.
Why did Xiao Ming seem like a different person after leaving him? "Xiao Ming, you are here too. That's great. Can I sit next to you?" Gu Mingxuan pretended to be surprised.
Then he glanced at the people behind him who were gasping for air, feeling a little proud.
"Humph, Xiao Ming, just be prepared to accept their anger." "Shuang." However, Afeng, who was beside Gu Mingxuan, shouted in dissatisfaction and looked at Xiao Ming with a hint of vigilance.
Xiao Ming just glanced at her calmly and said, "There's no room next to me."
"Fuck. This kid. Damn it.
Call the psychics at home right now and have them rush over as quickly as possible. I'm going to beat this guy to death."
It's amazing. He even rejected Miss Gu's invitation.
There was a burst of shouting and cursing all around.
Li Fan also clenched his fists tightly. "Why?
He told me to get lost just after I greeted him, but now he is taking the initiative to approach this trash Xiao Ming.
How am I inferior to Xiao Ming?" Li Fan couldn't figure it out. "Zhou Ning, let's go.
I'll make sure Xiao Ming doesn't even get a chance to take a picture of a red fruit." As he said that, Li Fan angrily pulled Yi Qiuning's hand and found a place to sit down.
Just as Gu Mingxuan's face changed and she became very angry about Xiao Ming's rejection, the lights in the entire auction hall suddenly lit up.
Seeing this, she had no choice but to find a place to sit down with Chen Feng. The scene gradually quieted down. After everyone was seated, Lu Zihan, wearing a gorgeous long dress, walked onto the stage very elegantly. She glanced around and when she saw Xiao Ming, her heart moved. Big brother is here as expected. Afterwards, she did not forget her mission today and faced the audience with a smile.
"Welcome everyone.
I believe everyone is here for the vermilion fruit, but our auction house has also prepared other goodies this time.
But before the auction begins, I have a few words to say." Hearing this, everyone in the audience was very confused. This little girl doesn't T usually host the show. What is going on today? But I still plan to listen patiently. Seeing this, Lu Zihan took a deep breath.
This was the first time she had experienced such a scene, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous.
Let me introduce myself first. I am Lu Tao's daughter from the Lu family, and my name is Lu Zihan.
From now on, all matters concerning the auction house will be managed by me. When Lu Zihan said this, the scene suddenly became lively. Where's Lu Tao?
Are you kidding me, handing the auction house over to someone so young? Exactly. Besides, doesn't the Lu family have a son? Why would they let a woman manage the auction house? It's ruined. The Lu family is ruined.
Facing everyone's doubts, Lu Zihan's expression turned cold and he said loudly, "As for the affairs of our Lu family, please don't bother with us.
The auction has officially begun.
Those who want to participate can stay, and those who don't want to leave.
We at the auction house won't have any complaints."
After hearing this, the audience gradually quieted down.
Indeed, the Lu family's affairs have nothing to do with us.
Leave?
How could we leave? We are here for the red fruit. Seeing this, Lu Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. If someone really left, she didn't know what to do.
Then, she took the microphone and said with a smile, "Okay, now let's start the auction.
The first item is..."
Next, there are some antiques and other things that were very valuable before the revival of spiritual energy.
However, after the revival of spiritual energy, its value depreciated very quickly.
Most of the people present had no interest in these things, but some people had a hobby of collecting them.
Not stingy and willing to spend a little money to take pictures.
Xiao Ming found these things very boring. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here.
I thought there would be some good stuff being auctioned at this auction.
Just when Xiao Ming was drowsy, the voice of the system suddenly came to his mind. Ding, an upgradable weapon discovered, divine art.
Upgradable weapons?
Xiao Ming was no longer sleepy and looked at the stage with wide eyes. There was a tray on the table with a very simple-looking dagger quietly placed on it. He had just vaguely heard an introduction to it, which seemed to be the dagger used by Nya Yinyang in the Tang dynasty.
Could this be the upgradable weapon?
At this time, the weapon had been auctioned for 200,000.
This is after the revival of spiritual energy.
If it was before, this dagger would probably be sold at a sky-high price.
I'll offer 300,000.
Xiao Ming raised the sign in his hand. Lu Zihan on the stage glanced at Xiao Ming and said with a smile, "Number 89 bids 300,000.
Anyone else wants to bid?" Tisk, ha, he even wants antiques, that idiot.
Li Fan on the side gave Xiao Ming a mocking look. Yi Qiuning also showed a look of contempt. Although I don't know where Xiao Ming's money came from, that's it.
A waste is always a waste, and now he is just a rich waste. Gu Mingxuan's eyes lit up.
She was not interested at first, but since Xiao Ming wanted it, she had to take a picture.
I'll give you 1 million. Wow. Everyone at the scene looked at Gu Mingxuan in surprise. A broken dagger, and the price was actually 1 million.
Everyone sighed at the Gu family's wealth, but also sighed at Gu Mingxuan's recklessness. If any ordinary family member dared to act like this, he would be punished when he returned home.
Xiao Ming's face turned gloomy.
It seems that this girl still doesn't learn her lesson. But after thinking about it, he put down the sign in his hand. Xiao Ming also realized that Gu Mingxuan was deliberately going against him, and it was basically impossible for him to take the photo with the money he had now. Seeing this, Lu Zihan on the stage hesitated for a moment, called a waiter, and said a few words in his ear.
The waiter looked in Xiao Ming's direction in surprise, nodded, and quickly left the stage.
When no one noticed, he quickly came to Xiao Ming's side.
"Mr. Xiao, our lady said that if you want, just name the price."
After hearing this, Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan in surprise, who was smiling at him on the stage.
Doesn't this girl hate herself? Chapter 47. Why don't you go to heaven? Brother Ming, do you want this dagger?
Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming in confusion.
Shi Lang also scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. What's so good about this antique dagger?
It's not even as sharp as my sister-in-law's dagger.
Xiao Ming nodded, yeah.
Then he thought for a moment and decided that if that was the case, he would not be polite.
With a curled mouth, Gu Mingxuan said, "Aren't you going to go against me? Then it depends on whether you can follow me or not.
I'll give you 10 million. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone stared at Xiao Ming with wide eyes.
Fuck, is this guy real? Hiss, it's so terrifying. No one should deliberately cause trouble at the Dingcheng auction house, right? Countless people at the scene began to doubt Xiao Ming. Gu Mingxuan was so angry that she was shaking all over.
I don't believe this guy can come up with so much money. She admitted that Xiao Ming was very powerful, but she had also investigated Xiao Ming and found that before and after the revival of spiritual energy, he was just a delivery man. That is, it was only after he broke up with his girlfriend that he awakened his special abilities.
Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang suddenly looked in Yi Qiuning's direction with amusement. This must be his girlfriend.
I don't know how she could think of giving up such an excellent boyfriend. Lu Zihan on the stage looked at Xiao Ming speechlessly. It was too exaggerated, 10 million. However, hearing the skeptical discussions from the audience, she quickly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao is our VIP guest at the auction house and would never joke with us."
Hearing this, everyone in the audience showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
Yi Qiuning, Li Fan, and Gu Mingxuang were all stunned. Especially Yi Qiuning, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and felt a sense of regret.
Xiao Ming was actually a VIP at the Dingcheng auction house? Was this a mistake? Damn, this guy is a VIP at the auction?
Li Fan also looked incredulous.
Humph. Gu Mingxuang leaned back angrily.
Seeing this, Chen Feng next to him also gave Xiao Ming a fierce look, and then said to Gu Mingxuang, "Shuanger, don't worry, I will definitely help you deal with Xiao Ming."
Gu Mingxuang waved her hand impatiently. "Thank you, but I want to find a chance to deal with him myself."
After hearing this, Chen Feng did not say anything, but just glanced in Xiao Ming's direction with a flickering look in his eyes.
At this moment, Gu Mingxuang didn't know what she was thinking.
Although she hated Xiao Ming very much, to be honest, she also admired Xiao Ming. In her mind, Brother Feng was already very powerful, but she didn't expect that Xiao Ming was even more powerful than Brother Feng. The most important thing is that there are such powerful monsters as pets. Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang became very curious about Xiao Ming.
What kind of adventure did Xiao Ming have that allowed him to grow to this point?
At this moment, after seeing that no one bid, Lu Zihan on the stage smiled slightly and knocked down the hammer in his hand. "Deal, the divine art dagger is won by Mr. Xiao Ming Xiao." Okay, now let's begin the auction everyone is most looking forward to, the 5 vermilion fruits.
Hearing this, the audience became excited again. Hurry up, I can't wait.
Yes, let's go straight to Zhugua. I have prepared all the working capital this time.
Looking at the excitement of the people in the audience, Lu Zihan was very satisfied.
The spiritual energy contained in the red fruit is very rich and extremely easy to absorb. It can not only help those with special abilities break through their realms and improve their cultivation. There is also a high chance that ordinary people who have not awakened will have the opportunity to awaken their superpowers.
Immediately afterwards, 5 beautiful ladies came onto the stage, each holding a plate.
Lu Zihan smiled slightly. "Alright, now let's start the auction for the first vermilion fruit. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must be no less than 100,000.
I'll give you 1.1 million. I'll give you 1.2 million.
As soon as Lu Zihan finished speaking, the audience began to bid enthusiastically. Because he had no idea about Xiao Ming's background, Li Fan spent a high price of 3 million to buy the first Zhu fruit.
The moment they got the Zhu fruit, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning were both extremely happy. That's great, Brother Fan, thank you.
Yi Qiuning looked at the red fruit in Li Fan's hand excitedly.
Li Fan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he chuckled. Why should we be so polite to each other? Now it depends on whether Xiao Ming will be reluctant to take the photo.
Li Fan was relieved that Xiao Ming did not bid just now. However, thinking about how he had just been thrown out by that kid Shi Lang, causing him to be embarrassed in front of everyone, Li Fan's face darkened. He silently took out his cell phone and made a call. After arranging everything, Li Fan looked in the direction of Xiao Ming and sneered, then leaned back comfortably in his chair and watched the auction below. However, Xiao Ming seemed to have no interest in the red fruit. After a waiter brought the divine dagger to him, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to take it in his hand and look at it.
System, how do I advance it?
Ding, divine dagger, of course, no tier. It takes 10 draws to advance to the first level.
Shit.
Xiao Ming cursed inwardly. It took 10 draws to advance to the first level.
He then asked again, what about advancing to the second level?
Ding, it takes 50 draws to advance from level 1 to level 2.
Damn it, damn it.
Xiao Ming cursed 3 times and silently put away the dagger. Although it required more draws, Xiao Ming was still very surprised.
This trip was definitely worth it.
I actually got an upgradable weapon even more powerful than the Divine Fire 100 blade. At least the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword cannot be advanced. Afterwards, the auction of Zhugui was coming to an end.
Gu Mingxuang bought 2 and Li Fan bought 1.
The other 2 were photographed by the wealthy people present. After all the red fruits were auctioned off, Lu Zihan also announced the end of the auction.
At this time, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning walked over in a domineering manner. Ha, Xiaoming, didn't you say you were going to buy vermilion fruit for your girlfriend? What's the matter? You're willing to spend 10 million on clothes and a rotten dagger, but you can't even afford to buy your girlfriend a single vermilion fruit? Li Fan spoke loudly on purpose, and everyone around him looked at him in surprise. It seems that Master Li and this guy are not on good terms. I see.
But this guy is really something. I thought I wouldn't be able to bid for the vermilion fruit this time, but I didn't expect this guy to not even bid.
Yeah, he's really amazing.
He's willing to spend 10 million on a tattered dagger and refuse to buy a vermilion fruit for his girlfriend. Listening to the discussions around her, Gu Mingshuang hugged her chest and watched the excitement with a teasing look. Xiaoming acted very calm, but Zhao Xia beside him was anxious.
No, I eat zhugui every day.
If I can absorb it, even if it's 3 a day, Brother Ming will give it to me. As soon as she said this, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning also looked at Zhao Xia with a mocking look. Xia, it's fine that you picked up the trash I didn't want, but now you're saying something so exaggerated, eating 1 a day, or even 3? Why are you so excited?
Chapter 48. Watch me punch you all away.
Shut up. If you weren't a woman, I would beat you into a sex changer, believe it or not. Lang said, glaring at Yi Qiuning fiercely. Then he glanced at the onlookers with pride. Not only my sister-in-law, but even I can eat red fruit every day.
So what? Am I showing off?
You. Yi Qiuning looked at Lang angrily, wishing she could teach this arrogant boy a lesson right now and let him know how powerful she was.
Qiuning, don't be anxious, I'm ready.
Li Fan pulled Yi Qiuning's little hand and glanced at Xiaoming and the others with a sneer.
Ha, you're getting more and more exaggerated.
That's right, and I can eat red fruit every day.
What a joke. Everyone burst into laughter.
Xiaoming and his companions stood in the crowd, looking like a laughingstock. At this moment, a light voice suddenly came from the side, Big Brother. Xiaoming looked up and saw Lu Zihan walking towards him.
She came to Xiaoming respectfully and handed him a bank card.
Big Brother, this is the money you got from the auction of your 5 vermilion fruits.
Thank you.
Shock. Everyone was shocked.
What? Those 5 vermilion fruits all belong to this kid? Holy crap! They've sold all the extra vermilion fruit?
Could what they just said be true?
No way. How can there be so many red fruits? Li Fan's face turned ashen. He felt like he had eaten shit.
It turned out that the things he had just auctioned were things that others didn't want. What was even more awkward was that he was showing off in front of others.
Yi Qiuning's face turned pale.
He stared at Xiaoming with wide eyes and a look of disbelief.
He muttered to himself, impossible, this is impossible. Even Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiaoming in surprise. Their family is rich, but things like zhugui cannot be obtained with money.
This made her even more interested in Xiaoming. But at this time, Xiaoming ignored the stunned crowd, calmly put away the bank card, and looked at Lu Zihan with a smile.
Don't you blame me? Lu Zihan smiled and shook his head, saying casually, why blame you? I have been at odds with them since I was a child. If they die, they die. But Big Brother, you saved my life and my father's life. I am clear about gratitude and resentment.
Oh, that's good, I'll leave if nothing else. After saying that, Xiaoming walked out of the auction house in the surprised eyes of everyone. Watching Xiaoming and the others leave, Li Fan said to Yi Qiuning with a gloomy face, let's go. After saying that, the two of them hurriedly followed.
Watching the two people's actions, a Feng asked Gu Mingshuang, Shuanger, do you want to go take a look?
Yes, go, of course. Gu Mingshuang said hurriedly. She also saw that the two were preparing to deal with Xiaoming. She didn't see it clearly last time, so this time, standing from the perspective of an observer, she wanted to take a good look at how powerful Xiaoming was. After saying that, the two of them followed quietly.
Brother Ming, they are following us.
Yi Qiuning and Li Fan did not hide their whereabouts, so they were easily discovered by Zhao Xia. Xiaoming glanced at the two people not far behind him and said, let them follow, it's okay. As he spoke, Xiaoming gently touched Xiaolan in his pocket. Under Xiaoming's touch, Xiaolan kissed him and arched his palm.
Xiaolan, I didn't ask you to make a move later, so don't do it.
Why, master? Xiaolan's silver bell-like voice penetrated into Xiaoming's mind.
You are my secret, I don't want too many people to know.
Xiao Ming smiled slightly.
Yeah. Hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes lit up and nodded.
Then, Xiao Ming took a look and saw that it was already noon and the summer sun was very hot.
There weren't many people walking on the street.
After thinking about it, Xiao Ming took Zhao Xie and Shi Lang to a nearby park. There shouldn't be many people in the park at this time.
He's quite sensible.
Li Fan behind him sneered when he saw the direction Xiao Ming was walking. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Hey, go wait in the park up ahead.
After saying that, he took Yi Chioning's hand and said with a smile, let's go. Today, I will make Xiao Ming kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from you. Yi Chioning hesitated for a moment and nodded.
For some reason, she no longer wanted to target Xiao Ming.
But she became jealous of Zhao Xie. Not long after, when the two arrived at the park, they found that Xiao Ming and others had already found a shady place and were waiting there.
Hee, Xiao Ming, it seems you are really not afraid.
Li Fan said with a sneer.
Oh? Why should I be afraid? Xiao Ming looked at him with amusement. Pa.
Li Fan snorted coldly and clapped his hands a few times. The next second, several people with special abilities rushed out from the nearby woods.
Hey, what are you doing in the woods?
Shi Lang looked at these psychics with sarcasm.
You bastard, are you looking for death? One of the psychics suddenly became angry. Li Fan also had a gloomy face. Xiao Ming, I'll give you one last chance.
Kneel down and sing Conquer for me, and I'll spare you. Hearing Li Fan's words, Xiao Ming's eyes turned cold.
Since that's the case, I'll tell you the same thing. If you don't sing Conquer today, I won't let you leave. You're a waste, trash. If you have the ability, let me see it.
Li Fan was so angry that he laughed and waved to several second-level psychics behind him who had been unable to hold back.
Go ahead.
As Li Fan finished speaking, the several psychics behind him could no longer hold back and launched their own attacks on Xiao Ming. Shi Lang snorted coldly and used a brutal charge to block in front of Xiao Ming and rushed towards those psychics.
Boom, boom, boom.
Countless attacks fell on the protective shield around Shi Lang and were all blocked. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. What a strong defense.
Look, I'm going to knock you all away with one punch.
Shi Lang laughed loudly and raised his fist quickly. As he moved, the land in front of him quickly gathered in the air into a fist the size of a small car. Then, Shi Lang shouted, Pulse Fist. As Shi Lang swung his fist with force, the earth fist formed in the air also rushed towards these second-level psychics at a fast speed.
Quick, defend!
These psychics were shocked and quickly used their spiritual power to form a protective shield in front of them.
Boom!
The protective shield was shattered, but it barely blocked Shi Lang's attack.
Seeing such a powerful attack, Yi Chioning and Li Fan's faces turned gloomy.
I didn't expect Shi Lang to be so powerful. Li Fan said coldly. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for so many second-level psychics. Sure enough, after the shock just now, Li Fan's men also used their own moves. Various abilities such as wind, water, wood, speed, etc. emerged one after another. Although Shi Lang could still hold on, it seemed extremely difficult.
Brother Ming, I'm going too. Zhao Xie turned and looked at Xiao Ming. Well, go ahead.
It's a good opportunity to train your combat abilities.
Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
Xiao Ming smiled faintly and nodded.
Chapter 49. What do you want to do? Boom! At this moment, Shi Lang was knocked back repeatedly by the attacks of several people. Seeing this, Zhao Xie quickly pulled out a dagger and moved instantly. The next second, he appeared behind a person with special abilities. The psychic didn't react quickly enough and was stabbed hard in the back by Zhao Xie.
It caused a heart-wrenching pain.
Damn it, a space-type psychic, let's deal with her first. The psychic looked at Zhao Xie fiercely and shouted.
Hearing his words, his companions were shocked and immediately attacked Zhao Xie. But Zhao Xie reacted very quickly and used teleportation to dodge before the attack came.
Pulse punch. With Zhao Xie's disruption, Shi Lang seized the opportunity and used the pulse punch again. Boom!
This time, two psychics were knocked away and fell to the ground screaming. Seeing this scene, Li Fan's face darkened. He didn't expect that even with so many second-level psychics, he still couldn't defeat Shi Lang and Zhao Xie. What's more, Zhao Xie is only at the first level.
Yi Chioning's face looked even uglier.
The more outstanding Zhao Xie was, the more jealous and resentful she felt.
Why?
Not only is she so good looking, she also has such amazing talent.
Wrong. It's Xiao Ming. Yi Qiuning quickly looked at Xiao Ming.
She knew that Zhao Xiye's talent was not very strong, but why was her promotion speed not much slower than hers? It must be Xiao Ming who gave her the resources that allowed her to advance so quickly.
This should all belong to me.
Why did you, Zhao Xiye, get it? Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning's eyes were filled with anger.
Just when Zhao Xiye had used teleportation and was about to attack a psychic,
Yi Qiuning waved her hand and a large fireball shot towards Zhao Xiye. When Xiao Ming saw this, he quickly shouted, "Xiye, be careful."
Zhao Xiye was startled at first, and then subconsciously moved instantly. Boom! As she dodged, the fireball directly hit the second-level psychic. The power of the explosion directly blew the psychic away.
He fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and looked at Yi Qiuning with anger. Yi Qiuning's face was cold and she walked out slowly.
Xiao Ming, I want to fight you one-on-one, do you dare? After hearing this, Li Fan angrily shouted, "Xiao Ning, is it necessary to fight him one-on-one? Just attack him together. Brother Fan, listen to me."
Yi Qiuning turned her head and looked at Li Fan seriously. When he met Yi Qiuning's gaze, Li Fan hesitated for a moment, snorted coldly, and waved to the injured second-level psychics. Seeing this, Shi Lang and Zhao Xiye also returned to Xiao Ming's side and looked at Yi Qiuning coldly.
What do you want to do? Xiao Ming frowned. Nothing, I just want to see if you have made any progress during this period of time.
Yi Qiuning chuckled.
Okay, as you wish.
Xiao Ming clenched his fists tightly. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out how strong he could be without using the Divine Fire 100-slashing sword in Shaolan. After everyone had left, leaving only Xiao Ming and Zhao Xiye standing in the middle of the field, Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xiye calmly, "Then let's begin."
Zhao Xiye nodded slightly, waved her hand, and tentatively sent a fireball toward Xiao Ming.
But Xiao Ming was not going to test it. He just roared and used a brutal charge, crashing directly into the fireball.
Boom!
The powerful impact made Xiao Ming pause for a moment. Without hesitation, he waved his hand towards Yi Qiuning and shouted, "Thorns entangled." Under the incredulous gazes of Yi Qiuning, Li Fan and others, countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yi Qiuning's entire body. The intense pain brought Yi Qiuning back to her senses from her shock.
He quickly yelled, "Fire explosion!" Boom! The powerful explosion blew away all the thorns on his body. After being freed from the restraints, Yi Qiuning looked at Xiao Ming in disbelief. "You are actually a dual attribute psychic?" Xiao Ming raised his lips and asked, "Dual attributes?" Brutal charge.
Seeing Xiao Ming rushing towards her again, Yi Qiuning finally did not dare to be careless and kept swinging fireballs with both hands to attack Xiao Ming.
Boom boom boom.
Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and moved forward. Every time his savage charge skill was interrupted, he would quickly use it again. Seeing that it was already very close to Yi Qiuning, Xiao Ming shouted loudly and used the thorn entanglement skill again.
However, having had the experience of being hit once, when Xiao Ming released this move, Yi Qiuning quickly dodged it. Boom!
The fireball directly blew away the thorns that were entangled towards it. However, Xiao Ming did not interrupt this skill. Thorns began to appear on the ground in large areas, constantly wrapping around Yi Qiuning.
"Oomph, do you think you can deal with me like this?" Yi Qiuning sneered. Fire explosion. Boom!
Large areas of thorns were blown to pieces by the powerful fire explosion. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was not nervous at all. Just when Yi Qiuning used the flame blast, he rushed forward again for a distance. Just when Yi Qiuning had just used up all her tricks, Xiao Ming suddenly jumped high up, flame jet.
Boom!
Yi Qiuning widened her beautiful eyes and shouted, "Impossible."
The next second, she was engulfed in flames. Xiao Ning!
Li Fan shouted, looking at Xiao Ming in shock. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so powerful. He had never heard of a person with 3 attributes of superpowers.
Just when everyone let their guard down,
suddenly, Yi Qiuning screamed from the flames that enveloped her, "Fire Dragon Strike!"
Roar!
A huge fire dragon rushed out from the flames at lightning speed. Xiao Ming, who was not far away, was unable to react at all. He could only stare with wide eyes as the fire dragon crashed straight into his chest.
Boom!
The next second, he felt as if his chest was hit by a huge truck. He spit out blood in the air and flew more than 10 meters away before falling heavily to the ground.
Big brother! Brother Ming!
Seeing this, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang hurried over. At this time, Yi Qianing's figure also walked out of the flames in a panic. There was a protective shield formed by spiritual power around her, but the shield was now dim. The next second after she came out, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. But there was a victorious smile on his face. Haha, Xiaoming, a 3-attribute psychic, so what? No matter how many skills you have, it's useless if you're not strong enough. Moreover, the more attributes you have, the slower your cultivation speed will be. I thought you had become stronger, huh? Now it seems that you are just the king of trash, but still trash. This victory restored Yi Qianing's confidence. So what if Xiaoming got so many cultivation resources from somewhere? Although the ability of 3 attributes is really surprising. But that's all. Chapter 50, Beat You Until You Obey. Xiaoning, that's enough, stop talking. Zhao Xie suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Qianing angrily. Yi Qianing sneered, why shouldn't I tell you? Not only do I want to tell you, I also want to know where you got your resources from. Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes lit up. He quickly led his men towards Xiaoming and strode forward. Ha, Xiaoming, tell me where you got those red fruits from. If you don't tell me, you won't be able to leave today. Xiaoming looked at Yi Qianing and Li Fan with a grim expression. At this moment, he felt that all the bones in his body were about to break and he had no strength at all. But he was not worried, because Xiaolan was in his pocket. If she encounters danger, she will definitely rush out at the first moment. Humph, dream on. Xiaoming sneered. You, I don't believe you won't tell me. Li Fan looked at Xiaoming angrily, then waved to the several second-level psychics behind him. Take them all away. I want to torture them thoroughly. Yes. After hearing this, these psychics nodded and walked towards Xiaoming and others with evil smiles. Xiaolan, get ready. Xiaoming looked at the approaching enemy coldly and gave orders to Xiaolan in his heart. Shi Lang and Zhao Xie looked at them angrily, and both stood in front of Xiaoming. At this critical moment, suddenly, a powerful momentum came directly over. Boom! Everyone, including Yi Qianing, was forced to kneel on the ground by this momentum. Damn it, who is it? I am the son of Li Hao from Zhongqing Technology Company. Li Fan shouted angrily. Xiaoming and the others looked at each other in confusion. This aura was not directed at them, so they didn't feel anything unusual. But this aura made Xiaoming very familiar. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then he knew who was coming. Sure enough, after hearing Li Fan's words, light laughter suddenly came from the woods nearby. Ha, Li Hao from Zhongqing Technology Company, what a great honor, but I just won't give it to you, what do you think? Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiaoming proudly, and walked over with Chen Feng in a swagger. Gu Mingxuan. Miss Gu, why is this happening? Li Fan and others looked at Gu Mingxuan in surprise. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he remembered how affectionate Gu Mingxuan was towards Xiaoming at the auction. Damn, could it be that Gu Mingxuan really has a crush on this guy? That would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Li Fan hurriedly shouted at Gu Mingxuan, Miss Gu, don't be fooled by this guy. He has a girlfriend, the girl next to him. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhao Xie. Hearing Li Fan's words, Zhao Xie's pretty face just blushed slightly, and she did not refute. So what if I have a girlfriend? I just like him, what do you care? Take your people and get out of here. Gu Mingxuan glanced at Li Fan unhappily. Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes turned cold when he looked at Xiaoming, but he immediately regained his composure. Miss Gu. Li Fan called hurriedly. Roll. Seeing this, Li Fan thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said to his men, let's go. Boom. As he finished speaking, the pressure on them disappeared. Li Fan, Yi Qianing and others looked at Chen Feng, who was following Gu Mingxuan silently, in shock, and left the park angrily. Ahem, thanks. Xiaoming stood up with the help of Zhao Xie and said lightly to Gu Mingxuan. Hee, no need to thank me. Why didn't you take out your giant python and long sword just now? Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes and looked at Xiaoming with a smile. Then he acted as if he suddenly realized something and said, oh, I see. You must not have brought it with you, right? After he finished speaking, his face immediately turned cold. Humph, you dare to hit me? I have never been beaten like that since I was a child. Brother Feng, help me fight back. When Gu Mingxuan said the first 2 sentences, Xiaoming already felt something was wrong. When she spoke, Xiaoming already knew what she meant. Just as Chen Feng rushed towards Xiaoming without saying a word, Xiaoming shouted, do it. Roar. At this time, Chen Feng had already arrived in front of Xiao Ming and slapped Xiao Ming with one hand. The sudden appearance of power startled him, and he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power to defend himself. But it was too late now, and he was too close. Just as he had this thought, he felt his body being blown away by a huge force. Boom! Gu Mingxuan looked at Chen Feng in confusion as he was knocked away by the giant python that suddenly appeared. It wasn't until Xiao Ming walked towards him with a sneer that he reacted. No, Xiao Ming, I was wrong. Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiao Ming in horror and slowly stepped back. Hee, woman, you're done. Shi Lang looked at Gu Mingxuan and smiled evilly. Shi Lang. Zhao Xie rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. Shi Lang quickly reacted, Hey, sister-in-law, I forgot you were still here. I'll remember next time. Zhao Xie. Xiao Ming, stop. At this moment, Chen Feng rushed out from the woods. In his hand he held a giant hammer formed of energy. Roar! Before he could attack, a powerful torrent shot towards him. Chen Feng quickly swung a hammer. Boom! The powerful shockwave directly shook Xiao Ming and others back. Gu Mingxuan screamed and was blown away. Shuang. Hearing Gu Mingxuan scream, Chen Feng's heart moved, and he quickly looked in Gu Mingxuan's direction and shouted. It was because of this distraction that Xiao Lan increased his output of spiritual power. Boom! With a loud bang, Chen Feng was knocked out again. Puff! In the distance, the sound of Chen Feng spitting blood was heard. In fact, if he hadn't been careless one after another, Xiaolan might not have been his opponent. In addition, the injuries he suffered a few days ago had not yet fully healed, so this injury simply added insult to injury. But Xiao Ming was too lazy to care about him at this time. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the system space without leaving any trace and drank it. Feeling the spiritual power in his body recovering rapidly and his chest feeling a little better, he took Zhao Xie and Shi Lang to walk towards Gu Mingxuan. You, Xiao Ming, what do you want to do? Gu Mingxuan hugged her arms and looked at Xiao Ming in horror. Humph, what are you doing? I have no intention of opposing you, but you keep targeting me. You can't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The next second, Xiao Ming grabbed Gu Mingxuan and pressed her on his legs while Zhao Xie and Shi Lang were stunned. Bang! Humph, I don't want to beat a woman anymore, but spanking doesn't count as beating a woman. If you don't obey me, I'll beat you until you obey me. Ah! Xiao Ming, I will kill you. Gu Mingxuan's pretty face flushed and she shouted with tears in her eyes. Shi Lang behind him opened his mouth wide when he saw this and admired him in his heart. The boss is the boss. He dared to spank another woman in front of his sister-in-law. His status in the family is quite high. Zhao Xie also blushed, bit her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, turned around and stopped looking. Chapter 51 Let us be together. Ah! Xiao Ming, I'm going to kill you. Chen Feng saw this scene when he struggled to walk out of the woods. He roared with bloodshot eyes and mobilized all the spiritual power in his body to rush forward. But then he was knocked away again by Xiaolan's tail swing. Boom! Finally, he fell heavily on the grass and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. He just looked in the direction of Xiao Ming and the others with red eyes. Hearing Gu Mingxuan scream, he closed his eyes silently and a crystal tear fell. Do you know you are wrong? Xiao Ming said coldly. I. Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiao Ming with gritted teeth, her pretty face flushed red. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. I don't know why, but I feel an itchy feeling in my heart, a weird emotion, as if I don't seem to be particularly disgusted, and I even have a vague sense of anticipation? Gu Mingxuan quickly denied her feelings and refused to admit her mistake stubbornly. But at this time, Xiao Ming slapped him again. Bang! Ah! Gu Mingxuan screamed, staring at Xiao Ming, I didn't say anything. I can tell from your expression that you won't admit your mistake. Xiao Ming said lightly, then raised his hand and was about to hit him again. Wait, I admit my mistake. I promise I will never go against you again next time. Gu Mingxuan said quickly. Really? Xiao Ming looked at the other party suspiciously. Yes, really, I swear. Gu Mingxuan nodded repeatedly and looked at Xiao Ming pleadingly. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Okay, I'll let you go this time. Because Xiao Ming stood up so suddenly, Gu Mingxuan fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. She touched her but in pain and looked at Xiao Ming with tears in her eyes. But at this time, Xiao Ming had already turned around and said to Zhao Siye and Shi Lang, "Let's go."
Brother Ming, let me help you.
Zhao Siye hurried forward. She could see that Xiao Ming was in a very bad condition and his face was pale. After those people left, Gu Mingshuang stood up with a blushing face after a long while. Feeling the strangeness on her, but she didn't know what she was feeling.
After calming down a little, Gu Mingshuang staggered towards where Chen Feng was.
At this time, Li Fan, who had returned to the villa, was furious.
Damn it, how did that guy get involved with Gu Mingshuang?
Yi Qiuning looked at the angry Li Fan with great disdain, and felt a little regretful that she was with Li Fan.
Now think about it, if I had followed Xiao Ming all the time, wouldn't those red fruits be mine?
With those red fruits, my strength will definitely be much stronger than it is now, maybe even at the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning looked at Li Fan, Brother Fan, Zhu Gua. I want to use the Zhu fruit myself, so you can use the spirit stone. Li Fan was angry at this time and waved his hand impatiently. After hearing this, Yi Qiuning's expression changed. She knew that Li Fan really didn't want to give the Zhu fruit to her. In fact, she had some guesses from the beginning. After all, Li Fan can use such a precious thing himself. But she still felt very uncomfortable. You know, Xiao Ming gave everything to me before. Comparing themselves to each other in this way, Yi Qiuning felt even more disgusted with Li Fan.
He nodded calmly, okay, I understand. It's nothing serious. I'll go back to school.
After saying that, Yi Qiuning turned around and walked out of the villa.
Watching Yi Qiuning leave, Li Fan sneered, you want to own the Zhu fruit? Don't you even look at your own character? If it weren't for your high talent.
Yi Qiuning left the villa but did not return to school. I was very excited thinking that Xiao Ming could actually take out so many red fruits for Shi Lang and Zhao Siye to take.
If I ask him for some red fruits now, he should agree, right?
After all, he loved me very much in the past. He murmured to himself. Thinking of the glory of being the first in the province, Yi Qiuning gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. Although she was very confident in her own strength, the competition was about to begin, and with the Zhu fruit, she could improve her strength again and have a better chance of success. Thinking of this, she took a taxi and headed towards Xiao Ming's former rental house. At this time, Xiao Ming had already returned home. After taking several bottles of spiritual liquid and regulating his breathing for a while, he finally felt much more comfortable.
My chest doesn't hurt as much anymore.
He was just sitting alone in the room, and he remembered what Yi Qiuning had said to him. It's useless to have more skills, right? If the strength is not enough, it will still be useless. Xiao Ming muttered to himself, clenching his fists tightly. That's right, the number of skills can only give you an advantage in coordination, and it can also achieve unexpected results. However, if the strength is not enough, it still cannot defeat the opponent directly.
But how can we increase the strength of skills? Or, go find some monsters with high-intensity skills to eat them?
Thinking of this, Xiao Ming shook his head. This still wouldn't work. Even if he acquired high-intensity skills, there was no guarantee that others would be able to comprehend skills that were more powerful than his.
This way you will never reach the strongest.
That's right, Xiao Ming had wanted to be the strongest person in the world since he didn't know when. Perhaps it was because he had the system that had aroused his desire for power and caused that desire to burst out. Just as Xiao Ming was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Then, Zhao Siye's surprised voice was heard.
Yi Qiuning, what are you doing here?
Hee, that's right, what do you want to do? Shi Lang also sneered at Yi Qiuning, who was standing at the door. Yi Qiuning glanced at the two of them indifferently, her gaze fixed on Zhao Siye, especially when she saw her holding a half-bitten red fruit in her hand. Her eyes burst with deep jealousy.
Zhao Siye, don't forget, Xiao Ming was my boyfriend before. I can come whenever I want. What's it got to do with you?
You?
Zhao Siye looked at Yi Qiuning angrily.
Just when Shi Lang was about to help speak, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly came over. Of course it's her business, she is the mistress here now.
Brother Ming. Zhao Siye turned around and screamed in surprise.
When she heard Xiao Ming's words, her pretty face flushed and she lowered her head.
What does Ming Ji mean by this? Is he finally willing to admit that I'm his girlfriend? Did you hear that?
You'd better go, although I don't know what you're here for. Shi Lang laughed and waved at Yi Qiuning. Hearing this, Yi Qiuning's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Xiao Ming was actually together with Zhao Siye. Then, she took a deep breath and smiled at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, I know I may have discouraged you before, but I also wanted to inspire the fighting spirit in you. Now it seems that I succeeded. You're pretty good now, and you're qualified to be my boyfriend, Xiao Ming. Let's be together. As long as you're willing, I'll break up with Li Fan right away. Chapter 52 Experimental Superposition Technique. Shi Lang was speechless after hearing Yi Qiuning's words. Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. Brother Ming. Xiao Ming smiled at Zhao Xie and gently squeezed her little hand.
Feeling Xiao Ming's warmth, Zhao Xie felt much more relaxed.
Afterwards, Xiao Ming looked at Yi Qiuning coldly and said, "You are so shameless that you can even say such words." Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yi Qiuning's face turned pale and her eyes became cold. Xiao Ming, I know I hurt you before, so it's normal for you to feel a little resentful.
But I don't mind. As long as you promise to give me a vermilion fruit, I will be with you.
Hearing this, Xiao Ming showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
Shi Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning, you're really capable. So you want the vermilion fruit? Dream on.
Big brother will never give the vermilion fruit to someone like you.
Yi Qiuning glanced at Shi Lang, then looked at Xiao Ming. Is that what you mean?
You know, if I leak the news that you have the vermilion fruit.
Boom.
Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Ming burst out with a strong momentum and looked at Yi Qiuning with cold eyes.
But Yi Qiuning didn't mind and her expression seemed very calm. Afterwards, Xiao Ming retracted his momentum and said to Zhao Xie, "Xie, close the door."
After saying that, he turned and walked into the house.
Yi Qiuning, go away. Brother Ming will not pay attention to you anymore. Zhao Xie glanced at Yi Qiuning indifferently, then closed the door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Yi Qiuning's face darkened completely.
She didn't expect that Xiao Ming would be so heartless that he wouldn't even give her a red fruit. Thinking of this, she took a fierce look at the door and left. Even without Zhuge, I can still get first place in the province.
When that happens, I will make you all regret it. Not long after Yi Qiuning left, the door was knocked again. Zhao Xie stood up angrily. What's wrong with Yi Qiuning?
Brother Ming has explained it so clearly. Shi Lang on the side chuckled. I won't give up, I just want the vermilion fruit.
Zhao Xie pondered for a moment, then opened the door.
Then he showed a look of surprise.
Mei Yang? Why is it you? Mei Yang looked at Zhao Xie with amusement. What's wrong, Xie, can it be me? No, please come in. Zhao Xie shook her head quickly and asked Mei Yang to come in.
Then, he went to Xiao Ming's room and said something to Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming also walked out of his bedroom curiously. Mei Yang, I haven't seen you all day, where have you been?
Mei Yang chuckled and threw something to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming took it subconsciously.
He took a look and immediately showed a look of surprise. This is the car key?
Yes, I bought it for you. It's a Mercedes-Benz series.
I don't know if you like it. Come down and take a look? Mei Yang nodded with a smile. Oh? Why did you think of giving me a car? Not only Xiao Ming, but Zhao Xie also looked at Mei Yang with a nervous expression. What's going on? Is Mei Yang also going to compete with me for Minggu?
Mei Yang glanced at the nervous Zhao Xie without leaving any trace, sighed inwardly, and said with a smile on the surface, You gave me so many zhu fruits, I don't know how to thank you. I just heard that you wanted a car, so I went to look at it today.
Ha, thank you. Let's go down and take a look together. Xiao Ming chuckled.
Zhao Xie was also obviously relieved.
Afterwards, several people came downstairs and saw a black city off-road vehicle parked there, which looked very domineering.
Xiao Ming liked it very much at first sight. In the past, Xiao Ming would never have thought that he would own such a beautiful car.
He immediately opened the car door and invited several people in. Come on, I'll take you for a ride.
Do you have a driver's license?
Mei Yang asked doubtfully. Of course I have. I've been taking the exam for many years. Xiao Ming laughed. Seeing this, several people got into the car.
In the car, Shi Lang also seemed very excited, looking around in the car. I wish I had a car like this someday.
Buy it.
I'll transfer the money to you later.
Let's go buy it. Xiao Ming smiled generously. Then he looked at Zhao Xie and said, Xie, do you want one?
I'll take you to buy one someday.
Zhao Xie quickly shook her head. I can't drive. Besides, I'll just follow you.
Xiao Ming was very moved when he heard Zhao Xie's words. Xiao Ming drove with a few people for a while and then returned home.
Mei Yang also left.
After returning home, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Siye and Shirlang seriously and said, "The school tryouts will be in a few days.
See, yeah, you must break through to the second level as soon as possible during these few days. Then I will take you to fight outside the city and learn your skills."
"Well, Brother Ming, I feel that I'm about to break through."
Zhao Siye nodded vigorously.
Then Xiaoming looked at Shirlang again. "Shirlang, your task is to absorb more spiritual energy, strengthen your own spiritual power, and make your strength more stable."
"Okay, big brother."
Shirlang patted his chest carelessly. After doing this, Xiaoming returned to the room again.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I pondered quietly, is there any way to improve the attack power of existing skills?
Thinking of this, he gently gathered a trace of wood attributed spiritual power in his left hand.
A small thorn emerged from Xiaoming's palm.
Looking at the thorns in his palm swaying according to his will, Xiaoming slowly thought of something and his eyes lit up.
Yes, attributes interact with each other. Fire overcomes wood, and wood generates fire. If two skills are combined, can a new skill be created?
He did it as soon as he thought of it, but after taking a look at the bedroom, Xiaoming hurried out.
He said to Zhao Siye and Shirlang in the living room, "I'm going to be out for a while."
Then, under the two people's puzzled gazes, he quickly walked out of the house. Fearing that he might cause a huge commotion, Xiaoming drove to an uninhabited area close to the suburbs. After finding a piece of open space, Xiaoming couldn't wait to start the experiment. The two spiritual powers in the body are mobilized at the same time. The next second, Xiaoming felt as if a ball of fire was burning in his chest. His face changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Failed.
Breathing heavily, Xiaoming clearly felt that just after releasing the two energies at the same time, the fire-attributed spiritual power directly swallowed up the wood-attributed spiritual power.
This won't do.
I'll be burned to death before I even release the thorns. Thinking of the burning sensation in his chest just now, Xiaoming still feels a lingering fear.
Chapter 53, Talent and Understanding are Indispensable.
At this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the grass next to him. Xiaoming looked over with intent eyes. A rabbit with scarlet pupils rushed out. Feeling the breath coming from the other person, Xiaoming smiled indifferently. It's just a first-level powerful rabbit. Then with a wave of his hand, a bunch of thorns emerged and quickly wrapped around the rabbit. The rabbit struggled violently in the thorns. But the more it struggled, the more the barbs on the thorns hurt it. After a while, a lot of blood flowed out from the gaps in the thorns. Xiaoming looked at this scene, his eyes showing a thoughtful look.
I have already used the thorn entanglement, so can I follow the same route and input the fire attribute spiritual power? To achieve the effect of detonating thorns?
After carefully thinking about how to release the thorn entanglement, Xiaoming's eyes became brighter and brighter.
It feels feasible.
The next second, Xiaoming waved his hand towards the still struggling rabbit. The strong fire-attributed spiritual power quickly penetrated into the ground. Then, the thorns that entangled the rabbit quickly turned red and began to tremble slightly.
Boom!
Just as Xiaoming was watching, a violent explosion was heard, and the thorns were blown into pieces and scattered everywhere.
And there was a flame burning on it. Ha, that's right, the explosion is pretty powerful.
Xiaoming stood up excitedly.
Overlay technique, he finally understood the overlay technique. By strengthening the wood attribute, the fire attribute skills become more powerful.
Xiaoming felt that the power of the explosion just now was almost the same as Yi Qiuning's Fire Dragon Strike. More importantly, if the thorns entangle the enemy and then cause an explosion, I believe that opponents of the same level will not be able to resist at all. Having found a way to fuse his skills, Xiaoming drove home happily. In the next 2 days, Xiaoming and others practiced hard. During these 2 days, what made Xiaoming most happy was that Zhao Siye finally broke through to the second level.
Moreover, while fighting in the suburbs, he even mastered the skill of space transfer. This skill is not like teleportation, which allows you to quickly jump at a space node.
Space transfer can directly transfer any object you see in front of you to another place.
However, just like teleportation, this distance has certain limitations.
Xiaoming also took advantage of the opportunity to go out and finally upgraded the magic dagger to the second level. It turned out to be a weapon that was very suitable for space-based psychics. So Xiaoming gave it to Zhao Siye without thinking.
Seeing Zhao Siye holding the refined divine dagger with fondness, Xiaoming felt very happy.
Today is the day of the school selection competition, so Xiaoming and the other two came to school early in the morning. Mei Yang had already arrived at school. After all, there was a lot of work to do at school these 2 days.
At this moment, in Lu Qian's office,
Lu Qian, who has always been frivolous, suddenly looked seriously at an old man in front of him. Behind him stood 4 psychics whose aura was no less than his. Lu Qian knew the other party's identity. He was the leader of the province's superpower alliance. There is a superpower alliance in every provincial capital. The purpose of establishing this organization is to resist the attacks of all monsters and beasts. All talented people with special abilities will be trained inside. Lu Qian also came from here before. However, Lu Qian was very dissatisfied with the management system here, so after being promoted to the 5th level, he took the initiative to propose to come to Huarong City to be the dean of the Ability Academy. Alliance leader. Lu Qian saluted respectfully. Well, Lu Qian, I came to your college and have seen several good talents. It can be seen that you are still very dedicated in doing a good job. The old man looked at Lu Qian and smiled faintly. I dare not. Lu Qian waved his hands quickly, but curled his lips in disdain in his heart. The old man obviously had no intention of chatting with Lu Qian. He said solemnly, well, I came here this time because I have something important to tell you. What's the matter? Lu Qian looked at the old man in confusion. This time I'm here to take away several students with the best understanding in your school. They have the best understanding, not the best talent, the old man said with special emphasis. Why? Lu Qian was very confused about this. The old man glanced at Lu Qian calmly and continued, his talent is high, which proves that he can awaken powerful attributes and abilities, and his training speed is also faster than that of ordinary people. But your comprehension determines whether you can comprehend high-intensity skills. Having said that, the old man paused, looked at Lu Qian solemnly, and continued, more importantly, you haven't realized that after the 5th level, it is very difficult to break through to the 6th level. There are quite a few 5th level masters in our country, and many have even been stuck at the peak of the 5th level for a while. Lu Qian's pupils shrank. Could this be related to comprehension? Well, talent determines the starting point, and understanding determines the end point. Both are indispensable. I'm not here to negotiate this time, but to take away a few people with high comprehension and special abilities, the old man said firmly. Lu Qian was too familiar with this attitude and was very dissatisfied with it. Alliance leader, Mr. Zhou. This isn't good. I'm fine with it, but what if the students don't want to? Listening to Lu Qian's obviously dissatisfied words, the leader did not mind and said righteously, the country needs them, why would they be unwilling? Besides, even if they don't want to, they have to go. Because, according to national monitoring, 3 6th level monsters have appeared on the monster side. If we humans don't have such a strong person again, Lu Qian fell silent. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. After animals evolve into monsters, they all have a certain degree of intelligence. And their wisdom increases as their levels rise. So, after the initial outbreak, things became relatively quiet between them and humans. Because those monsters also know that humans have very powerful thermal weapons. However, the number of masters on both sides must maintain a balance. If this balance is broken, it will inevitably lead to a series of wars. Okay, they should be willing. Lu Qian nodded uncertainly. He didn't expect that this school selection would turn out like this. Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Actually, the provincial college freshman competition is just for selecting talents for the Superpower Alliance. But now we can't wait any longer, so the provincial competition is cancelled. I've already sent people to various municipal units to search for talent. Okay, the selection competition is about to begin. Mr. Zhou, would you like to go and take a look? Lu Qian waved his hand helplessly. Well, of course I have to watch it. After all, this is a matter of life and death for mankind. Mr. Zhou nodded seriously, then walked out of the office with the 4 5th level psychics who had been silent. Chapter 54 I Want This Girl. At this time, all the students of the school had gathered in the stands of the playground of the School of Supernatural Powers. Xiao Ming and the other 2 also stood in the crowd, silently waiting for the game to begin. Just then, Lu Qian and a group of people appeared on the podium in front. Wow! The whole audience suddenly became excited. Lu Qian raised his hand, smiling as he waited for the crowd to quiet down before speaking. Alright, this tryout is mainly about selecting the top 3, so I won't waste any more words. Now, all the 2nd level students with special abilities, please come to the center of the playground. Why can only the 2nd level ones go up? That's right, Dean, this isn't fair. There was a sudden commotion in the audience, and some students looked very disappointed.
Lu Qian sneered inwardly and said calmly while holding the microphone, "Do you think a first-level psychic can defeat a second-level one? Of course, if any of you have the confidence, you can go on stage." After hearing Lu Qian's words, the audience fell silent. At this time, Xiao Ming, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang had already walked to the center of the playground. Yi Qiuning and Li Fan were also invited here, and both of them looked at Xiao Ming and his companions with disdain. In addition to them, there are 3 other second-level psychics. Lu Qian smiled at Xiao Ming and said, "Okay, it seems that in this month, only these 8 students have been promoted to the second level. That's pretty good." Then, he turned his attention to Xiao Ming and the others. "The rules of the competition are very simple. Now, you can choose your own opponents. The winner will proceed to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated." After hearing Lu Qian's words, everyone in the audience was speechless. Is it so casual? But no one objected. After all, it was to decide the top 3. If you were eliminated in the first round, you would definitely not be able to make it into the top 3. "Xiao Ming, do you want another fight?" Yi Qiuning looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. "As you wish." Xiao Ming looked at Yi Qiuning coldly. Today he wanted to defeat Yi Qiuning openly. Afterwards, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang also chose their opponents. Here, Shi Lang's opponent is Li Fan. Under Shi Lang's active provocation, Li Fan was forced to accept Shi Lang's challenge. Next to the playground, 4 competition venues have been designated. After everyone has chosen their opponents, the competition officially begins. The much anticipated moment has arrived, and all the students are watching the battle between these geniuses with excitement and excitement. Expect to be inspired by their battles. Okay, let's start now that we've made our choice. Lu Qian on the stage said impatiently, then sat down. Looking at Mr. Zhou who was standing aside, he asked, "Alliance leader, do you want all the top 3? Hearing Lu Qian's words, Mr. Zhou shook his head and said, "I only want people with high comprehension ability." "Well, okay, then you can take your time to choose." Lu Qian shook his head helplessly, and looked at the 4 5th-level psychics who were like guards behind the old man and was speechless. "Why do you bring so many bodyguards with you when you go out? Are you afraid that others don't know that you are just an ordinary person?" Zhao Xie's opponent was a wood-attributed mutant who was dressed up in a flashy way. The key point was that he was a man, which made Zhao Xie feel very disgusted at first sight. The fight between the 2 began first. The other looked at Zhao Xie jealously, then smiled evilly and suddenly pressed his hands on the ground. He yelled with a voice in his mouth, "Piranha plant!" Boom! A 2-person tall carnivorous plant suddenly emerged from the ground in front of Zhao Xie. He quickly bit Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie looked at the scene coldly. Just when everyone was making sounds of astonishment, thinking that Zhao Xie was about to die in the mouth of the carnivorous plant, her figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the other person. Bang! Ah! It hurts! The psychic was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground, and immediately cried out in pain. "Oh my god, this is so disgusting! Get out of here, you pervert! How did someone like him get promoted to the second level?" There was a lot of shouting and cursing from the audience. Hearing these voices, the psychic burst into tears. You are too bullying." Then, in everyone's speechless gaze, he actually covered his face and ran out of the playground crying. In this way, Zhao Xie won the first game with a confused look on her face. "Lu Qian, this is the talented player from your school." Old Zhou pointed at the wood-type mutant who ran off the field, shaking with anger. Lu Qian was also very embarrassed. I don't know either." "Humph, but this little girl is quite good. She is a space-based psychic who was able to be promoted to the second level in just 1 month. The skill she comprehended is teleportation. Not bad, not bad. Let's continue to watch." Old Zhou snorted coldly, then looked at Zhao Xie with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Although the energy required to advance to the level of a space-based ability user is high, as long as they have high talent and strong comprehension, they are willing to spend the price to train them. Then, Mr. Zhou was immediately attracted by another battle. "Hey, a fire-attributed mutant?" Lu Qian turned around and laughed. "Well, the one fighting her is called Xiao Ming, and he's a triple attribute psychic." 3 attributes? Old Zhou showed a look of surprise and looked carefully at the battle between Xiao Ming and the other person. At this time, Xiao Ming and Yi Qiuning did not test each other too much. After all, they had fought a few days ago and were very familiar with each other's moves.
Just when Xiao Ming used the thorns to entangle him, Yi Qiuning sneered and faced all the thorns that were wrapped around him without any fear.
Fire explosion. Boom.
A strong hot energy spread from her body, causing a violent explosion. All the nearby thorns were blown to pieces. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning sneered at Xiao Ming, "Your trick is useless to me."
Humph.
Xiao Ming did not say anything and continued to use a large amount of thorns to entangle. Suddenly, countless thorns emerged from the ground again.
Oh. Flame explosion, not bad, a very good skill.
Old Zhou on the stage's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Qiuning with great joy.
Fireball.
Yi Qiuning took a step forward, quickly dodged countless thorns, and waved her hand to shoot a fireball at Xiao Ming. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Ming not only did not retreat, but his eyes lit up. If the opponent had continued to use Flame Blast, he would have had no chance, but now, the opportunity has come. He launched a brutal charge and rushed towards Yi Qiuning.
Boom boom boom.
The fireball hit Xiao Ming's protective shield, and the impact made Xiao Ming feel very uncomfortable. However, in this process, he continued to use thorns to entangle.
Fire Dragon Strike. Xiao Ming, I will defeat you with this move.
Seeing that countless thorns were about to entangle her, Yi Qiuning ignored them, looked at Xiao Ming with cold eyes, jumped into the air and directly launched the Fire Dragon Strike.
Roar.
A fire dragon roared and rushed towards Xiao Ming amid the exclamations of the crowd.
Brother Ming.
Zhao Ziye, who had already finished the battle, looked in the direction of Xiao Ming and murmured worriedly. On the stage, Mr. Zhou stood up excitedly.
Fire Dragon Strike? Ha, not bad, I want this girl. Lu Qian on the side was speechless. What did you say? You old rogue. Chapter 55 Zhao Ziye was chosen.
At this time, Xiao Ming, facing the roar of the fire dragon, was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge to defend himself.
At the same time, countless thorns had surrounded Yi Qiuning in the sky.
Xiao Ming roared angrily and released a large amount of hot energy from his hands.
Flaming thorns. Boom 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 boom. The next second, Xiao Ming's body was directly swallowed by the fire dragon.
At the same time, the thorns entangled with Yi Qiuning began to explode continuously.
Shocked, all the onlookers stood up in shock.
Even the students nearby, who hadn't yet decided the winner, were shocked by the power of the explosion and retreated several times.
Good, good, good. Mr. Zhou excitedly shouted to the three of them.
Lu Qian on the side was also very proud after hearing this. He has always been very optimistic about Xiao Ming.
But immediately, Mr. Zhou sighed again. What a pity, this young man with 3 attributes doesn't seem to have much comprehension. You call this poor comprehension?
If I'm not mistaken, he stacked his wood and fire attribute skills, unleashing a brand new dual attribute stacking technique.
So what? Lu Qian, you are the dean, but you don't even understand such a simple truth? Old Zhou looked at Lu Qian with disappointment. Then he continued, the more attributes one has, the harder it is to grow.
Not to mention the huge amount of resources it consumes, the key point is that the skills he has mastered are very ordinary, and their strength isn't much stronger than that of ordinary psychics.
That means that even if we spend a huge amount of money, we will only be able to cultivate an ordinary psychic.
As for the stacking skills you mentioned, they are just some small tricks with great limitations.
What a pity.
Having said this, old Zhou sighed again. Hearing what Zhou Lao said, Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain.
Didn't he know?
The more attributes one has, the harder it is to advance.
The key isn't the powerful attributes like the space and time systems. But Xiao Ming has his own resources, does he need others to train him?
Thinking of the several red fruits that Mei Yang brought back a few days ago, Lu Qian expressed his envy, but was embarrassed to snatch them from his subordinates.
But he definitely wouldn't tell anyone about this kind of thing. Okay, there's no need to watch the next battle. Just make an announcement and I'll take these 2 girls away in a while.
Old Zhou said indifferently to Lu Qian.
Well, I'm afraid that won't work. That girl's name is Zhao Ziye, and she's Xiao Ming's girlfriend.
Lu Qian was stunned after hearing this, and hesitantly pointed at Zhao Ziye and Xiao Ming.
So what?
In the face of the survival of the country or even mankind, love means nothing.
Just announce it directly. Old Zhou waved his hand impatiently.
After hearing this, Lu Qian felt unhappy, but he didn't know what to say, so he just picked up the microphone and started talking. At this time, Yi Qiuning and Xiao Ming also appeared on the scene. Both of them were in a very miserable state, covered in blood, and struggling to stand up. especially Yi Ning, who was spitting out mouthfuls of blood and looking in the direction of Xiaoming with shock and disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Impossible, how could it be possible?" She really didn't expect that the waste she had abandoned a month ago had grown to this point. To be honest, this time, she really regretted it. If she had known this earlier, she would never have broken up with Xiaoming no matter what. Where can you find a boyfriend who is strong and has abundant resources? Just then, Lu Qian's voice came from the stage. Okay, today's game is over. Wow! The crowd off the court suddenly became excited. Lu Qian frowned when he saw this. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Let me introduce to you first. The person next to me is the leader of this province's superpower alliance. When the old man's identity was revealed, the scene became lively again. With the help of superpowers, everyone clearly knew what this organization represented. It can be said to be the pillar of a provincial capital. If there were no such organization, human cities might have been swallowed up by monsters long ago. Unexpectedly, the old man sitting next to Lu Qian just now turned out to be the leader of the alliance. Xiaoming also stood up with the help of Zhao Xie and looked at the old man on the stage in surprise. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Qian paused, looked in the direction of Zhao Xie and Yi Ning, and continued, "First of all, congratulations to the two of you for being chosen by the alliance leader and having the opportunity to join the superpower alliance." Wow! Shocking things happened one after another, and all the students in the audience looked at the two girls with envy. At this time, Yi Ning was also stunned by the good news. Joining the superpower alliance is what all superpower people dream of. But at this moment, after a brief moment of shock, Zhao Xie immediately held Xiaoming's hand tightly. He hurriedly said, "Brother Ming, I don't want to go to the superpower alliance, I want to follow you." "Well, don't worry. If you don't want to leave, no one can take you away." Xiaoming smiled and pinched Zhao Xie's little hand, saying comfortingly. At this moment, Elder Zhou took over the microphone from Lu Qian, looked at the two women with a smile and said, "Okay, you two, your names are Yi Ning and Zhao Xie, right? Come with us now." As he spoke, Mr. Zhou walked off the stage with 4 5th-level psychics. Yi Ning was about to follow with a look of surprise, and Li Fan hurried forward. "Ning." Yi Ning paused for a moment, turned to look at Li Fan and said calmly, "Li Fan, let's break up." After saying that, he walked towards Mr. Zhou without looking back. Although the injuries all over his body were still very painful, he couldn't hide his inner excitement. However, Li Fan's face turned ashen. At this moment, he knew that Yi Ning was just using him. But even if he knew, he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Ning. After all, Yi Ning was about to join the Superpower Alliance. I'm so envious that they can join the Superpower Alliance. Yeah, I heard that the dean came from the Superpower Alliance. TSK Tisk, it's really hard to imagine how grown up they will be when they come out. All the students looked at the two girls with envy and talked about them. But just when everyone thought that Zhao Xie and Yi Ning would undoubtedly join the Superpower Alliance, a light voice suddenly sounded in the audience. "Mr. Zhou, I'm very sorry, I don't want to join the Superpower Alliance." Everyone turned in shock and looked at Zhao Xie, who was holding Xiaoming's hand with a determined look on her face. Her graceful appearance makes many young people feel very moved when they see her. Oh? Is it because of this kid? Don't worry, when you grow up, you will be able to walk out of the Superpower Alliance freely. At this time, old Zhou had already come in front of Zhao Xie and Xiaoming, and Yi Ning followed obediently behind him. Xiaoming stood up, covered in blood, but he looked directly at Elder Zhou with an unruly look in his eyes. "Elder Zhou, I admire the Ability Alliance very much, but you can't force others to do anything, right?" Chapter 56 I want to destroy the Superpower Alliance. Mr. Zhou became impatient, and in his heart, as a Long countryman, defending the country was the top priority. How could personal feelings be more important than the country? So he didn't bother explaining to Xiaoming and simply waved to the 4 psychics behind him, "Take them away." "No, I won't leave." Zhao Xie held Xiaoming's hand tightly and hid behind him. Seeing Zhao Xie's unwilling look, Xiaoming's heart also rose with anger. "No matter what you want. We are just ordinary people. Even if you want to do something, shouldn't we get our opinions?" Seeing several psychics about to step forward, Xiaoming roared and mobilized the remaining spiritual power in his body. Tangled with thorns. Whoosh whoosh. Several psychics looked at Xiaoming with a sneer, allowing the thorns to entangle them. Lu Qian, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he saw this. "Xiaoming, stop it." Yi Ning looked at Xiaoming with a complicated expression, and glanced at Zhao Xie with jealousy.
Boom!
Just as Xiao Ming saw that his thorns were tightly entangled with the other 4 people, he felt happy in his heart. 4 powerful pressures came directly from the opposite side.
Puff! Brother Ming!
Zhao Xie screamed as she watched Xiao Ming spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Because the pressure from the 4 people was all directed at Xiao Ming, even the people around him did not feel it.
But even a fool could see that a strong aura was erupting from the 4 of them.
This guy is so selfish. For his own selfish reasons, he actually stopped his girlfriend from climbing higher. That's right, you still want to stop the Superpower Alliance, what a foolish dream. In the stands, countless mocking voices suddenly rang out. In their eyes, it was Xiao Ming who was preventing Zhao Xie from joining the Superpower Alliance.
Brother! I'm going to fucking fight you.
Pulse fist. Shi Lang looked at Xiao Ming, who was pinned to the ground by them and spitting out blood.
How could he hold it in? He rushed over with a roar. Boom! Crack!
But when the attack was only halfway released, 4 forces of pressure descended. Like Xiao Ming, Shi Lang was also pressed to the ground, and even the sound of broken bones could be heard from his body. However, Shi Lang gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the 4 people in front of him.
Shi Lang, Brother Ming, please let them go.
Zhao Xie burst into tears as she looked at the situation of the 2.
She knew that even if she launched an attack, it would be ineffective.
Because the 4 of them were able to suppress Xiao Ming and Shi Lang so much that they couldn't stand up with just their pressure. This kind of power had only been seen in Dean Lu Qian. Stop it, Mr. Zhou, there's no need to do this.
Lu Qian also looked at Mr. Zhou with dissatisfaction.
Lu Qian, pay attention to your identity.
Okay, take them away.
Old Zhou snorted coldly, said impatiently, and walked ahead. After taking a look at Xiao Ming, Yi Qiuning hurriedly followed.
One of the 4 men stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Xie's arm and pulled her away.
The force was so great that Zhao Xie was unable to resist. She was even shocked to find that she couldn't use her teleportation. He quickly turned around and cried out to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes red as he watched the scene. He clenched his fists tightly, and lying on the ground, he used all his strength to roar at Zhou Lao's back, "See it?
Superpower Alliance, just wait for me. One day, I will wipe you out."
Lu Qian looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Only he knew that Xiao Ming should have this ability. Zhou Lao paused as he was walking, then turned slightly to look at Xiao Ming with amusement. "Alright, I'll wait for you to come and wipe us out." After saying that, he walked out of the playground without looking back. In his heart, he didn't care about Xiao Ming at all.
Is this kid crazy? Destroy the Superpower Alliance? Doesn't he know that this is a national organization?
I'm dying of laughter, stop it, if I had a girlfriend this beautiful and awesome, I'd probably go crazy too.
That's right.
In the stands, all the students looked at Xiao Ming, who was lying on the ground, as if he were a madman.
Li Fan, who was standing not far away, almost laughed out loud. I watched helplessly as Mr. Zhou took everyone away from the playground.
An unknown amount of time had passed before Xiao Ming felt the pressure on him disappear. Regardless of his injuries, he quickly got up and staggered in the direction where Mr. Zhou had left.
"Brother, wait for me."
Seeing this, Shi Lang hurried forward and supported Xiao Ming.
"Xiao Ming, stop chasing."
Lu Qian hurried forward and held Xiao Ming's shoulders.
"Get out of the way."
Xiao Ming roared at Lu Qian with red eyes. Zhao Xie, from the moment she left, Xiao Ming suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something important.
The feeling of emptiness is very strong. He knew this was love.
At this moment, he finally admitted that during this period of time, Zhao Xie had unknowingly occupied such an important position in his heart.
No one can stop him and Xie from being together, so what does the Superpower Alliance do? What does the country do? Even the monsters in the sky are no match for him.
Xiao Ming, calm down.
Can you get Zhao Xie back by rushing forward like this?
Lu Qian looked at Xiao Ming coldly. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Ming was suddenly shocked. He quickly thought of all his trump cards in his mind, including Xiao Lan and the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword. In the end, he dejectedly realized that he might not even be able to touch the corner of Mr. Zhou's clothes and would be defeated by the 4 psychics.
What should I do?
Xiao Ming murmured in despair.
Cheer up, don't you want to wipe out the Superpower Alliance? I support you, call me when you go. Lu Qian looked at Xiao Ming with a smile. And don't worry, Zhao Xie will only grow rapidly there. she won't be in any danger at all.
She's waiting for you to pick her up. Xiaoming glanced at Lu Qian in surprise, muttering to himself, yeah, what's the point of destroying the superpower alliance?
An organization that disregards the will of the people is useless.
And Xie is waiting for me to pick her up. As he spoke, Xiaoming's eyes became firm. At this moment, an idea quickly came into his mind.
Don't you have many experts? I want more experts than you. Don't you despise me for not being strong enough? I want to become a strong person that you look up to.
I want everyone not to ignore my feelings. At this moment, Xiaoming once again felt the importance of strength, and his heart was once again filled with desire for strength.
If I had the ability, Xie would not have been taken away. If I had power, who would dare not obey me?
Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian with gratitude. Lu Qian, thank you very much, but from today on, I am no longer a student of the academy.
I want to leave Huarong City. Lang, let's go.
After saying that, Xiaoming prepared to leave with the support of Lang.
Lu Qian was very surprised when he heard Xiaoming's words, leaving Huarong City? Where are you going? I'm going to build my own power. Chapter 57. Are you willing to follow me? Xiaoming.
As soon as I walked out of the campus, a familiar voice came from behind me. Xiaoming and Lang turned around and saw Mei Yang running towards them quickly. After arriving at Xiaoming's side, he looked at the blood-soaked Xiaoming with concern and said, Xiaoming, are you okay?
I just heard what happened and came here. Don't worry, Sister Xie will be fine.
Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then nodded, well, thank you. After saying that, he turned around and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Mei Yang hesitated for a moment, bit her lip as she looked at Xiaoming's back, made a decision, and hurriedly chased after him again. Xiaoming, I heard that you are leaving Huarong City to form your own power.
I want to follow you. Xiaoming looked at Mei Yang's expectant expression in astonishment. Have you really made up your mind? What about Lu Qian? Mei Yang smiled indifferently after hearing this. It's okay, I haven't signed a contract to sell myself and I can't be free. I am willing to follow you.
Hearing this, Lang on the side showed an ambiguous expression. However, thinking that his elder brother had just parted with Zhao Xie, he quickly suppressed his expression. Xiaoming also had an idea and looked at Mei Yang seriously. Under Xiaoming's gaze, Mei Yang lowered her head shyly.
Thank you, but I may not be able to give you what you want.
Xiaoming immediately understood what Mei Yang meant, hesitated for a moment, and said lightly. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Mei Yang's face turned slightly pale. She forced a smile and shook her head. I want red fruits, spirit stones, and other resources.
Don't you have a lot? You're not willing to give me even this little bit, are you? Xiaoming smiled and nodded. Of course, I'll give you enough red fruit. That's fine, let's go, I'll drive.
Mei Yang smiled freely and walked ahead. As soon as she left Xiaoming and Lang's sight, Mei Yang showed a lost expression.
Well, brother, I think Mei Yang is not bad. She is beautiful and a nice person. Lang supported Xiaoming and looked at Mei Yang's back with regret.
Xiaoming sighed softly and gave Lang a blank look.
And then? What do you want to say? Lang chuckled after hearing this. Why don't you take Mei Yang in as well, boss?
Xiaoming's brows furrowed at these words. He looked at Lang seriously and said, don't say that anymore.
Xie is the only one in my heart.
After saying that, he changed the subject and said, let's go to Lu's house.
Lu family?
On the way back, Xiaoming called Lu Zihan and said that he was coming over. As for what the matter was, Xiaoming did not say on the phone. When they arrived at the Lu family, Lu Zihan was already welcoming them warmly at the door.
Big brother, it's great that you're here. Let's go out and play.
As he said that, Lu Zihan was about to pull Xiaoming into the car.
Xiaoming looked at Lu Zihan in confusion, but didn't move. Why? Don't you welcome us? Lang and Mei Yang didn't say anything, just watched quietly from the side. Lu Zihan's expression became a little awkward.
He looked at Xiaoming weakly and said, Big brother, although I don't blame you for killing my cousins, but grandpa.
Hey!
Xiaoming showed a look of understanding. It was normal that Lu Zihan and Lu Ming had a rather weak relationship. But Lu Tao and old man Lu both have some feelings for Lu Ming's family, so it is impossible for them not to blame themselves. Thinking of this, Xiaoming no longer had the intention of forcing his way in. Instead, he looked at Lu Zihan seriously and asked, Zihan, I'm planning to build my own power.
Are you willing to follow me?
That's right, Xiao Ming came here this time with this plan.
Xiao Ming also highly values Lu Zihan's talent. The attack power of a thunder-attributed mutant is also very strong. The most important thing is that if you want to quickly form a team, the only person you know is Lu Zihan.
Really? Big brother, I do.
I absolutely do.
Lu Zihan jumped up excitedly after hearing this, but immediately, her expression became a little embarrassed. But, I must get Dad's consent. As he spoke, he quickly looked at Xiao Ming and said anxiously, Brother, don't get me wrong. The main thing is that now all the affairs of the auction house are handed over to me.
If I want to leave, I must hand over the work at hand to my father. Well, it seems that I have to go in. Come on. Take me in. Xiao Ming chuckled. Lu Zihan hesitated for a moment and nodded, yeah.
Afterwards, Xiao Ming and others followed Lu Zihan to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Unfortunately, Mr. Lu was also sitting in the living room. At this moment, he looked even older than before, with a listless look and a sad expression on his face. After seeing Xiao Ming come in, he immediately stood up angrily, his hand holding the cane trembling with anger. Xiao Ming, you dare to come to our house, cough cough cough. As he spoke, he began to cough violently.
Lu Tao hurried forward and patted Mr. Lu on the back. Dad.
Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Ming coldly. Xiao Ming, no matter what you want, our Lu family will not agree to it.
You'd better leave. We don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. As for you saving my life and my daughter's life, I would like to thank you again here. Dad. Lu Zihan called out hurriedly. Hee, I came here this time to take Lu Zihan away. Xiao Ming sneered.
Seeing that Mr. Lu and Lu Tao were excited again after hearing what he said, he quickly continued, as long as you agree, I promise to use a lot of resources to train Lu Zihan.
Ha, Xiao Ming. I admit that you are lucky. I don't know how you got a 4th-level monster. But speaking of resources, you are a poor boy. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this in front of our Lu family? Old Master Lu burst into laughter in anger.
Grandpa, Big Brother really has a lot of resources. The 5 red fruits auction last time were given to me by Big Brother.
Lu Zihan hurriedly helped Xiao Ming explain. Okay, Zihan, why are you lying too? Lu Tao blared at Lu Zihan. What a joke. 5 zhu fruits. Even the Lu family couldn't get them.
Let alone the Lu family, there were only a handful of families in the entire Huarong city that could produce 5 zhu fruits. Although I don't know how my daughter persuaded others to put the 5 red fruits up for auction at her auction house last time. But if they said that it was Xiao Ming who took it out, they would never believe it. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. It seemed that he couldn't take Lu Zihan away. At this moment, a person with special abilities suddenly ran in a panic. Seeing this psychic, Lu Tao and Old Man Lu frowned at the same time.
Qian Dare? Aren't you guarding the mine? Why are you in such a mess?
Seeing this, Xiao Ming and others also looked at it curiously.
Mine? It should be a spirit stone mine, right? Since the revival of spiritual energy, the entire blue planet has been continuously emitting spiritual energy.
And the spirit stones also slowly appeared in the soil. After the major forces stabilized, they immediately sent people to the suburbs to find places with abundant spirit stones, then surrounded the area and stationed people there for a long time. Spiritual stones are those dug out from the ground. With the help of spirit stones, these families can stand firm in this chaotic world. Otherwise, why would those with special abilities be willing to serve as subordinates in these families? Money alone is not enough. Xian Dayton collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Tao and Old Man Lu with difficulty and said, the Deng and Chu families have joined forces to capture the mine. We have suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 58, Lu Family Dilemma. What? Where are Luo and the others? Why not call them over for support? Lu Tao rushed to Qian Dayton and shouted angrily. Luo was one of the 5 third-level psychics who attacked Xiao Ming. Ahem, Luo, they are the ones who attacked us. They have betrayed the Lu family and joined the Deng family or the Chu family. Qian Daibing's face was full of grief and indignation. Why, how could this happen? Didn't I give them enough spirit stones? Lu Tao was stunned and shouted angrily. They said the Lu family is no longer a force to be reckoned with. The Deng and Chu families even spread the word that once they've dealt with the Lu family, all the spirit stones they've obtained will be divided among their psychics. Qian Dayton took a few breaths and said weakly to Lu Tao.
What? What can they gain by doing this? Lu Tao was shaking with anger.
Old Master Lu behind him was also trembling as he looked at Qian Dayton on the ground.
Dad, do you think they simply want to squeeze our Lu family out of Huarong City?
In this way, there will only be their two families in Huarong City in the future, and the benefits they get will be far more than now. Lu Zihan frowned slightly and expressed his thoughts to Lu Tao.
Xiao Ming.
It's all your fault. If our Lu family hadn't lost so many masters, we wouldn't have ended up like this.
Puff.
Old Master Lu roared at Xiao Ming while trembling, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Lu Tao and Lu Zihan were shocked and quickly supported the old man. Dad. Grandpa. Hey, can you please be reasonable? If your grandson hadn't done that to your sister-in-law, would we have killed him? Shi Lang looked at Grandpa Lu unhappily.
Xiao Ming raised his hand to stop Shi Lang's words, and looked at the angry Lu Tao and old man Lu calmly. I can help you deal with the Deng and Shu families, and take back your mine.
Get out. Get out.
Our Lu family doesn't need your help. Before Xiao Ming could finish his words, old Master Lu roared with his beard puffed and his eyes glared.
Big brother. Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming with great embarrassment.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. In that case, I'll be leaving.
Zihan, call me if you need any help.
After saying that, he turned around and left with Shi Lang and Mei Yang. Lu Zihan, if you dare to call your enemy, my Lu family will not recognize you as their granddaughter. When I walked out of the villa, I could still hear Mr. Lu roaring from behind.
Xiao Ming, I think we should just forget it. Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming and said.
After all, she also felt that the conflict between Xiao Ming and the Lu family was too deep. It is simply impossible to take Lu Zihan away. Hearing Mei Yang's words, Xiao Ming nodded, thought for a moment and said, well, it doesn't matter whether Zihan follows me or not. Lu Ming is dead, and the grudge between me and the Lu family is over. Even if there is, it's the Lu family's hatred towards me. But the Lu family's fate is related to me after all, so I'll help if I can. He said, smiling bitterly and shaking his head, let's go back first and recover from our injuries first. On the way home, Xiao Ming bound himself to Mei Yang.
What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Mei Yang's loyalty was 83 points, reaching the level of admiration.
You know, Shi Lang's loyalty is only 87 points, and it increased only after I saved his life a few times.
Boom!
Just after Xiao Ming and his companions left the Lu family, a sudden loud explosion was heard. Immediately afterwards, two loud laughs reached the ears of everyone in the Lu family. Lu Tao and old man Lu's expressions changed. I saw a group of people walking into the villa laughing. When he saw the two leaders, Lu Tao showed an angry expression, and the 5 people behind them almost made Lu Tao and old man Lu angry to death.
Master Deng, Master Chu, you are so cunning.
And Aluo, our Lu family has always treated you well, yet you actually betrayed us.
Patriarch Deng and Patriarch Lu looked at each other and laughed.
Then, Patriarch Deng said to Lu Tao in a cold voice, don't blame us for being ruthless.
We came here this time to give your Lu family a chance. Are you guys so kind?
Lu Tao looked at the two of them coldly.
Lu Zihan also raised his eyebrows and said, get out. We don't welcome you in the Lu family.
Hey, old Lu, this is your daughter, right?
She's quite pretty.
She's a perfect match for my son. The head of the Chu family glanced at the pretty Lu Zihan with a wicked smile. Seeing this, Lu Tao's face changed, and he quickly stood in front of Lu Zihan. Whatever you want to do, just come at me.
Coming for you? Forget it. The head of the Chu family looked at Lu Tao with disdain. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to let your daughter marry my son. From now on, we'll be relatives, and I'll definitely let you live a carefree life for the rest of your life.
Having said this, the head of the Chu family burst into laughter. Then, without waiting for Lu Tao and the others to speak, his expression changed and he continued, the second option is for your Lu family to leave Huarong City.
You're dreaming.
Old Master Lu stood up angrily, leaning on his cane. Chu Kaibin, Deng Ai, when the Lu family was at its peak, even your father didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of me.
When will it be your turn to come and shout at the Lu family? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Chu and Deng family heads suddenly turned gloomy.
Patriarch Deng looked at old man Lu coldly and said, you said it yourself, that was in the past, not now. You old fool, you have no right to interrupt us when we are talking. Looking at the other party's arrogant look, Mr. Lu became so angry that his feet became unstable and his face flushed. Suddenly, with a puff sound, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth.
Dad! Grandfather!
Lu Zihan screamed, looking at the two of them angrily, and his spiritual power shook. Die.
Lightning strike. Sizzle. As Lu Zihan swung his hands, countless electric currents shot towards the heads of the Chu and Deng families. Faced with Lu Zihan's attack, the two men sneered and did not resist at all. Just when the electric current was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them.
With a slight flick of his hand, a powerful spiritual shield appeared in front of several people.
Boom!
The electric current hit the spiritual power shield, causing an explosion, but it did not cause any harm to the heads of the Chu and Deng families.
A Luo! Lu Tao looked at the suddenly appearing psychic in shock and anger.
The next second, before anyone could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Zihan and kicked him flying.
Bang!
After hitting the wall heavily, Lu Zihan fell to the ground, holding his stomach in pain, and looked at Aluo with resentment in his eyes.
TSK, Aluo, be gentle. What if you kick my future daughter-in-law and hurt her?
The head of the Chu family said to Aluo in pretended dissatisfaction.
Aluo grinned and saluted respectfully. Yes, patriarch. Aluo, you bastard.
Lu Tao roared with gritted teeth.
Oomph, that's enough. I'll give you 1 day.
Tomorrow, either send your daughter to our Chu family in person or leave Huarong City. If you are still in Huarong City tomorrow night, don't blame us for being rude. As he said this, the head of the Chu family had cold eyes, and a hint of cold light emerged from his eyes. Then, together with the head of the Deng family, he and everyone else walked out of the Lu family in a swagger.
Bastard, damn it, all of you deserve to die. Puff.
Old Master Lu was so angry that he spat out blood again, his eyes rolled back and he fainted.
Dad. Grandfather. Chapter 59, The Lu Family's Shocking Change. Dad, are you feeling better?
In a room in the villa, Lu Tao fed Mr. Lu a glass of water and asked a question with concern as he watched Mr. Lu slowly wake up.
Where is Zihan?
Old Master Lu took a look and asked weakly. There are still many things to take care of at the auction house, so I'll let Zihan go first.
Lu Tao sighed and replied. Ahem, help me up.
Seeing this, Lu Tao hurriedly helped the old man up and leaned him against the bed. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Tao looked at the old man's pale and listless face and said softly.
Dad, how about we ask Xiaoming to help? What? You rebellious son.
The old man stared at Lu Tao angrily with his eyes wide open.
Don't forget, he killed your eldest brother and your nephew. He is the enemy of our Lu family.
Lu Tao struggled and said, but, without Xiaoming's help, we are no match for the Chu and Deng families. The Lu family auction house has been in Huarong City for so many years.
It relies not only on itself, but more importantly, on its connections. Give me your phone, I'll call my old friends. Mr. Lu said calmly. Okay.
Lu Tao nodded quickly and handed the phone on the bedside table to the old man. Then the old man started making phone calls.
Hey, Lao Qian, I. Beep, beep, beep.
As the first call was hung up, the old man's face turned gloomy. I quickly made a few more calls, but these times were even worse.
The phone was either turned off or not answered. Seeing this result, Mr. Lu angrily threw his phone to the ground.
With a crack, the phone shattered into pieces. These ungrateful people have benefited greatly from our Lu family in the past, but now that they know we're in trouble, none of them are even answering our calls.
Oh. Lu Tao sighed. Dad, let Zihan contact Xiaoming. Get out. Get out of here.
If you dare to ask Xiaoming for help, don't recognize me as your father.
Old Master Lu roared angrily. Okay. I'll go out and think of other solutions. Dad, you have a good rest. Lu Tao quickly got up and walked out of the room.
After coming outside and taking a look at the room, Lu Tao sighed heavily again.
Then, he also left the Lu family. The Lu family was now at a critical moment of life and death, and he had to go out and find a way to win over all the psychics that could be won over. At the very least, they had to borrow some experts to help, otherwise, the Lu family would really be facing a devastating disaster. At this time, Chu Kaibin and Deng Ai, who had left the Lu family, were sitting in a private room in a tea house. Deng Ai looked at Chu Kaibin doubtfully. Old Chu, do you really want your son to marry that Lu Zihan? Although that girl is indeed beautiful, if you really do this, aren't you afraid that she will harm your son?
You know, she's also a person with special abilities. Chu Kaibin took a sip of tea and glanced at Deng Ai with a smile.
Old Deng, you think so too? That's right. Oh. Do you have any other plans? Deng Ai looked at Chu Kaibin curiously.
Well, since I gave them a day and then made this seemingly excessive request, I was trying to let their guard down. At least let them know that there will be no danger before tomorrow.
Chu Kaibin looked at Deng Ai proudly and said that he had always been very confident in his IQ. Could it be?
Deng Ai's heart moved, and he looked at Chu Kaibin in surprise.
Chu Kaibin smiled and nodded. Tonight, I want the Lu family to disappear from Huarong City.
Hiss. Deng Ai took a breath of cold air and thought to himself that Chu Kaibin had a very cruel heart. I have to be more careful in the future. Seeing Deng Ai's nervous expression, Chu Kaibin sneered in his heart, but laughed loudly on the surface. Old Deng, don't worry, we are allies.
Ah, yes, yes. Deng Aiqian laughed twice. A day just passed like this.
At around 8 or 9 in the evening, Lu Tao appeared at the door of Dingcheng auction house in a depressed state. Looking at this luxurious auction hall, he knew that from tomorrow on, this place would no longer belong to the Lu family. That's right, he has made up his mind to take everyone from the Lu family away from Huarong City early tomorrow morning. Because he had been running around all afternoon today, all his former good friends avoided him. He knew that the Lu family was beyond saving.
As for letting his daughter marry into the Chu family, he didn't even think about it.
At this moment, Lu Zihan walked out of the auction hall with a tired look on his face and looked at his father standing at the door in surprise.
Dad, why are you here?
Lu Tao looked at his 16-year-old daughter, who had grown into a graceful young lady. He smiled gently and touched her head. Dad is here to pick you up. Lu Zihan felt a pain in his heart.
He knew that his father must be worried about what happened during the day.
The expression on his face turned into resentment. Don't worry, Dad. I will become a master in the future and take back everything we lost.
Well, Dad believes in you. Let's go home. Grandpa is waiting for us at home.
The two drove in silence and soon arrived at the gate of the Lu family villa. But the scene at the door immediately startled the two of them. The door was broken into pieces, and several first-level psychic bodyguards who were guarding the house fell in a pool of blood.
Lu Tao yelled, "Not good."
He quickly opened the car door and rushed out.
Seeing this, Lu Zihan hurried to follow. But as soon as they arrived in the yard, they both started wailing, "Yu Ruo! Mom!"
Lu Zihan's mother and all the female members of the Lu family were found dead in the yard,
including some servants of the Lu family.
The blood in the entire yard had gathered into a river. The Lu family, which was originally very lively, was now silent. Even the colorful lights made the two people feel extremely cold in their hearts.
Dad!
Lu Tao thought of something, screamed, and rushed towards Grandpa Lu's room.
Lu Zihan hugged his mother's body and burst into tears.
When we arrived at Mr. Lu's room, as expected, the old man was lying in a pool of blood, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. However, after seeing Lu Tao, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stretched out his hand with difficulty, wanting to say something to Lu Tao.
Dad, I'm late. Who did it? Who did it?
Lu Tao rushed over, hugged Mr. Lu and cried.
Chu family, Dad is wrong, run, find Xiaoming, leave Huarong City, cough, wait for Zihan to grow up, help me, let's get revenge. As Mr. Lu spoke, blood flowed out of his mouth as if it was free. Dad! I'll take you to the hospital now. You can be saved, you must be saved, just hold on.
Lu Tao was trembling as he was about to pick up the old man and run outside.
Patriarch, I can't leave.
At this moment, a voice that was very familiar and hateful to Lu Tao came from behind him.
Luo. Chapter 60 Chu Family Assassination. Master, I'm here to send you off in person. Isn't that very considerate?
Luo smiled evilly as he looked at Lu Tao, who was full of anger. Hearing Luo's words, the anger on Lu Tao's face immediately changed. Suddenly, my daughter's voice came from the stairs next to me.
Dad! Luo! You did it!
Lu Tao quickly turned to look at his daughter, gritted his teeth, made a decision, and took out a grenade from his pocket. While Luo was looking at Lu Zihan, he pulled the safety button and pounced over. Then he yelled in Lu Zihan's direction, "Daughter, run, go find Xiaoming." Luo looked down at Lu Tao, who was holding him in confusion. Just as he was about to take action to get rid of Lu Tao, there was a sudden explosion.
Boom! Dad!
Lu Zihan was knocked to the ground by the aftermath, and looked at Lu Tao's broken body falling to the ground with tears on his face.
Puff! Damn it!
Luo was also caught off guard and his chest was blown into a bloody mess. He spat out blood, struggled to get up from the ground, and immediately came to Lu Tao's upper body, which had been blown to pieces. Amidst Lu Zihan's cries of grief, he stepped on Lu Tao's head, which was still open. PTCH. You bastard, how dare you trick me? Just stepping on him was not enough to vent his anger, so Luo spat on Lu Tao's face. Seeing his father being humiliated like this, Lu Zihan roared, somersaulted up, and his hands burst out with unparalleled electric currents. Sizzle! Humph! Luo looked in the direction of Lu Zihan and sneered, then casually swung his hand. He easily blocked the attack. Then he looked at Lu Zihan with a smirk. Oh, and you too? Dad! Seeing that his attack was useless, Lu Zihan was not stupid. He turned his head to look in the direction of his father and murmured something, then suppressed the hatred and boundless pain in his heart and turned and ran. Want to run? Puff! Damn it, damn it! Luo sneered and was about to chase after him, but as soon as he activated his spiritual power, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a sharp pain in my chest. He knew that the explosion just now had directly injured his abdomen. When he quickly ran out of the villa, Lu Zihan was nowhere to be seen. Damn, forget it. She went to find Xiao Ming. I should tell Chu Kaibin about Xiao Ming. Luo pondered for a while, turned around and left. Call. At this time, Xiao Ming had just come out of his cultivation state, and the injuries he suffered during the day had almost recovered. The spiritual power in the body is already very full. However, when he thought of Xie's departure, his heart ached. When she walked out of the bedroom, Zhao Xie was no longer in the room. Mei Yang also returned to the house she rented in the community. Only Shi Lang came forward with a smile. Brother? Yeah. Xiao Ming nodded with a serious face, feeling very depressed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Shi Lang quickly went over and opened the door, revealing a look of surprise. Sister Zihan? Why are you so embarrassed? The next second, Lu Zihan rushed in covered in blood, looking in Xiao Ming's direction in a trance. Big brother, I want revenge. I want to kill the Chu family and the Deng family. Zihan, what's wrong? What happened to the Lu family? Xiao Ming was stunned when he saw this and hurried over to help Lu Zihan up. The moment he saw Xiao Ming, a sense of security suddenly filled Lu Zihan's heart. The tears that had been suppressed could no longer be held back and flowed out crazily. Throwing himself into Xiao Ming's arms, Lu Zihan burst into tears and said, Big brother, my father, my mother, my grandfather, they are all dead. The whole Lu family is dead. I am the only one who escaped. After hearing this, Xiao Ming almost knew what had happened and his face darkened. He said coldly, destroy an entire family? What a vicious heart. Don't worry, Zihan, I will help you get revenge. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Lu Zihan quickly shook his head, his eyes flashing with strong hatred. Big brother, I will kill the Chu and Deng families with my own hands. I want Chu Kaibin and Deng Ai to also taste the taste of having their entire family wiped out. At this moment, Lu Zihan's eyes made Xiao Ming feel very unfamiliar. She seemed to be filled with hatred, and her eyes no longer had the purity and tenacity that Xiao Ming had when he first met her. Even when faced with suppression from Lu Ming, he never gave up. Xiao Ming was about to comfort her, but then he thought of himself and sighed softly. I am the same. I just want to snatch Xia back from the Superpower Alliance and destroy this so-called Superpower Alliance. Shi Lang, stay with Zihan. Let her sleep in Xia's bedroom. I'm going out for a walk. After saying that, Xiao Ming left home amid Lu Zihan's crying. I came to the yard of the community and walked out of the community. Not long after walking out of the community, Mei Yang caught up with her. Xiao Ming. After coming to Xiao Ming's side, Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. To be honest, Mei Yang was very worried throughout the day that Xiao Ming would do something impulsive. Why are you here? Xiao Ming said softly without looking at Mei Yang. I'll stay with you. Mei Yang said softly. A breeze blew by, and the fragrance of Mei Yang drifted into Xiao Ming's nose. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. The whole person is indeed much calmer. Neither of them spoke as they slowly came to a small path not far from the residential area. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening and there were no pedestrians on the road. Only a faint light illuminated the figures of the two people. Just as the two were enjoying this peaceful time, suddenly, Mei Yang's face changed and she used her skills on the bushes next to her. Hallucinogenic. Wow! As several pink rays of light fell, Xiao Ming's face darkened.
He walked over quickly with Mei Yang.
Seeing the scene in the bushes, Xiaoming's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He said to Mei Yang in a deep voice, "Ask who sent them." At this time, several low-level psychics were lying in the tall grass, 2 of them carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders.
If this is launched at myself, how can I survive?
Mei Yang nodded and immediately started asking questions to several people.
These low-level psychics who were affected by Mei Yang's hallucinogenic skills told everything without reservation.
As he listened, Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly.
Chu family. Unexpectedly, those supernatural beings who betrayed the Lu family told the Chu family about their own affairs. The Chu family actually used weapons like rocket launchers to kill themselves. Just when Xiaoming was about to deal with these psychics, Mei Yang hurriedly stopped Xiaoming. Xiaoming frowned and looked at Mei Yang in confusion. Mei Yang quickly explained, killing them is useless. The Chu family will send out stronger psychics with hot weapons to kill you. I can create an illusion for them and make them think that the plan has been successful, but if that happens, we have to leave Huarong City immediately. Chapter 61, I am the stake.
Xiaoming's face turned cold when he heard this.
Humph, is there nothing we can do but run?
Since they took the initiative to find me, I can just destroy the Chu and Deng families. As he said this, Xiaoming was about to kill these psychics again.
But Mei Yang quickly stood in front of Xiaoming. Xiaoming looked at her angrily. What are you doing? Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. What happened? Mei Yang asked in confusion.
Just now, these people only said why they wanted to kill Xiaoming, but Mei Yang didn't know what exactly happened. After looking at Mei Yang, Xiaoming sighed deeply and told her about the Lu family.
After hearing this, Mei Yang was also very angry. The Chu family and the Deng family are simply lawless.
After saying that, he looked at Xiaoming and said, "But Xiaoming, we should leave. Zihan probably wants to take revenge with his own hands. Besides, even if you go over, the Chu family must have already made preparations.
You are not afraid of the superpowers because you have a 4th-level monster, but what about the thermal weapons?"
As he spoke, he pointed at the rocket launcher on the back of a mutant and said, "Can you defend yourself against such a hot weapon? Even if you succeed in killing everyone in the Chu and Deng families, Lu Zihan will have no goals in her heart.
Can she ever get over the loss of her family?
You're not helping her, you're harming her."
After hearing the last sentence, Xiaoming's heart was shocked. Yes, this is the time when Lu Zihan is most devastated. If I really help her kill all her enemies, will she be happy? I'm afraid I will feel even more hopeless about my future life.
Thinking of this, Xiaoming broke out in a cold sweat. If it was really because of him that Lu Zihan was harmed, he would never feel good for the rest of his life.
Then he looked at Mei Yang gratefully and nodded. Mei Yang, thank you.
Mei Yang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiaoming no longer wanted to destroy the Chu and Deng families. Smiling at Xiaoming, he shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so polite between us.
Wait until I create an illusion for them and then leave."
After saying that, Mei Yang waved at the several psychics who were still in hallucinations. A ball of pink energy directly hit the faces of several people.
With the impact of energy, several people successfully fainted.
Seeing this, Mei Yang looked at Xiaoming and said, "Let's go.
When they wake up, they will think we are all dead."
Xiaoming nodded, and then the 2 of them left. When I got home, I didn't tell Lu Zihan what had just happened. He just looked at Shi Lang and Lu Zihan and said seriously, "Pack up, we are leaving Huarong City now." Lu Zihan was in a low mood at the moment and had no opinion on anything Xiaoming arranged. Shi Lang would have no objection at all, whatever Xiaoming said was the truth. There was nothing much for them to pack, so they each prepared some change of clothes and set off. He was driving the city off-road vehicle that Mei Yang gave him. Mei Yang and Lu Zihan sat in the back seat of the car, constantly comforting her, while Shi Lang sat in the passenger seat. Just as the vehicle was about to drive out of the suburbs, Xiaoming's brows suddenly frowned. Shi Lang, who was standing next to him, also let out a surprised sound.
"Hey, why is there a car here? And it's parked sideways in the middle of the road? Do you have any sense of public morality?"
Xiaoming gave him a displeased look.
In this day and age, who still cares about public morality?
He turned around and got out of the car, and Xiaoming was about to go forward to take a look. Suddenly the front door opened, revealing a pair of long legs. Xiaoming and Shi Lang stopped immediately. Then, Gu Mingxuan's beautiful face appeared before their eyes.
Fuck, it's this woman?
It's the middle of the night, and she's alone in the suburbs.
Isn't she afraid of encountering danger?
Shi Lang shouted exaggeratedly. Xiao Ming was also speechless. This girl was really willful. Then he frowned, looked at Gu Mingshuang and said, "Why are you here?" Gu Mingshuang raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Xiao Ming with disdain and said, "Do I need you to care where I am?" Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, let's go." After saying that, "Get ready to get in the car." Seeing this, Gu Mingshuang hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, take me with you?" That's right, she had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Xiao Ming a few days ago. So she knew everything that happened to Xiao Ming in the past few days. The moment Xiao Ming left, she had already set off and came to this road first, just to leave with Xiao Ming. As for why she came up with this idea, she didn't know. But she guessed that she just wanted to unravel the mystery of Xiao Ming, to find out who he really was and why he had so many means and resources. Before Xiao Ming could refute, a familiar voice came from the darkness on the side. "Xiao Ming, you can't take Schwanger away." Everyone turned around and saw Chen Feng appear. "Brother Feng? Why are you here?" Gu Mingshuang was surprised at first, then she thought of something and immediately became very angry. "You're following me?" Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly explained, "Schwanger, don't misunderstand me, I'm worried about you too." "Humph, you don't need to worry about me. I just want to follow Xiao Ming. Don't bother me." Gu Mingshuang glanced at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction and came to Xiao Ming's side. Seeing this, Chen Feng was so angry that his whole body started shaking. He stared at Xiao Ming with his eyes fixed, gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Ming, don't force me to do anything to you." "Ha, are you my opponent?" Xiao Ming sneered. "Humph, you just rely on your monster. Your own strength is nothing but scum in my eyes." Chen Feng snorted coldly. He was very disdainful of Xiao Ming. Shi Lang, who was standing beside him, was displeased when he heard this. He looked at Chen Feng with disdain and asked, "What's wrong with monsters? Monsters are not part of strength?" Chen Feng just glanced at him coldly and looked at Xiao Ming. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, looked at Chen Feng seriously and said, "Okay, you say my strength is scum in your eyes? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Chen Feng sneered, "What are you betting on?" "Let's bet on 1 month. In 1 month, I can defeat you with my own strength." Xiao Ming looked at Chen Feng seriously and said, "Chen Feng's strength and talent are not bad." At this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly had the idea of accepting Chen Feng as his disciple. "Oh, 1 month? Okay, where's the bet?" Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming with amusement. He knew that Xiao Ming's strength was only at the 2nd level. In 2 months, even if he could not be promoted to the 5th level, he would almost reach the peak of the 4th level. It is simply a pipe dream for Xiao Ming to reach the peak of the 4th level in 2 months. You should know that it took me more than 3 months to be promoted to the early stage of the 4th level. This is because I awakened my supernatural powers at the very beginning, and with the strong support of the Gu family's resources. Only then did we reach our current state. And Xiao Ming wanted to catch up with him within a month. Even though he knew that Xiao Ming seemed to have a lot of resources, it was still a fantasy. Because Xiao Ming is a 3-attribute mutant. "Xiao Ming, come on, I believe in you. I'm the one who's betting. I'll marry whoever wins." Gu Mingshuang became excited when she heard about the bet between the two. Chapter 62. I don't want to kill anyone recently. Everyone present looked at Gu Mingshuang in shock as she looked excited. Even Lu Zihan, who had just gotten off the car with Mei Yang, looked over in surprise. "Really? Schwanger, are you serious?" Chen Feng suddenly became excited. He is very confident about this bet. He thought it was impossible for a person with 3 attributes to catch up with him in 1 month. Of course it's true. Gu Mingshuang looked at Chen Feng with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly and said, "Hey, I'm not interested in this bet at all." "Xiao Ming." Gu Mingshuang raised her eyebrows and screamed into Xiao Ming's ear. Xiao Ming rubbed his ears irritably, then looked at Chen Feng and said, "How about this? If you win, she'll marry you, and if I win, you'll follow me from now on. How about it?" "No, I don't agree. How can there be such a bet?" Gu Mingshuang quickly retorted. Seeing this, Chen Feng felt a sudden pain in his heart and looked at Gu Mingshuang and Xiao Ming thoughtfully. Could it be that Schwanger has fallen in love with this guy? Impossible. It's unrealistic. Hasn't Schwanger always been bullied by this guy and hates him very much? It's decided. You're the one who's going to bet your life on this.
Xiao Ming waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Chen Feng. What do you think? Do you want to bet or not? Okay, let's bet. Chen Feng nodded without thinking. Anyway, I won T lose anything, there is no way Xiao Ming can beat me. Okay, Xiao Ming, I'll leave the rest of my life to you, you must win. Gu Mingshuang waved her hand indifferently. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, turned around and walked back to the car. I'm not interested in the rest of your life, you guys can drive up and catch up. He. Shi Lang gave Gu Mingshuang a wicked smile, then hurriedly followed. It seems that this woman also likes the eldest brother. The eldest brother is so awesome. After watching Xiao Ming and the others get on the car, Gu Mingshuang glanced at Chen Feng unhappily. Brother Feng, you are not allowed to win, understand? Chen Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, but on the surface he looked righteous and awe-inspiring. We must take the bet seriously. If Xiao Ming is still at the second level after a month, or even if he is promoted to the third level. But it's unrealistic for a fourth level cultivator to be defeated by a third level psychic, right? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Gu Mingshuang waved her hands irritably and sat directly in the passenger seat. I'm so annoyed. What are you doing here? Come and drive. Haha, okay. Chen Feng smiled and drove behind Xiao Ming's car. System, bind Lu Zihan. While driving, Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind. Ding, binding successful. Lu Zihan loyalty, 81. What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Lu Zihan's loyalty to him had reached the level of admiration. This made Xiao Ming very happy. I looked at the number of draws I had, and there were still 3 left. Xiao Ming thought about it and realized that it must be the number of draws won by the 3 sneak attacking psychics that Mei Niang helped him deal with yesterday. Forgot about the lottery. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming issued a lottery command to the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 bottles of awakening potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 bottles of spiritual fluid. Awakening potion. When Xiao Ming saw this thing, he felt that it was extremely useless. He didn't know how many bottles of awakening potions were piled up in the system space. Almost everyone around me has superpowers, so this thing is useless. As for selling it or giving it to ordinary people, it is impossible. Because it is obvious that the country has not yet developed something like awakening potion. If I give it away, what if the country spots me? It was only after Xiao Ming learned from Mei Niang about the horror of the spiritual liquid that he thought of this problem. I took a look at the number of red fruits left, and there were not many left. Mainly since Mei Niang came, especially Xiao Ming and Shi Lang were promoted to the second level. In one day, Xiao Ming can eat 6 red fruits, while Shi Lang and Mei Niang can eat 2 and 3 respectively. In other words, more than 10 red fruits will be consumed in one day. Now Lu Zihan is added. The consumption of Zhugui is even greater. As for Xiao Lan, Xiao Ming was too lazy to think about her. And why can I eat so many red fruits in one day? Xiao Ming also thought about this problem. It might be because he has more attributes and absorbs them quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming gave instructions to Mei Niang and the others in the car. Shi Lang, Mei Niang, Lu Zihan, if you have enemies in the future, try to direct your hatred towards me. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, the people in the car were all confused. Shi Lang quickly shouted, "Brother, this is impossible. Whoever dares to become your enemy, I will kill him with one punch." Xiao Ming sighed and said solemnly, "Shi Lang, if I ask you to help me attract hatred, then you will help me, but if someone attacks me, you still have to take action." After saying that, Xiao Ming glanced at Mei Niang and Lu Zihan again, including you. I will not act rashly in the future, but the hatred must be directed at me, understand? The 2 women looked at each other, and although they didn't understand what Xiao Ming meant, they nodded. The few of them drove out of Huarong City quickly and entered a nearby town. The car was driving smoothly on the highway, when suddenly, a cry for help came from the woods beside the highway. The next second, a woman in ragged clothes ran out from inside. Several psychics behind him kept chasing after him with teasing sounds from time to time, as if they were teasing the girl in front of them. "This is too much, brother, let me deal with them," Shi Lang said angrily when he saw this. Xiao Ming glanced at him calmly. "Have you forgotten what I just said to you?" Okay, big brother." Shi Lang looked at Xiao Ming blankly and nodded speechlessly. Squeak. The next second, Xiao Ming stopped the car in front of the group. In fact, these people with special abilities had already noticed the arrival of Xiao Ming and his companions, but they did not take it seriously.
After Xiaoming stopped the car, the girl immediately came to Xiaoming's window and knocked on it vigorously.
Save me, I don't want to go back.
The girl's face was covered by her messy hair, and her original appearance could not be seen clearly. However, judging from her slim and graceful figure, she must be good-looking too.
After Xiaoming got out of the car, he said lightly, "Don't worry." Then he looked at the psychic who was looking at Xiaoming and the others mockingly, "You guys go away, I don't want to kill anyone recently."
Several psychics were stunned by Xiaoming's arrogant words, then they looked at each other and burst into laughter at Xiaoming's stern face.
Ha, I'm dying of laughter, kid, you probably don't know who we are, right? Chapter 63 I feel you have changed.
Xiaoming and his companions did not have any weapons on them, and they were very clean. However, these psychics obviously did not take Xiaoming and his companions seriously. After all, if they were driving, most monsters would not actively attack. So there are ordinary people who drive to other cities to take risks and make money. There are not as many people with superpowers as imagined, and they don't think that Xiaoming and his companions are all superpowers.
I don't care who you are. I'll give you one chance. Get out of here.
Xiaoming looked at them indifferently.
I kept shouting in my heart, hurry up and do it, why are you wasting time? If you don't take action, how will I get the chance to draw lots?
Xiaoming's cold look immediately conquered Gu Mingxuang, who was standing beside him. She looked at Xiaoming with her eyes reflecting back, and murmured, "So handsome." Chen Feng, who was standing next to him, was immediately displeased when he heard this. He snorted coldly, "Pretending to be powerful is awesome.
Pretending to be powerful is stupid."
Gu Mingxuang glanced at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction. "Brother Feng, I feel like you have changed.
I dislike you more and more." Chen Feng was stunned. At this moment, Xiaoming's words infuriated several psychics on the opposite side.
The leading psychic looked at Xiaoming angrily. "Alright, since you're looking for death, then we'll grant your wish. Brothers, let him see how powerful we psychics are."
Boom boom boom.
The next second, colorful skills were used against Xiaoming. Everyone on Xiaoming's side watched the scene coldly without any resistance. Only the girl who had just been rescued closed her eyes in fear and screamed.
Boom.
With a cold snort, Shi Lang stood directly in front of Xiaoming. The earth-attributed spiritual power in his body exploded, and a violent charge was launched, forming a spiritual power shield on his body.
Countless skills fell on the spiritual power shield, making an earth-shaking roar. How is this possible? Level 2, he's actually a level 2 mutant. Let's go.
These people with special abilities looked at Shi Lang in shock and fled away, tumbling and crawling.
Okay, it's okay.
Hearing the number of draws increasing in his mind, Xiaoming looked at the girl hiding behind him with a smile. The girl recovered from her shock and quickly knelt down in the direction of Shi Lang, crying loudly, "Master Superpower, please, save my companion." Seeing the embarrassed Xiaoming, Shi Lang touched the back of his head embarrassedly.
Xiaoming coughed lightly twice, not minding the girls ignoring him, and continued to ask, "What happened? Tell us, and we will help you if we can." "Yeah, you didn't even tell me what it was. Why should we help you?"
Gu Mingxuang said to the girl dissatisfiedly.
This girl, is she polite at all? Didn't she see that it was Xiaoming who stood up to help her? She actually ignored him.
At this time, the girl may have realized that her behavior was very impolite. He quickly turned around and knelt down again in front of Xiaoming.
"My benefactor, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
However, my companions are about to be captured.
Please save them quickly."
Xiaoming frowned, knowing that the matter might be urgent, so he nodded, "Okay, get in the car with us and tell us the location."
After saying that, they drove off immediately.
On the way, the girl briefly explained what had happened. Her name is Yi Mengyao, and she is a resident of this town. They were originally a happy family, but after the revival of spiritual energy, everything changed. A bully in the town has awakened a skill, and it is a very powerful fire attribute ability. The bully, who had acquired superpowers, immediately gathered together all the superpowered people in the town. Their hard days were about to begin. All the men who refused to obey were killed, and all the women were locked up by those superpowered people for their enjoyment.
Damn it, are there no good people among those people with superpowers? Mei Yang became angry when she heard this.
Even Lu Zihan, who was standing beside him, came out of the grief of his family's death and looked at Yi Mengyao with sympathy. Yi Mengyao glanced at Mei Yang and wiped away her tears.
"Sister, there are good people among the superpowers.
There were also people who were very dissatisfied with Sang Biao's rule and organized several superpowers to rebel, but they all died. And their bodies were skinned and stripped of their tendons by Sang Biao and displayed in the town square.
Bang!
Hearing this, Shi Lang, who was in the passenger seat, pounded the car door angrily. "This is so cruel, brother, we must help them."
Xiaoming nodded, then asked, "In other words, the entire town, except for you women, is basically all under the control of Sang Biao?"
Yi Mengyao nodded, but immediately shook her head. "No, there are still many good people in Sang Biao's team, but they know that it is useless to resist Sang Biao, and some of them follow Sang Biao for the sake of their families. It was thanks to Brother Xiaofei that we had the chance to escape this time, but we didn't expect those guys to catch up with us halfway through our run." Having said that, Yi Mengyao quickly pointed forward. "That's where my companions and I were captured." Xiaoming took a look at the small road next to him, turned the steering wheel and drove in.
Fortunately, this is an urban off-road vehicle.
If it were a sedan, the chassis would be ruined. Not long after entering the path, I saw several young girls being watched by 3 people with special abilities. In front of them, a person with special abilities was beating a dark-skinned, thin boy about 20 years old.
Xiaoming felt the spiritual energy emanating from the boy.
It is conceivable that he also wanted to resist very much, but it seemed that he did not dare to resist.
Several people got out of the car quickly, and Yi Mengyao ran over screaming, "Brother Xiaofei!"
The boy on the ground was shocked when he heard the cry.
He quickly looked over and shouted, "Mengyao, why are you back again? Run!" "Ha, not bad, you brought back some top quality items?"
At this time, everyone discovered Xiaoming and his companions.
When they saw the appearance of Main Yang, Gu Mingxuan, and Lu Zihan, those psychics all showed evil smiles.
Seeing this scene, Xiaoming sighed secretly in his heart.
He didn't want to show off, but for the sake of the chance to win the lottery, he had to do it again.
So he stood in front of the crowd, looking at the several psychics in front of him calmly. "You rubbish, I'll give you 1 second to disappear from my sight."
The girls over there looked at Xiaoming with hope.
They knew that Yi Mengyao was being chased by several people with special abilities, but now Yi Mengyao had returned and brought a few strangers with her. Then these strangers must be very powerful.
"Oh? We are trash?"
The leading psychic also thought of this and looked at Xiaoming in surprise. However, his long-standing arrogance quickly made him give up his vigilance. He snorted coldly and waved to the several psychics behind him, "Let's attack together."
Just as Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile and watched several people attack.
Suddenly a delicate cry came from behind, "Thunderstrike!"
Sizzle! Chapter 64. I don't care whether you are a man or a woman.
Xiaoming turned his head in surprise and saw a large amount of electric current shooting out from Lu Zihan's hands. And the fast speed collides with the skills launched by the opponent.
Boom! Ah!
The powerful recoil force made Lu Zihan retreat repeatedly, and he let out a cry of pain. The opponent's attack continued unabated, bombarding Xiaoming at high speed. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to respond at any time. However, he did not take it too seriously. After all, the opponents were all first-level psychics who could use their spiritual power to resist at any time. The girls in Xiaofei on the opposite side all exclaimed. Just as Xiaoming was about to be overwhelmed by several skill attacks, suddenly a burly figure stood in front of Xiaoming.
Boom!
The aura of a second-level psychic emanating from Shi Lang immediately shocked all the psychics on the opposite side.
Xiaofei's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Second-level superpower."
Xiaofei's words made all the girls on the opposite side, including Yi Mengyao, who was already a little skeptical, exclaim, "Level 2.
However, the expressions of those psychics on the opposite side turned gloomy.
Looking at Shi Lang coldly, he said, "I don't care where you come from.
You're just a second-level psychic. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business."
As for Xiaoming, he was simply ignored by them. Obviously, in their eyes, Shi Lang, the second-level mutant, is their biggest threat. Because Xiaoming never revealed his aura from beginning to end, they did not know Xiaoming's strength.
"Brother, what should we do?"
Shi Lang looked at Xiaoming with a grim smile.
Everyone looked over in surprise. They didn't expect that this second-level psychic would call this seemingly thin and handsome young man Big Brother? And even seek his opinion?
Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaoming uttered a word lightly, "Kill."
"Haha, okay." Shi Lang laughed.
The leading psychic on the opposite side changed his expression and shouted, "Quick, catch those girls." He was smart enough to know that they were no match for Shi Lang, so he planned to capture those girls to threaten Xiaoming and the others.
But obviously, their plan will not succeed.
They had just started to move when a loud shout and a huge fist appeared out of nowhere.
Pulse fist. Boom.
The fist formed by a huge clod of earth smashed down directly in the center of several psychics like a bomb.
The powerful force blew several psychics away.
After doing all this, Shi Lang took advantage of the fact that the others were still asleep and launched a brutal charge.
Boom, 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 boom. With 4 consecutive sounds, the stone waves knocked them away.
He fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. Gu Mingxuan looked at the muscular man with a ferocious smile and surprise. How powerful!
Yes, Miss Gu, Shi Lang is a very powerful Earth-type mutant. Mei Yang next to her smiled slightly.
Hearing this, Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. It's okay, not too bad. Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, I've noticed that you're particularly prone to jealousy right now. After saying that, Gu Mingxuan ran toward Xiaoming happily. Xiaoming, you are so awesome.
Xiaoming. I didn't do anything just now, how can I be so powerful?
However, Xiaoming was too lazy to pay attention to her. He glanced at Shi Lang, who was surrounded by the girls and expressing his gratitude. Xiaoming turned around and came to Lu Zihan.
Looking at the depressed Lu Zihan, he said seriously, Zihan, I know you want to grow up as quickly as possible, but don't worry, I will help you.
When Lu Zihan made her move just now, Xiaoming knew what she was thinking. He hoped that the other party would not be so anxious, otherwise danger would arise sooner or later.
Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming gratefully and nodded, yes, big brother, I will listen to you.
But then, his expression turned cold again. It seemed as if Lu Zihan had become a completely different person after the shocking changes in the Lu family, and he no longer had the youthful innocence he once had. Seeing this, Xiaoming didn't know what to say, so he sighed softly, At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the other side. Yi Mengyao, you finally escaped, why don't you go to the city to ask for an expert?
What's the point of bringing them here? Can a first level and a second level psychic defeat Sang Biao?
Brother Xiaofei fought so hard to get us this opportunity, but you just wasted it.
What on earth do you want to do?
Xiaoming and the others looked over quickly and saw a girl with a better-looking face pointing at Yi Mengyao's nose and cursing. The other rescued girls looked at each other, not knowing what to say.
Xiaofei on the side looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yan, stop talking.
Mengyao also wants to come back and save us as soon as possible. The girl named Lu Yan glanced at Xiaofei with dissatisfaction, then moved closer to him, hugged his arm, and said in a soft voice, Brother Xiaofei, I'm thinking about everyone else.
Besides, now that she's back, those people with special abilities will definitely tell Sang Biao right away. It'll be impossible for us to run to the city anymore. After saying that, Lu Yan looked at Xiaoming and the others again and said angrily, since you rescued Ji Mengyao, why didn't you take her to the city to find someone to help?
Now, you've killed Sang Biao's men. He'll definitely take his anger out on us. The other party's words made everyone on Xiaoming's side frown. They didn't expect that there would be such an unreasonable woman in the world. I clearly saved her, but now you are blaming her? However, Shi Lang would not tolerate her bad habit. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Shi Lang's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Lu Yan, grabbed her neck and lifted her up.
Lu Yan.
Xiaofei on the side screamed and quickly activated his skills.
Attack speed punch.
It was clear that Xiaofei only threw one punch at Shi Lang, but in the eyes of everyone, countless fist shadows appeared.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shi Lang frowned and retreated repeatedly after being hit by Xiaofei. Although he used his spiritual power in time to resist the opponent's attack, he still felt a slight pain in his body.
Let go, let me go.
Seeing Xiaofei helping, Lu Yan and Shi Lang's hand began to struggle violently. Shi Lang glanced at Xiaofei coldly, then suddenly brought his scarred face close to Lu Yan's and said fiercely, I don't care if you're a woman or not. If you dare say anything bad about my brother again, I'll tear you apart alive. After saying that, he threw her out under Lu Yan's frightened gaze. At this time, Xiaoming had already come to Yi Mengyao, who looked aggrieved. Only then did Xiaoming take a good look at Yi Mengyao. There is no need to say much about her figure. When Xiaoming saw Yi Mengyao's pretty face, he felt his eyes brighten and was immediately stunned by her beauty. Although her face seemed to be deliberately covered with black dust, Xiaoming could tell from her outline and her bright big eyes that she was even more beautiful than Gu Mingxuang and Zhao Xia. However, Xiaoming quickly regained his composure, looked at her calmly and said, Take us to where you are being held. Xiaoming's words made Ji Mengyao shed tears of excitement. Thank you, benefactor.
Chapter 65 All you have to do is believe in me.
But after hearing Xiaoming's words, the others were not very interested. They also thought of what Lu Yan said. By now, Sang Biao's people must have passed the news back, and they would definitely be facing an even more tragic end. So they all looked at Xiao Ming and the others nervously without saying anything. Looking at their expressions, Xiao Ming guessed what they were thinking. However, Xiao Ming had his own plans at this time. "Let's go, we'll walk there." After saying this to Ming Yang and others, Xiao Ming walked towards the town. Shi Lang grinned and hurried to follow. Xiao Fei and the others looked at each other and followed silently.
"Xiao Ming, since they don't want us to rescue them, why did you still go there?"
On the way, Ming Yang looked at Xiao Ming in confusion.
"Yes, Xiao Ming, you must have some plan, right?"
Gu Mingshuang also looked at Xiao Ming with shining eyes. I don't know when Gu Mingshuang actually became Xiao Ming's little fangirl, maybe she herself didn't even realize it. Xiao Ming looked at her speechlessly, then glanced at Yi Mangyao and others who were following behind him. He said softly, "Yes, I want to build my own power, so let's start from this Jingshan town."
Ming Yang showed a look of understanding. Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiao Ming with admiration. "Xiao Ming, you are so amazing." Xiao Ming sighed. He really didn't want to bother with Gu Mingshuang. There was no conversation along the way.
Soon, Xiao Ming and others were brought by Yi Mangyao to a private house not far from the edge of the town. Arriving here, Yi Mangyao said to Xiao Ming, "There are guards inside." Xiao Ming smiled faintly and walked in with Shi Lang and others. Xiao Fei, Lu Yan and the others looked at each other, and finally followed with a sigh. "Who are you?" As soon as I came in, I saw several people with special abilities holding their hands at the door. After seeing Xiao Ming and a few strangers, he immediately stood up and asked questions. Xiao Ming didn't bother to pay attention and walked straight towards them.
Seeing Xiao Ming's expression, several psychics immediately became angry. Court death.
The next second, they all used their skills against Xiao Ming. However, Shi Lang, who was standing behind Xiao Ming, grinned.
Pulse fist. Boom. The next second, an earth-shaking sound rang out.
A huge fist made of earth hit these psychics directly.
Several psychics were knocked into the house. I just stopped breathing. Ah!
At this time, a woman's scream was heard from inside the house. After hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned in annoyance.
He waved at Shi Lang and said, "Shi Lang, Ming Yang, you two go in and comfort her." "Hee, okay." Shi Lang grinned.
Then he and Ming Yang walked in. Looking at the actions of Xiao Ming and others, Lu Yan behind him turned her eyes around several times. He came up to Xiao Fei and whispered, "Brother Xiao Fei, if we let them do whatever they want, we'll be done for.
And Sang Biao won't let you go."
Xiao Fei felt a headache when he thought about how he had taken a huge risk today to help Yi Mangyao and other women escape, and was still caught.
Hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. "Lu Yan, do you have any ideas?"
Lu Yan smiled, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Fei.
"Brother Xiao Fei, let's find a way to lure that Xiao Ming away." "Then you take him to see Sang Biao. He's just an ordinary person, so he definitely won't be your opponent. If Sang Biao is happy, then maybe he won't blame you."
As for me, after you took Xiao Ming away, I immediately ran back and said that Xiao Ming was captured by Sang Biao. Looking at how close his companions are to him, they will definitely save him regardless of the danger.
I can then take everyone and escape together. Although there may be danger from encountering monsters along the way, it's better than waiting to die here. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, glanced in Xiao Ming's direction, and said, "Are you so sure that he's not a mutant?" Lu Yan nodded confidently, "Of course I'm sure of that. Didn't you notice?"
Even when the attack was right in front of him, Xiao Ming didn't resist. Instead, he waited for Shi Lang, the reckless man, to make his move.
If he is a superpower, why would he do this? Xiao Fei laughed happily after hearing this and looked at Lu Yan in admiration. "Lu Yan, you are so smart."
Lu Yan smiled shyly. "As long as brother Xiao Fei is safe, that's all that matters.
I'm just worried that you'll suffer."
After hearing this, Xiao Fei looked at Lu Yan awkwardly. "Lu Yan, I know you like me, but I like Meng Yao."
Lu Yan's face turned pale, and she looked at Xiao Fei with a forced smile. "Brother Xiao Fei, I don't mind. You can't stop me from liking you." "Ha ha. Okay, I'll go find a way to lure Xiao Ming away."
Xiao Fei touched the back of his head awkwardly and changed the subject. After saying that, he walked towards Xiao Ming.
Lu Yan glared fiercely at Yi Mangyao, who was beside Xiao Ming.
"Bitch, I'll deal with you sooner or later."
Afterwards, he immediately followed Xiao Fei. "Mr. Xiao, I am really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do." Yi Mengyao said to Xiao Ming with gratitude.
Before Xiao Ming could say anything, he revealed a worried look and continued, "But Mr. Xiao, we should leave quickly.
Sang Biao's men will come soon, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to."
Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Mengyao with a smile. "Why?
You don't believe me either?"
Yi Mengyao hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'm just worried that you might be in danger."
Xiao Ming curled his lips and looked at Yi Mengyao calmly. "No need to say more, all you have to do is believe me."
Yi Mengyao was stunned by Xiao Ming's words, and nodded subconsciously, "Yeah." At this time, Xiao Fei and Lu Yan had already come behind Xiao Ming.
Hearing their conversation, Xiao Fei's face darkened.
Seeing Yi Mengyao looking at Xiao Ming with gratitude, a sense of tension suddenly arose in his heart. The only guilt he felt for handing Xiao Ming over to Sang Biao was gone. Lu Yan showed a slight smile on her lips.
"Mr. Xiao, I have something very important to tell you. It's about Sang Biao, and I can only tell you."
Xiao Fei thought for a while and spoke. Xiao Ming turned around and looked at Xiao Fei and Lu Yan in confusion, then thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go outside."
"Well, come with me." Xiao Fei nodded and walked in front with Lu Yan. "Xiao Ming, then I'll go see those women too." "Brother Feng, let's go."
Gu Mingshuang said to Xiao Ming, and then walked into the house. After coming outside and walking a long way, Xiao Ming frowned, looking at Lu Yan and Xiao Fei walking in front.
"Just say it right here." Xiao Fei turned around and first looked at Lu Yan beside him. "Okay, you can go back first."
Lu Yan glanced at Xiao Ming with a sneer, then turned and left. Watching Lu Yan leaving, Xiao Ming had no idea what tricks these two were playing, and looked at Xiao Fei with amusement, who had a calm face.
"Xiao Ming, come with me." After Lu Yan's figure disappeared, Xiao Fei looked at Xiao Ming indifferently and said. Chapter 66, The Insidious Lu Yan. Xiao Ming looked at him playfully. "Oh? Where are you going?"
Xiao Fei sighed, looked at Xiao Ming seriously and said, "Your arrival will not save those women, but will bring them disaster. And I, who risked giving them a chance to escape, have already been exposed.
Sang Biao will definitely not let me go." Xiao Ming smiled. "So, you're planning to take me to see Sang Biao? Do you think if you hand me over to him, he won't kill you?"
"Well, Lu Yan will take everyone away, so now we have no choice but to sacrifice you."
Xiao Fei looked at Xiao Ming indifferently and nodded. "Ha, sacrificing me in exchange for everyone's safety, it seems like a good idea."
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
"It's great that you think so.
It's you who insisted on getting involved in this.
Now come with me,"
Xiao Fei said, and prepared to go forward and take Xiao Ming away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming's expression turned cold at this time.
"Since you still have some conscience, I will let you go this time. I won't give you this chance next time."
After he finished speaking, the moment he turned around and walked back, Xiao Ming's aura was fully exposed.
Boom! The powerful pressure caused Xiao Fei's face to change drastically.
Level 2, Xiao Ming is actually also a level 2 psychic.
Oh no, Lu Yan is in danger.
Thinking that he had just told Lu Yan about his plan, Xiao Ming would definitely not let Lu Yan go, so he hurriedly chased after her. At this time, outside the house where the women in the town were imprisoned,
Lu Yan anxiously said to Mei Yang and the others, "Hurry up and check. Xiao Ming has been captured by the people sent by Sang Biao." "What? Which direction?" Shi Lang shouted angrily. "Over there."
Lu Yan pointed in a direction casually.
The next second, Shi Lang rushed out without thinking.
At the scene, Chen Feng crossed his arms and looked at Lu Yan acting with disdain. Xiao Ming is protected by a 4th-level monster beast.
How can the people sent by Sang Biao capture Xiao Ming? He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Not only did he not believe it, Lu Zihan, Mei Yang and Gu Mingshuang also looked at Lu Yan deeply.
Only Yi Mengyao said to Mei Yang and others in a panic, "We are in trouble.
Let's go and save Mr. Xiao."
Lu Yan's eyes turned, and she quickly grabbed Yi Mengyao who was about to run out. "Mengyao, we are all ordinary people.
If we go, we will die. What should we do then?"
Yi Mengyao stamped her feet anxiously.
Mei Yang glanced at Lu Yan, then said to Gu Mingshuang and Lu Zihan, "In that case, let's go out and take a look." "Mei Yang, how could Xiao Ming?"
Gu Mingshuang was interrupted by Mei Yang before she could finish her words.
"It's okay, it's good to go and take a look." Mei Yang glanced at Lu Yan inconspicuously.
Gu Mingshuang was not stupid either. She immediately understood what Mei Yang meant and nodded with a smile. "Well, okay, let's go and take a look."
Lu Zihan had no objection and followed everyone silently.
When leaving, Chen Feng turned around and gave Lu Yan a disdainful sneer.
Ha! Seeing several people leave, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Just now she almost thought that these people had seen through her plan, but fortunately, they had already left. Thinking of this, she looked at the anxious Yi Mangyao and smiled sinisterly. Then he quickly turned and walked into the house, where all the women in the town were. There were old and young people, but the majority were young and young.
Most of the older women were either eaten by monsters or killed by Sang Biao. For them, keeping it is just a burden.
The remaining elderly people are just the families of some superpower users in Sang Biao's camp. However, being locked up here also poses a threat to those with special abilities.
Everyone, come out. Do you want to leave?
Lu Yan looked at the pairs of expectant eyes with a proud look on her face.
I think, Lu Yan, can you take us away? Lu Yan, you didn't lie to us, did you? Yeah, all of Sang Biao's people are superpowered. How can we escape?
Everyone immediately started talking, but there was expectation in everyone's eyes. Lu Yan smiled complacently and nodded. Don't worry, the people guarding us are dead now.
We can run away anytime we want.
But if you leave this town, the outside world is infested with monsters and beasts. If you want to successfully reach the city, you need the help of people with special abilities. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, someone immediately took over the conversation. Then we can let those people protect us and leave.
Aren't there 2 people with special abilities among them? Yeah.
At this time, these women finally thought of asking Xiao Ming and others for protection. Lu Yan sneered and waved her hand to interrupt them.
Forget about them. They are destined to be killed by Sang Biao. But thanks to them, they can help us delay for a while. What? They were killed too?
Suddenly, there was sobbing and disappointment at the scene.
All right, I've already made an agreement with Brother Xiaofei. As soon as we leave Gingshan town, I'll contact him and he'll come over to protect us right away. So, if you want to leave safely, you must listen to me. Lu Yan glanced at everyone coldly. Wow, it turns out Lu Yan has already made arrangements. Great.
I can finally leave this damn place.
Those scumbags are simply beasts.
Lu Yan, you and Xiaofei are truly a match made in heaven.
We will definitely listen to you.
Listening to the flattering words of the crowd, Lu Yan's vanity exploded and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Just at this moment, Yi Mangyao walked in dazed. Seeing this, Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she pointed at Yi Mangyao. It's all her fault. She caused us to take such a big risk. If she hadn't brought those people back, but had gone directly to the city to ask the security bureau to rescue us, we wouldn't have had to do this at all.
So, if you want to leave, strip her naked and hang her outside. After you finish this, I will take you away immediately. Lu Yan's words shocked everyone.
Including Yi Mangyao, they all stared at Lu Yan in amazement. Lu Yan, you're going too far.
I want to go out. I don't want to stay here anymore. Yeah, we have to go out, Yi Mangyao, it's all your fault.
At this moment, all the elderly women in the crowd rushed out, and then several middle-aged women and their daughters also rushed towards Yi Mangyao. Although the children of those old people are the superpowers on Sang Biao's side, their lives are also very difficult and they are just barely able to survive. As long as I escape, I can contact my sons and let them leave as well.
Since my family members are people with special abilities, won't my life in the future be very easy? So they can be said to be more eager to leave than others.
Only a dozen girls who were usually on good terms with Yi Mangyao were left standing there hesitantly.
Ah. No, why are you doing this? What's the difference between you and those beasts like Sang Biao?
Yi Mangyao, who was pressed to the ground by the women, began to cry and struggle, and her clothes were slowly torn to pieces by countless pairs of devilish claws. Standing aside and watching this scene, Lu Yan laughed triumphantly.
Chapter 67, The First Mission. Sizzle.
Just as Yi Mangyao was looking in despair at these companions who had suffered together with her tearing off her clothes wantonly, suddenly, countless lightning bolts shot out from outside the door. These women who bullied Yi Mangyao, including Lu Yan, only had time to show horror.
The next second, he was struck by countless electric currents, and his whole body became stiff. And these electric currents perfectly avoided Yi Mangyao. Ah!
Yi Mangyao screamed in fear, hugged herself and curled up into a ball. At this time, all the girls who did not step forward to bully Yi Mangyao looked at Lu Zihan and others walking in from the door in horror.
As Lu Zihan put down his hands, the electric current disappeared, and Lu Yan and the others immediately collapsed to the ground.
My whole body is still shaking. However, it can be seen from Lu Yan's eyes that she is very frightened at this moment.
Why did they come back? Didn't they go after Xiao Ming?
Especially when she saw Shi Lang's burly figure walking out from behind Lu Zihan and others, Lu Yan became even more frightened.
Okay, you little girl, you dare to lie to me? Shi Lang stepped forward and picked up Lu Yan, saying viciously. Shi Lang, stop, wait until Xiao Ming comes back. Mei Yang said quickly, otherwise she was really worried that Shi Lang would crush Lu Yan to death.
Coincidentally, Shi Lang was about to do so, but when he heard Mei Yang mention Xiao Ming, he hesitated and threw Lu Yan to the ground.
You're lucky.
I'll deal with you properly when Big Brother comes back.
After Gu Mingshuang came in and saw the scene inside, she was very angry. This woman is even more vicious than me. And these women are not good people.
Gu Mingshuang looked at the group of terrified women on the ground, glared at them fiercely, then turned to look at the dozen or so girls who were trembling and looking at this sight in fear.
Luckily you didn't do anything, otherwise you would have suffered the same fate.
At this time, Yi Mengyao had been helped up by Mei Yang, wrapped in the bedsheet that Lu Zihan had just found in the room.
Mei Yang looked at the crying Yi Mengyao with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay."
Yi Mengyao shook her head and looked at Lu Yan on the ground with red eyes. She was filled with hatred in her heart.
She hated why Lu Yan could be so cruel.
I hate myself for not awakening my superpowers and for being so beautiful. She knew that Lu Yan had always been jealous of her, jealous that brother Xiao Fei liked her.
She knew all of this. But she didn't expect that Lu Yan would do such a thing to her.
Just at this moment, Xiao Ming came back.
Xiao Fei also came back with him.
Seeing the scene inside, Xiao Ming was not particularly surprised, but Xiao Fei screamed and hurriedly ran to Lu Yan and helped her up.
"Lu Yan, why are you doing this?" Xiao Fei looked at Lu Zihan angrily.
He knew that the thunder-attributed power in the entire room must have come from this girl.
Lu Zihan just glanced at him calmly, pointed at Lu Yan and said, "Ask her yourself."
Then he walked out of the house. Xiao Ming glanced at the angry Yi Mengyao thoughtfully, walked over and said lightly, "Come out with me."
"Yes."
Yi Mengyao was startled, glanced at Xiao Ming weakly, and nodded hesitantly.
"Go." Mei Yang smiled slightly and patted Yi Mengyao's shoulder to comfort her. When they got outside the yard, Xiao Ming turned his back to Yi Mengyao and said calmly, "Do you want to become a superpower?" Yi Mengyao was suddenly shocked. How did he know what she was thinking?
Xiao Ming turned his head and smiled slightly. "Don't doubt it, I'm very familiar with this look in your eyes." Yes, when Xiao Ming met Yi Mengyao's eyes just now, he had a familiar feeling. That is the desire for strength and the resentment towards the world. Whenever someone called him a waste, Xiao Ming would see this look in the mirror. So, he decided to give Yi Mengyao a chance.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yi Mengyao didn't dare to refute and nodded weakly, "Yes, yes. Okay, I can make you a psychic, but there is one requirement."
As long as you can meet this requirement, I can not only make you a psychic, but also train you to be a powerful psychic.
Xiao Ming looked at Yi Mengyao seriously and said. Xiao Ming's words shocked Yi Mengyao and she took 2 steps back.
She looked at Xiao Ming with fear. In her heart, Xiao Ming was a very good man who was even willing to save them regardless of danger.
But she didn't expect that even Xiao Ming was attracted by her beauty? Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao felt endless sadness in her heart.
Xiao Ming looked at the other person with his eyes wide open. He did not explain, nor did he want to explain.
"Can you really make me a superpower?" Yi Mengyao looked at Xiao Ming with a pale face.
After the revival of spiritual energy, she saw too many injustices of the past. Without strength, it was difficult to move forward, especially for beautiful women, who could only become the possession of the strong. Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao smiled sadly. Perhaps, if she agreed to Mr. Xiao, at least she wouldn't have to live a miserable life. However, there was no longer any gratitude in the look he gave Xiao Ming, only calmness.
"Well, all I ask is that you trust me 100% and carry out my orders unconditionally. If you can do that, I can make you a mutant right now."
Xiao Ming smiled faintly and stated his conditions.
"Just, that's it?" Yi Mengyao opened her mouth slightly and looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment. "Then what do you want?" Xiao Ming glanced at Yi Mengyao with amusement, then waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, do you agree or not?"
"Well, I promise, Mr. Xiao, I will listen to you in the future."
Yi Mengyao nodded repeatedly. So embarrassing. It turns out Mr. Xiao didn't think that way. I was just being too sentimental. Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao's face turned slightly red. System, bind Yi Mengyao. Ding, binding successful. Yi Mengyao loyalty, 76. Only 76, isn't that enough to be admired?
Xiaoming shook his head slightly and looked at Yi Mengyao calmly. Your loyalty to me is not enough, so I can make you a superpower today, but I won't give you any resources. When you reach the loyalty I require, I will give you endless resources.
Now, follow me, I'll give you your first task.
After saying that, Xiaoming turned and walked into the house.
Why, Lu Yan, why are you doing this?
As soon as he came in, Xiaoming saw Xiao Fei roaring angrily at Lu Yan.
After seeing Yi Mengyao come in, Xiao Fei ran over and grabbed Yi Mengyao's shoulders and said hurriedly, Mengyao, are you okay? Yi Mengyao, come here.
Xiaoming said in a cold voice, then took out a dagger from his body.
This is the dagger that Siye used before. After Xiaoming upgraded his magic to the second level, Siye gave this dagger to Xiaoming.
Xiaoming always carried it with him, and whenever he saw the dagger, he would think of Zhao Siye. He took a look, then handed the dagger to Yi Mengyao who was walking over, and said coldly, first task, take the dagger and kill Lu Yan.
Chapter 68 She is your captain. What? Everyone was shocked. But Mei Yang and others didn't say anything. No, Mengyao, don't kill me.
Lu Yan looked at Yi Mengyao in horror and slowly backed away.
Xiaoming, you are too cruel. You are simply the second Sang Biao. Xiao Fei also pointed at Xiaoming's nose and cursed. Bang! The next second, he was kicked out by Shi Lang. Put! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear you apart.
Shi Lang looked at Xiao Fei who was lying on the ground fiercely and shouted. Xiaoming and the others glanced at Shi Lang and were speechless.
Go, what are you waiting for?
Seeing Yi Mengyao standing there hesitantly with a dagger in her hand, Xiaoming frowned and urged her.
Xiaoming's words shocked Yi Mengyao all over.
A determination flashed in her eyes, and she walked towards Lu Yan who had retreated to the wall.
No, no. Lu Yan looked at Yi Mengyao who was approaching in horror.
Her frightened look made Yi Mengyao hesitate again. No matter how much she hated Lu Yan, the good education she received in the past prevented her from doing that. At this moment, Lu Yan saw the hesitation in Yi Mengyao's eyes, and she made up her mind. She shouted and rushed forward.
Ah!
The two women rolled heavily to the ground.
After knocking Yi Mengyao down, Lu Yan tried to snatch the dagger from Yi Mengyao's hand.
At this time, Yi Mengyao also reacted, and the two of them continued to fight for the dagger on the ground.
Oh, you still dare to resist? Gu Mingshuang said unhappily and was about to ask Qian for help.
Xiaoming raised his hand and glanced at her.
Let them solve it themselves.
If they can't even do one step, then there's no point in training them. Xiaoming spoke loudly so that Yi Mengyao could hear it clearly. Her heart moved, and a hint of cruelty appeared in her eyes. But at this time Lu Yan had already pinned her down, and it was very difficult to stab Lu Yan to death with a dagger. She had used all her strength, but she couldn't get the dagger. Seeing that the dagger was about to be snatched away by Lu Yan, Yi Mengyao opened her mouth, raised her head, and bit directly on Lu Yan's neck which was close at hand.
Ah!
Lu Yan let out a scream and subconsciously relaxed the strength in her hands.
Seizing this opportunity, Yi Mengyao snatched the dagger and stabbed it into Lu Yan's chest. Puff!
Blood sprayed on her face. Feeling the strong smell of blood, looking at Lu Yan's mouth full of blood and looking at her with hatred and resentment, Yi Mengyao was stunned for a moment. All the women in the town, including Xiao Fei, looked at Yi Mengyao in horror. They didn't expect that Yi Mengyao could be so cruel.
Bang!
Xiaoming kicked Lu Yan, who was lying on top of Yi Mengyao, away like she was kicking trash, and extended his hand to Yi Mengyao with a smile. Welcome to join us. Yi Mengyao looked at Xiaoming in a daze, and subconsciously stretched out her hand for Xiaoming to help her up. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoming took out a bottle of liquid from somewhere and handed it to him.
Drink it and you'll have superpowers. Xiaoming's words made Yi Mengyao's eyes light up.
Everyone present looked at the bottle that Xiaoming handed to Yi Mengyao with a look of surprise and doubt.
How is that possible? Drinking this potion can awaken superpowers?
Chen Feng looked incredulous.
Mengyao, don't listen to this guy, don't drink. Xiao Fei sneered and shouted at Yi Mengyao.
Yi Mengyao also hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Xiaoming's calm smile, coupled with her desire for superpowers in her heart, he unscrewed the lid and drank it.
Ah!
The next second, Yi Mengyao began to tremble all over and let out a cry of pain.
Mengyao! Xiao Fei yelled, rushing towards Xiaoming angrily, asshole, what on earth did you give Mengyao to drink? Bang!
However, just as he rushed to Xiao Ming's side, he was kicked away again by Shi Lang.
See, I told you, how could there be such a miraculous potion? Xiao Ming must want to kill Yi Mengyao.
Chen Feng folded his arms and looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. No, Xiao Ming would not do that. Mei Yang quickly shook her head. Although she didn't know what the potion was, Mei Yang knew that Xiao Ming was definitely not that kind of person.
That's right, I believe in Xiao Ming too.
Gu Mingshuang rolled her eyes at Chen Feng, then looked at Yi Mengyao steadily.
Under everyone's shocked gaze.
Suddenly, a cold aura burst out from the screaming Yi Mengyao.
Boom!
The black power that almost turned into substance made Xiao Ming and others frown involuntarily.
Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Has he really awakened his superpowers?
Hiss, it's so cold.
Gu Mingshuang shivered and quickly left the house.
She is not a superpower and cannot stand such an aura. But immediately, the black energy was taken back, and Yi Mengyao's figure reappeared, but her expression became very cold.
Mengyao, are you okay?
Xiaofei struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Yi Mengyao in shock. He didn't expect that Yi Mengyao actually possessed superpowers, and this superpower seemed extremely powerful.
Dark power?
Mei Yang on the side also frowned. Yi Mengyao ignored Xiaofei's shouting, walked slowly to Xiao Ming's side, looked at him gratefully, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao."
Well, remember what you promised me.
Also,
I can feel your loyalty to me. If you want to obtain resources, you must be absolutely loyal to me.
Xiao Ming nodded lightly. Just now, he heard the system prompt that Yi Mengyao's loyalty had dropped to 72 points. It dropped several points at once, which had never happened before. It seems that it was because he had just forced Yi Mengyao to kill someone that made her very disgusted. However, Xiao Ming didn't mind. If Yi Mengyao's loyalty did not reach above 80 points, Xiao Ming would not give her the Shu fruit. When Yi Mengyao heard Xiao Ming's words, her heart tightened. When the women in the town saw that Yi Mengyao actually had superpowers, their eyes changed when they looked at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming met those eager gazes and nodded in his heart. His goal was achieved. He allowed Yi Mengyao to awaken her special abilities in front of everyone because he wanted to take in the more than 10 girls who had not attacked Yi Mengyao just now.
As for those who took action,
Xiao Ming's eyes turned cold. Shi Lang, kick out those who just bullied Mengyao.
Okay. Shi Lang laughed. No, there are monsters outside. We will die if we go out.
Yeah, don't kick us out, please, we will never do that again. The women who had just taken action all showed expressions of horror and struggled back. Xiao Ming glanced at them impatiently and ignored them.
If you don't get out, I'll kill you now.
Shi Lang glared at the women, and they were immediately stunned by his ferocity. Ignoring the women who were driven out by Shi Lang, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at the dozen or so girls gathered in the corner, looking at this side with trembling fear. From now on, you will listen to Mengyao's command.
She is your captain. I will allow all of you to awaken your own special abilities. Chapter 69. Let Zihan go. Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, all the girls showed surprised expressions.
Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up.
He coughed and walked awkwardly to Xiao Ming's side.
Xiao Ming, do you have a lot of those potions? Can you give me a bottle?
Oh. That potion is useless for people with superpowers. Xiao Ming looked at him with amusement, and instantly knew that Chen Feng must have asked for it on behalf of Gu Mingshuang.
Although Xiao Ming was originally planning to give Gu Mingshuang a bottle, but since Chen Feng came forward, wouldn't it be unfair to himself if he didn't accept some benefits?
Chen Feng's face flushed, and he looked at Xiao Ming impatiently and said, "Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not." "Give it to me, of course, but only if you promise me that you will be my bodyguard for this month." Xiao Ming curled his lips.
"Anyway, you will be mine in the future, so it's okay if you become my bodyguard in advance, right?"
That's right. In Xiao Ming's heart, he had already decided to accept Chen Feng.
Impossible.
Chen Feng objected without thinking, looking at Xiao Ming with contempt.
You want me to be your bodyguard? Dream on. Xiao Ming shrugged indifferently. It's up to you.
Chen Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ming, who turned around, thinking to himself, it will only be a month anyway.
As long as he defeats Xiao Ming in a month, Shuanger will probably agree to marry him.
Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly said, "Okay, 1 month is enough."
Take it.
Xiao Ming smiled slightly, turned around and threw out a bottle of awakening potion. Chen Feng took it and looked at Xiao Ming in surprise.
Where did this guy come from?
Thinking of the time in the Gu family villa when Xiao Ming waved his hand and more than 100 spirit stones came out, his eyes suddenly widened.
Could it be that this guy has space-related abilities?
But in this case, it would be extremely difficult for this guy to get promoted.
I'm sure to win.
Thinking of this, Chen Feng ran out of the house happily, came to Gu Mingxuang and handed her the potion in his hand.
Shuanger, drink it. Gu Mingxuang took the potion and looked at it in surprise, then smiled at Xiao Ming, who was walking out of the room, and said, Xiao Ming, thank you.
No. Chen Feng was stunned and hurriedly tried to explain that this was what he had paid for with a month's money. But Xiao Ming smiled and took over the conversation. You're welcome. Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Ming fiercely.
This guy is a good dog. Puff. Mei Yang next to him was amused by Chen Feng's appearance. Lu Zihan also curled the corners of his mouth. Then, Gu Mingxuang couldn't wait to drink the potion. Everyone looked over expectantly.
Even Yi Mengyao was very curious about what kind of superpowers this sister would awaken. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response at all.
Gu Mingxuang looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. Xiao Ming, why is this useless? Xiao Ming frowned deeply upon seeing this, and asked the system in his mind, System, is this potion expired?
Ding, system-produced products are of high quality and will not be expired.
Then why didn't Gu Mingxuang use it? Ding, maybe Gu Mingxuang already has supernatural powers.
Hearing this, Xiao Ming looked at Gu Mingxuang with a look of suspicion.
Already possessing supernatural powers? Indeed, this is the only explanation.
But Gu Mingxuang clearly doesn't have any special abilities.
What's going on? Xiao Ming, are you trying to scare me?
Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming coldly. Xiao Ming frowned after hearing this.
The potion is definitely real.
As for why Gu Mingxuang hasn't awakened her superpowers, there's only one possibility: she already has superpowers.
How is that possible? I grew up with her, don't I know whether she has special abilities or not? Chen Feng said angrily. Gu Mingxuang also showed a look of disappointment.
For some reason, his father had asked him to eat red fruits and absorb spirit stones, but he just couldn't awaken his superpowers.
Now even Xiao Ming's awakening potion is useless.
Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang's mood suddenly became depressed.
Then I don't know.
Xiao Ming said calmly.
Roar.
Just then, several roars were heard outside the yard.
Everyone looked over quickly.
I saw several wild boars rushing in with their piglets. Lu Zihan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had his eyes light up and he immediately used his spiritual power to rush out.
Sizzle. Humph. The hog reacted quickly and dodged immediately, but the piglets were not so lucky and were directly electrocuted by the powerful electric current.
This situation further aroused the anger of the pig. With red eyes, they launched an attack on Lu Zihan. Just when Shi Lang and others were about to step forward to help, Xiao Ming hurriedly stopped them.
He said to them calmly, Let Zihan go, she also needs to vent.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Mei Yang and Shi Lang stopped.
Yi Mengyao looked at Lu Zihan, who rushed into the herd of wild boars with a curious look.
She felt a sense of sadness from this girl who had never spoken much. She was even more curious about Xiao Ming and his group.
Although it seems that Xiao Ming is the leader here, why do Chen Feng and Gu Mingxuang seem different?
Seeing Lu Zihan's skillful dodging and sharp attacks, Xiao Ming showed a look of astonishment.
She also learned martial arts?
Mei Yang nodded and said, Well, I heard from Zihan that her father started to let her learn traditional martial arts when she was in elementary school.
Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Well, martial artists with supernatural powers will be even more powerful. However, although Lu Zihan's attack power is very strong, martial arts also played a huge role. But there were 3 tusk boars in total. He was still seriously injured while dealing with it. Once, after being hit by a wild boar, a bloody hole was created in Lu Zihan's abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. Brother, let me go and help.
Shi Lang said hurriedly. Shi Lang and others felt very sympathetic towards this girl who was younger than them. But Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan, who was still gritting her teeth and fighting with the fang boar, and said in a deep voice, Believe her. Just as Xiao Ming finished speaking, Lu Zihan let out a delicate cry and stepped heavily on the head of a wild boar. A powerful electric current suddenly filled the whole body of the wild boar. The wild boar trembled violently, rolled its eyes, and fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with one gorilla, facing 2 more gorillas rushing towards him, Lu Zihan endured the pain in his abdomen, stretched out his 2 fingers, and directly stabbed them into the eyeball of one of the gorillas.
Roar! The wild boar only had time to roar before it was struck by electricity the next second. However, after dealing with 2 of the hogs, Lu Zihan was no longer able to react to the last one. He was knocked out immediately. Boom! The powerful impact caused Lu Zihan to fall to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the wild boar with red eyes, it continued to rush towards him. At the critical moment, Lu Zihan rolled over to avoid the attack, then swung a heavy punch at the side of the passing boar. Boom! Watching the last hog die, Lu Zihan suddenly collapsed to the ground, a look of joy in his eyes, and then he fainted. Chapter 70. Go find something to eat by yourself. Meng Yao, come with me. I will take you away from Jingshan town and we will live a good life together. While Xiao Ming and the others were watching Lu Zihan and the Fongboar fighting, Xiao Fei came to Yi Mengyao and spoke softly. No, brother Xiao Fei, I want to follow Mr. Xiao and will not leave. Yi Mengyao shook her head firmly. Mengyao, he is a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Xiao Fei was anxious. Brother Xiao Fei, if you say that to Mr. Xiao again, don't blame me for being angry. Yi Mengyao frowned. Okay, one day, you will regret it. Xiao Fei glanced at the battle and saw that it was over. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, Xiao Ming would attack him again. So he looked at Xiao Ming angrily, turned around, and jumped out of the courtyard wall. In fact, Xiao Ming noticed his actions, but was too lazy to pay attention. He was just a first-level psychic, but he didn't take it seriously. At this time, he brought Mei Niang and others to the unconscious Lu Zihan. Chen Feng sighed softly, very terrifying combat power, but the strength is still too weak. Chen Feng also admired Lu Zihan very much. With the strength of the first level, he actually defeated 3 monsters of the same level at the same time. Even he could not do that. Is her strength too weak? Then I will let her improve her strength. Xiao Ming muttered to himself. A red fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. Red fruit. Yi Mengyao and other girls immediately showed shocked expressions. Although they had never seen something like the vermilion fruit, they recognized it at a glance because of the spiritual energy emanating from it and its bright red color. Suddenly, their hearts were filled with longing to follow Xiao Ming. There is a potion that can awaken people, and there is also a rare treasure like the zhu fruit for subordinates to eat. Only a fool would not cling to such a treasure. At this moment, Yi Mengyao became even more determined. I must follow Mr. Xiao. I will do whatever Mr. Xiao asks me to do, even if, that's the case, it's not impossible. Yi Mengyao shyly glanced at Xiao Ming's handsome face and lowered her head. Ding, Yi Mengyao's loyalty plus 10. Current loyalty, 82. After feeding Lu Zihan the red fruit, Xiao Ming just heard the prompt sound from the system. Oh? Did your loyalty increase after seeing me take out the vermilion fruit? He chuckled in his heart, but he didn't mind. It was good to have ideas. Employees without ideas were more difficult to control. As long as loyalty is improved, that's fine. At this time, with the support of the powerful spiritual energy of Zhugua, Lu Zihan immediately woke up from his coma. After waking up, Lu Zihan said nothing. She felt the strong spiritual energy in her body and knew what had just happened without thinking. It must be that the elder brother gave himself a red fruit. She was the one who knew best that Xiao Ming had a lot of zhu fruits. Then, she immediately sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the red fruit by circulating her spiritual power diligently. Seeing Lu Zihan entering the state of cultivation, Xiao Ming looked at the crowd and said calmly, Okay, let's rest here for a day. After going through so much since arriving here, it's almost dawn. Xiao Ming saw that there were more than 10 draws, so he just took advantage of this time to draw a prize. And eat today's red fruit. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming directly took out more than 10 bottles of awakening potions from the system space and handed them to Yi Mengyao. Take these and help them awaken their superpowers. Then he took out more than 10 red fruits and gave them to Mei Niang and Shi Lang. Let's take a break and improve our cultivation. Seeing Xiao Ming take out so many red fruits at once, everyone except Shi Lang and Mei Niang showed expressions of shock and envy. Xiao Ming, where did you get so many red fruits? Also, how did you make these things? Do you have space-related abilities? Gu Mingshuang had recovered from her lost state at this time and chased after Xiao Ming and asked. After all, she has become accustomed to not having superpowers. I won't tell you. Xiao Ming walked into the house without looking back, found a room and closed the door. Gu Mingshuang stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything about Xiao Ming. Seeing that Xiao Ming did not give her the red fruit, Yi Mengyao felt a little disappointed. Isn't my loyalty to Mr. Xiao enough? It seems that I still haven't adjusted my mindset.
She remembered what Xiao Ming told her, that he could feel her loyalty, and now that Xiao Ming didn't give her the zhu fruit, it must be that her loyalty was not enough.
Ding, Yi Mengyao's loyalty +2. Yi Mengyao's current loyalty, 84.
At this moment, Xiao Ming, who had just entered the room, heard the system prompt again and was suddenly stunned.
How come Yi Mengyao's loyalty increased without me doing anything?
Xiao Ming, who couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, stopped thinking about it.
It wasn't a bad thing anyway. At this moment, several embarrassed psychics were standing at the door of a room in a luxurious villa in Jingyang town.
They were guarding the door, waiting for their second-in-command Zhou Yi to come out. They came here immediately after being chased away by Shi Lang. I originally wanted to look for the boss Sang Biao, but I heard that Sang Biao had gone out, so I had to look for Zhou Yi.
But they didn't dare knock on the door, for fear of disturbing Zhou Yi's nature. You know, Zhou Yi, like Sang Biao, likes women very much and sleeps with a different woman every night.
The last time Sang Biao's nature was disturbed, the psychic was killed with a single slap.
Crack.
When the door opened, several people immediately showed expressions of surprise.
Brother Zhou, this is bad. Several strangers broke in, including a second-level mutant. Zhou Yi has an ordinary appearance, but he is tall and thin.
He had just gotten up and looked at the two of them with a somewhat annoyed look.
He's just a second-level psychic. Go, call 3 second-level experts and capture that guy for me. Several first-level psychics were pleasantly surprised. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou. There are a few top-notch women among those people. Let's capture them and let Brother Zhou enjoy them. Hearing this, Zhou Yi showed his interest. Oh? Top quality? Not bad, go ahead, as soon as possible. Haha, okay.
After saying that, several people with special abilities excitedly walked out of the villa and went to look for someone. At this time, Xiao Ming, who had been practicing for a while, came out of his state. He looked helplessly at Xiaolan, who crawled out of his pocket.
What's wrong?
Master, I'm so uncomfortable staying in your pocket.
I don't want to stay in your pocket anymore, and I haven't eaten for a few days. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Ming with resentment. Ha!
Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. Yes, although he fed Xiaolan red fruit every day, it seemed that he had never given it anything else to eat. Although the requirement for food will gradually decrease as the strength increases, it is not yet to the point where one can survive without eating.
Okay, then go out and find something to eat by yourself. Xiao Ming smiled. Xiaolan nodded excitedly. Okay, master, I'll go then.
After saying that, Xiaolan couldn't wait to shoot out and rushed out of the window.
Chapter 71 Purple Thunder Spear.
Watching Xiaolan leave, Xiao Ming chuckled, then said to the system, draw the lottery, draw them all. As Xiao Ming finished speaking, the prompt sound of extracting things kept coming from his mind.
Vermilion fruits, spirit stones, spirit liquids, and the like began to be extracted continuously.
It seems that these three things are relatively easy to extract.
But suddenly, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up.
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second-level weapon, Purple Thunder. Xiao Ming quickly opened the system space and saw a domineering spear wrapped in electric current appear in front of him.
Click on its introduction. Second-level Purple Thunder Spear, a Thunder attribute weapon that can double the wielder's attack. Thunder attribute users can unleash a Thunder array.
Seeing this introduction, Xiao Ming was very happy and murmured to himself, this is very suitable for Zihan. Just as I thought of this, suddenly, a strong momentum came from the yard.
Sizzle.
Xiao Ming quickly opened the door and walked out. The girls who drank the awakening potion were in the living room, each with a painful expression on their face. Xiao Ming just took a look and went out of the yard.
Immediately, one could see countless electric currents wrapped around Lu Zihan, and a powerful aura bursting out from her body.
Just like that, a breakthrough. Chen Feng stared at the scene in a daze. He didn't expect that Lu Zihan would break through so quickly. Zihan has broken through to the first level a while ago. The shu fruit that Big Brother gave her can definitely help her break through.
Shi Lang explained with a smile.
Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Ming and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he quickly shook his head. It was impossible. No matter how many red fruits he had, it was impossible for a 4 attribute mutant to be promoted to the 4th level in just 1 month. At this moment, Lu Zihan's eyes suddenly opened. With her mouth slightly opened, she roared, Thunder Flash.
Sizzle.
The next second, under everyone's gaze, Lu Zihan's figure flashed away, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of everyone.
Even Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan in surprise. You've already comprehended a skill right after being promoted to the second level?
Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming and smiled gently. Big brother, I actually had some enlightenment in my heart during the battle just now.
After the breakthrough, I immediately comprehended this skill. Ah, okay, that's good. In that case, I'll give you another good thing.
Xiao Ming laughed twice. With a wave of his hand, a spear wrapped in electric current appeared in front of everyone.
What kind of weapon is this? It even has its own spiritual power. Chen Feng widened his eyes in shock.
That's right, he clearly felt that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power on this spear.
Thank you, big brother. I like it very much. Lu Zihan grabbed the purple thunder spear in surprise and took a closer look at it.
His eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Ming, and his little face flushed.
Ding, Lu Zihan's loyalty +5. Lu Zihan's loyalty, 86.
Listening to the voice coming from his mind and seeing Lu Zihan finally smiling again, Xiao Ming also smiled with relief.
As long as you are happy. Xiao Ming's words made Lu Zihan's heart beat faster.
He glanced at Xiao Ming inconspicuously and lowered his head.
Just then, there were suddenly several loud laughs coming from the door. Ha ha ha, what a magical weapon. It belongs to my eldest brother.
After seeing the faces of several people, Yi Mingyao's face changed and she exclaimed, Sang Biao's people. Xiao Ming and the others also frowned deeply.
Ha, Yi Mengyao,
I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. The eyes of more than 10 psychics who walked in from the opposite side lit up. Just now, Yi Mengyao washed off the traces of makeup on her face and found a piece of clothing that fit her. At this moment, she looked very fair and her beautiful face was displayed in front of everyone.
Ha, you guys are here again? I was just about to go look for you.
Xiao Ming looked coldly at the people who were let go by Shi Lang.
Yo who? Looking for us? Just because you have one level 2 and one level 1?
Ha ha ha, stop making fun of me.
The psychics on the opposite side looked at each other and laughed.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming was too lazy to talk to them and waved his hand impatiently. Come on, come up if you have the guts.
Oh, alright, let's see how arrogant you become later. Everyone, come on together.
The leading second-level psychic was also annoyed by Xiao Ming's attitude and waved his hand impatiently.
The next second, more than 10 psychics on the opposite side all burst out with their aura. Boom boom boom. Colorful spiritual energy filled the entire yard.
Yi Mengyao, who had just become a first-level psychic, was frightened by this momentum and retreated repeatedly, her pretty face pale. Seeing that the other party was about to rush over, Lu Zihan snorted coldly and swung the spear in his hand.
Thunder flash. Sizzle. The next second, he arrived directly in the middle of the crowd opposite. Ah!
With a sweep of the gun, several first-level psychics were immediately swept away by Lu Zihan. A powerful electric current filled their bodies, causing them to tremble continuously on the ground and unable to get up.
Seeing this scene, the leading second-level psychic's face darkened and he waved his hand at Lu Zihan. Water cannon bombardment. Boom boom boom. A series of water cannons shot towards Lu Zihan.
The other psychics also used their skills towards Xiao Ming and his companions.
Let's go together.
Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming said lightly. The next second, Mei Yang and Shi Lang rushed forward facing countless skills.
Brutal charge. Hallucinogenic. Gumingxuan looked at Chen Feng who was standing still. Brother Feng, why don't you go up? They don't deserve it.
Chen Feng looked at the psychic on the opposite side with disdain, who was only at the second level in strength at most.
Tisk.
Gumingxuan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng.
At this moment, after feeling the aura of Mei Yang, the psychics on the opposite side exclaimed, Level 3? Not good.
The next second, countless pink halos enveloped them. Including the leading second-level psychic, everyone fell into a brief daze.
Hurry up, I can't hold on for much longer. Mei Yang's expression looked very difficult as she controlled so many people.
She kept releasing her spiritual power and was in a hallucinogenic state.
Okay, watch my pulse punch. Shi Lang laughed loudly and prepared to use his attack skills. But someone is faster than him. With a delicate cry, Lu Zihan forcefully thrust the spear into the ground. Thunder formation. Boom. Boom.
Countless lightning bolts fell within a certain range around the spear. These people with special abilities were suddenly blown away one by one with screams. Fuck! A bolt of lightning struck Lang's feet, causing him severe pain.
Everyone looked at Lu Zihan in astonishment as he stood in the crowd surrounded by lightning, and felt that he was so heroic. Chapter 72 Why is my belly so big? That's amazing, Zihan, have you mastered your second skill? Looking at the psychic screaming on the ground, Lang looked at Lu Zihan in surprise. Lu Zihan pulled out the purple thunder spear and shook his head in confusion. I don't know.
When I held this gun, this skill just came to my mind naturally.
So magical? Lang looked at the spear in Lu Zihan's hand in shock. Chen Feng, Gu Mingxuan, and others also looked over in astonishment.
Mei Yang, however, was thoughtfully thinking of the divine fire 100 slashing sword that Xiao Ming had used at that time. She looked at Xiao Ming speculatively and asked, Xiao Ming, is this spear the same as your sword?
Well, Zihan, the name of this spear is Purple Thunder, treat it well.
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
Brother, I want it too.
Lang rushed over, hugged Xiao Ming and wailed. Yi Mengyao also looked at Xiao Ming expectantly.
Chen Feng snorted coldly, it's useless. It's about the same as my own skill attack strength.
You're just jealous.
I want it even if I'm not a superpower. Gu Mingxuan gave Chen Feng a speechless look. Don't worry, you will all have it in the future.
Xiao Ming pushed Lang away with a look of disgust.
Thank you, brother. Lang laughed excitedly.
Just then, a voice was heard.
Ahem, no, don't kill me.
Xiao Ming and the others quickly turned their heads to look over, and saw that while they were talking, Lu Zihan was holding a spear and walking up to several second-level psychics who were still alive.
Wait!
Xiao Ming shouted hurriedly.
Mengyao, are these people following Sang Biao voluntarily?
After hearing this, Yi Mengyao quickly looked at several second-level psychics. An angry expression appeared on her face. No, several of our sisters died at their hands.
Oh, then kill them all.
Xiao Ming said lightly.
No. If you kill us, Brother Biao won't let you go. Several second-level psychics screamed loudly.
But Lu Zihan's eyes turned cold, and as she swung the spear in her hand, several second-level psychics who had no power to resist on the ground splattered with blood and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Looking at the countless corpses lying inside and outside the house, Xiao Ming frowned. Lang, throw all their bodies out. When Xiaolan comes back, we will set out to kill Sang Biao.
Okay.
At this time, a battle was taking place in a forest 5 kilometers away from here. I saw a bearded man with more than 20 first-level psychics under his command defeating the opposing team led by a third-level psychic and more than 10 second-level psychics. At this moment, the severely injured third-level psychic was being supported by the people around him.
He looked at the bearded man in shock. Sang Biao, you're already at the 4th level? Huang Shang, you guys in Yanglu town, just wait. Once I dig out all these spirit stones, you'll be dead, unless. At this point, the bearded man sneered, you surrender to me. After saying that, he picked up a spirit stone from the ground. This is a spirit stone mine, and the two parties are fighting for the mining rights here. Dream on, you beast, you scum, you even harm the people in your own town. Even if I, Huang Shang, die, I will never surrender to you. Huang Shang gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Sang Biao.
Sang Biao's face changed and he looked at Huang Shang coldly.
Launch an attack with one hand. Big brother.
Huang Shang's face changed drastically, and several second-level brothers around him shouted and quickly stood in front of him.
Boom! Puff! Xiao Zhao, Xiao Ming!
Huang Shang screamed when he saw the two psychics being knocked away.
He turned his head and looked at Sang Biao fiercely. Sang Biao, wait for me, let's go. After saying that, he left in embarrassment with his men. Watching them leave, Sang Biao's eyes turned cold. Boss, why don't we just kill him?
At this time, a younger brother stepped forward and asked.
Bang! Sang Biao slapped him and said angrily, do I need you to teach me? If it weren't for me, all of you first-level trash would be dead. They're all at the 2nd level. If they go crazy, I won't be able to handle it either.
Sang Biao knew very well in his heart that he had just been promoted to the 4th level.
He hasn't even mastered the 4th level skills. There are so many 2nd level people, not to mention Huang Shang, a peak 3rd level expert.
If a fight really breaks out, he will be in trouble if he leads these 1st level psychics.
Okay, you guys continue mining the spirit stone mines here, I'll go back first. Sang Biao waved his hand impatiently and was about to leave.
But at this moment, a roar of a monster suddenly came from the woods.
The next second, to everyone's shock, a giant blue python over 20 meters long appeared before their eyes. A fourth-level monster? Sang Biao's mood was shaken violently. The aura emanating from the opponent was obviously much higher than his own.
It was obvious that he was a mid-level or even late-level fourth-order monster.
With just one glance, Sang Biao knew he had to run.
The next second, he no longer cared about these subordinates with superpowers, and directly mobilized all his spiritual power to run away. Roar! But his speed was still slow, and countless screams came from behind him. Then he was submerged in the waterspout and swept into the sky.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Sang Biao was blown away violently, his clothes were torn and blood was flowing everywhere. However, as a fourth-level being, it was obviously not that easy for him to die. As soon as he landed, he struggled to get up and ran away madly in a random direction. Xiao Lan glanced at Sang Biao's fleeing figure with disdain. Looking down at the ground, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. The huge head lowered and suddenly rushed towards the ground.
Boom!
There was a violent earthquake and rocks flying everywhere.
In just a few seconds, Xiao Lan's figure disappeared.
More than 10 minutes passed, and when Xiao Lan appeared again, her belly was bulging, as if it was filled with a lot of things. Satisfied, he returned in the direction of Xiao Ming. Meanwhile, Sang Biao was trembling with fear in a corner of the woods, staring in the direction he had come from with a ferocious expression.
Damn it! My spirit stone! How could a fourth-level monster appear here? That doesn't make sense.
In all the nearby towns and villages, the most powerful monsters are only peak-level third-order monsters.
I've never even heard of a fourth-order giant python. Breathing heavily, Sang Biao sat down cross-legged, intending to hide here to recover from his injuries first. Hey, Xiaolin, you're back. Why is your belly so big?
Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Lan in the yard in surprise. Because Yi Mengyao and other girls saw Xiao Lan for the first time, they were all trembling and hiding in the house, not daring to come out. Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming and the others, smiled triumphantly, and opened his mouth wide.
Crash!
Countless spirit stones poured out directly from Xiao Lan's mouth. Xiao Ming and the others opened their mouths in shock.
Chapter 73 Main Yang, you go first. Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Gu Mingxuan opened her mouth in surprise.
A hint of shock flashed through Chen Feng's mind. There are so many spirit stones, almost enough to fill a spirit stone mine.
Could it be that this guy directly dug up a spirit stone mine?
Thinking of this, Chen Feng's heart was shocked. If this is true, then Xiao Ming will never have to worry about running out of spirit stones in the future now that he has this snake that can help him dig out spirit stones, right? Looking at Xiao Ming, Chen Feng became more and more jealous.
Good.
Xiao Ming patted Xiao Lan's huge head affectionately, then looked at the stunned Yi Mengyao. Give each of them a spirit stone, including yourself, and try to break through to the first level as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yi Mengyao nodded excitedly and looked at the giant python in front of her, with shock still hard to conceal in her eyes. Although she didn't know how high the cultivation level of this giant python was, she knew that its level was not low from the fate aura emanating from its body. Cautiously coming to Xiao Lan, and seeing that he had no intention of attacking, Yi Mengyao quickly took a few spirit stones and hid behind Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming chuckled and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the spirit stones into the system space.
Now he also figured it out.
People with space-related abilities should also have the skills to store space. Anyway, I already have 3 supernatural attributes now, so even if I have one more, it's no big deal. So Xiao Ming showed his abilities directly in front of everyone.
Okay, you guys stay here and practice well. I'm going to find that guy Sang Biao.
Xiao Ming looked at Yi Mengyao with a smile, then turned around and prepared to leave with Meng Yang and others.
Wait, Mr. Xiao, Sang Biao is not so easy to deal with. Let's leave quickly before he comes over? Yi Mengyao said anxiously.
Xiao Ming frowned and turned to look at Yi Mengyao seriously. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao quickly explained, Mr. Xiao, I don't mean to disbelieve you. It's mainly because Sang Biao has many psychics under his command, and he and his best friend are all third-level psychics.
He's just a third-level mutant, what's the big deal?
Chen Feng sneered disdainfully. Yi Mengyao looked at Chen Feng speechlessly. Although she had known Xiao Ming and the others for a very short time, she could see that this guy particularly liked to pretend.
Thank you for your reminder, but it doesn't matter.
Your task is to lead those girls to practice well. Before I come back, all of you must break through to the first level.
Xiao Ming chuckled.
With spirit stones, breaking through the first level shouldn't be a difficult task.
Yes. Yi Mengyao lowered her head. Yeah.
Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, then stretched out his hand to Xiaolan. Xiaolan. Whoosh. The water attributed spiritual power in Xiaolan's body surged, and instantly turned into a small snake as thick as a chopstick, which wrapped around Xiaoming's arm. Watching Xiaoming and the others leave, Yi Mengyao took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the house with more than 10 spirit stones.
Although Xiaoming looked very relaxed, Yi Mengyao was still very worried.
After all, there are quite a few second-level psychics under Sang Biao's command. She didn't know about Xiaoming's strength, but the most powerful among Shi Lang, Lu Zihan and others was Mei Yang, but she was only at the third level. Xiaoming had already asked Yi Mengyao about the location of Sang Biao and his men's base.
It's in a hotel in a small town.
All the people with special abilities live there. Some people are responsible for going to the city to buy the necessary supplies every day, and also for selling the monsters they hunt. At this time, when Xiaoming and his companions arrived here, all the psychics had already discovered them. They surrounded us immediately. The leader was a burly man with a square face and particularly thick eyebrows. As soon as he came to Xiaoming's group, the burly man asked loudly, "Who are you?"
We are here to find Sang Biao.
Xiaoming smiled slightly.
Looking for our boss?
The burly man frowned and glanced at Mei Yang, Gu Mingshuang, and Lu Zihan behind Xiaoming, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
I thought to myself, could it be that this guy is seeking asylum and deliberately offering beautiful women?
During this period of time, many ordinary people sought their protection, but since there was nothing good in it, they were too lazy to pay attention. When he heard that Xiaoming was looking for Sang Biao, he naturally thought of this. The other psychics around also looked at each other, and looked at Mei Yang and the other girls with evil smiles.
Xiaoming, their looks make me very uncomfortable.
Mei Yang said with a frown as she approached. Yes, Xiaoming, if anyone looked at me like this before, I would dig out his eyes.
Gu Mingshuang also looked unhappy. Xuanger, do you want me to dig out their eyes now?
Chen Feng on the side said hurriedly.
Gu Mingshuang rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said, I just said it casually.
Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. The sturdy man ignored the women's whispers and looked at Xiaoming with a smile and said, Okay, brother, the goods are good, but our boss is not here. How about I take you to see our second in command?
Don't worry, he can make the decision too.
Xiaoming pondered for a moment. In fact, he really wanted to rush in and charge. However, thinking about the fact that many of them were forced to join Sang Biao, Xiaoming wanted to recruit those people as his subordinates and absorb the first batch of talents for the force he established. If I rush in rashly, I might end up killing them all. Thinking of this, Xiaoming smiled at the strong man and nodded, Okay, take us there.
Okay, then come up with me.
As he spoke, under the obscene gazes of the surrounding psychics, Xiaoming brought a few women and followed the burly man into the hotel. I took the elevator to the 8th floor of the hotel and stopped in front of a door with the name of the deputy general manager on it. This guy is quite interesting, he's the deputy general manager.
Gu Mingshuang chuckled disdainfully. What do you know, little girl? Is our boss Joe any worse than those vice presidents who run companies? The burly man looked at Gu Mingshuang with disdain, then said to Xiaoming.
You guys wait outside, I'll go in and talk. After saying that, he knocked on the door.
Come in. As the burly man entered, Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiaoming with dissatisfaction. Xiaoming, can't we just fight our way in?
Okay. Xiaoming nodded with a smile. Since Sang Biao is not here, it would be nice to capture their second in command.
Gu Mingshuang was stunned for a moment.
She didn't expect Xiaoming to really agree.
Mei Yang, you go first.
After saying that, Xiaoming stretched out one hand, and the divine fire 100 slashing sword instantly appeared in his hand. Looking at the long sword that had injured him, Jin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted.
He secretly exclaimed, What a good knife. Chapter 74 Boy, you're finished. Bang! With Mei Yang's kick, the door was kicked open. Who is it? Zhou Yi inside looked over angrily.
The burly man was also suddenly startled and turned to look at Xiaoming and the others. He didn't expect that these people were so bold as to just barge in.
Isn't this harming yourself?
When Zhou Yi saw Mei Yang, his heart moved and he was immediately shocked by her beauty.
When he saw Gu Mingshuang and Lu Zihan coming in from behind, the anger in his heart disappeared immediately. Thinking about what his subordinates just said to him, Zhou Yi looked at Xiaoming and laughed out loud. Brother, you are here to seek refuge, right?
I agree. After saying that, he couldn't wait to show an evil smile and walk towards Mei Yang and the other two women. Ah, three beauties, let me have a taste first. Seeing this, the strong man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the second in command did not blame him. But immediately, he became nervous again.
Mei Yang sneered and said, "Prepare to die." Hallucinogenic.
As a pink light enveloped him, Zhou Yi, who was confused, suddenly stood there in a daze.
Crack. Who are you?
Feeling the breath of Mei Yang, a third-level psychic, and the dazed Zhou Yi, the strong man was immediately shocked. The next second, he opened his mouth to call for help. But Xiaoming's long knife was placed on Zhou Yi's neck, and the words that the strong man was about to shout out were immediately swallowed back. He looked at Xiaoming and the others in horror.
At this moment, Zhou Yi struggled out of Mei Yang's control.
Looking at Xiaoming, who was holding the handle on his neck, he angrily said, "Who are you?
What do you want to do?"
Although he was held at knife point, there was no sign of worry on his face. He sneered at Xiaoming and the others and said, "I advise you to let me go, otherwise."
Bang! Boy! Are you looking for death?
Zhou Yi glared at Xiaoming, who slapped himself on the head. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of his supernatural powers, no one has ever dared to treat him like this. Xiaoming chuckled and said calmly, "Tell your people to gather in the hall below."
"Humph, you are just looking for death."
Zhou Yi glanced at Xiaoming with disdain and did nothing. Seeing this, Xiaoming frowned, a cold expression flashed in his eyes. He exerted a little force with the hand holding the knife, and a trickle of blood flowed out from Zhou Yi's neck. Feeling the stinging pain on his neck and the coldness of the knife, Zhou Yi finally felt fear. He pretended to be calm and looked at Xiaoming and said, "Okay, idiot, go get everyone to gather." The burly man looked at Zhou Yi anxiously, but those who went to the city can't come back so quickly. Zhou Yi said angrily, "Just call the people in the town." This idiot called all the supernatural people in the town. Zhou Yi didn't believe that Xiaoming and the others would dare to take action, unless they didn't want to walk out alive either. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi sneered in his heart. Xiaoming ignored his thoughts and watched the strong man run out of the office with a faint smile.
"Come on, let's go down too."
Then he pushed him downstairs.
"Brother, let me look after him." Lang came over with a smile. "No need."
Xiaoming shook his head indifferently. Looking at Xiaoming's back, Lang sighed enviously, "Hey, I just want to touch your knife, why is it so difficult?"
Hearing this, Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming with even more gratitude.
Lang wanted to take it, but Xiaoming treasured it very much. However, Xiaoming gave him the same weapon instead.
Could it be that Big Brother likes me? No. Big Brother only has Sister Xia in his heart. Zihan, you must not let your imagination run wild. Lu Zihan quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind.
But the look he gave Xiaoming was filled with a hint of affection. Several people came downstairs, and the small hall was already surrounded by people with special abilities. After seeing their second in command being threatened, most of the psychics had anger on their faces. However, there are still a small number of people whose excitement on their faces is very suppressed. Xiaoming secretly looked at the expressions of these people and took note of those who showed a hint of excitement.
"Boy, let go of the second in command. Let go of the second in command." Following a few loud shouts, countless psychics released their aura and pressed forward towards Xiaoming and his companions. "Humph."
Mei Yang snorted coldly, and the momentum of the third-level psychic suddenly exploded, colliding with the oppressive momentum of many psychics.
Boom!
There was a crackling sound in the air.
Mei Yang alone blocked the momentum of all the superpowers.
Seeing this situation, there was an uproar on the other side, and everyone looked at Mei Yang with shock.
Level 3 mutant.
Seeing this situation, Zhou Yi snorted coldly and shouted to his men, "Don't panic.
He's just a level 3 mutant.
Brother Biao has already broken through to the 4th level.
When he returns, these people will die." Level 4? Has Brother Biao already broken through to level 4? That's great.
Brother Biao has broken through to the 4th level. We can take over the surrounding towns.
Yeah, ha.
Hearing Zhou Yi's words, everyone laughed excitedly. He no longer cared about Xiaoming and the others. Zhou Yi is right, he is just a 3rd-level psychic.
The presence of so many 1st and 2nd-level psychics alone could completely suppress her.
Not to mention that his boss has been promoted to the 4th level. Among the crowd of people with special abilities, there were some people whose excitement on their faces was now mixed with deep worry, but they were reluctant to show it obviously.
Oomph, some of you were forced to do this. I know all this.
Xiaoming glanced at the many psychics opposite him and snorted coldly.
Then he continued, I'm giving you a chance now. Stand by my side and I'll rescue you. Otherwise, you'll die with Sang Biao and the others. Ha ha ha. Joey burst into laughter after hearing this and gave Xiaoming a mocking look. Kid, where do you get the confidence from? You actually want to kill a 4th level mutant? Don't tell me you're also level 4. Ha 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 ha.
The aura of this kid is clearly that of a 2nd level cultivator. That is, a 2nd level psychic wants to kill a 4th level expert?
Is this kid crazy? Joey's words made the many psychics on the opposite side burst into laughter.
The expressions of those forced psychics showed a slight struggle on their faces, but after looking at Xiaoming and the others, they just sighed heavily. Xiaoming snorted coldly, knowing that they also did not believe in his own strength.
The next second, he was ready to let Xiaolan, who was coiled on his head, transform into his original form.
But at this moment, a cold voice came from the door.
Who broke into our Jingshan town while I was away?
Seeing the figure slowly walking in, all the psychics exclaimed with delight on their faces.
Brother Biao is here. Ha, that kid is dead.
Joey also looked at Xiaoming with a smug look on his face and snorted, Boy, you're done.
Now you can't leave even if you want to. Chapter 75, The Cowardly Sang Biao. Boom.
As soon as Joey said this, a strong momentum came from the side.
The next second, Shi Lang appeared beside Xiaoming, and a punch filled with spiritual power landed heavily on Joey's head. Fuck you, I've tolerated you for so long. Shi Lang said angrily. Bastard, you're looking for death.
Sang Biao, who had just come in, saw this scene and immediately roared angrily. He circulated his spiritual power and strode over.
Boom. The powerful aura of a 4th level psychic came overwhelmingly. Suddenly everyone around felt a huge pressure. Even Xiaoming clenched his teeth tightly, his legs trembling constantly under the pressure. Wow.
Suddenly, Xiaoming felt a cool energy above his head, and he immediately felt that the pressure on his shoulders had disappeared.
Ha, look at them, how scared they are. Yeah, the boss is really powerful. His aura alone is enough to scare them to death. The crowd around looked at Xiaoming and his companions with gloomy faces and started to mock them loudly. But at this time, Joey, who had a knife against his neck by Xiaoming, did not dare to resist, because he felt that the knife on his neck was pressing tighter. It seems that as long as I move, my head will move. Ha!
At this moment, Sang Biao suddenly felt something unusual, as if his power was offset by some powerful energy. He looked at Xiaoming in surprise and immediately his eyes widened. Looking at Xiaolan above Xiaoming's head, his lips began to tremble slightly. How could it be this? Is it that 4th order giant python? How could it be on top of a human head? Could it be a monster raised by this human? Thinking of this, Sang Biao looked at Xiaoming with horror. Even his forward steps came to a halt. At this moment, Sang Biao's heart was in turmoil. I quickly thought of a solution in my mind. Thinking of the strength of the giant python, Sang Biao felt fear in his heart. That's definitely about to advance to level 5. At this time, Xiaoming was also hesitating in his heart whether he should directly let Xiaolan kill this guy. However, Xiaoming was worried that the battle between the two would directly cause casualties among those with special abilities who were forced to join the Sang Biao forces. So, there was a brief stalemate at the scene. Hey, what's going on? Why isn't the boss taking action? Yeah, what's going on? At this time, all the psychics on the opposite side were very confused when they saw Sang Biao standing there and suddenly stopped moving. Shi Lang and the others all sneered at Sang Biao, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Shi Lang and the others all knew that Xiaoming Xiaolan was a 4th level monster, and Chen Feng was also a 4th level psychic. So they are not at all inferior to Sang Biao. You're so sad, aren't you? Are you going to fight me or not? If not, quickly kneel down and kowtow to my big brother. If he's in a good mood, he might let you go. Shi Lang looked at Sang Biao with a grim smile, and said this deliberately to provoke Sang Biao. You know what, it feels really good for a 2nd level psychic to provoke a 4th level psychic. Get out. I think you are looking for death. Boss, let's go together and kill them. All the psychics looked at Shi Lang angrily, feeling strongly insulted. But when he heard Shi Lang's words, Sang Biao's eyes suddenly lit up. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he knelt down in front of Xiaoming.
What the hell? Are you serious? Shi Lang looked at the scene in astonishment.
He didn't expect that just one sentence from him would make Sang Biao kneel down. Not only did he not expect this, but no one had expected this at this moment. Especially those psychics who had just been shouting, all looked at the scene in a daze.
Brother, let me go.
Sang Biao looked at Xiaolan above Xiaoming's head with cold sweat. Facing such a sad face, Xiaoming frowned in confusion.
Brother Feng? What's wrong with him? Did your aura leak out?
Gu Mingshuang was also very curious about this situation.
Chen Feng frowned and shook his head.
No, he couldn't possibly know that I'm a 4th-level mutant.
That's strange.
Gu Mingshuang looked at Sang Biao on the ground thoughtfully, then looked at Xiaolan above Xiaoming's head, and her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she knew something. At this moment, the one who was even more desperate was Zhou Yi, who was being held against by Xiaoming's long sword. Looking at Sang Biao kneeling in front of him, Zhou Yi wished he could just slit his own neck. Just when Xiaoming was wondering whether this was a trick played by Sang Biao, Xiaolan's voice suddenly came from his mind.
Master, this guy is a coward. He ran away just because I scared him.
Xiaoming suddenly realized that this guy had seen Xiaolan. Don't tell me that you snatched all those spirit stones from this guy. Xiaoming said to Xiaolan with amusement in his heart.
Yeah, when I went there, this guy had just chased a group of people away.
From what I heard about their conversation, it seemed like they were from a nearby town.
I couldn't stand this guy's arrogance, so I left.
Xiaolan said proudly.
Well, that's all thanks to you. But now Sang Biao is a problem.
Killing him directly will definitely cause him to resist, and keeping him alive is not a good idea. Xiaoming looked at Sang Biao, who was kneeling in front of him, and fell into deep thought.
He definitely didn't want to keep someone like Sang Biao. Hey, that's easy. Just lure him out alone and I can deal with him.
Xiaolan said indifferently.
Oh, that's right.
Xiaoming chuckled and looked indifferently at Sang Biao, who was kneeling in front of him. Get lost.
Sang Biao was overjoyed after hearing this.
Although he felt sorry for the power he had worked so hard to establish, his own life was still more important.
So he nodded repeatedly and stood up from the ground. I'm leaving now.
Having said that, he crawled out of the hotel.
Xiaolan, go.
Xiaoming chuckled and said to Xiaolan in his heart. After hearing this, Xiaolan quickly rushed out from above Xiaoming's head. At this moment, all the supernatural people in the hotel were stunned by the scene before them.
They could never imagine what happened to their boss.
Why are you so afraid of this young man in front of you? Zhou Yi reacted and quickly shouted to Xiaoming, Brother, please let me go.
I won't dare to do it again.
My boss has run away, and I'm being held at knife point.
What am I waiting for if not begging for mercy? Huh, you? Go to hell.
A fierce light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes, and he quickly put away the knife while speaking.
Puff.
Blood splattered, and Zhou Yi stared at his head and body being separated.
Wow.
Following Xiaoming's action, there was an uproar at the scene, and all the psychics looked at Xiaoming in panic. Even those people with special abilities who were threatened by Sang Biao to join were worried.
But Xiaoming obviously wouldn't bother with them.
In the situation just now, it is understandable that these people are not aware of their own strength and dare not stand up.
So,
at this moment, Xiaoming turned around and looked at the psychics with a smile. Now, all those who were forced to join can stand up.
Chapter 76 Strange Monster.
Among the group of people with special abilities, many people began to look at each other in confusion.
Shi Lang shouted at them impatiently, What are you still hesitating about?
Those women in the village have already been saved by my eldest brother. Upon hearing this, someone immediately stood up and looked at Xiaoming with gratitude.
Sir, I'd like to follow you. I do, too. I do, too. I was forced to do this. I've wanted to kill that beast Sang Biao for a long time. With the first person joining, more and more people soon joined.
The expressions of those people with special abilities who voluntarily joined Sang Biao were very ugly at this time.
Someone suddenly shouted, Brothers, fight them. Let's get out. Otherwise, they won't let us go.
The next second, the crowd suddenly became chaotic, and many people with special abilities began to attack their companions.
Boom, boom, boom. Ah!
Screams continued to be heard, and a large number of people with special abilities began to rush out of the hotel.
Get out!
Shi Lang's face changed and he rushed out angrily, punching the psychic who launched the attack.
Xiaoming's face was also very gloomy.
I looked at the psychic who took the initiative to cause trouble, and just when he was about to rush out of the hotel, he quickly raised his hand and uttered 4 words lightly, entangled by thorns. Whoosh whoosh.
The next second, countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. All the troublemakers will be entangled in it.
And those psychics who had just joined were all looking at this scene in panic. The next second, in front of everyone, Xiaoming coldly activated his second skill.
Flaming thorns. Boom boom boom.
Countless explosions were heard,
accompanied by screams and struggles.
Just as the flames were approaching everyone, Meng Yang quickly waved her hands to form a spiritual power shield, protecting everyone inside.
Boom.
As countless explosions rang out, the entire first floor of the hotel was suddenly engulfed in flames.
Let's go out,
Xiaoming said to everyone indifferently. Afterwards, under the protection of Meng Yang's spiritual power shield, several people came outside. At this time, most of the psychics who were not attacked by Xiaoming had also rushed out, looking at Xiaoming in horror.
There are quite a few second-level psychics among those psychics just now,
but they were all killed instantly by Xiaoming's attack. Only at this time did they realize that Xiaoming was so powerful.
With the same second-level cultivation, he was able to kill so many second-level psychics in seconds. Moreover, it seems to have multiple attribute abilities. You don't have to look at me like that.
You will be as powerful as me in the future. Xiaoming chuckled at these psychics. After taking a quick look around, he discovered that there were only a dozen or so new psychics joining the scene.
It is conceivable that most people actually join Sangbiao's forces voluntarily. Stone wave.
Hey, big brother, what's the matter?
Shi Lang ran over with a smile.
Take these spirit stones and take them to meet up with Yi Mengyao. After saying that, Xiaoming waved his hand and handed Shi Lang more than 10 spirit stones.
Okay.
Shi Lang nodded, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He had a very good premonition that he would be the boss again.
His idea was correct. Just when he had put away the spirit stones and was about to take these newly joined psychics away, Xiaoming's voice came from behind. From now on, these people are handed over to you.
You are their captain. If anything happens, I'll be your advisor.
Shi Lang turned around and glanced at Xiaoming in surprise, then patted his chest and assured him, "Brother, don't worry." After saying this, he glared at the many anxious psychics around him and shouted, "Did you all hear that?
Pay more attention from now on. If anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Many people with special abilities looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing Shi Lang's tough appearance, they suddenly felt very uneasy about their future. But he still followed Shi Lang silently.
Xiaoming, what should we do next?
Gu Mingxuan came over and looked at Xiaoming with a smile. Watching Xiaoming develop his power step by step, for some reason, Gu Mingxuan admired Xiaoming more and more.
Let's wait until Xiaolan comes back,
Xiaoming explained with a smile. Just as Xiaoming finished speaking, suddenly there was a loud noise nearby. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several people looked over quickly and saw Xiaolan's figure rushing out from a small alley beside the street. Feeling the heavy emotions coming from Xiaolan, Xiaoming's heart also sank.
Before Xiaolan could get close, Xiaoming asked, "Is there something wrong?"
Xiaolan shook her head gently, and after coming to Xiaoming's side, she said, "I have killed Sang Biao, but I suddenly feel that there is something wrong with the monster in the forest next to us."
Something's wrong? What does that mean? Xiaoming frowned. What could be wrong with the monster?
After hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes flashed with doubt, and he gently shook the huge snake head. "I don't know either, but I just feel that they seem very irritable."
Really? Let's not talk about this for now, let's go back.
Xiaoming didn't take it seriously after hearing this. After all, it is very normal for monsters to be irritable. Hearing Xiaoming say this, Xiaolan nodded and didn't care. Then the blue spiritual power surged and transformed into a small blue snake that wrapped around Xiaoming's shoulders. Then Xiaoming led a few people towards the villa where Yi Mengyao and others were. At this time, on the top of a nearby mountain, the cloaked man who had chased Xiaoming with Lui in Huarong City was quietly looking in the direction of the town below. In his hand he also held a small bottle filled with green liquid. He glanced at the small bottle and muttered to himself, "I wonder what the results of this experiment will be.
Let's experiment with these two towns."
After saying that, he turned into a ball of black mist and quickly floated towards the town on the other side. Shortly after he left, the roars of monsters were heard everywhere in the forest.
The trees in the entire forest began to shake violently. It seemed as if there were countless monsters running around inside. Boom, boom, boom.
Just when Xiao Ming and his companions arrived not far from the villa, they suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the villa. Xiao Ming and the others' expressions changed. Let's go and take a look. When he quickly arrived at the door of the villa, he saw Shi Lang, along with more than 10 psychics he had just accepted, as well as women such as Yi Mangyao, fighting with a group of various monsters that came from nowhere.
Fortunately, these monsters are only first-level monsters. There are only 2 or 3 second-level monsters. Otherwise, Shi Lang and others would probably be wiped out. Seeing this, Xiao Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and said to Mei Yang and the others, "Let them handle it. This is a good opportunity to see their strength." After saying that, he frowned and looked at the monsters with scarlet eyes. But what's going on with these monsters? They really don't feel right. Chapter 77. I'll give you 2 tasks. Boom, boom, boom. The fighting continues.
Most of Yi Mangyao and the others have not yet broken through to the first level, but what is surprising is that Yi Mangyao not only broke through to the first level, but also realized her own abilities. She just waved her hand at the group of monsters. Countless dark auras burst out, forming black evil flowers on the ground. The next second, the flower exploded, and dark energy shot out in all directions like needles. The range was very wide, and countless monsters were hit by Yi Mengyao's move. The skin of the monster that was hit quickly lost its luster, and it fell to the ground and struggled violently. But in just a short while, it lost its breath of life. When facing a first-level monster, such a skill can basically kill it instantly. However, the second-level monsters were of little use, as they easily blocked this move. Seeing this, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had found a treasure. He had originally thought that as an ability as powerful as the space ability, the promotion speed must be very slow. But I didn't expect Yi Mengyao to be promoted to the first level so quickly. You can imagine that she is very talented. But why can't I awaken my superpowers? This is a bit strange. She is very good and will definitely become a strong person in the future. Chen Feng said coldly, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes when he looked at Yi Mengyao.
Yeah. Mei Yang also nodded with a smile. As the battle progressed, the number of monsters became fewer and fewer. However, even with the main attack of Shi Lang and Yi Mengyao, many psychics still suffered minor injuries. After all, there are too many monsters. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a roar came from the woods nearby. Then came the noisy sound. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. I saw countless monsters rushing out from the woods. Leading the way were several third-level monsters. There are also countless second-level monsters. It's over, we're done. I don't want to die. The faces of all the psychics who had just been subdued were ashen. The team of girls led by Yi Mengyao gritted their teeth and looked at the attacking monsters with firm eyes. Xiao Ming looked at the countless monsters rushing out of the woods one after another, his brows furrowed deeply. This situation is obviously not right. Even if monsters wanted to attack human cities, they would not be so irrational. You know, animals that can evolve into monsters have a certain level of intelligence. And as their levels get higher, their wisdom also increases. There must be something wrong. Xiao Ming muttered to himself. Just when all the psychics were falling into despair and watching these monsters attack them, Xiao Ming's figure stood in front of them. At this time, a fiery red long sword appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. The rich fire attributed spiritual power on the long sword continued to gather. Roar! When these monsters saw the humans blocking their way, they roared and used their skills on Xiao Ming. All the psychics looked at the overwhelming skills and their hearts began to beat uncontrollably. Facing these skills at this moment, Xiao Ming's expression was very calm. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and just when these skills were about to come upon him, he swung it out with all his strength. A fiery red blade light collided fiercely with the opponent's countless skills, making a huge roar. Boom! The strong airwave directly blew Xiao Ming away. Xiao Ming! Mei Yang screamed and used her spiritual power to quickly come to Xiao Ming's side. Roar! Seeing the enemies in front of them being knocked away, all the monsters roared excitedly. And those first-level psychics who had just joined were even more desperate. They thought Xiao Ming was so powerful that he could scare Sang Biao away. Just as they were looking at Xiao Ming with complaining eyes, a roar came from Xiao Ming. Immediately afterwards, a strong blue light flashed.
When everyone looked again, a giant blue python was coiled in front of Xiaoming.
The giant python's aura was so oppressive that everyone was almost unable to breathe. Level 4. Level 4 monster. Could it be Mr. Zhao's? We are saved. Ah, we are saved. After being shocked, the psychics who had just joined all showed excitement. No wonder it could scare Sang Biao away. With a 4th level monster as a pet, they really don't have to be afraid.
At this time, all the monsters were also shocked by Xiao Lan's momentum. Their pupils flashed scarlet and they wanted to retreat. But there seems to be a special force that makes them very irritable.
Roar!
In the next second, the leading 3rd level monster let out a loud roar and rushed towards Xiao Lan. The other monsters were also affected and rushed over. Seeing this situation, Xiaoming and others frowned deeply.
Xiao Lan, kill them! Roar!
Hearing Xiaoming's order, Xiao Lan raised his head and roared, and a water tornado swept out. Directly submerge all the monsters in front.
Boom!
The huge waterspout directly swept all the monsters into the sky.
Followed by a loud explosion.
Countless pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Such a terrifying power. Many people with special abilities stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open in shock. Even Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. He thought of how he had suffered from this trick before.
Roar! All monsters below level 3 died.
Only a few 3rd level monsters fell to the ground with serious injuries, struggling to get up.
However, Xiao Lan's huge body immediately flashed forward, and his big mouth directly swallowed a 3rd level monster.
Xiaoming glanced at the scarlet pupils of those 3rd level monsters. In fact, he also wanted to eat one to improve his skills. But when I think about the problems with these monsters, I really can't bring myself to do that.
So he glanced at Xiaolan, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food, turned to Shilang and said, "Let's go in."
After saying that, everyone entered the yard. I took a casual look and found that in just a few moments, most of the psychics were injured. The monster's condition at this time made Xiaoming have a bad premonition in his heart. There are still too few people. After taking a look at the team, which now had only more than 30 people at most, Xiaoming sighed softly. However, the number of draws has accumulated to more than 100. Most of them were just added by Xiaolan. You know, there were more than 100 monsters attacking just now. If they weren't all attacking him, he would have won more prizes. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at these psychics and made a decision. With a wave of his hand, he took out 30 vermilion fruits and handed them to Shilang.
Shilang, I have 2 tasks for you.
Let them eat these vermilion fruits and improve their strength as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Xiaoming pointed at the male psychics led by Shilang and the female psychics led by Yi Mengyao. Then he continued, the second task is to send someone to see if there are any other forces nearby. Chapter 78, If talking nicely doesn't work, then fight.
Okay.
Shilang excitedly responded while holding a bunch of red fruits, then turned around and glared at the psychic behind him. Come on, follow me back and practice hard. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw the red fruit in Shilang's arms.
Chen Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Unable to bear it any longer, he asked Xiaoming in a deep voice, "Xiaoming, how many red fruits do you have left?" "Oh, you want it? Fine, unless you become my subordinate too, I promise to give you as much red fruit as you can eat." Xiaoming chuckled. "Oomph, you're dreaming." Chen Feng sneered. However, he was still very jealous of Xiaoming.
I felt even more surprised and shocked. It is very difficult for others to find a zhu fruit, so how can Xiaoming take out so many zhu fruits so easily?
"It's up to you."
Xiaoming shrugged indifferently. Then his expression turned serious.
He looked at everyone and said, "What do you think of the monsters in this mountain?" After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Mei Niang thought for a while, then looked up at Xiaoming solemnly and said, "I feel like these monsters are poisoned." Poisoned? Everyone looked at Mei Niang in confusion.
Mei Niang nodded and said hesitantly, "Actually, I'm not sure, but their condition looks very much like they've been poisoned by some kind of mental toxin.
That's why he seems so irritable and angry."
After hearing this, Xiaoming thought for a moment, looked up at everyone and said, "We can't worry about so much now.
Everyone should work hard to improve their cultivation. Mei Niang, do you still have any red fruits?" "Yeah." Mei Niang nodded. "That's all. You and Shilang will be promoted soon.
Especially you, please get promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible."
That way we will be safer. Xiao Ming looked at Mei Niang seriously and said, Good. Well, everyone, go and rest. Be careful of the monsters around you. After giving some instructions, Xiao Ming asked everyone to disperse. After a while, Shi Lang ran over. Brother, I just asked those bastards, and it turns out there's a force in Yanglu town next to Jingshan town. Oh? Well, there's a problem with the monsters in the forest now. Let's go there and see if we can get them to unite with us. Otherwise, I'm worried that we won't be able to stay here any longer. Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. At this moment, the roars of monsters continued to be heard from the mountains, making Xiao Ming feel more and more irritated. He was worried that if all the monsters in the mountains fell into this state, even Xiao Lan would not be able to stop the attack of the beast tide. Okay. Shi Lang nodded after hearing this. Well, you go and call a few people out, and the others stay here to guard against the attacks of monsters. Xiao Ming said after thinking for a while. Okay. Watching Shi Lang run in, Xiao Ming thought for a moment. He took Xiao Lan away and left Mei Niang and Chen Feng alone, which can be considered as high-end combat capability. Even if the poison monster appears again, he can lead everyone away safely. After a while, Shi Lang came out with several first-level psychics. Xiao Ming chuckled and stood up. Have you explained everything? I've explained everything. Shi Lang patted his chest. Well, let's set off. You lead the way. Xiao Ming looked at several first-level psychics. They are familiar with this place and must be very clear about the location of the force in Yanlu town. If we take them with us, Shi Lang and I won't have to search everywhere in Yanlu town. The group walked very fast. In just half an hour, they crossed several hills and arrived at Yanlu town, which was not far away. However, when he climbed over the hill, Xiao Ming felt a growing sense of urgency. Because he found that there were very few conscious monsters on the road. Most of the monsters have had their minds taken over by violence. Mr. Xiao, the town below is Yanglu. Huang Sheng's power is located in the former government office in the center of the town. At this time, a first-level psychic pointed at Yanglu town at the foot of the mountain and said, Well, let's go. Along the way, we encountered some low-level monsters. Xiao Ming directly asked Shi Lang and the others to deal with the problem, which would also help to train their combat capabilities. Soon, they arrived near the Yanglu town government office. As soon as they arrived here, Xiao Ming and his companions were discovered. Immediately, several armed psychics stepped forward and looked at Xiao Ming and his companions warily, asking, Who are you? What are you doing here? As they spoke, they pointed all their weapons at Xiao Ming and his companions, and it looked like they would start fighting if they disagreed. Bastard! Shi Lang roared and was about to take action. But he was immediately stopped by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming chuckled and bowed to the people in front of him. I'm from Jingshan town nearby. I heard there's a group of superpowers here, so I wanted to come and pay them a visit and discuss some things. From Jingshan town. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, the expressions of several psychics suddenly changed. He slowly stepped back a few steps, then shouted loudly into the yamen, Brothers, come out. Sang Biao has sent people over. Alpaca. Shi Lang couldn't help it, and even Xiao Ming didn't have time to react. He instantly flashed in front of several psychics. He circulated his spiritual power and threw a punch. Boom! Puff! The powerful attack force directly knocked several people away. Shi Lang, stop! Xiao Ming held his forehead with a headache. Kid, I'm not Sang Biao's man, he's not worthy. Shi Lang snorted coldly and glared at the several psychics lying on the ground. At this moment, countless people with special abilities rushed out of the yamen. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man in his 30s. Kill! Kill them! If they dare to touch our brothers, I will fight them to the death. Facing the shouting of the psychic on the opposite side, Shi Lang snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves and glared, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. When the several first-level psychics brought by Shi Lang saw this situation, they gathered together in fear and watched in silence. Just when the two sides were about to clash, the young man leading the opposite team took one look at his companion who had fallen to the ground and was being helped up, and an angry look appeared on his face. But he immediately restrained himself and looked at Xiao Ming coldly. He knew that Xiao Ming should be the leader of these people. Brother, I don't recognize you. What did Sang Biao send you here for? You should be Huang Sheng, right? My name is Xiao Ming, and I have nothing to do with Sang Biao. I came here this time because I want to discuss something with you. Xiao Ming said with a chuckle.
Brother Shang, stop talking nonsense with them.
If they hurt Tianbo and the others, they must be enemies.
That's right, Brother Shang.
After listening to his subordinate's words, Huang Shang hesitated.
After taking a look at Xiao Ming and the others, he became ruthless and was about to give the order to take action. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he observed the other person carefully, and the cruel look in his eyes was clearly caught by Xiao Ming.
It seems that talking nicely is no longer enough, so let us fight.
Xiao Ming smiled in his heart and gently touched Xiao Lan, who was coiled on his shoulder. Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming helplessly. Just when Huang Shang was about to give the order to attack Xiao Ming and others, suddenly, a strong aura burst out from Xiao Ming's body.
Boom!
The powerful pressure forced Huang Shang and others to retreat continuously, and they all looked at Xiao Ming in shock.
Chapter 79. I'm doing this for your own good. Fourth level monster.
Huang Shang looked at the little snake standing on Xiao Ming's shoulder in shock. He clearly felt that the pressure was coming from the little snake.
What?
The psychics around looked over in shock when they heard Huang Shang's words. They knew that the other party was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that he actually had a fourth-level monster as a pet.
Wouldn't he be even stronger then?
At this time, Xiao Ming did not release his aura, but just looked at Huang Shang with a faint smile, giving people a very mysterious feeling.
Are you scared? Are you going up or not?
Shi Lang said with a proud laugh. All the psychics on the opposite side looked at Shi Lang angrily, but facing such pressure, they did not dare to speak and turned to look at Huang Shang.
Huang Shang took a deep breath and thought quickly in his mind. Judging from the strength displayed by the opponent now, he is definitely not Sang Biao's subordinate. But I haven't heard that Gingshan town has any other strengths?
Thinking of this, Huang Shang pretended to be calm and bowed to Xiao Ming.
I don't know your name, brother.
I don't think I've ever heard of someone like you in Jingshan town.
You haven't heard of normal. My name is Xiao Ming. I just came here not long ago.
As for the Sang Biao you mentioned, he has been killed by me. Xiao Ming said lightly.
Hiss.
As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping for air.
Sang Biao was killed? Didn't he just advance to the 4th level? Could it be that this demon beast of his is even more powerful than Sang Biao?
It must be true, otherwise Sang Biao wouldn't let such a master stay. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in shock. Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I came here with no ill intentions.
I want to discuss something with you. Can I go in and talk now?
Huang Shang quickly reacted, stepped aside to make room, and gestured for him to come in. Following Huang Shang's actions, the psychics on the opposite side made way for him. Xiao Ming chuckled and walked inside with Shi Lang and others. Looking at the backs of Xiao Ming and the others, several of the younger brothers immediately leaned over to Huang Shang's ears and whispered, Brother Shang, are we just going to let them in like this?
Are they trying to swallow us up like Sang Biao? Yes, Brother Shang, we are willing to follow you. We don't want to be swallowed up.
Hearing his subordinate's words, Huang Shang frowned slightly. He was not sure about the arrival of Xiao Ming and others.
We'll act according to the circumstances, but don't worry, I won't abandon you.
Huang Shang said after looking at everyone present.
That's good, thank you Brother Shang.
After hearing Huang Shang's words, all the psychics breathed a sigh of relief.
Come on, let's go in. Came to the reception hall of the Yamen.
As he walked along, Xiao Ming found that the management here was very relaxed.
There are even quite a few couples and the elderly, weak and disabled. There were also many children playing and fighting in the yard. The situation is completely different from Sang Biao's.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming felt a little admiration for Huang Shang.
After the revival of spiritual energy, it is not easy to gain powerful strength while being able to control one's own state of mind and not use one's abilities to oppress others. What's more, the people in the town were gathered together for protection. After both parties sat down, someone immediately came to pour hot tea for Xiao Ming and the others. After dismissing the extra people, Huang Shang looked at Xiao Ming with a smile. I'm sorry for offending you just now. It's mainly because Sang Biao did evil things. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. Having said that, Huang Shang sighed softly. Don't be modest. Since your strength can't be improved, you should distribute the resources to them, right?
Xiao Ming smiled faintly and glanced at several second-level psychics in the reception room.
You know, there are not many second-level psychics in Sang Biao's camp. Just now outside, Xiao Ming only took a look and felt the aura of more than 20 second-level psychics. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, these second-level psychics all showed grateful expressions towards Huang Shang.
Huang Shang smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Let's not talk about that.
I wonder if Brother Xiao came here to discuss something with us.
Hearing the other party ask directly, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment and decided to speak frankly. I plan to unite our two forces.
What? Impossible. That's right, we won't unite with you, so just give up on this idea. Get lost, you are not welcome here.
As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, all the second-level psychics present looked at him angrily.
Even Huang Shang's expression darkened as he coldly said to Xiao Ming, there's no need to discuss the alliance. If you're here as guests, we welcome you. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Bang! Suddenly, Shi Lang slammed the table and stood up angrily. What do you mean?
I tell you, my eldest brother is doing this for your own good.
Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Thank you. That's right, the alliance is for our own good. I believed your lies. The psychics on the opposite side looked at the angry Shi Lang and burst into laughter.
Huang Shang also glanced at Shi Lang coldly, then said to Xiao Ming, please leave.
If you want your monsters to attack us, we will not sit idly by and wait for death. Mr. Huang, what my subordinates said is right. The alliance is indeed for the good of everyone.
Xiao Ming looked at Huang Shang solemnly.
Ha ha ha.
Huang Shang laughed out loud at Xiao Ming's words. He then looked at Xiao Ming coldly and said, all right, then please tell me how to do this for everyone's benefit. Seeing this, Xiao Ming knew that he had to tell others about the monster's violent behavior. So, he started to tell what happened today, and emphasized that when he just came here, there were very few awake monsters on the mountain.
He estimated that a beast tide could occur at any time. Now you understand the seriousness of the matter, right?
Shi Lang said coldly to the psychic opposite him. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Huang Shang and the others looked at each other in confusion. Then they all burst into laughter. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned deeply.
Huang Shang's face returned to calm. He looked at Xiao Ming calmly and said, Xiao Ming, you should go back. We won't unite. You guys, do you want those people outside to be buried with you? Shi Lang said angrily while looking at Huang Shang. Okay, let's go.
Xiao Ming glanced at Huang Shang indifferently, stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Shi Lang glared at Huang Shang and the others fiercely. Don't regret it later.
After saying that, he quickly followed. After they left, several second-level psychics surrounded them.
He looked at Huang Shang with a smile and said, Brother Shang, this is very interesting. We have lived here since we were young. Even after the spiritual energy revived, we are very familiar with the monsters around us.
How could they riot? Poisoned? That's hilarious. What kind of poison? There aren't even any rare plants on the mountain except for trees and grass.
Huang Shang smiled after hearing this, thought for a moment, and said to them, but we can't let our guard down either.
Yu Qian, go to the mountain and take a look. Chapter 80 I want to break through to the third level. Yu Qian nodded impatiently after hearing this, okay. After saying that, he slowly walked out of the yamen. Brother Shang, what about Xiao Ming and the others? After Yu Qian left, another psychic looked at Huang Shang worriedly and said. Huang Shang hesitated after hearing this and said, I don't think Xiao Ming is a heinous person. Let's ignore him for now. Are those ordinary people still unwilling to go to the city?
Hearing Huang Shang's question, the psychic sighed and nodded, yes, there is no one they are familiar with in the city, so they are willing to follow you.
Oh. Huang Shang sighed after hearing this.
He also wanted to protect all the villagers, but now that the spiritual energy has revived, the monsters are becoming stronger and stronger.
He really didn't know how long he could protect them. Brother, are we just leaving like this? If you ask me, we should just beat those ungrateful people into submission. Shi Lang said unhappily on the way.
Xiao Ming glanced at him unhappily, don't hit me for no reason.
Huang Shang is a good man. I don't want to hit him unless it's absolutely necessary. What should we do? If the monsters on the mountain start a riot, those ordinary people will surely be killed.
Shi Lang sighed when he thought of the ordinary people he had just seen in the yard. After hearing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. If Huang Shang is smart, he should send someone to check the mountain.
Let's go back first and bring our people to Yanlu town. Brother, what you mean is?
After hearing this, Shi Lang immediately understood what Xiao Ming meant.
Well, since they don't trust us, the town is so big, they can't refuse us a place to stay, right?
Xiaoming chuckled and continued, bring our people here and find a few houses in the East End for us to stay.
Hee hee, I understand. Shi Lang grinned.
Afterwards, they returned along the same path. On the way back, Xiaoming earned more than 10 lottery tickets. To date, there have been more than 100 draws. However, Xiaoming was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. After all, he still had some resources such as red fruits and spirit stones. What was more important now was to resist the attack of the beast tide. Yes, Xiaoming had a premonition that it would not be long before a large-scale beast tide would arrive. Before coming here, Xiaoming had made plans. At worst, he would just take his people and leave Jingshan town.
However, after seeing the situation inside the Yanglu town yamen, Xiaoming changed his mind. Huangshang is a good person, and there are many ordinary people there. After the revival of spiritual energy, such good people have become very rare.
Even Xiaoming himself knows that he has become different from before. So, he decided to help Huangshang.
Hey, Xiaoli, you've grown bigger again. Brother Qian, you're annoying. Didn't Brother Shang ask you to go to the mountain and take a look? At this time, in a small alley in Yanglu town, Yu Qian and a woman with a better-looking face were dressed in tattered clothes.
Xiaoli's words made Yu Qian feel bad all of a sudden.
He said with a straight face, what the hell? I don't know what Brother Shang is thinking. He believes what a few strangers say. We grew up here, aren't we familiar with this place? How could the monster be poisoned? Where did the poison come from?
Yu Qian sneered at what Xiaoming said at that time.
That being said, Brother Shang has given the order, so it wouldn't be nice not to go and take a look, right? Xiaoli said hesitantly. No, that's fine. I'll just go back and report. I'll come to see you in the evening.
As he said that, Yu Qian lifted Xiaoli's chin ambiguously.
Xiaoli shyly patted Yu Qian, hateful. Ah, then I'm leaving. Afterwards, Yu Qian returned to the yamen again. As soon as I arrived in the yard, I saw the psychic who went to the city to buy supplies coming back, and Huang Xingzhang and a group of ordinary people were checking the supplies they bought this time. Yu Qian saw this and hurried forward. Brother Shang, I checked, there is nothing wrong with the mountain. Huang Shang glanced at him and nodded, well, that's good.
At this moment, he began to doubt Xiaoming's motives for saying these words.
If everything is fine, then why did Xiaoming say this? Is he really trying to swallow us up? That's not right.
Based on the strength he's shown, if he wants to annex us, he can just come directly.
Why bother with this?
Huang Shang couldn't figure it out, so he waved to the psychics who were buying supplies, alright, distribute them all.
Let's have a good meal tonight. Good. Thank you, Brother Shang. Thank you, Uncle Shang.
Looking at the smiling faces of the children, Huang Shang's heart was filled with satisfaction and his responsibility became heavier.
In the afternoon, Xiaoming brought Main Yang and the others to Yanlu town. We chose a few houses at the east end of the town and settled down there. After settling everything, Xiaoming's brows furrowed even deeper. When he just came over, he clearly felt that those mad monsters were slowly gathering towards Yanlu town. Thinking of this, Xiaoming called Yi Mengyao over. Mr. Xiao.
Yi Mengyao stood respectfully in front of Xiaoming, looking at him with a pair of bright big eyes blinking.
Go to the yamen, find Huang Shang, and tell him to be alert at night. I think those monsters will launch an attack at night. Xiaoming looked at Yi Mengyao seriously and said. Yes. Yi Mengyao nodded, turned around and walked out of the room with brisk steps.
Watching Yi Mengyao leave, Xiaoming took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I also need to improve my strength as soon as possible.
System, draw a lottery.
As Xiaoming finished speaking, the sound of the lottery began to come into his mind. Most of them are resources such as red fruits, spirit stones, and spirit liquids.
Only a handful of weapons, equipment and more.
However, Xiaoming did not go to see it. Now those things were not rare to Xiaoming.
The lottery lasted for half an hour.
After the sound of the lottery ended, Xiaoming finally opened the system space to check. Suddenly, I was attracted by something inside.
Bazooka?
Xiaoming widened his eyes slightly and quickly clicked on the properties of the rocket launcher. Super Laser Bazooka, using spirit stones as a power source, it can fire lasers with a maximum attack strength exceeding that of a Tier 4 attack.
However, after firing at maximum strength, the bazooka will shatter.
When Xiaoming saw the introduction of the rocket launcher, his heart began to beat violently. Oh my god, that is so powerful, a super laser rocket launcher.
What surprised Xiao Ming even more was that spirit stones appeared as things that could generate kinetic energy. Would there be such things in the future? Thinking of this, he was full of expectations for the future. Then, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Ming took out a few red fruits and took a deep breath. Today, I want to break through to the third level. Chapter 81, I've brought this to you, I'm leaving. What a beautiful lady. Where did this little girl come from? She's so beautiful. When Yi Mengyao arrived at the yamen, countless people with special abilities and ordinary people looked over and exclaimed in amazement. Yi Mengyao had a cold expression on her face. She was wearing a black gauze skirt that she had gotten from somewhere. As she walked, she swayed gracefully, like a black rose. Ever since the last incident, Yi Mengyao only appeared timid in front of Xiao Ming, and usually looked cold in front of outsiders. She is also very strict with the girls under her management. In just one day, those girls under her management broke through to the first level and mastered their own skills. Although it is inseparable from Zhu Guo's help, it is also inseparable from her management. During the day, as long as she had nothing to do, she would let the girls practice hard and absorb the spiritual energy from the red fruit in their bodies. As long as there are people with special abilities who break through to the first level, they will be immediately taken to find monsters nearby and learn their skills through battle. Hello, who are you looking for? The moment Yu Qian saw Yi Mengyao, he was shocked by her beauty and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Then he walked forward with a smile that he thought was handsome and asked. Yi Mengyao glanced at him calmly and said, I'm looking for your leader, Huang Shang. After hearing this, Yu Qian felt a little jealous, but on the surface, she put on a bright smile and said, Brother Shang is inside, beautiful lady, please come in. Yi Mengyao just glanced at him lightly, then walked towards an office in front. Looking at Yi Mengyao's swaying figure and pure face, Yu Qian's heart was pounding. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly followed her. Hello, I'm Huang Shang. What can I do for you? Huang Shang actually heard the noise outside just now. When he saw Yi Mengyao, his eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down and asked in confusion. I am a subordinate of Mr. Xiao Ming Xiao. Mr. Xiao asked me to tell you that you should be vigilant in the next few days, especially at night. Mr. Xiao predicts that there will be a small-scale monster attack. Yi Mengyao bowed and slowly stated the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing this, Huang Shang's face suddenly turned gloomy. This thing again. Yu Qian, who had just walked in, was even more unhappy. Damn, such a beautiful girl is actually that guy's subordinate. Thinking about it, he immediately stood up, looked at Huang Shang and said, Brother Shang, I just got the news that Xiao Ming and his men have come to our town and are staying in the East End. How many people? Huang Shang asked in a deep voice. About 30 people. Okay, I understand. Huang Shang nodded and looked at Yi Mengyao with a cold expression. Miss, I don't know what your husband means. He directly broke into our territory without our permission. Is that okay? This is not my business. Sir, he naturally has his own plans. Now that I have conveyed my message, I will leave. Yi Mengyao said calmly. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, when she reached the door, she paused, turned her back to the two of them and whispered, Even if not for yourself, for the sake of the people, you should choose to trust me, sir. After saying that, he walked out of the office without looking back. Yi Mengyao's words made Huang Shang fall into deep thought. Yu Qian saw this and quickly said to Huang Shang, Brother Shang, I have to go out for something. Seeing Huang Shang waving his hand, Yu Qian immediately ran out of the town government office. When I came outside, I finally saw Yi Mengyao walking towards the east end of the town. His heartbeat quickened again, and he knew that this was love. It was the first time he had such a feeling when seeing a girl. I secretly swore in my heart that I must get her. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased after her and stopped beside Yi Mengyao. Miss, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Seeing Yi Mengyao looking at him coldly without saying anything, Yu Qian suddenly realized and said quickly, Oh, by the way, my name is Yu Qian, I'm 23 years old, and I'm a second-level water-type ability user. As he spoke, Yu Qian showed a smug look on his face. However, in response to Yu Qian's self-introduction, Yi Mengyao just glanced at him indifferently, and then walked past Yu Qian. A fragrant breeze blew by, and Yu Qian took a deep breath intoxicatedly, but his face did not look good. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, I don't know how many girls want to be my girlfriend because of my identity as a superpower. Unexpectedly, the first time I took the initiative to strike up a conversation, she ignored me. This makes the front look dull and dim. Looking at Yi Mengyao's back, his eyes became sinister. He muttered to himself, Xiaoming, right? Don't you care about ordinary people? Don't you want to stay in Yanlu town? I won't let you have your way.
In Yu Qian's mind, Xiaoming sent people to tell Huang Sheng again and again to be careful and alert to monsters.
Isn't it because he cares about the lives of ordinary people just like Huang Sheng?
Yu Qian was very disdainful of such behavior. After standing there and thinking for a while, Yu Qian turned around and walked back into the town government office, where he found Xiaoli preparing dinner with a group of women.
Xiaoli, call all the people to gather outside. I have something to say to them. Including the children, bring them along too. Xiaoli gave him a puzzled look. Brother Qian, what's the matter? Yu Qian glared at him. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much?
After saying that, Yu Qian turned and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiaoli curled her lips in disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the base and his strength was only slightly weaker than Huang Sheng's, she would not bother to be with Yu Qian.
However, facing the previous instructions, she did not dare to delay. Immediately call out all the ordinary people in the base. Although other psychics were very curious about where they were going. However, since they were only outside the town government office and Yu Qian was there, he didn't pay any more attention to them. Looking at these ordinary people, Yu Qian felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. However, when he thought of his purpose, he sneered in his heart and spoke to these puzzled people with a smile on his face. You know those young men who came to our base this morning, right? The leader is called Xiaoming. Seeing that the people around him were just listening quietly with curious eyes, Yu Qian spoke again. I won't waste my words with you. He wants to annex our forces and has already arrived in town, just to the east. Moreover, he is very powerful and even has a 4th-level demon beast as a pet. You don't want Brother Sheng to be driven away or even defeated by that guy, do you? Having said that, Yu Qian stopped and looked at everyone. Hearing Yu Qian's words, everyone showed an angry look. We don't want to, of course we don't want to, we just want to follow Brother Sheng. Yes, Huang Sheng is a very good kid. I just want to follow him. I like Brother Huang Sheng too. Looking at the indignation of the crowd, Yu Qian curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Okay, but Brother Sheng can't face him directly. After all, he's too strong. However, he also cares deeply about the opinions of ordinary people, so this time, I'll have to rely on you. Yu Qian's words immediately received a warm response. Yu Qian, tell us what you want us to do. That's right, let's put it bluntly. As long as Brother Sheng continues to lead us, we're willing to do anything. Okay, then let's set off now and head to the east to drive Xiaoming and the others out of Yanlu town. Yu Qian said with a smile. Chapter 82, Get Back. Boom. Just when Xiaoming was practicing in the room, suddenly 2 auras burst out from the side. He quickly opened his eyes and felt it slightly, and a smile appeared on Xiaoming's lips. He got up and walked out of the room. Sure enough, I saw Guming Shuang and others standing outside excitedly. Main Yang, you're already at level 4, so impressive. Guming Shuang was excited and looked at Main Yang with envy, who was smiling. What about me? I'm also at level 3. Shi Lang on the side laughed unconvincedly. Yes, you are awesome too. Guming Shuang said with a smile as she looked at the two of them. However, Xiaoming still caught the hint of disappointment in his eyes. What's so great about that? I'm almost at the late 4th level. Chen Feng crossed his arms and looked at Shi Lang with disdain. It's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Just wait and see, I'll knock you down with one punch. Shi Lang sneered and clenched his fists. Shi Lang has always disliked Chen Feng. If he could defeat him, he would have taken action long ago. Tisk, I'll wait. Although Chen Feng had a look of contempt on his face, he was alert in his heart. In these few short days, he was shocked by Xiaoming's work. At the rate he feeds his subordinates the red fruits, it won't be difficult for them to catch up with me. Brother Feng, just wait to be defeated by Xiaoming. Guming Shuang on the side also said to Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng immediately became unhappy. Shuanger, I'm your brother. Who are you helping? Although he said so, Chen Feng never considered Guming Shuang as his sister in his heart. Of course I will help Xiaoming. It's mainly because you are too arrogant. I'm worried that you will suffer in the future. Guming Shuang said with a smile. Just at this moment, she noticed Xiaoming coming over, and she hurried forward to hold Xiaoming's arm. However, Xiaoming dodged it quickly. Xiaoming, you're out. Well, congratulations to you. Xiaoming nodded with a smile, then said to Shi Lang and Meng Yang.
Meng Yang blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiaoming, feeling very excited.
I secretly thought that following Xiaoming was a good choice.
She knew that her talent was not very high, otherwise it would not have taken her so long to reach the third level of strength. However, after following Xiaoming for a short period of time and using powerful resources, she was able to break through to the fourth level of strength so quickly. She felt even more grateful and admired Xiaoming, but she knew that Xiaoming loved Zhao Ziya, so she only hid that admiration deep in her heart.
Meng Yao, how is the work going?
Xiaoming turned his head and looked at Yi Mengyao, who had just returned. Yi Mengyao hesitated and said, I have already told Huang Shang, but I don't know exactly what he will do.
That guy is just an idiot. Shi Lang cursed.
Forget it, we live here so that we can defend ourselves. If any problems really arise, they will have time to react. Xiaoming shook his head. Xiaoming chose to live in the east because he discovered that the monsters on the eastern hills were closer to the town.
If a monster tide occurred, it would probably come down from this side.
That's why Xiaoming chose to bring his men to help Huang Shang. At this moment, there was suddenly a noisy sound from one side of the street. Everyone turned to look in confusion. I saw countless people coming over shouting.
He is Xiaoming. Yes, it's him. Xiaoming, get out of Yanglu town.
Yes, get out of here, you are not welcome here. Xiaoming had already recognized these people, he had seen them in the town government office. Looking at their angry expressions, Xiaoming's face also darkened. At this time, Yu Qian was hiding in the corner, watching this scene sinisterly.
He didn't expect to successfully drive Xiaoming away through these ordinary people.
Instead, he wanted to provoke Xiaoming, and it would be best if he attacked these ordinary people.
In that case,
shut up, you bastard. Shi Lang's eyes widened in anger, and his aura suddenly burst out.
Boom!
The powerful momentum directly shook away all the people who had just walked in. The children in the crowd were so scared that they started crying. The adults all glared at Shi Lang, but no longer dared to yell or curse.
Level 3? How is that possible? Wasn't he only level 2 this morning?
Yu Qian was very familiar with Shi Lang and was immediately shocked when he saw this scene.
He couldn't believe that someone could be promoted so quickly.
Xiaoming glanced at Shi Lang indifferently. Shi Lang, in anger, suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up, and quickly turned around to look at Xiaoming's gloomy eyes. He immediately chuckled a few times and retreated. Xiaoming walked out calmly and faced the people who came to his door.
Who asked you to come here? No one asked us to come here.
They want to swallow up our strength and drive Huang Shang away.
I, Old Man Zhang, will be the first to disagree.
Immediately, an old man stood up angrily. The old man's words once again suppressed all the fear brought by the stone waves.
Many people started yelling again. That's right, if you want to drive Brother Huang away, you'll have to step over our dead bodies.
Woo woo woo, Uncle is a bad guy, Uncle Huang is a good guy, don't chase Uncle Huang away.
Hearing these words, Shi Lang couldn't help but feel angry.
However, because of Xiaoming, he could only suppress his anger and mutter, fuck, Big Brother is working hard for your lives.
Who the hell said he wanted to drive away Huang Shang?
These ungrateful wolves.
Stop talking. These people don't know anything else. I guess they were instigated by someone.
A wise light flashed in Meng Yan's eyes.
Instigated by someone? Who was it? Huang Shang? Gu Mingshuan looked over in confusion. After hearing this, Meng Yang shook her head and said, I don't know.
At this time, Xiaoming also heard the discussions of several people behind him, but he didn't quite believe that Huang Shang was instigating the people. Although he had only met Huang Shang once, Xiaoming knew that he was probably not that kind of person. But no matter whether he provoked them or not, Xiaoming didn't want to waste too much time facing these ordinary people. He now needs to break through to the third level as soon as possible and also arrange the tasks for the evening. It was about to get dark, and the roars of monsters could even be clearly heard from afar. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's face turned cold, and he said to the people in front of him, Who gave you the courage to speak like this to a person with superpowers?
I go wherever I want and do whatever I want. Do you have any right to interfere? Get back here. Xiaoming shouted loudly for the last sentence. Xiaoming's words not only shocked all the people. It even shocked Yi Mengyao and others,
including those people with special abilities who came out after hearing the noise. However, although they had only been in contact with Xiaoming for a short day or two, they all knew that Xiaoming would never take action against these ordinary people. Oh, Xiaoming is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Mei Niang sighed softly as she looked at the cold Xiaoming.
Just when all the people were stunned and didn't know what to do,
a deep voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. My people don't need you to teach them.
Chapter 83 I'll believe you once. Everyone quickly turned around to look.
Suddenly, shouts of surprise rang out from the crowd.
It's Brother Shang, Brother Shang is here. Oh no. Didn't Yu Qian say that Xiaoming has a 4th level monster or pet? If Brother Shang comes, won't that be troublesome? Yeah, no, we can't let Brother Shang get hurt. If it weren't for Brother Shang, we would all be dead.
The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Everyone stood in front of Huang Shang and the others, blocking the way of Huang Shang and many other people with special abilities. Then he looked at Xiaoming and others angrily.
Xiaoming, I'm telling you, don't even think about hurting Brother Shang. That's right, if you want to drive Brother Shang away, I, an old man, will be the first one to disagree.
Looking at the indignant expressions of the crowd, Xiaoming almost laughed out of anger. And Yu Qian, as everyone was talking about him, also made Xiaoming keep a wary eye on him. Sir, this Yu Qian just approached me when I went to the town government office.
Yi Mengyao stood up and said to Xiaoming solemnly. Oh? Interesting.
Xiaoming curled his lips. It seems that there are these scumbags in Huang Shang's camp. At this time, Huang Shang was leading a group of people with special abilities and was blocked behind by the crowd.
He was very moved.
He just came out and saw that all the ordinary people were gone. After asking, he found out that Yu Qian had taken them all out and didn't know what he was doing.
Huang Shang was startled and followed the traces left by the crowd.
Fortunately, no major disaster occurred. Even he didn't dare to offend Xiaoming. He didn't dare to decide whether Xiaoming would take action if these ordinary people made him angry, but now it seems that Xiaoming is not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. At this time, Yu Qian, who was hiding aside, took a fierce look at the commoner who had just betrayed him.
Didn't I tell this guy not to tell anyone about me?
Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back.
Everyone, be quiet.
Huang Shang spread his hands. After hearing Huang Shang's words, everyone slowly quieted down. Afterwards, Huang Shang was about to lead many people with special abilities through the crowd. But he was immediately stopped by the excited crowd.
Brother Shang, don't go over there.
This Xiaoming is not a good person.
Yeah, Brother Shang, don't worry, we won't let anything happen to you.
When Shi Lang heard these words, he immediately roared, You idiots, if it weren't for you, my eldest brother would have left long ago. Hearing this, Huang Shang had an idea. He comforted the people and forced his way through the crowd with the psychics, coming to the opposite side of Xiaoming and others. He looked at Xiaoming seriously and asked, Xiaoming, I know what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of my people, but I still don't quite believe what you said about the beast tide.
Didn't you send someone to the mountain to check? Xiaoming frowned.
Huang Shang smiled faintly and shook his head.
We've seen it.
We've lived here since we were little.
We're very familiar with everything on the mountain.
It's impossible for the situation you described to happen.
As for why you do this, I don't know. But I can see you're a good person.
There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain.
You'd better leave.
After saying this, without waiting for Xiaoming to reply, Huang Shang turned around and said loudly to the group of surprised people, Okay, everyone follow me back, Xiaoming is not a bad person.
How is that possible? Isn't he going to swallow us up? Yes, Brother Shang, he wants to drive you away. Huang Shang smiled indifferently after hearing this and said, All right, let's all go back.
Having said that, he led all the people with special abilities and the people they were protecting away. Watching them leave, Xiaoming fell silent. Brother, in my opinion, just ignore them. They are a bunch of ungrateful people. Shi Lang said fiercely.
Mei Niang and others also looked over, but they all supported Xiaoming's decision.
Xiaoming, my opinion is the same as Shi Lang's.
Just leave. Gu Mingshuang said unhappily.
At this time, Xiaoming also wanted to leave. However, he had a bad feeling about the monster going crazy this time and wanted to investigate it thoroughly. In addition, since he intends to develop his own power, he must have a long-term base. Jingshan Town is a great place. Now we just need to join forces with Huang Shang and others to resist the coming of the beast tide. If it were just them, although Xiaoming was confident that he could resist the beast tide when it came, casualties were inevitable. Xiaoming didn't want any of the people who followed him to die. Thinking of this, Xiaoming shook his head and said, "It's okay, just stay here."
After saying that, Xiaoming looked at Mei Yang, it's getting dark.
I'll leave the arrangements for the rotation and defense to you. I'll take advantage of this time to see if I can break through.
What, you are about to break through to the third level? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows.
Xiaoming glanced at him, chuckled and did not answer.
After Mei Yang nodded, she went straight back to her room. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly as he looked at Xiaoming's back. Brother Feng, I feel like you're going to lose this bet.
Gu Mingxuan looked at Chen Feng teasingly. I felt relieved. In fact, she had already made up her mind that even if Xiaoming was defeated in a month, she would not marry Chen Feng. But in her heart she still very much hoped that Xiaoming could defeat Chen Feng. Hearing Gu Mingxuan's words, Chen Feng looked at her comfortingly and said, "Xuanger, don't worry, I will definitely win."
Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes and thought to herself, who wants you to win?
Yu Qian, I won't bother with you about what happened today. If it happens again, just leave. In Huang Shang's office in the town government office, Huang Shang looked at Yu Qian, who was standing in front of him with a serious face. Yu Qian was furious after hearing this, but on the surface he said hurriedly, "Brother Shang, I'm doing this for your own good. We don't know what those guys are going to do in Yanglu town, so they definitely don't have any good ideas." Huang Shang waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, you don't need to tell me about Xiaoming's affairs. I have my own plans. Tonight, you arrange a few people to be on duty." Yu Qian clenched his fist and said, "Brother Shang, do you still believe what Xiaoming said?"
"No matter what, since that lady is so serious, let's believe her for once and be serious tonight." Huang Shang looked at Yu Qian solemnly. "Okay."
After hearing this, Yu Qian nodded gloomily, turned around, and walked out of the office. "Xiaoming, I'll trust you just once,"
Huang Shang muttered to himself.
Having said that, Huang Shang still didn't take it seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have casually sent the previous few psychics to guard the night. His familiarity with the surrounding area numbed his vigilance. As both sides deployed all their defenses, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, waves of spiritual energy were constantly swelling in Xiaoming's room. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly opened his eyes, just a little bit more. However, he had already eaten his limit of red fruit today, and if he ate any more, he felt his body would not be able to bear it. However, he still took out a red fruit from the system space, gritted his teeth, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Boom! Powerful spiritual energy suddenly filled the entire body.
Before Xiaoming could absorb it, the powerful spiritual energy directly broke through Xiaoming's bottleneck barrier and his realm reached the third level.
A powerful momentum burst out.
This situation made Xiaoming stunned. He was already prepared to be filled with spiritual energy again.
Who knew there would be a direct breakthrough? Chapter 84, Prepare for Battle. System, what's going on?
Xiaoming was very confused and had no choice but to ask the system if it knew about his situation.
Unexpectedly, the system actually gave an answer.
Ding, the host has reached the critical point of breakthrough.
Taking the vermilion fruit directly breaks through that bottleneck. Well,
Xiaoming was speechless. He knew that he had reached the critical point of breakthrough, but he didn't expect to break through in this way. That's right, others don't have as many Zhu fruits as Xiaoming, and they don't even use Zhu fruits to achieve breakthroughs. Just as Xiaoming was thinking about this, the system's voice came again. Ding, congratulations to the host for being promoted to level 3.
The system is automatically upgraded. Ding, the system has been upgraded to level 3. The number of items you can draw has increased, and there is a chance to draw a level 3 item.
Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Xiaoming became even more excited. At level 1, you can only draw 10 spirit stones and red fruits.
But if you are promoted to level 2, you will get 20. Now I am at level 3.
If I calculate based on this number, then I will get 30 spirit stones and red fruits every time I draw, right? In this way, I won't have to worry about lack of resources at all.
Moreover, one's own power can also develop more rapidly.
While thinking about this, Xiaoming took out the dagger that he had given to Zhao Xia.
It seemed as if her scent still lingered on it.
Looking at the dagger, Xiaoming murmured to himself, "Xia, don't worry, I will take you back soon." Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Mei Yang's gentle voice came from outside. "Xiaoming, have you broken through?" Crack.
Xiaoming opened the door and looked at the people outside with a smile. Only then did he realize that everyone had already gathered outside his room. Yes, a breakthrough. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. After hearing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of urgency in his heart, but he didn't take it too seriously.
Humph, just level 3. I'm about to reach the late level 4.
In just over 20 days, I'll see how you can surpass me.
Xiao Ming, you are so awesome. Gu Mingxuan praised Xiao Ming without hesitation.
Xiao Ming also smiled at her.
I took a look at the people present.
Except for some psychics patrolling outside, everyone was already here.
After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said to the system in his heart, "System, bind everyone."
Originally, Xiao Ming just wanted to give it a try, because he didn't know how many people the system could bind. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ming had just finished speaking. The system's voice suddenly came into my mind.
Ding, bind Shenji. Shenji loyalty, 34. Ding, bind Li Xiaoli. Li Xiaoli's loyalty, 56.
As a series of sounds rang out, Xiao Ming discovered that even the psychic patrolling outside the yard had been bound.
And their names and loyalties are on display.
But what made Xiao Ming a little regretful was that their lowest loyalty was only 20 plus, and the highest was only 60 plus. However, Xiao Ming didn't care, because he had asked the system, as long as the loyalty was not negative, it meant that there would basically be no betrayal.
But you must always pay attention to those with low loyalty. When his loyalty becomes negative, he may betray you at any time.
However, these were not enough to surprise Xiao Ming. What really surprised Xiao Ming was that Gu Mingxuan's loyalty to him had reached a high score of 85. This made Xiao Ming look at her in surprise.
It was at this glance that Gu Mingxuan lowered her head shyly. "Xiao Ming, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, you look very beautiful today,"
Xiao Ming replied perfunctorily.
But Gu Mingxuan immediately became excited. "Really?"
He nodded, then Xiao Ming looked at Chen Feng's loyalty again.
It was only 6 points.
Xiao Ming was not surprised at all. Xiao Ming would only be surprised if he was very loyal to him.
Just when everyone was feeling happy about Xiao Ming's promotion.
At this time, the town government office was already quiet.
Those ordinary people have already fallen asleep.
Yu Qian was drinking with a few people with special abilities outside the Yamen yard and eating meat bought from the city.
Just as they were eating meat and drinking wine, Huang Sheng appeared. Seeing the expressions of the few people, Huang Sheng frowned slightly. "Yu Qian, is there anything wrong?"
Yu Qian took a sip of wine and glanced at Huang Sheng impatiently. "Brother Sheng, you believe that guy Xiao Ming?"
"It's so quiet at night, where did the beast tide come from?"
"Ha, that's right, Brother Sheng, don't take Xiao Ming's words too seriously.
Come, let's have a drink together."
Several other psychics also raised their glasses and said to Huang Sheng with a smile. Huang Sheng waved his hands in annoyance. "You guys drink, but you still have to be careful at night." After saying that, Huang Sheng turned and walked into the yard.
"Tisk, Brother Sheng is just too cautious," Yu Qian said disdainfully.
The other psychics looked at each other. Although they felt that Yu Qian's words were not very nice, they also thought so in their hearts.
Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's drink.
After all, Brother Sheng is also concerned about our safety.
A psychic picked up his wineglass and laughed heartily. Then several people started drinking again.
At this time, Huang Sheng entered his room and frowned deeply.
Looking towards the east, he muttered to himself, "Xiao Ming, are you really lying to us? But what is your plan?"
After thinking for a while, Huang Sheng, who couldn't figure it out, lay down on the bed, took out a spirit stone and began to practice. Time passed slowly, and everyone on Xiao Ming's side had returned to their rooms, either to sleep or to practice.
At 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep.
He felt the ground begin to shake slightly.
There was also a low roar of an animal in my ears. Not good. Xiao Ming cried out inwardly and quickly got up from the bed.
When I came outside, I found that Shi Lang and others had also come out. "Brother, they just reported that a large number of monsters are coming down from the mountain."
Shi Lang quickly stepped forward and pointed at several psychics who were patrolling at night. "Hurry, prepare for defense. Wake them all up and get ready for battle,"
Xiao Ming said coldly. At this time, the other psychics were still resting. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, 2 of the patrolling psychics immediately sent 2 people to wake them up.
Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming worriedly and asked, "Are you going to send someone to notify Huang Sheng?" "What notification? He deserves to die," Shi Lang said angrily.
However, no one took Shi Lang's words seriously, but looked at Xiao Ming, who was thinking.
After thinking for a while, Xiaoming shook his head and said, "Don't notify them yet. Once we start a fight, they will probably be alert. Even if we send someone to inform them now, I don't think they will believe it." "Yeah." Mei Yang nodded. Roar. Boom. Everyone's expression changed. Looking at the dust and smoke not far ahead, Xiaoming said to himself, "Here it comes." Chapter 85, The battle is over, and we are united. "Big brother, there's movement over there." At this moment, Lu Zihan looked vigilantly towards the direction of the yamen with the purple thunder gun. As she spoke, everyone looked over there. Sure enough, there was a lot of smoke and dust over there, and the sound of beast roars could be heard from time to time. Although there are not as many as here, judging from the scale, there are still quite a few. Faced with this situation, Xiaoming's face was gloomy. "I just hope they listen to me and prepare their defenses." Then, he shook off the worry in his heart and said to everyone, "Don't worry about that for now. Everyone listen up. Protect your own life and kill with all your might." After saying that, Xiaoming waved his hand and took out dozens of bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space and handed them to Mei Yang. "Mei Yang, send it down. When your spiritual power is about to run out, drink it for me." "Yeah." Mei Yang nodded vigorously. At this time, all the psychics came to the street, all looking vigilantly in the direction where the monster was coming. When Chen Feng received several bottles of spiritual liquid from Mei Yang, he was very surprised. "I have some too?" Mei Yang smiled faintly. "Xiaoming didn't say he wouldn't give it to you." After saying that, he returned to his seat. Holding a few bottles of spiritual liquid, Chen Feng's heart was very tangled. He glanced at Xiaoming and muttered coldly, "Humph, don't think you can bribe me like this." After saying that, he looked at the nervous Gu Mingshuang and said, "Shuanger, stand by my side in a moment." "Yeah." Gu Mingshuang nodded nervously. Roar. At this moment, countless monsters with scarlet pupils appeared ferociously in front of Xiaoming and others. "Kill!" Xiaoming roared angrily. He waved his hand and took out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword. Boom! Xiaoming chopped out a scorching blade of energy. Blood splattered and screams continued. With just this one blow, he chopped down countless monsters rushing in front. While shocking everyone, they also quickly used their own skills. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, colorful skills in the sky continued to bombard each other. Roar. Xiaolan also transformed into a giant python and let out her own roar. The whole town was plunged into a bustling scene in this dark night. Xiaoming's side quickly entered the battle, while the situation at the town government office was more critical. Although the psychic reacted quickly after hearing the noise. But most ordinary people are still asleep. By the time all the psychics rushed out of the yard, the monster was already within reach. When Huangsheng rushed out, he saw a tragic scene. Countless people with special abilities have died at the hands of monsters. There were even a small number of monsters that had already rushed into the yard. "Damn it, Yu Qian, where have you been?" Huangsheng looked at the scene with red eyes, waved his hand and used his skills to kill a monster that was biting a mutant. "Ah! Help! Wow, I don't want to die. Save me!" Suddenly, the entire Yamen camp fell into panic. Countless ordinary people fled everywhere. What often awaits them is the bloody mouth of a monster. Huangsheng roared and tried to organize the team not to panic. But at this time, ordinary people were already frightened, and no one could listen to what he said. Although those people with special abilities tried their best to kill the monsters, they could only fight with them in a stalemate due to the haste. Seeing this situation, Huangsheng roared angrily, secretly hating himself for not listening to Xiaoming's advice, but he had no choice but to join the battle. This battle lasted for several hours. Until the sky gradually brightened. Xiaoming and his team had just dealt with all the monsters. But at this time they looked very embarrassed. Especially those psychics who had just been promoted to the first level, many of them were injured. But what comforted Xiaoming was that no one died. This is all thanks to the presence of Mei Yang, Xiaolan, and Chen Feng, 3 4th-level psychics. If it weren't for them, these low-level psychics would probably have died facing so many monsters. Xiaoming's spiritual liquid also played a huge role in helping. Later on, even Xiaolan's spiritual power was almost used up. If it weren't for the support of a large amount of spiritual liquid, these monsters would be enough to destroy the entire town. At this moment, everything became quiet. Looking at the corpses of monsters and the blood all over the ground, Xiaoming took a long breath.
Perhaps, this is the battle that should take place after the revival of spiritual energy. It's just that most ordinary people live quietly in the city under the protection of people with special abilities and have no exposure to these things at all. After glancing towards the government office and seeing no movement, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said to Shi Lang and the others, "You guys rest here, I'll go over and take a look." Seeing this, Yi Mengyao quickly forced herself to stand up and said, "Mr. Xiao, I'll go with you." Xiaoming turned his head and glanced at Yi Mengyao's tired face and the scars of all sizes on her body.
He didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly.
Seeing that Xiaoming agreed, Yi Mengyao was delighted and hurriedly followed him. Shi Lang grinned at this and said to the many men behind him, "Listen up, follow my big brother, and you will quickly improve your strength and become strong. However, your absolute loyalty is required. If I knew any of you dared to betray me, I would tear him apart alive." At the end of his words, Shi Lang glared angrily.
"Follow Mr. Xiao until death. Follow Mr. Xiao until death."
Many people with special abilities shouted excitedly. This battle allowed them to see the improvement in their own strength. Under the protection of Xiaoming and the others, they actually killed so many monsters. Looking at the dense corpses of monsters around, everyone felt infinite glory in their hearts.
Ding, Yu Guohui's loyalty plus 30. Ding, Meng Rant's loyalty plus 27.
Xiaoming was walking on the streets of the town, listening to the voice in his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I casually glanced at the information of everyone in my mind and found that everyone's loyalty had basically risen to above 60. Xiaoming was very satisfied in his heart. These would be his strongest team in the future. At this time, on a mountain close to the town in the east, the man in the black cloak looked at the direction where Xiaoming left and muttered to himself, "Xiaoming, interesting, really interesting. He reached the 3rd level in such a short time and even formed such a team. There are actually 3 4th level masters inside." Then, the man in black chuckled, turned into a puff of black smoke, and disappeared over the mountain without a trace.
"Ah! Brother, Xiaoying."
When Xiaoming and the other man arrived at the yamen, they heard Huang Shang's angry howl before they even entered the yard. When the two entered, they saw the dead bodies of monsters and humans all over the ground.
Huang Shang was even crying while holding the torn body of a little girl. Chapter 86. I want to lead a team.
At this time, there were only dozens of people with special abilities standing in the yard. As for ordinary people, there were only a few left, and they were all young people. As for the elderly, the weak, women and children, they all died in the battle. Yu Qian and several people with special abilities were brought to Huang Shang's side. Looking at Huang Shang's appearance, he shouted in horror, "Brother Shang, this is none of our business." Huang Shang held the little girl's body, his whole body trembling slightly, without raising his head. He said in a suppressed voice, "Yu Qian, where did you run to when the monster attacked just now?"
I.
Yu Qian's eyes kept moving around, and his mouth trembled as he watched the scene.
Everyone looked at them with anger. Bang! Ah!
Brother Shang, please spare me." Yu Qian was suddenly kicked out by Huang Shang and kept backing away on the ground begging for mercy.
"Do you know? Because of you, almost all the ordinary people in the town are dead."
Huang Shang roared at Yu Qian with red eyes. Several other psychics who were keeping watch with Yu Qian watched the scene tremblingly, not daring to resist. "Brother Shang, kill him and avenge our fellow villagers."
"Yeah, kill him." The psychics around all roared in anger.
"Well, today is the first time I've killed my own brother." "Yu Qian, go to hell and confess to all the villagers." Huang Shang roared, and all his energy burst out. Seeing this, Yu Qian glared and quickly circulated his spiritual power.
Boom!
The two men clashed their fists together fiercely.
Yu Qian was directly knocked out by Huang Shang.
However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Qian ignored the tightness in his chest and once again mobilized his spiritual power and kicked hard with his feet, intending to climb over the courtyard wall.
"Stop him!" Huang Shang's angry roar came from behind.
But at this time, Yu Qian had already climbed over the courtyard wall. As long as they cross this wall, it will be difficult for Huang Shang and others to catch up with him. The complacent Yu Qian revealed an angry expression. "Huang Shang, sooner or later, I will kill you." After saying that, he left here quickly. But just as he was about to jump off the wall, a calm voice suddenly came from below.
"It seems impossible to leave." Yu Qian quickly turned his head and looked over, his eyes widening immediately. "What? Xiaoming." The entry of Xiaoming and the other person just now did not attract anyone's attention.
They happened to see Yu Qian preparing to escape. They were already at the gate of the yard, so they came out to stop him. Xiao Ming curled his lips and took a deep breath. Spray flames.
Boom! Ah! Yu Qian let out a scream and fell back into the yard.
Earth pillar. Then, Xiao Ming heard a loud shout from inside.
A thick cylinder quickly formed in mid-air. No!
Yu Qian's screams were heard again. But his screams did not stop the column from falling.
Boom!
With a sudden earthquake, Yu Qian's screams stopped completely.
Oh, let's go!
Xiao Ming sighed and no longer planned to go in. After this beast tide, most of the ordinary people have died, and there is no point in going in again. After saying that, Xiao Ming prepared to take Yi Mengyao away. But immediately, countless hurried footsteps were heard behind him. Then there was a roar. Xiao Ming!
Stop!
Xiao Ming turned around in confusion and saw Huang Sheng angrily leading a group of psychics who immediately surrounded Xiao Ming and the other person.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face turned cold. What do you mean? What do I mean? Humph, Xiao Ming, were you the one who made those monsters go crazy?
Huang Sheng grabbed Xiao Ming's collar and shouted angrily.
Let go!
Xiao Ming frowned deeply. Seeing that Huang Sheng had almost lost his mind, Xiao Ming really didn't want to say anything more to him. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't even think about leaving. As Huang Sheng finished speaking, dozens of psychics all burst out with their aura. Although everyone was in a very sorry state and their explosive power was very weak, their attitude was very firm. It seemed that as long as Huang Sheng gave the order, he would attack Xiao Ming. Seeing such cohesion, to be honest, Xiao Ming also admired Huang Sheng very much.
But today, he can't show weakness.
So he looked at Huang Sheng coldly and shouted, "Wait until you calm down before talking to me."
Boom!
All his energy burst out and he pushed Huang Sheng away.
Huang Sheng snorted coldly, looking for death.
The next second, he mobilized all his spiritual power and punched towards Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming was very calm about Huang Sheng's attack. Although the two are now at the same level, Xiao Ming possesses 3 attributes spiritual power. Moreover, the 3 attributes of spiritual power have all been promoted to the 3rd level.
In terms of the strength of his spiritual power, Huang Sheng cannot compare to him.
Boom! The two men's fists collided, and Huang Sheng was shocked and knocked back repeatedly by Xiao Ming. Kill! Kill him!
Seeing this, the surrounding psychics roared at Xiao Ming and were about to attack.
Yi Mengyao quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming and became alert.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the divine fire 100 slashing sword appeared in his hand. He used his spiritual power to quickly swing a knife at the ground in front of the psychic who was rushing towards him.
Boom!
The ground shook violently. Under everyone's incredible gaze, a deep crack appeared in the ground. Everyone stopped in their tracks when they saw this sharp knife. Just when they didn't know whether they should continue, Huang Sheng's cold voice rang out.
Let him go!
Xiao Ming snorted coldly, glanced at Huang Sheng behind the crowd, put away his sword, and turned away with Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao looked at Xiao Ming in awe and followed him silently. Without paying attention to Huang Sheng and the others' thoughts, Xiao Ming quickly gathered everyone after returning to the base. The first wave of beasts has been dealt with, but if the root cause of the monster's madness is not found, I estimate that more monsters will continue to fall into this state.
We must stay in Yanlu town now.
With Huang Sheng and the others, it won't be that hard for us to resist the monster's attacks. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang.
Mei Yang, you are the strongest among us.
I need you to take the risk and go into the mountains to investigate the source of the monster's madness. Mei Yang nodded seriously after hearing this. Well, don't worry, I'll leave right away. After saying that, Mei Yang turned and walked out.
Xiao Ming, what do you mean? My strength is stronger than Mei Yang.
Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming unhappily. Xiao Ming glanced at him indifferently. You are not mine yet.
Chen Feng.
Lang, take a few people with you to the city to buy food, clothes, and other necessities.
If possible, find some workers.
As he spoke, Xiao Ming handed his bank card to Lang.
Lang smiled and took out the bank card. He didn't ask Xiao Ming why he was looking for workers.
He just pointed at a few of his men and left with them. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of looking for workers is to establish our own power in Jingshan town in the future, so the defense of the stronghold must be rebuilt.
We don't need a lot of workers.
After all, we now have a lot of people with Earth-attributed abilities.
With their help during construction, we can complete the project faster.
just when Xiao Ming was about to dismiss the others and let them rest. Lu Zihan suddenly stood up, his face, which had not been rippled for a long time, showed a hint of anticipation. Big brother, I want to lead a team.
Chapter 87, The Roar of the Fourth Level Monster.
When everyone heard Lu Zihan's words, they looked over.
Xiao Ming understood what Lu Zihan was thinking.
He definitely wants to prove his existence, and also to lay a foundation for the future destruction of the Chu and Deng families. Xiao Ming was very supportive of Lu Zihan's idea, but
Zihan, we are too short-staffed right now.
I promise you, as long as we have more people, I will definitely let you lead them. Lu Zihan was not disappointed after hearing this, and nodded calmly. Well, thank you, big brother. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Looking at Lu Zihan's back, everyone felt a sense of loneliness.
Well,
faced with such a situation, Xiao Ming had no choice but to let her figure it out slowly.
Time flies. In the afternoon, Shi Lang and his friends drove back.
The cars were the ones that were originally parked in Jingshan town.
It opened when we were coming to Yanlu town. In addition to supplies of all sizes, Shi Lang and his team also brought several workers. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Liang. He is a capable man. He knows all the problems related to construction. He.
Shi Lang smiled and pulled a middle-aged man to Xiao Ming's side. Xiao Ming shook hands with Mr. Liang in surprise.
Oh?
I wonder why Mr. Liang agreed to come here.
Our conditions here aren't very good.
Xiao Ming was very confused about this. Originally, he just wanted Shi Lang to find some workers, as long as they had some knowledge of construction issues. But I didn't expect that they would invite a master over. Xiao Ming didn't believe that such an almighty master could be hired by just spending some money. Ahem, that big brother, I promised him that I could make him a superpower. Shi Lang touched his head awkwardly.
Yes, this is my only request. As long as I can become a superpower, I promise to stay here with you for a year. Mr. Liang nodded proudly.
Although he is an ordinary person, he believes that his architectural knowledge can be used anywhere. Xiao Ming glared at Shi Lang unhappily, but didn't blame him for making the decision on his own.
Awakening potions? I have plenty of them now. It's really not a rare thing for me.
If he could become a master of architecture in this way, Xiao Ming felt that it would be a sure win. So he smiled slightly and nodded, okay. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of potion directly from the system space.
In that case, I trust you. I'll give you this potion first. Drink it and you'll be able to awaken your skills. Mr. Liang took the potion and looked at it doubtfully. If I drink this, I can become a superpower?
Seeing Xiao Ming and Shi Lang's confident expressions, Mr. Liang's heart suddenly became excited.
With the potion, I can become a superpower.
Son, wife, I will kill all the monsters in the world to avenge you. Thinking of his son and wife who died tragically at the hands of the monster, Mr. Liang's eyes turned red. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming understood that Mr. Liang must have also remembered his sad story. So he said to Shi Lang, take Mr. Liang down to rest.
Well, Mr. Liang, this way please. Watching the two people leave, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly became excited.
Now we have construction workers and people with special abilities. As long as we find the source of the monsters going crazy in Yanlu town and Jingshan town and eliminate the potential danger, we can focus on developing our own power. Now Xiao Ming and his people are using Zhugua for cultivation, and thousands of spirit stones have accumulated in his system space.
I can't wait any longer.
At this moment, a powerful roar of a beast suddenly came from the mountain in the east. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly ran out of the room and onto the street.
You heard that, too?
Seeing Chen Feng standing on the street with a serious expression, Xiao Ming asked solemnly.
Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Ming and nodded, yes, a fourth-level monster.
Hiss. Although he had this guess, Xiao Ming took a breath when he heard Chen Feng say this. I didn't expect that there was a fourth-level monster on the top of the mountain.
Thinking that Mei Yang has not come back yet, Xiao Ming became worried.
It was this beast's roar that startled Huang Shang and others in the town government office.
Brother, this is the voice of that toad.
Immediately, a second-level psychic stood up with a hateful look in his eyes.
What, a lung, are you sure?
Yeah,
can you hear clearly from such a distance? Everyone looked at this psychic in surprise.
Even Huang Shang looked over.
Lang gritted his teeth and nodded, his eyes starting to turn red. Of course I remember. It was the owner of this voice who ate the good brother I grew up with. Hearing this, everyone fell silent.
They all knew that Alung's best brother died in the mouth of a peak-level 3rd-level toad.
If it weren't for his brother, Alung probably wouldn't have been able to come back.
When everyone was silent, Huang Shang, who was sitting on a chair, said in a deep voice, "It's already the 4th level."
What? Brother Shang? Level 4. Everyone looked over in shock. Well, my feeling is correct. The momentum of this voice is definitely at the 4th level. Huang Shang nodded with a gloomy face.
Huang Shang felt sad when he thought that all the villagers he had protected were dead.
Now another 4th level monster has appeared.
If it goes crazy again. Thinking of this, Huang Shang looked at everyone, hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to leave here?" Hearing Huang Shang's words, all the psychics were shocked.
Brother Shang, no, even if I die, I don't want to die outside.
Yes, Brother Shang, many of us here used to go to college outside. After the spiritual energy was revived, we fought hard and encountered many dangers on the way before returning home. Yes, Brother Shang, although our relatives are dead, this place contains our childhood memories. Looking at everyone's sad faces and extremely excited emotions, Huang Shang nodded silently.
Well, don't worry, we won't die. I promise you, I will restore Yanglu town to its former vitality. Okay, Brother Shang, we will follow you until death.
Everyone knew that Huang Shang was comforting them, but they still roared excitedly. Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Shang sighed silently in his heart. He thought of Xiao Ming. If he wanted to resist the mad monster and defeat the 4th level monster, he really had to join forces with Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, Huang Shang looked at the familiar faces and made a silent decision in his heart.
Chapter 88. I went to kill that 4th level monster.
As time passed, Mei Yang still didn't come back, and Xiao Ming, feeling restless, walked out of the room.
Xiao Ming, where are you going?
Gu Mingshuang was the first to notice Xiao Ming and asked in confusion. At this time, the other psychics were practicing outside or exchanging skills, and they all looked over.
Brother, where are you going? Shi Lang asked in confusion. I'm going to the mountains to find Mei Yang.
Xiao Ming said solemnly.
I'll go with you. Shi Lang raised his eyebrows and said quickly.
Just when Xiao Ming was about to refuse, a psychic suddenly screamed, "Mei Yang is back." Xiao Ming quickly looked towards one end of the street.
Sure enough, Mei Yang staggered over, dragging her injured body.
As he walked, blood kept dripping from his body. Seeing this, Xiao Ming quickly flashed to Mei Yang's side. "Mei Yang, drink it."
Xiao Ming didn't ask anything else. He first fed Mei Yang a bottle of spiritual liquid and asked her to drink it.
At this time, other people also gathered around. After drinking the spiritual liquid, the spiritual power in her body immediately recovered a little, and Mei Yang's complexion looked much better. "Xiao Ming, I suspect there's something wrong with the water source on the top of this mountain. But when I was about to get some water, a 4th level monster rushed out.
I'm no match for it, but luckily, I got a bottle of water."
As she spoke, Mei Yang smiled and took out a bottle of water from her body.
Let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries are serious. I'll help you go back and have a good rest.
Xiao Ming said with concern and was about to help Mei Yang back to her room. But Mei Yang quickly broke free from Xiao Ming's hands.
Under Xiao Ming's surprised gaze, he said, "If there really is a problem with the water source, it's very serious. I'm going back to the academy immediately to use the equipment for testing."
If there really is a problem with the water source, we must immediately block the water source on the mountain and not allow the monsters on the mountain to drink from it.
But, your injury.
Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang's wound with concern, which was still dripping with blood. Mei Yang shook her head firmly. "It's okay, I can use my spiritual power to recover on the way." After hearing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. Indeed, if there really was a problem with the water source and it could not be blocked in time, the monsters on the mountain would continue to go crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming nodded and took out several bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space. "Take these."
Okay. Then I'll leave first. Mei Yang did not refuse. After taking the spiritual liquid, she drove away shakily. Watching Mei Yang leave, Shi Lang said worriedly, "Brother, what should we do now? Is there nothing we can do but wait? The 4th level monster is not easy to deal with."
Xiao Ming sighed and slowly walked back to his room. After taking a look at Xiao Ming's back, Shi Lang and the others fell silent.
Everyone disperse and continue practicing. What are you looking at? Shi Lang waved his hand unhappily at the psychics around him. After returning to the room, Xiaoming tried hard to think of a countermeasure.
If there is a problem with the water source, then the 4th level monster attacking Main Yang may also have problems at any time. The beast tide is not scary, but if that 4th level monster goes crazy, Xiaoming really doesn't have the confidence to protect everyone's lives. Not to mention protecting others, he couldn't even guarantee his own life. After all, there is a world of difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level.
I guess I would be knocked away as soon as we meet. Xiao Lan was dozing off on top of Xiaoming's head. It seemed as if she didn't care about anything except Xiaoming.
Xiaoming was also speechless about this. Just when Xiaoming was worried about these things, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Yi Mengyao's gentle voice came from outside. "Sir, Huang Shang is here."
"Oh? What is he doing here? Let him in." Xiaoming muttered to himself strangely and said to Yi Mengyao outside. "Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone what happened in the yamen."
Otherwise, if Shi Lang knew that Huang Shang had attacked him, there might have been a commotion outside by now.
Not long after, the door was opened and Huang Shang walked in with a heavy face. "What? Have you calmed down?" Xiaoming looked at Huang Shang, who was sitting opposite him, with amusement.
"Xiaoming, I'm sorry for what happened this morning,"
Huang Shang said calmly.
In fact, he also knew in his heart that Xiaoming was not to blame for the villagers' deaths. Xiaoming had already told them about the monster, but they didn't believe it. They can only blame themselves for not believing what Xiaoming said.
"It's okay, just tell me what you want me for." Xiaoming waved his hand indifferently.
Seeing Xiaoming speak directly, Huang Shang did not hesitate and said calmly, "Xiaoming, I want to unite with you."
"Oh? Now you are not worried that I will swallow up your power?"
Xiaoming looked at Huang Shang playfully. Xiaoming has always known what they are thinking. He admitted that he did have the idea of conquering Huang Shang and the others, but now he really didn't care.
He is just a mutant.
He has the awakening potion, so it is not difficult to cultivate him. There is no need to go to great lengths to win over a group of people who dislike you. Huang Shang's face turned slightly red when he heard Xiaoming say this. Just now, he paid attention to the cultivation level of Shi Lang and the others. He was immediately shocked. Shi Lang has actually reached the 3rd level of strength.
How long has it been like this?
And he could feel that every psychic outside had a strong spiritual energy. After a closer look, I was shocked to see that they were all rare resources like Zhuguo.
Would someone with such resources want to swallow up his own power?
Thinking of this, Huang Shang became more confident about the purpose of his coming here. "Brothers, please sacrifice me in exchange for everyone's safety."
Huang Shang's face was filled with a tragic emotion.
He looked at Xiaoming and said, "Xiaoming, I've thought it through. I can't make decisions for my brothers. But as long as you promise to help me deal with the 4th level monsters on the mountain and resist the subsequent beast waves, I will worship you as my big brother and obey your orders from now on." After saying that, Huang Shang looked at Xiaoming sincerely. After hearing this, Xiaoming laughed in his heart. He was very jealous of Huang Shang. Moreover, he didn't believe that as long as Huang Shang followed him, his brothers would not come. However, he couldn't agree so readily, otherwise it would seem that he was too important in his heart.
So he deliberately put on a disdainful expression. "Oh? You're so powerful? Or do you think I really need a 3rd level psychic?" Huang Shang was immediately furious after hearing this.
"Xiaoming, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated.
If you don't agree, forget it."
After saying that, Huang Shang pushed open the door and was about to leave.
"Ha, you're leaving now? I thought you, as a leader, would be able to keep your composure. Being impulsive is not what a leader should have." Huang Shang paused and turned to look at Xiaoming with a gloomy face. "What do you mean?"
Xiaoming chuckled and waved his hand to take out the divine fire 100 slashing blade.
"Wait here. I'll go kill that 4th level monster." Chapter 89, Fighting a Level 4 Monster. "What?" Huang Shang was suddenly shocked.
He glanced at the small snake coiled on Xiaoming's head, thought about it, and hurriedly chased after it. "Xiaoming, stop, don't be impulsive." Although he really wanted Xiaoming to kill the 4th level monster on the mountain right now, he knew that even if Xiaoming had a 4th level giant python, he would not be a match for the monster.
In fact, to put it bluntly, going to the mountain is not as simple as just facing that 4th level monster.
You know, among monsters, the hierarchy is very strict.
I'm afraid that as long as the 4th level monster roars, countless monsters will appear. Brother, I'll go with you.
Shi Lang, who was outside, saw Xiao Ming rushing out, followed by Huang Shang, who was screaming to stop him, so he followed him without thinking.
Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at him angrily. Do you know why I'm going there? Why are you following me? Hee, I don't know, but I'll go wherever you go, brother. Shi Lang touched his head embarrassedly and laughed.
Looking at Shi Lang, this big guy with a tough look on his face, Xiao Ming was moved but also speechless. In just a short while, Gu Mingshuang and others had gathered around, looking curiously at Xiao Ming, who was holding a long sword. Huang Shang ignored the others and looked at Xiao Ming anxiously and said, Xiao Ming, you can't go.
You will die. Then don't worry about it. Just remember what you said. Xiao Ming waved his hand indifferently.
Without waiting for others to ask, Xiao Ming said directly, I'm going to the mountains to kill monsters.
Wait for me to come back. Don't worry, I will be fine.
After saying that, he ignored Huang Shang's dissuasion, put the knife on his shoulder, and walked towards the mountain as Meng Yang mentioned. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, Huang Shang's face was full of guilt.
If it weren't for me, why would Xiao Ming go up the mountain like this? Huang Shang's appearance made Lu Zihan and others even more nervous. Shi Lang asked loudly, Hey, Huang Shang, where on earth is my big brother doing?
Huang Shang glanced at him and sighed. Xiao Ming went to the mountain to kill that 4th level monster.
What? Haha, Xiao Ming is looking for death.
Chen Feng said excitedly.
Why are you so excited? Gu Mingshuan looked at Chen Feng with raised eyebrows. The people around also looked over angrily. Cough, well, it's nothing. I believe Xiao Ming is confident enough. Chen Feng coughed awkwardly. To be honest, he was really worried that Xiao Ming would surpass him in cultivation in more than 20 days. Because he found that Xiao Ming's red fruits seemed to be endless, and every time he took them out, he felt a little envious. So when he heard Xiao Ming going to the mountain alone to kill the 4th level monster, he couldn't help but laugh. Although the people around him were not satisfied with Chen Feng's explanation, they were too lazy to argue with him now. Humph.
Shi Lang snorted coldly at Chen Feng, then said, No, I want to go with Big Brother. After saying that, he prepared to use his spiritual power to chase after Xiao Ming. But he was immediately stopped by Yi Mengyao. Brother Lang, wait, the master must have his own plans, you'd better not go.
Get out of here. Don't think that I won't attack you just because you're pretty. You've only joined us for a few days? And you dare to meddle in my business?
Shi Lang glared at him angrily. Yi Mengyao was immediately startled. Shi Lang snorted coldly and was about to walk around Yi Mengyao and leave, but he immediately found that Lu Zihan was blocking in front of him with a spear.
He really couldn't get angry with Zihan, but he said impatiently, Zihan, get out of the way, I want to help my brother. You want to hold Big Brother back? I won't let you go.
Lu Zihan looked at Shi Lang indifferently, and slammed the spear in his hand into the ground, making a loud roar.
How am I holding you back? Shi Lang looked at Lu Zihan unhappily.
Ahem, what she meant was that Xiao Ming has Xiao Lan's protection, so he still has a certain chance of winning against a 4th level monster. If you go, she will have to split her focus to protect you.
Chen Feng coughed, then stood up and spoke. Alas, there was no way, mainly because Gu Mingshuang's angry look was really unbearable for Chen Feng. If you don't want to go, then don't go. What's the big deal?
Shi Lang pointed at Lu Zihan angrily, said this, then turned around and went back to his room angrily. With a bang, he closed the door tightly. Looking at his appearance, everyone smiled, but immediately looked in the direction where Xiao Ming left. Except for Chen Feng, everyone's eyes were filled with deep worry. At this time, Xiao Ming had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone. After taking a look at the mobile phone he brought from Huarong City, Xiao Ming sighed. I carry it with me because I'm afraid I won't be able to answer the phone when Xie calls me. He also tried to call Zhao Xie, but her phone was always turned off.
This made Xiao Ming worried and even more angry towards the Superpower Alliance. Even if it's training, you shouldn't be prohibited from making phone calls, right?
Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Ming called Meng Yang, asked about the exact location of the monster, and then headed up the mountain. Along the way, whenever Xiao Ming encountered monsters, he would kill them with one blow. At this time, Xiao Ming's strength had reached the 3rd level, and with the sharpness of the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword, even if he encountered a late 3rd level monster, it would basically only take a few slashes to deal with it.
So we arrived at the top of the mountain without any obstructions along the way.
Here, Xiao Ming finally saw a small lake.
Xiao Ming muttered to himself, "Is this the source of water?" I looked around and found it was quiet, with no sign of any monsters. Xiao Ming looked at the calm lake thoughtfully. Could it be inside? Little Blue! Roar! Xiao Lan roared angrily and transformed into a giant python. He glanced at Xiao Ming lazily, then jumped high into the air and dived directly into the lake. Boom! The powerful impact caused a large amount of splashing water. After only a few seconds, there was a sudden violent vibration under the lake. Boom! Xiao Ming held the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword tightly. It's out! His eyes were fixed on the lake, waiting for the monster to come out. Quack! Roar! Suddenly 2 roars were heard. The water surface shook violently. Immediately afterwards, 2 huge figures emerged from the lake. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity. His spiritual power had already been circulating in the long sword, and he slashed at the dark figure. Boom! A sharp and hot blade landed accurately on the figure, making a deafening sound. Roar! Blood splattered everywhere, but compared to that huge figure, this little bit of blood was nothing. Only then did Xiao Ming see clearly that this 4th-level monster was actually a giant toad. What made Xiao Ming even more nervous was that because of his attack, the toad successfully diverted its anger and looked at him angrily. Chapter 90. I want you to be buried with me. Roar! The giant toad let out a roar that didn't belong to it, and kicked its powerful legs backwards. Xiao Ming stared with wide eyes as the sky above him turned dark. Brutal charge! Boom! With a quick roll, he avoided the toad's crush, and the powerful airwave caused by the ground directly blew Xiao Ming away. Seeing this, Xiao Lan hurried forward and wrapped his whole body around the toad. The 2 beasts quickly fought each other. Xiao Ming got up from the ground in a panic and looked at the scene solemnly. He wanted to take action, but he couldn't seize the opportunity at all. For a while, the edge of the small lake was filled with the roar of beasts, and the battle between the 2 beasts made the ground tremble continuously. At the other corner of the lake, a man in a black cloak gently scooped up a handful of water with his hands and chuckled, a 4th-stage late-stage demon beast as a pet. This Xiao Ming is really mysterious. But that's all. Since 1 bottle of beast blood potion isn't enough to drive a 4th-level monster crazy, I'll give you 4 or 5 bottles. As he spoke, the cloaked man took out 4 or 5 small bottles from his arms. As his spiritual power shook, the bottle cap was directly blown away. Then, it fell onto the lake's surface and emerald green liquid flowed out of the bottle. When it flows into the lake, the green liquid merges with the lake water. Putting away the bottle, the cloaked man looked in the direction where Xiao Ming was fighting and chuckled, "Xiao Ming, just play with it slowly. I'll be leaving now. I hope we can meet again next time." After saying that, he waved his hand and the whole person turned into a black mist and floated away into the distance. Flaming thorns! At this moment, Xiao Ming seized an opportunity and aimed at the toad with one hand. As Xiao Ming finished speaking, countless thorns immediately wrapped around him. Looking at the thorns entangled around him, a look of contempt flashed in the toad's eyes. But the next second, when Xiaolan used a water tornado on it. Seeing a large amount of lake water being mobilized by Xiaolan and rushing towards it, it suddenly became anxious. He was about to break free from the thorns. But at this moment, the thorns wrapped around it exploded violently. Boom, boom, boom. Although the series of explosions did not hurt it, the burning flames made it very uncomfortable. Then a huge wave hit and directly knocked it away. Along with the waterspout, it rose into the sky. Bang! Roar! A waterspout exploded in the sky, and the screams of toads were heard. Xiao Ming looked solemnly at the huge toad falling directly into the lake. He knew that based on the fighting power the toad had just displayed, this move was not enough to kill it. Just as Xiao Lan was about to chase into the lake, suddenly a toad's heart-wrenching cry of pain was heard from the lake. Xiao Ming quickly yelled at Xiao Lan, wait! Xiao Lan stopped in confusion and looked at Xiao Ming. In fact, Xiao Ming didn't know why he spoke up to stop it. Xiao Ming is now very confused. Logically speaking, if there really was a problem with the lake, then why was the toad just now fine? The cry of pain just now finally reminded Xiao Ming of this problem. In the next second, there was a roar. The toad jumped out of the lake again, but this time its eyes had turned red. His expression looked extremely ferocious and irrational. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was shocked. Oh no! Xiaolan, don't go into the lake. Although I don't know how the toad was fine just now, it looks like he has gone crazy now. Roar! With the toad's roar, huge balls of purple mist-like gas were sprayed towards Xiaolan's huge body like cannonballs. Boom boom boom.
Xiaolan quickly dodged, and the gas exploded on the ground, instantly withering all the surrounding grass and trees.
Hiss, what a powerful poison skill.
Xiao Ming took a breath of cold air when he saw this. The speed of this poison gas shell is extremely fast. At least Xiao Ming himself knows that he has no way to avoid it. And if you are hit by the spray, you will probably die on the spot. This toad showed its unparalleled power from the very beginning, but it was not until now that Xiao Ming discovered that its main attribute was poison.
Could this be a dual attribute monster? He muttered to himself.
Xiao Ming silently put away the divine fire 100 slashing sword. Then a rocket launcher with a metallic texture appeared on Xiao Ming's shoulder. He shouted to Xiaolan, who was fighting with Toad, "Xiaolan, water spout." Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiaolan broke free from the toad's entanglement and used the water tornado again. At this time, the toad had gone crazy. Even though he knew the power of this move, he still went straight to meet it. Watching the waterspout successfully roll the toad into the sky, Xiao Ming kept waving his hands to take out the spirit stone and put it in a slot behind the rocket launcher. At this time, Xiao Ming didn't care about the surprise that the spirit stone had been digested as soon as it entered. He was very fast, and in just a few seconds he had put in more than 200 spirit stones. It was not until the last spirit stone was put in and no longer absorbed that Xiao Ming picked up the rocket launcher again and aimed it at the waterspout that was still in the sky.
Go to hell!
With a roar, Xiao Ming pulled the trigger.
Boom!
A powerful laser shot out straight out, and Xiao Ming was blown more than 10 meters away by the recoil before he could barely stabilize his body. He looked at the explosion caused by the laser attack on the waterspout in shock. A mushroom cloud appeared accompanied by an intense bright light, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but cover his eyes.
The blast sent him flying again. Bang!
Xiao Ming didn't know what he hit, but he let out a groan and fainted. The sky gradually darkened.
The people waiting in Yanglu town became more and more anxious. Huangshang looked at everyone and sighed, "Alas, it's all my fault."
Otherwise, Xiao Ming wouldn't have gone to the mountain alone. At this moment, he felt very guilty, thinking that if he had not asked Xiao Ming so much, Xiao Ming would not have made such a decision. Everyone heard the explosion that just happened on the top of the mountain. Such a violent vibration was simply terrifying. Xiao Ming didn't come down at this time, and it was obvious that he had met with an accident. "Mr. Huang, I tell you, if my elder brother can't come down, I want you to be buried with him." Shi Lang rushed to Huang Shang, grabbed Huang Shang's collar, and roared ferociously. Although he didn't know what kind of agreement Xiao Ming and Huang Shang had reached, it was obvious that it was only after Huang Shang came that Xiao Ming decided to go into the mountains alone.
"Okay, I'm willing to be buried with you." Huang Shang looked at the angry Shi Lang calmly.
"But there are some things I need to tell my brother." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Okay, I'll follow you."
Shi Lang snorted coldly and followed.
"Captain, let's go too."
Following Shi Lang's movements, the team members he led stood up and followed.
No one present stopped their actions. After they left, Lu Zihan waved the spear in his hand and said coldly, "I'm going to find Big Brother." After saying that, he was about to leave.
Yi Mengyao and Gu Mingshuang did not stop him, but followed him silently. It was obvious that they had the same idea in their minds. Just as everyone was about to leave, an enchanting figure appeared at the door.
"Stop."
Meng Yang looked calmly at Lu Zihan and others who were about to go out and said in a cold voice,
Chapter 91. Do you want to break your promise? Meng Yang. When they saw Meng Yang, all the women present brightened their eyes.
Originally, Chen Feng was thinking about how to stop them, but when Meng Yang came, he was relieved.
What on earth just happened? Meng Yang glanced at everyone solemnly, then asked curiously, "Where is Xiao Ming?"
Tears slowly flowed from Lu Zihan's eyes, and he choked and said, "Meng Yang, big brother, I went to the mountain to kill that 4th-level monster, but
what's wrong?"
Meng Yang raised her eyebrows and suddenly became nervous.
"Sir hasn't come back yet.
A few hours ago, there was a violent explosion on the mountain.
We are worried." Yi Mengyao took over the conversation and said with a worried look on her face,
"Don't worry, Xiao Ming should be fine, let's all go inside."
Meng Yang's heart tightened.
Although she was also very worried about Xiao Ming's safety, it was obviously impossible for her to let these girls, who were only at the 2nd level at most, go to the mountain and cause trouble.
"Really? Big Brother is really okay?" Lu Zihan looked at Meng Yang in surprise. "Yes.
Mei Yang smiled and nodded, saying to everyone, "You must believe in Xiao Ming."
"Well, I believe you, sir." Yi Mengyao nodded heavily.
At the beginning, Xiao Ming specifically emphasized to her that she should trust him. So when Yi Mengyao heard this, she immediately expressed her opinion.
"We all believe in Mr. Xiao."
All of Yi Mengyao's team members said in a sweet voice.
Hearing this, Lu Zihan nodded and said, "Okay, let's wait a little longer."
Seeing this, Chen Feng on the side breathed a sigh of relief. If Mei Yang hadn't come back, he really didn't know how to stop these girls.
The most important thing was that his Schwanger also wanted to go. Why would an ordinary person like you insist on going up the mountain? Are you trying to cause trouble?
However, Chen Feng was not in a position to tell her this.
"Okay, everyone go in.
I also have to wait for Xiao Ming to come back.
I have something important to report to him."
Mei Yang suppressed her worries and said to everyone with a smile. Mei Yang's smile boosted everyone's spirits, and they were no longer so nervous.
They all nodded and returned to the room.
Watching everyone go in, Mei Yang turned around, glanced at the top of the mountain, and sighed heavily. At this time, Huang Shang, who had already arrived at the town government office, glanced at Shi Lang and others who were following behind him.
"Wait here, I'll go in and give you a few words and then come out."
Shi Lang folded his arms and sneered at him. "Okay, I don't think you can escape."
Huang Shang glanced at him indifferently without refuting and walked straight into the yamen. "Brother Shang, you're back. Brother Shang, what did you do during the day?"
As soon as he entered the yamen, Huang Shang was surrounded by all the people with special abilities. Looking at these familiar faces, Huang Shang felt endless bitterness in his heart. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, only these people with special abilities were left among the group of villagers he had saved with great difficulty.
Moreover, they must leave now. They can no longer stay in Yanlu town.
Thinking of this, Huang Shang looked at everyone with a serious face and said, "Everyone, leave."
"Why? Brother Shang, didn't we agree to stay in Yanlu town together?" "Yeah, Brother Shang, if you want to die, we can go together." "Yeah, Brother Shang." Everyone was shocked and shouted.
"Well, to tell you the truth, I plan to join forces with Xiao Ming to resist the attack of the monsters.
But for our sake, Xiao Ming went into the mountains alone to kill that 4th-level monster. I believe you heard the explosion this afternoon, right?
I guess Xiao Ming has met with some misfortune."
Huang Shang sighed heavily. "What?"
When everyone heard Huang Shang's words, they were shocked.
They were still shocked by the huge explosion in the afternoon.
I didn't expect that it was Xiao Ming who did it. What they didn't expect was that Brother Shang actually wanted to join forces with Xiao Ming.
"Brothers, don't blame me. Without Xiao Ming's help, we can't hold on at all.
I can't just watch you die."
Huang Shang kept shaking his head and sighing. "Brother Shang, we don't blame you. So, is Xiao Ming really dead?"
A psychic said in surprise. Huang Shang glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and nodded.
"So, all of you go."
Seeing this, all the psychics looked at each other in confusion. After a moment of silence, one psychic stood up and looked at Huang Shang solemnly and said, "Brother Shang, you can leave."
"Let's go together."
Huang Shang quickly shook his head and retorted, "Just leave.
I have to give an explanation to Xiao Ming's subordinates." "What do you want to explain? What do they want to do?"
Suddenly, all the psychics thought of something and showed angry expressions.
"Don't worry about this.
Xiao Ming sacrificed himself for us.
I can't just leave like this. Alright, if you think I'm your big brother, get out of here and don't let me see you again." Huang Shang waved his hand impatiently. He turned around and walked out of the yamen. Seeing Huang Shang's determination, all the psychics clenched their fists.
They knew Huang Shang's character very well, and it was difficult to change his decision.
Are we really going to leave like this? After an unknown amount of time, a person with special abilities raised a question. Of course not. If we die together.
Most of our lives were given by Brother Shang. I am not afraid of death.
What about you?
Immediately, a psychic said loudly.
Yes, let's die together. Okay, let's get ready.
We'll take everything, including the villagers' tablets, and go find Brother Shang.
Good.
At this time, Shi Lang had already brought Huang Shang back to the house where Xiao Ming and the others lived.
Hearing the noise outside, Mei Yang and others came out. "Kneel down."
Shi Lang looked at Huang Shang coldly. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Huang Sheng frowned deeply. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I am willing to be buried with Xiao Ming, but I will not kneel.
Really? Then I'll beat you until you kneel down.
Shi Lang grinned and punched Huang Sheng in the chest.
Bang!
Huang Sheng did not resist and was knocked back by Shi Lang's punch. His face turned pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Good fight.
Shi Lang's team members all started yelling. Seeing this, Mei Yang frowned slightly. Just when Shi Lang was about to attack again, she stood up and said, Shi Lang, stop.
Mei Yang, when did you come back? This guy harmed my eldest brother.
Shi Lang looked at Mei Yang in surprise, then pointed at Huang Sheng angrily. Looking at Shi Lang's angry expression, Mei Yang hesitated for a moment and was very embarrassed. He knew that Shi Lang's feelings for Xiao Ming could not be stopped by just a few words.
Lu Zihan and others also told him what happened after he left. Xiao Ming's departure was indeed closely related to Huang Sheng. It's okay, I'm willing to pay for Xiao Ming's life, just kill me.
Huang Sheng looked at Mei Yang gratefully, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Shi Lang frankly.
Okay, then I'll kill you.
Shi Lang grinned and was about to attack again. Mei Yang opened her mouth when she saw this, but didn't know how to stop it. Just when Huang Sheng closed his eyes and prepared to die,
Xiao Ming's voice suddenly came from the side. Ahem, how can you be my subordinate if you are dead? Are you going to break your promise? Chapter 92 Xiao Ming, you are despicable. Xiao Ming. Big brother. Gentlemen.
Mei Yang and other girls cried out in surprise. Huang Sheng and Shen Feng were also shocked to see Xiao Ming sitting on Xiao Lan's body and appearing in front of everyone. Looking at the excited crowd, Xiao Ming curled his lips and jumped off Xiao Lan's back.
Bang! Xiao Ming, your injury.
Looking at Xiao Ming's tattered clothes with bloodstains on them, tears welled up in the eyes of Mei Yang and other women.
It's okay. Sorry to have made you worry.
Xiao Ming looked at his clothes speechlessly. These were all caused by fragments from the explosion of a rocket launcher. Xiao Ming didn't expect that the rocket launcher would explode directly after the attack.
He was also knocked unconscious by a piece of exploding debris.
Thanks to Xiao Lan, who always stayed by his side, otherwise Xiao Ming estimated that after such a long time, he would have become the father of the monster.
Xiao Ming, it's great that you are not dead.
Huang Sheng looked at Xiao Ming excitedly.
Of course I'm not dead. Not only am I not dead, but I have also killed that 4th-level monster.
Xiao Ming said to Huang Sheng with a smile.
Then, with a wave of his hand, a huge toad appeared in front of everyone. Boom!
The huge toad fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing the size of the toad, Shen Feng couldn't help but frown. How much storage space does Xiao Ming have? Even for someone with spatial abilities, it is very difficult to open up your own storage space. However, Xiao Ming ignored Chen Feng's shock and looked at Mei Yang with a chuckle. Mei Yang, give Huang Sheng a few red fruits first, then come in with me, I have something to tell you.
Welcome to join us.
After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Huang Sheng with a smile. Then he said to the system in his mind, bind Huang Sheng.
Ding, binding successful. Huang Sheng's loyalty, 83.
Xiao Ming looked at Huang Sheng in surprise, smiled indifferently, turned around and went into his room. Hearing Xiao Ming's order, Mei Yang hurried into her room, took out a few red fruits and handed them to Huang Sheng.
Here, this is for you. Huang Sheng looked at the things in his hand in shock and asked uncertainly, are these all for me? He also knew about this Zhu fruit. It was extremely rare and contained rich spiritual energy, which could be easily absorbed by people with special abilities. I didn't expect that Xiao Ming would give me a few as soon as I joined? I heard that this Zhu fruit cannot be bought outside for even 1 million yuan? How many millions have you captured from these in your hands? Well, it's for you.
If you join us, you will have plenty of resources. Just focus on your cultivation and be absolutely loyal to Xiao Ming. Mei Yang said seriously, then turned and left.
Well, don't take what happened just now to heart. Since Big Brother is fine, I forgive you.
Shi Lang touched the back of his head and said to Huang Sheng with a laugh.
Huang Sheng rolled his eyes at him. You forgive me? You punched me.
Hey, we are all grown men, why bother about those things? Shi Lang hugged Huang Sheng's arm unhappily.
Then he said to the team members behind him, listen up, Huang Sheng is my brother from now on, don't bully him.
The team members looked at Shi Lang speechlessly.
I thought to myself, others are at level 3, and we are only at level 2. How can we bully them?
While people were chatting outside, Mei Yang became serious when she entered Xiaoming's room. Xiaoming, I've told the dean about what's happening here, and the test report on that bottle of water has come out.
It does contain a mental poison that's deadly to monsters.
And that kind of poison has never appeared in the world before.
The dean has already sent people to conduct urgent research.
We must cut off the water source as soon as possible, otherwise the monsters on the mountain will all go crazy one after another, and then we will be in trouble.
After hearing this, Xiaoming nodded solemnly. Well, this is a big problem. We'll set off early tomorrow morning.
The matter was resolved, and Mei Yang smiled knowingly. She also didn't expect that when she left, Xiaoming had already dealt with the 4th-level monster. She couldn't help but glance at Xiaolan, who was coiled on Xiaoming's shoulder, and secretly sighed that she was really amazing. Obviously, she thought that Xiaolan was the one who dealt with the 4th-level monster. After all, she didn't know that Xiaoming possessed such a powerful weapon, but it is now scrapped. Just after the two finished their discussion, they suddenly heard the sound of quarreling outside.
Xiaoming frowned and said to Mei Yang, let's go out and see what happened. Mei Yang nodded and followed Xiaoming.
As soon as the two of them went out, they saw Huang Shang's brothers standing on the street indignantly, shouting at Huang Shang.
Brother Shang, let's die together. We've brought all the villagers with us so you can have a companion on your journey to the underworld. Yes, Brother Shang, you saved our lives. Without you, we would have died long ago. You can't leave alone. Yeah, and that Xiaoming, he wanted to go up the mountain on his own. What does it have to do with you? Why should he let you be buried with him? Hearing their shouting, Shi Lang couldn't help but step forward.
But Lu Zihan immediately grabbed his arm and said, let Big Brother and Huang Shang handle it themselves.
Fine.
If Huang Shang wasn't my brother now, I would definitely teach them a lesson. Shi Lang snorted coldly, standing there cursing without moving.
The others stood at the edge of the street, watching the scene with amusement.
Seeing this scene, Xiaoming and Mei Yang did not step forward, but chuckled as they watched Huang Shang decide how to deal with it. At this time, Huang Shang looked at his brothers speechlessly.
Everyone, I'm fine. I won't die.
Xiaoming is also not dead.
Look, that 4th-level monster has been killed by Xiaoming.
As he spoke, Huang Shang pointed to a pitch-black object on the side. Hearing Huang Shang's words, everyone looked over and someone recognized him immediately.
Fuck, that's it. It ate my brother. Xiaoming really killed it? Brother, you really don't have to die? That's great.
Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Shang smiled, but a trace of melancholy still hung on his face.
Brothers, I have joined Xiaoming. From now on, I am just one of Xiaoming's men. This is what I promised Xiaoming. Hey, Brother Shang, is that a red fruit?
Yes, it was given to me by Xiaoming. However, Xiaoming promised me that he would protect Yanglu town, so everyone can stay here without worry. When everyone heard this, they immediately stopped.
Holy shit, there's such a good thing, joining will give you Zhu fruit? Brother Shang, you're so mean.
Brother Shang, no, I'm going to talk to Xiaoming too.
I want to join him too. I can't let you be Xiaoming's subordinate alone. Yes, otherwise if Xiaoming's other men bully you, we can help you, right? Shi Lang was upset after hearing this. Who bullied Huang Shang?
Lu Zihan quickly pulled him back and said, they were just joking. Although she is not very old, it is obvious that she is smarter than Shi Lang.
Really? Shi Lang looked at them suspiciously and touched his head.
Huang Shang felt embarrassed after hearing this.
He became Xiaoming's subordinate in exchange for the peace of Yanglu town. If you all join, what is the point of doing all this?
But before he could open his mouth to object, he heard Xiaoming's laughter from behind. Then I, Xiaoming, am here to welcome everyone to join us.
Xiaoming, you are despicable.
Huang Shang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xiaoming angrily. This guy thought from the beginning that as long as he joined him, his brothers would definitely join as well. Looking at Huang Shang, who was angry on the surface, but whose loyalty remained unchanged in his mind, Xiaoming knew that Huang Shang was not really angry. So he chuckled, waved his hand, took out dozens of red fruits from the system space and handed them to Mei Yang. Give them to them.
Chapter 93. It's time for us to set off.
After accepting Huang Shang and the others, Xiaoming was very excited and quickly asked the system to bind all of them together. Although the highest loyalty to him was only over 10 points, Xiaoming was not in a hurry. As long as Huang Shang was here, his loyalty would slowly increase.
Apart from Xiaoming, the most excited person was Lu Zihan.
Just when Mei Yang was distributing the red fruits to them, Lu Zihan appeared in front of Xiao Ming with a spear in his hand. His bright big eyes just stared at Xiao Ming without saying a word. Xiao Ming touched his nose with a wry smile. He knew what Lu Zihan was thinking. But Huang Sheng and his men said that they probably wouldn't obey orders unless they were led by Huang Sheng himself. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming came up with an idea. He looked at Lu Zihan with a smile and said, "Zihan, you also know their situation. How about letting you be the deputy captain first?" As he spoke, Xiao Ming glanced in the direction of Huang Sheng and the others. Lu Zihan was slightly disappointed, but he also knew that Huang Sheng's team was indeed difficult to lead. So he nodded, looked at Xiao Ming firmly and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I will make them obey me." "Well, okay, I believe you." Xiao Ming chuckled, then clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and then spoke. "Okay, now our team is basically formed. Shi Lang's team is called the Kamikaze Squad, and the captain is Shi Lang." Shi Lang shouted excitedly, "Yes. Big brother." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yi Mengyao. "Mengyao, the group you lead are all female psychics, so let's call them the Phoenix Squad. I now officially appoint you as the captain. Hurry and upgrade to the second level." Yi Mengyao looked at Xiao Ming excitedly. She knew that this official appointment would basically not change. She didn't expect Mr. Xiao to really be willing to let her be the captain. "Yes, Mr. Xiao." Seeing Xiao Ming's appointment, Huang Sheng and his people didn't seem to care much. But now that they have become Xiao Ming's subordinates and have received good things like the Zhu fruit, they are not ungrateful. So just watch quietly. At this moment, Xiao Ming looked at them. "Huang Sheng, the villagers of Yanglu town that you lead will be named after Yan Lu. Yanglu squad has the largest number of members, so Huang Sheng will be the captain, and Lu Zihan will be the vice captain. You two must cooperate well with each other." "Yes, I will obey your command," Huang Sheng said loudly with a smile. All the members of Yang Lu team looked at Xiao Ming with gratitude. Although naming their team after Yang Lu is just a small matter, it can be seen from this small matter that Xiao Ming cares about them very much. This made them slowly relax along with Xiao Ming's uneasy mood. It seems that following Xiao Ming is not a bad idea. At least their leader now is still Brother Shang, right? This is the thought of all the members of the Willow team. As for the appearance of a deputy captain, they just took a quick look and didn't care much. She is just a 16-year-old girl, and her strength is not much different from theirs. No one treated her as the vice captain, and they all looked at her with laughter. Facing the laughter of the crowd, Lu Zihan didn't care. He put the spear in his hand behind his back and walked up to Huang Sheng. He said calmly, "Lu Zihan, Captain Huang, please take good care of me in the future." Huang Sheng glanced at Lu Zihan in surprise. The skill he displayed in the gun dance just now clearly showed that he was not an ordinary psychic. So, he didn't see Lu Zihan clearly in his heart and nodded seriously, "Well, let's work hard in the future." Seeing this, Xiao Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. He clapped his hands again, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone looked over, Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. "Okay, now that our power has taken shape, the most important thing now is to build our stronghold. We can no longer stay in the town government office like before. And now the first thing we have to do is go to the mountain and fill the lake at the top of the mountain with water." "Xiao Ming, are you saying that the reason the monster went crazy was the water source on the mountain?" Huang Sheng said in surprise. "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded solemnly, then looked at Mei Yang. "Mei Yang, please, you, Shi Lang, and Yi Mengyao, lead the Kamikaze Squad and the Phoenix Squad to search the mountain in Jingshan town. I think there's a problem with the water source there." "Yes." Mei Yang nodded seriously, and then took everyone from the Kamikaze Squad and the Phoenix Squad away and headed for Jingshan town. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming sighed deeply. Plans cannot keep up with changes. At first, he planned to settle down in Jingshan town. But unexpectedly, Huang Sheng and the others have been subdued now. Xiao Ming knew that they relied on Yanglu town, so he had no choice but to set up his base in Yanglu town. After finishing this, Xiao Ming looked at Mr. Liang and the others who had remained silent the entire time. "Mr. Liang, we are leaving now as well. We will leave some people behind to protect you. Please start selecting a location in the town and drawing up a blueprint. When we return, you can begin building our base." "Okay, no problem." Mr. Liang nodded confidently. On that day, he went back and drank the awakening potion, and now he has successfully become a mutant. And after that, Xiao Ming would send people to give him spirit stones from time to time. Although he received the spirit stones, Mr. Liang didn't dare to use them because Xiao Ming didn't assign him any tasks, which made him feel embarrassed. Now that he finally has a place to use his skills, Mr. Liang is very excited. Well, Xuanger. Xiao Ming looked at Gu Mingxuan with a troubled look. He was not stupid and knew that Gu Mingxuan had developed special feelings for him, but Xiao Ming really couldn't understand why she treated him like this. It seemed like I had been either beating her or scolding her from the very beginning. So during this period of time, Xiao Ming has never taken the initiative to talk to Gu Mingxuan, because he just wants to snatch Zhao Xia back from the Superpower Alliance as soon as possible. But now all the people he could use have gone to do their own things, so the task of protecting Mr. Liang and the others had to be left to Gu Mingxuan. Hearing Xiao Ming calling her, Gu Mingxuan immediately looked over in surprise. Xiao Ming, what's the matter? Chen Feng on the side looked at Xiao Ming vigilantly. Ahem. Xiao Ming felt very embarrassed when he saw Gu Mingxuan's shining eyes. I'm going to the top of the mountain with Huang Shang and the others to fill the small lake. The task of protecting Mr. Liang will be left to you and Chen Feng. TSK, what are you dreaming about? Chen Feng said with his arms crossed in disdain. Okay, leave it to us. Gu Mingxuan agreed happily. Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingxuan in confusion. Damn, Xuanger, you can't do this. Xiao Ming glanced at Chen Feng jokingly, nodded to Gu Mingxuan with a smile, then turned to look at Huang Shang, Lu Zihan, and others. Okay, it's time for us to get going. Chapter 94. Is this still a third-level mutant? Afterwards, Xiao Ming led Huang Shang's Yanglu team up the mountain at the east end of the town. Along the way, Xiao Ming walked in front and attracted the attacks of all the monsters. Regardless of whether the monsters were poisoned or not, as long as they attacked Xiao Ming, they were all dealt with by Xiao Lan with one move. Huang Shang and the others just followed behind and watched the scene silently. There were several times when the people in the team wanted to take action out of embarrassment, but they were stopped by Xiao Ming. Are you kidding? How could I possibly let you bother me with such a good opportunity to earn lottery tickets? It was Xiao Ming's behavior that made Huang Shang and others speechless and at the same time very moved. At this time, several psychics came to Huang Shang and whispered, Brother Shang, where can we find a leader like Mr. Xiao? We don't even have to do anything to kill monsters. I feel guilty about taking this shoe fruit. Yes, Brother Shang, I'm embarrassed too. Hearing his men's words, Huang Shang looked at them helplessly. It's like it's my right to take it. The key is that Xiao Ming won't let us take action, so there's nothing I can do. Well. All the psychics looked at each other inside. Although it was comfortable not having to fight, it made them feel uncomfortable. Lu Zihan noticed their discussion and walked over calmly. His delicate voice was filled with mature charm and he said, Don't feel awkward. Big Brother is just like that. Of course, if you really want to take action, that's fine, but you have to wait until the monster attacks Big Brother. Why? Everyone looked at Lu Zihan curiously. Facing everyone's doubts, Lu Zihan shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's just my older brother's habit. I see. Everyone nodded speechlessly. As everyone was talking, they had unknowingly arrived not far from the lake. At this moment, Xiao Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked towards the lake with a serious expression. Roar, roar, roar. Countless monsters gathered around the lake, and they roared when they discovered Xiao Ming and his friends. The roars of so many monsters at the same time shook the sky. Huang Shang and others also hurried to Xiao Ming's side and looked at him solemnly. Xiao Ming, all these monsters are poisoned. Huang Shang said seriously. Yeah. Xiao Ming nodded. At this time, all the monsters around the lake were looking at Xiao Ming and others ferociously, with red eyes, looking completely crazy. In the next second, all the monsters roared and rushed towards Xiao Ming and others. Everyone, start fighting, and be careful to protect yourselves. Xiao Ming shouted and launched a thorn entanglement directly at the group of monsters rushing in the front. Whoosh whoosh. Countless thorns instantly entangled a group of low-level monsters. They kept struggling in the thorns, and even if they were covered with wounds, it could not stop them at all. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly moved. Since inputting fire attribute spiritual power will cause the thorns to explode, what if inputting earth attribute spiritual power? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming did so immediately. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a large amount of earth attributed spiritual power was input into it along the route of the thorns. Buzz. With the input of earth attributed spiritual power, all the thorns wrapped around the monster emitted a faint yellow light. The next second, Xiaoming clearly discovered that although so many monsters were restrained at once, some of them were about to break free from the thorns and rush out. The thorns suddenly became strong, and no matter how these low-level monsters struggled, they could not break free from even a single thorn. Seeing this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, adding earth-attributed spiritual power will increase the strength and hardness of the thorns.
In other words, I can restrain more monsters?
Originally, Xiaoming estimated that after reaching the 3rd level, the limit for him to be able to restrain 21st level monsters at the same time would be. But now, if the earth attribute spiritual power is added, Xiaoming estimates that even if he restrains 51st level monsters at the same time, it will not be a problem. In other words, if Xiaoming was a 3rd level psychic, it would have been impossible for him to restrain a 4th level monster or psychic. However, by adding earth-attributed spiritual power, Xiaoming is confident that he can restrain even a 4th level psychic for a few seconds.
Even though it's only a few seconds, these few seconds are enough for Xiaoming to counterattack or escape.
This experiment seemed to directly open up Xiaoming's Ren and Du meridians, making Xiaoming feel enlightened.
If that's the case, then if I add water or other attributes to the thorn entanglement attack, it will produce varying degrees of enhancement?
The people around were constantly killing monsters, and Xiaoming, under Xiaolan's protection, was directly immersed in enlightenment. As he thought about this, a hint of enlightenment slowly appeared in his mind. He gradually became clear about his future development path.
Kill. Crack.
The thunder array released by Lu Zihan and the shouting and killing sounds around him instantly woke Xiaoming up. After taking a look at the team members who were already covered in blood, Xiaoming laughed out loud.
Ha, thorns entangled.
With a wave of his hand, he launched a thorn entanglement on dozens of monsters. Just as the thorns were entangled in those bodies and were about to be broken free, Xiaoming slammed his hand on the ground and said, "Reinforce."
Buzz.
Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, dozens of monsters were tightly entangled by thorns and let out shrill screams.
Blood kept flowing out.
Just when everyone thought that these monsters were going to be entangled to death by the thorns, Xiaoming curled his lips and slapped the ground again.
Burst.
As spiritual power was output, all the thorns suddenly emitted a bright red light again. Then he began to tremble violently.
Get out of the way.
Huang Sheng screamed when he saw this. After hearing this, all the team members quickly got rid of their enemies and moved to the side. Just as they had moved away, there were sudden bursts of violent explosions.
Boom, boom, boom.
The explosion lasted for a full minute. When the dust settled, everyone looked over in shock and found that it wasn't just the monsters entangled in thorns. Even the monsters around were seriously injured by the explosion. At this time, the scene was littered with blood and flesh and screaming monsters. It was this move of Xiaoming that actually made more than 100 monsters lose their combat effectiveness. Xiaoming himself was also shocked by this scene.
He didn't expect that the explosion caused by the reinforced thorns would be even more powerful.
Such power was no weaker than the attack intensity launched by Xiaolan when he first met her.
Is this still a 3rd level psychic?
Huang Sheng looked at Xiaoming in shock.
Lu Zihan also looked over with admiration. Chapter 95, Moving Mountains and Filling Lakes.
But while Xiaoming was excited, he was also very regretful. That's more than 100 chances to win the lottery, and I just wasted them all. Looking at the expression on Xiaoming's face, Huang Sheng and others were speechless. With such powerful skills, why would you still feel regretful? Xiaoming waved his hands at them. Alright, I'll leave it to you guys from now on. As Xiaoming used his skills, all the remaining monsters attacked him frantically.
After hearing Xiaoming's order, everyone seemed to be energized and wanted to show themselves in front of Xiaoming, the new boss. Boom, boom, boom.
For a while, the sound of skills bombardment continued, and all the monsters that attacked Xiaoming began a one-sided massacre facing Huang Sheng and others. Originally, these monsters only had the advantage in numbers, but now after Xiaoming's actions, and with Xiaolan by their side, it didn't take long before all the monsters were killed. Looking at the extra 100 draws, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction.
It's different when you have power.
The number of draws increases much faster.
But the consumption is also high.
After taking a look at the Zhu fruits in the space, Xiaoming was speechless. In just 1 or 2 days, more than 100 or 200 fruits had been consumed. Okay, all Earth-type ability users, release your abilities together and fill up this lake.
Xiaoming ordered.
Afterwards, all the Earth-type ability users activated their spiritual power and slapped their hands on the ground. With the release of the Earth-based supernatural power, the entire mountaintop suddenly surged with shining ochre light.
The next second, a boom sound was heard.
the ground began to shake violently. Under the gazes of Lu Zihan, Xiaoming, and Huang Shang, rocks kept flying out from the ground on the top of the mountain and thrown into the center of the lake. Boom! As time goes by, the water level of the lake continues to rise. Seeing this situation, Xiaoming frowned. Huang Shang looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, "Xiaoming, this won't work. We have to fill the entire lake quickly. Otherwise, the water level will rise and the lake water will flow into the town faster." "Yeah." Xiaoming nodded. He glanced at all the Earth-type mutants who were already exhausted after the battle. He waved his hand and took out dozens of bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Huang Shang and Lu Zihan. "Give these spiritual liquids to those Earth-type ability users, and tell them to use all their strength to lift the entire mountain for me." "What?" Huang Shang looked at Xiaoming in shock. He didn't expect Xiaoming's idea to be so crazy. "Let's go, trust Big Brother." Lu Zihan glanced at him and began to distribute spiritual liquid to each Earth-type mutant. "Okay." Huang Shang gritted his teeth and nodded, and began to hand the spiritual liquid to the Earth-type mutant. Xiaoming glanced at them and said to those with other attributes, "Everyone, get down the mountain immediately." "Yes." After hearing Xiaoming's order, all the people with special abilities began to run quickly down the mountain. After a few minutes, all Earth-type mutants had drunk the spiritual liquid. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately felt that all the spiritual fluid they had consumed had been restored. And there was no feeling of discomfort at all. Feeling this situation, they looked at the remaining spiritual liquid in their hands with shining eyes. "This is a good thing. I didn't expect Xiaoming to have such a good thing." Xiaoming had no time to pay attention to their shock. The water level had already spread to the edge of the lake, and a lot of lake water was pouring out directly. "Start!" With a loud shout, Xiaoming slammed his hands to the ground. Boom! A large amount of Earth-attributed spiritual power was output, and the land near Xiaoming began to tremble violently. Seeing this, all the psychics began to do the same action. Crack! Boom! Try harder! Xiaoming gritted his teeth and felt the changes underground. The land began to rise obviously, but the speed was still too slow. As Xiaoming finished speaking, all Earth-type ability users immediately began to output their spiritual power with all their strength. For a moment, the top of the mountain was filled with the roars of the psychics. "It's getting up." Huang Shang looked at the spectacular scene in shock. Lu Zihan on the side was also very shocked. Although she believed that Xiaoming could do this, she didn't expect that he would actually succeed. "Rise!" With Xiaoming's loud shout, the entire mountain suddenly moved. Boom! Under the control of all Earth-type ability users, the flying mountain directly covered the lake. Huff huff! After doing all this, all the Earth-type ability users collapsed to the ground, and immediately felt the spiritual power in their bodies being exhausted again. Xiaoming also took out several bottles of spiritual liquid while panting and drank them all. Glancing at the psychics who were reluctant to drink the remaining spiritual liquid, Xiaoming said with a smile, "Everyone, just drink it. I have plenty of this stuff. As long as you work hard in the future, there will be no shortage of spiritual liquid. Roar, long live Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao is mighty." All the psychics looked at each other and cheered. This was only the first day they joined Xiaoming's team, and they had been shocked time and time again. Countless red fruits, magical spiritual liquid, plus Xiaoming's own terrifying combat power and the 4th level peak monster. Such people, they are now fully committed to it. Ding, Wang Wei's loyalty plus 46. Ding, Tianqi's loyalty plus 43. After a quick look, Xiaoming saw that the loyalty of everyone, including the psychics who had already left, had increased to 60 plus, and a smile appeared on his face. Huang Sheng on the side saw through Xiaoming's trick and realized that it was just a way to win people's hearts, but he didn't say anything. Seeing his brother smiling happily, he felt very happy too. "Okay, everyone go down the mountain. From now on, there will be no more crazy monsters on this mountain. Let's work hard to develop Yanglu Town and restore its former beauty." Xiaoming said with a smile, looking at everyone. "Okay, follow Mr. Xiao and restore Yanglu Town. Follow Mr. Xiao and restore Yanglu Town." Everyone walked down the mountain shouting excitedly. Xiaoming, Huang Shang, and Lu Zihan watched everyone leave and followed behind with a smile. However, when leaving the top of the mountain, Xiaoming thought for a moment and felt the spiritual power in his body that had been restored after drinking several bottles of spiritual liquid. He waved his hand and released the thorn entanglement towards the original location of the lake. Whoosh whoosh. Thorns sprouted from where the lake used to be.
Xiao Ming, this is. Huangshang looked at Xiao Ming's actions in confusion.
Xiao Ming smiled slightly. I let these thorns suck up the lake water under the ground, so I don't have to worry about it.
You still think far ahead. Huangshang suddenly realized and looked at Xiao Ming with admiration.
Xiao Ming smiled calmly. Let's go back and develop our own power. Under the starry sky, the three figures stretched out, full of elegance.
Chapter 96, Kill Magikarp instantly. When we returned to town, Meng Yang and the others had not returned yet.
Xiao Ming took a look at the huge toad corpse placed casually on the street and felt very hesitant.
Although he was very envious of Toad's skills. But this toad looks so disgusting that I really can't eat it. Huangshang, you are familiar with this area. Do you know where there are some powerful water-attributed monsters?
Xiao Ming looked at Huangshang and asked. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Huangshang subconsciously glanced at Xiaolan above Xiao Ming's head.
Does Xiao Ming want me to praise his pet?
Huangshang then pointed at Xiao Ming's head with a smile. Among the water-attributed monsters I know, Xiaolan is the most powerful.
Xiao Ming.
Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Huangshang.
Xiao Ming coughed awkwardly. That's not what I meant, I'm serious. Huangshang smiled embarrassedly.
Looking at Xiao Ming's embarrassed expression, he realized that he had misunderstood. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I know there's a water-attributed Magikarp in the Weishui River, over 50 kilometers away from us. It's said to be at the 4th level. But I just heard about it, I don't know if it's true or not.
Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Level 4 Magikarp? Even Xiaolan raised her little blue head and looked over with interest.
Well, although the rumor is quite crazy, everyone who has seen it is dead, and no one can confirm whether it is true. Anyway, no one dares to go to that area. Huangshang said with a smile.
Okay, the Wei River is 50 kilometers away, right? I'll leave now.
Xiao Ming nodded.
Whether it's true or not, just go and see for yourself. It's not far away anyway. Do you want us to go together?
Huangshang and Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming curiously. They didn't know why Xiao Ming was interested in looking for powerful monsters. Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, no need.
Go check out Mr. Liang and his team's drawings.
Also, arrange for Earth-type psychics to help build the house. I'll give you 1 day to build the prototype of the house.
Okay, I guarantee to complete the task. Huangshang nodded seriously.
Watching Xiao Ming leave, Huangshang smiled at Lu Zihan and said, let's go see Mr. Liang. Then he turned around and shouted to the members of Yanglu team who were following behind him, everyone go back and rest.
Earth-type psychics, get ready. We'll need your help tomorrow.
Xiao Ming found a car with gas in the town and drove off. There are still quite a few cars in the town, but no one has used them for a long time. It took an hour to finally reach the Weishui River section. Parking the car on the side of the road, Xiao Ming frowned and looked at the wide river beside the road, muttering to himself, such a big river, where should I start searching? Just when Xiao Ming was worrying and was about to ask Xiaolan to go down and take a look, suddenly a roar came from the side and caught Xiao Ming's attention.
Xiao Ming turned his head and looked over, frowning and whispering, is someone fighting? Isn't it said that no one dares to come here?
Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he said to Xiaolan, Xiaolan, change your form.
Roar!
A roar came out of Xiaolan's mouth, and Xiaolan jumped up. When he landed on the ground, he had turned into a giant python. Xiao Ming jumped onto Xiaolan's back. Without any instructions, Xiaolan rushed towards the direction where the fighting sound came from. Not far from Xiao Ming and the others, a girl with a ponytail, wearing a short-sleeved top and denim shorts that revealed her fair legs, was looking at the huge carp that was flashing with golden light in front of her with fear in her eyes. Behind the carp, huge waves surged up, and in the next second they were about to hit the girl. From the aura emanating from the girl, it can be seen that she is also a 4th-level psychic. She had originally heard about Magikarp and wanted to come over and meet him for a while. But unexpectedly, Magikarp's strength was beyond her imagination. It was as if the pressure brought to her by this trick of flooding Jinshan Mountain was extraordinary. Let 100 flowers bloom. Of course, the girl would not sit still and wait for death. She let out a crisp sound from her mouth, and as her hands flew, streams of energy hit the ground. Beautiful flowers quickly popped out from the ground as the girl moved. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the huge waves were hitting the girl, countless flowers suddenly shook, and petals all over the sky shot towards the huge waves like a hail of bullets.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, the two forces formed a brief confrontation in the sky. But in this instant of contact, the girl's face turned pale and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Boom! As the golden light on Magikarp's body flashed again, the huge waves directly broke through the impact of the petals. Ah! The girl screamed and was directly submerged by the huge waves. When Xiaoming arrived here, he happened to see this scene. Tangled with thorns. With a single wave of his hand, countless thorns rushed towards Magikarp. At this time, the Carp King felt Xiaoming's attack and was about to dodge, but it was too late. Several thorns immediately entangled its body. Reinforce. Explode. Xiaoming released a series of energy, and with a few boom 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 explosions, the Magikarp screamed and fell into the water. Xiaolan, come on! As Xiaoming finished speaking, Xiaolan rushed into the water like lightning. It was because of Magikarp's injury that the skills it used finally allowed the girl to escape. When the girl came out of the waves in a mess, she saw a handsome young man standing on the shore, looking at the rolling river surface seriously. Needless to say, the girl knew that it was this boy who saved her. Just as she was about to step forward to express her gratitude, the water suddenly rolled violently, and a figure broke through the water and was knocked heavily out of the water. The girl looked carefully and was suddenly shocked. It was Magikarp that was knocked away? She was completely submerged by the waves and couldn't see clearly what was happening. It was not until Xiaolan's figure soared into the sky that she realized that it was this giant python that defeated Magikarp. Xiaoming ignored the stunned girl. While Magikarp was seriously injured, Xiaoming waved his hand to take out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword and instantly came to Magikarp and chopped it down with a sword. Boom! The sharp blade instantly chopped off Magikarp's head. Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction, picked up the Magikarp's body and prepared to leave. After thinking about it, I picked up the fish head as well. I could make a dish of chopped pepper fish head for everyone when I get back. This series of actions completely stunned the girl. It was not until Xiaoming rode away on Xiaolan that she reacted and wanted to chase after him. But it was too late. Xiaolan was much faster than her and disappeared from her sight in an instant. Suddenly, a look of regret appeared in the girl's eyes. She stood there for a while, then left in a disheveled manner. Chapter 97 Uninvited Guests. The sky gradually brightened. Huang Shang and Lu Zihan stood at the east end of the town and looked in the direction where Xiaoming and the others left. Huang Shang sighed softly, Xiaoming and the others haven't come back yet, and I don't know if they're in danger. When Lu Zihan heard Huang Shang's words, he supported the purple thunder spear with one hand and his eyes showed full trust in Xiaoming. She said with her mouth slightly opened, "Big brother will be fine." Huang Shang looked at Lu Zihan in surprise and asked curiously, "Why do you trust Xiaoming so much?" Lu Zihan glanced at Huang Shang and raised the corner of his mouth, "In my heart, Big brother is omnipotent." The corners of Huang Shang's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at Chaoyang. Although Lu Zihan's words sounded very childish, Huang Shang felt the strong trust these people had in Xiaoming. For this, he admired Xiaoming very much. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Isn't it the same for him now? Roar! At this moment, from another mountain not far from them, the roars of beasts suddenly came one after another. Huang Shang and Lu Zihan's expressions changed at the same time. The next second, Gu Mingshuang, Chen Feng and a group of Yanglu team members hurried over. "Brother Huang, could it be that the monster on the hill over there has also been poisoned?" Gu Mingshuang asked with a frown. Huang Shang shook his head and looked seriously at a young man in the crowd. "Josen, you have the ability to blend in with nature. Go up and see what's going on. Be careful not to be impulsive and be careful." "Yes, Captain." Josen nodded, and the next second he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Everyone only felt a breeze blowing, lifting the leaves on the ground. "Brother Huang, this skill is invisibility?" Gu Mingshuang looked at Huang Shang in surprise. "Tisk, it's just a skill similar to a chameleon, nothing strange about it." Chen Feng crossed his arms with a look of disdain on his face. "You?" All the members of Yanglu town looked at Chen Feng angrily. Chen Feng glanced at them contemptuously. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Huang Shang raised his hand, stopping the Yanglu town team from continuing. He looked at Chen Feng with a smile and said, "Yes, Brother Chen is right. It's just a chameleon-like skill. It's really nothing special." Huang Shang also noticed the discord between Chen Feng and Xiaoming. He was also a little curious about what was going on between the two of them. "Brother Feng, why do I dislike you more and more like this?"
Gu Mingshuang frowned and looked at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng wanted to say something hurriedly, but was immediately interrupted by Gu Mingshuang.
Okay, no need to say anything, you are my brother after all. Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingshuang irritably.
I am not your brother, I am your father's adopted son, I want to be your husband. However, Chen Feng obviously would not say these words directly. Just as everyone was waiting for a while, a strong wind blew and Zhou Sen's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The members of the Yang Lu team no longer cared about being unhappy with Chen Feng and quickly surrounded him.
Huang Shang looked at Zhou Sen seriously and asked, "What happened up there? Have you found out?"
After hearing this, Zhou Sen calmed down his excitement and said to Huang Shang, "Brother Shang, there is a mine, a spirit stone mine."
"Really? Ha, that's great. Spirit stone mine. Ha, we're rich."
All the members of the Yang Lu team suddenly became excited.
Gu Mingshuang, Chen Feng, and Lu Zihan seemed a little bored. "I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be a spirit stone mine. Schwanger, let's go back. You didn't sleep all night last night, so it's time to rest." Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingshuang with concern and said, "Yeah." Gu Mingshuang nodded, and the two left.
Lu Zihan also looked at Huang Shang and said, "Captain, since it's not the monster that's poisoned, there's nothing to worry about."
Well.
Looking at the reactions of several people, all the Yang Lu team members were stunned for a moment. The same goes for Huang Shang himself.
But they reacted immediately. Following Xiaoming, things like Zhugua seemed to be endless, so of course they didn't care about the spirit stone mines.
I believe Xiaoming is the same and would not care much about such spirit stone mines.
But Huang Shang looked at Lu Zihan solemnly and said, "We accepted Xiaoming's Zhugua and joined his team, but we haven't brought him any substantial help yet.
It just so happens that this spirit stone mine is our gift to Xiaoming."
"Yes, the captain is right, let's seize the spirit stone mine." "Well, I agree. Grab it and present it to Mr. Xiao." Lu Zihan glanced at the excited Yang Lu team members and was very satisfied with their performance. However, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Huang Shang and said, "Are you really going? There may be a lot of monsters on the mountain. You know, once a spirit stone mine is discovered, it will attract all the monsters nearby. Monsters also have a huge demand for spirit stones. Therefore, it is not just a fight among humans, there is also a fierce struggle between humans and monsters." "Well, since you have no objection, Vice Captain, let's set off." Huang Shang nodded.
Lu Zihan thought to himself that although his elder brother didn't care about the spirit stone mine, things like spirit stones were definitely better the more they were. If he could snatch a piece of spirit stone mine before his elder brother came back, his elder brother would definitely be very happy. He immediately tightened the spear in his hand, looked at Huang Shang and nodded vigorously. "Well, let's go." Huang Shang smiled slightly, turned around, and said to the Yang Lu team member behind him, "Let's go." Afterwards, everyone activated their own spiritual power and the team rushed towards the top of the mountain at a rapid speed. The entire team ran through the mountains no slower than when they drove. However, despite this, it still took everyone half an hour to reach the mountain. At this time, most of the monsters on the mountain had already gone to the spirit stone mine, and the few monsters they encountered quickly hid away after seeing Huang Shang and his group.
We arrived at the spirit stone mine without any obstructions along the way.
When all the monsters that were fighting saw Huang Shang and others, they all turned around vigilantly. Even the monsters that were fighting stopped immediately. Huang Shang quickly glanced around and found that the strongest ones were a few third-level monsters.
This is a tough battle for them.
Kill! A roar came from Huang Shang's mouth, and all the psychics roared and used their own abilities. While they were fighting, several BMW SUVs drove over on the road not far from them.
After hearing the movement on the mountain, the car stopped.
A young man in a white shirt and with shiny hair standing up got out of a car in front. Immediately, a number of bodyguards in black suits got out of several cars one after another. A white-haired old man walked quickly to the young man and said, "Master Meng, let's go to Yanglu town." The old man was speechless. Originally, he was the one who wanted to do this, but Meng Hua, the eldest son of their Meng family, insisted on coming with him, so he had no choice. Meng Hua glanced at the old man after hearing this, and looked towards the mountain with great interest. "Butler, there is a fight on this mountain, how interesting, let's go up and take a look." After saying that, he walked straight up the mountain. "Hey, young master, it's dangerous on the mountain.
You don't have to go there yourself."
The butler hurriedly followed with all the bodyguards.
Chapter 98. Okay, just listen to me. Kill. Thunder Formation. Boom. As Lu Zihan used the Thunder Formation, the last monster died under her gun.
At this time, the eyes of every Yanlu team member looking at Lu Zihan changed, including Huang Shang. They had never imagined that this seemingly very young girl could actually grit her teeth and fight bravely even when she was surrounded by more than 10 monsters and had multiple injuries on her body. This made many of them feel deeply admired and ashamed.
Of course, after using this move, Lu Zihan had already consumed all the spiritual power in his body.
His right hand, which was supporting the purple thunder spear, was trembling. He stood firm with all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing.
Zihan, well done.
Huang Shang also walked over with scars all over his body. He had just taken the initiative to face the attacks of several third-level monsters, so his situation was not much better than Lu Zihan's. However, although everyone looked very embarrassed, they all had happy smiles on their faces.
The Spirit Stone Mine is in our hands. Come, I have another bottle of spiritual liquid here, you drink it first.
Huang Shang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his arms and handed it to Lu Zihan.
Lu Zihan just took a look and shook his head.
I don't need it, you drink it, you're also seriously injured.
It's okay. As the eldest brother, I should take care of you.
Huang Shang smiled warmly and looked at Lu Zihan as if she were his younger sister. When Lu Zihan met Huang Shang's gaze, his heart was touched.
This feeling was something she had never experienced before.
She knew that Huang Shang really treated her as his sister at this moment. So he stopped refusing, nodded with red eyes, took the spiritual liquid and drank it in one gulp. Huang Shang was very satisfied with this and looked at the other team members. All right, drink the spiritual liquid to replenish your spiritual power. Then leave a few people here to watch and be careful of the monster's attacks.
The rest of you, come back with me and wait for Mr. Shao to come back.
Just when Huang Shang was about to take Lu Zihan and other seriously injured team members back first, he suddenly heard a lot of noise coming from behind.
Everyone looked over vigilantly. They couldn't imagine that there was anyone else who would come to Yanlu town.
Ha, it turns out to be a spirit stone mine. The first thing Meng Huo did when he arrived here with his butler and bodyguards was to see the broken spirit stones emerging from the ground, and he immediately burst into laughter excitedly.
Who are you?
Huang Shang frowned and looked at Meng Huo vigilantly. He could see that the young man in front of him was the leader of the other party. Following Huang Shang's words, all the psychics prepared for battle and looked at each other vigilantly. Meng Huo looked at Huang Shang and all his people with contempt, as well as the large number of monster corpses on the ground.
Oh, not bad, did you kill all these?
When saying this, Meng Huo felt a hint of surprise in his heart.
The stronger Yanlu town is, the better it will be for the Meng family.
So what if it's us? Huang Shang said coldly.
Ha ha.
Meng Huo chuckled and waved to the butler behind him. Introduce me to them. After saying this, he raised his head with a proud look on his face. Upon seeing this, a housekeeper quickly stepped forward and looked at Huang Shang and the others with an air of authority.
Listen up, this is Meng Huo, the eldest son of the Meng family in Taoyuan County.
What, the Meng family of Taoyuan County? What are they doing here? Upon hearing the young man's identity, all the members of the Yanglu team were immediately surprised, and even their fighting posture gradually relaxed.
Huang Shang also frowned deeply. Seeing this situation, Lu Zihan asked Huang Shang in confusion, Brother Huang, what's going on with the Meng family?
After hearing this, Huang Shang briefly explained to Lu Zihan, Taoyuan County isn't far from us.
It's our subordinate county.
There are 3 major families in the county, the Meng, Kong, and Chu families.
I just don't know what the eldest young master of the Meng family wants to do in Yanlu town.
Lu Zihan glanced at Huang Shang coldly. She knew all about family matters, but she was not particularly clear about the Meng family's purpose.
No matter what they want to do, as long as it affects Big Brother's interests, I will be the first to disagree.
Huang Shang glanced at Lu Zihan and said comfortingly, all right, leave this to me.
After saying that, he looked at Meng Huo calmly and asked, I wonder what young Master Meng wants to do in our Yanlu town? All right, we'll talk about other things later. Now the spirit stone mine you snatched is ours. However, considering your efforts, I'll give you 10%. Now you can leave.
Meng Huo glanced at the embarrassed Huang Shang and his group impatiently, with deep disgust in his eyes. Meng Huo looks down upon those people who had become supernatural beings in these villages. Not only is he covered in dirt, he also has no manners. Meng Huo felt that he was being merciful by giving them 10% of the spirit stones.
What? We worked so hard to get the spirit stone mine, and you just take it away like that?
That's right, this is impossible, Brother Shang, don't agree to him. Meng Huo's words immediately aroused the anger of the Yang Lu team members.
Lu Zihan also tightly gripped the purple thunder gun in his hand, ready to attack at any time. How dare you! If you say another word, watch out for your life.
The butler stood up and burst out with all his might. Following the butler's outburst, the bodyguard in a suit following behind also took a step forward.
Boom!
A strong pressure came over, and Huang Shang and the others looked very ugly. The butler is actually a third-level psychic, and except for the butler, all the bodyguards are actually second-level psychics. It is conceivable how powerful the Meng family's superpower force is.
Brother Shang, even if I die, I can't stand this kind of humiliation. Yeah, Brother Shang, don't agree to them.
Everyone gritted their teeth and endured the pressure, speaking to Huang Shang. Looking at Huang Shang and others on the opposite side who were gritting their teeth and persevering, the contempt in Meng Huo's eyes became more direct. He looked at Huang Shang playfully, waiting for his decision.
If they objected, Meng Huo didn't mind keeping these people here. Although doing so may affect what the Meng family is going to do next, it doesn't matter. Listening to his brother's indignant words, Huang Shang's face was very conflicted. He really wanted to attack Meng Huo and the others at all costs, just like his brothers. But he knew that he couldn't make this decision, otherwise all his brothers would die here. Thinking of this, he was angry in his heart, but he suppressed his voice and said, "Okay, let's go." Brother Shang. All the psychics looked at Huang Shang in disbelief, including Lu Zihan. But Lu Zihan understood Huang Shang's difficulties after just a moment's thought. She had originally planned to rush forward, but in order not to embarrass Huang Shang, she had to sigh deeply. "Okay, just listen to me and let's go." Huang Shang roared in a suppressed voice and dragged his tired body down the mountain. Seeing this situation, all the psychics glared at Meng Huo and the others angrily, and had to follow them with frustration. "TSK, a bunch of country bumpkins." Meng Huo glanced at them with disdain and said mockingly as he passed by. His face was full of complacency. After hearing Meng Huo's words, all the members of the Yang Lu team clenched their fists tightly. They felt extremely aggrieved. "Okay, leave a few people to watch, then report to the family and ask them to take over. We will go directly to their town." Seeing that all the members of the Yang Lu team had left, Meng Huo waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 99, I'll let you come, I won't say anything. Xiao Ming didn't know what happened in Yanglu town. At this moment, he was quietly closing his eyes and comprehending the vague skills in his mind. In front of him, there was a barbecue grill with scattered fish bones all around it. Only the huge fish head was still lying there quietly. I don't know how long it took, but with a boom, a strong water-attributed aura suddenly burst out from Xiao Ming's body. At the same time, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Water floods Jinshan Mountain. I understand. Xiao Ming did not expect that he actually comprehended the powerful skill of flooding the Golden Mountain. You know, a fourth-level monster has at least 4 skills. It is obvious that skills like flooding the Golden Mountain cannot be mastered at a low level. When eating the Magikarp, Xiao Ming was still very nervous. If he really couldn't comprehend the low-level skills, he could only use the water attribute as an auxiliary attribute to the Thorn Entanglement skill to see if there would be any other effects. Unexpectedly, I had better luck after taking it, and realized the meaning of flooding Jinshan Mountain. So Xiao Ming was in a very happy mood at this time. Sitting up from the ground, he glanced at the sky in surprise and muttered to himself, "A whole night has already passed. I didn't expect it would take so long to comprehend such a powerful skill." Seeing this, Xiao Ming picked up the huge fish head on the ground, returned to the car, and drove back to Yanlu town. And it was at this time that Team Yang Lu returned to the town with a frustrated look on their faces. "Brother Shang, why should we leave?" "Yes, that's the spirit stone mine we managed to snatch with great difficulty." Looking at a group of dissatisfied team members, Huang Shang said coldly, "Don't I know? Or are the injuries on my body fake?" Looking at Huang Shang's expression, all the team members were speechless. However, someone still asked indignantly, "Then why do we still want to leave? We will fight the Meng family. No matter if he is a young master or not." "Well said, let's fight to the death. You are willing to die, but have you ever thought that the zhuge that Mr. Xiao spent on you will be wasted?" Huang Shang shouted loudly. After saying this, he pointed to his heart and said, "Someone snatched away what I had. I'm even angrier and more frustrated than you are. But there's nothing I can do. I have to consider everyone's lives and the entire team. When you do things in the future, use your brain and don't be impulsive.
Huang Shang's explanation made everyone understand his difficulties and realize that nothing can be done based on passion. They all lowered their heads, with guilt on their faces for having just questioned Huang Shang. However, from their tightly clenched fists, it can be seen that they are all very angry and indignant in their hearts.
From the very beginning, Lu Zihan just watched silently without interrupting.
Only after Huang Shang finished speaking did she stand up, looked at the team members and said coldly, "Don't worry, Big Brother will take back what belongs to us." After hearing Lu Zihan's words, the light gradually returned to the eyes of all the team members. Yes, Mr. Xiao is so powerful, he will definitely be able to get it back. Yes, when Mr. Xiao comes back, I will make that arrogant boy pay. Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Shang smiled bitterly in his heart.
It's not that simple. Meng Huo is easy to deal with, but the Meng family is not easy to deal with. But he didn't say this out loud to dampen everyone's mood. Okay, we're at the base right now. Let's go back. Maybe Mr. Xiao has already returned.
After saying that, Huang Shang led all the team members into the streets of the town and headed towards the stronghold.
Not long after, everyone returned to the base.
At this time, their base had been moved into the town government office. When I came back, I found that Mei Niang and the others had also returned.
How's it going? Did you manage to rob the Spirit Stone mine?
I was just about to take Shi Lang and the others to support you. Mei Niang looked at everyone who was injured, but none of them seemed to be in danger of life and asked with a smile. Shi Lang also came over with a laugh, put his arm around Huang Shang's neck and said, Huang Shang, you are so lucky. You snatched up such an opportunity to make a contribution.
If I were there, I would definitely bring people with me.
Huang Shang rolled his eyes at Shi Lang and thought to himself, it's a good thing you didn't go, otherwise who knows how much trouble it would have caused.
Huang Shang knew Shi Lang's temper very well. He was an impulsive and reckless man. What's wrong with you?
At this moment, Mei Niang noticed that everyone's expressions were not right, and she frowned slightly and looked at Huang Shang.
Mei Niang, just talking about this makes us angry. We had already seized the Spirit Stone mine, but we didn't expect the Meng family from the county to come and take away the Spirit Stone mine that we fought so hard to kill the monsters. Before Huang Shang could say anything, a psychic in the team spoke out angrily. What? There's such a thing? Huang Shang, you disappoint me so much. If you meet someone like that, just beat him up. Don't care about the Meng or Li family.
Shi Lang said to Huang Shang angrily. Mei Niang glared at Shi Lang with her beautiful eyes. Stop talking.
What about the forces in Taoyuan County? I know a little bit about them. Huang Shang did nothing wrong. What? Someone stole your things and you're still at fault? Shi Lang widened his eyes and looked at Mei Niang in disbelief.
Huang Shang looked at Shi Lang helplessly, not wanting to argue with him. Then he looked at Mei Niang gratefully and nodded. Mei Niang, although they robbed our Spirit Stone mine, I don't think they came here for the Spirit Stone mine.
What do you mean? Mei Niang asked with a frown.
I don't know what their specific purpose is, but I guess they will come to our Yanlu town, so we still have to be prepared before Xiaoming comes back.
Huang Shang shook his head and expressed his opinion. It's good that they're here. I can just take care of them.
Shi Lang snorted coldly.
Okay, Shi Lang, let me handle anything.
If you continue to be so impulsive, I will tell Xiaoming. Mei Niang looked at Shi Lang and frowned deeply. She was very worried about her good brother Xiaoming.
If I continue to be this impulsive, I'm sure something big will happen. Seeing this, Shi Lang knew that Mei Niang was serious. He still respected Mei Niang very much. After all, she was stronger than them, and she had left the position of secretary to the dean of the Ability Academy and voluntarily followed Xiaoming away. So he waved his hand irritably and said, "All right, I'll let you do whatever you want. I won't say anything. Okay?" After saying that, he sat down on the chair next to him. Seeing Shi Lang sulking, everyone was both amused and speechless. Where's the leader of Yanlu town? Ask him to come see me. At this moment, a clear voice sounded at the door. Everyone turned to look, and Huang Shang immediately said solemnly, Meng Huo from the Meng family is here. Chapter 100, Such a Big Tone. Mei Niang raised her eyebrows and looked over. When she saw a young man with an arrogant look walking in, she understood. Although he despised the family forces in the county, he didn't want to offend them since Xiaoming was not around. Thinking of this, Mei Niang stood up and looked at Meng Huo and said,
I am the temporary leader here.
I wonder what brings Master Meng to our Yanglu town.
At this time, Meng Huo was already attracted by the scenery inside and did not hear clearly what Meng Yang said.
His eyes kept scanning Meng Yang, Lu Zihan, Yi Mengyao, and Gu Mingxuang.
He looked like a toad, almost drooling.
Boy, Meng Yang is talking to you.
Shi Lang had long disliked this boy and immediately yelled at him.
Bastard!
The housekeeper was about to stand up and scold Shi Lang, but was stopped by Meng Huo, who reacted immediately.
Meng Huo glanced at Shi Lang and looked at Meng Yang, who was standing not far from him, with a smile, and kept roaring in his heart, "Beauties, there are so many beauties here, all of them are extremely beautiful, I must conquer Yanglu town." He swore that he could never see such exquisite beauties in the county town, let alone seeing so many of them at once. He didn't expect that this small Yanglu town was actually a treasure town.
Fortunately, I came early, but I can't let the Kong family and the Chu family get there first.
This is Meng Yang, right? Hello, my name is...
Before Meng Huo could finish his words, Meng Yang interrupted him impatiently. She waved her hand and said, "No need to introduce yourself.
I already know you.
I heard that you stole the spirit stone mine that my brother worked so hard to acquire?"
Well, yes, but I didn't expect them to be your brothers.
In that case, it's not impossible to return the spirit stone mine to you.
Meng Huo smiled and didn't mind Meng Yang interrupting him at all. Would you be so kind? That's right, he might be up to something bad.
The Yanglu team members around spoke angrily.
Everyone looked at Meng Huo with anger. You have no right to speak here. The housekeeper stood up and shouted angrily at team member Yan Lu. Damn it!
Shi Lang glanced at Meng Yang, gritted his teeth and cursed, then turned around and didn't even bother to look at them. He was afraid that he really couldn't help but rush up and beat up this guy named Meng Huo and the housekeeper. Meng Huo sneered at the Yang Lu team members, who were speechless after being scolded by the housekeeper, and said to Meng Yang with a chuckle, "Meng Yang, it seems that you need to take good care of your subordinates." Meng Yang said to Meng Huo calmly, "Young master, if you have anything to say, just say it directly.
Let's not waste time."
After saying that, Meng Yang sat down on a chair at the back and watched Meng Huo and the others quietly.
But no one brought them a chair.
Meng Huo was angry about such treatment, but he didn't care too much.
Humph, wait until I have you under the command of my Meng family, and then I can do whatever I want with you with just a word, right?
Thinking of this, Meng Huo raised his head and laughed out loud twice. Meng Yang is really quick-witted.
In that case, I will speak frankly. After saying this, his eyes changed and he looked at Meng Yang seriously. I want your forces to join our Meng family. What? You're dreaming.
Shi Lang couldn't help it anymore, turned around, and shouted at Meng Huo and the others. The aura of a third-level mutant suddenly burst out from his body. The expressions of all of Meng Huo and the others changed suddenly.
Young master, be careful. The butler shouted and quickly stood in front of Meng Huo.
His aura burst out and he rushed towards Shi Lang.
Boom!
The two forces collided in mid-air, generating a violent airwave. The powerful recoil force made both of them take a few steps back.
Humph! However, Shi Lang snorted coldly, showing great disdain for the housekeeper.
The housekeeper looked at Shi Lang in shock at this time.
He had not expected that this small Yanglu town actually had a third-level psychic.
But then he immediately calmed down.
He is just a third-level mutant.
Although he is very rare in this small town, he is not a big deal to their Meng family.
Meng Huo had the same idea.
He sneered at Shi Lang and said to Meng Yang, "Perhaps you don't understand the strength of our Meng family. In our Meng family, there are more than 10 third-level psychics, and some are even in the late third level. They have the opportunity to break through to the fourth level at any time.
Giving you the opportunity to join our Meng family means we think highly of you. Otherwise..."
As Meng Huo finished speaking, all the bodyguards behind him burst out with their aura.
Boom! Suddenly, colorful spiritual power enveloped the entire yamen.
This made Meng Yang and the others look extremely ugly.
Humph, aren't you just the Meng family from a small county town? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Gu Mingxuang couldn't stand it anymore and stood up angrily. Oh! Chen Feng retracted his outstretched arm helplessly.
He was about to grab Gu Mingxuang, but failed.
You said this is Xiao Ming and the others' business, why should we care? The small Meng family?
Meng Huo and the housekeeper, bodyguard and others behind him looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Miss, you probably don't know how powerful our family is after the revival of spiritual energy.
It's more than just being rich, okay?
Meng Huo licked his lips and looked at the beautiful Gu Mingshuang.
Oh.
Meng Yang and the others all looked at Meng Huo and the others with contempt.
They probably don't know that Gu Mingshuang is the jewel in the crown of the Gu family in Huarong City.
If they knew, they would probably be scared to death. However, Meng Huo felt very uncomfortable when he met their gazes. He waved his hand impatiently. Alright, it's okay if you don't agree today, but after we leave, if you come back next time, it will be the day of the destruction of your Yanlu town. You must think carefully. When he said this, there was a strong threat in Meng Huo's eyes.
Meng Yang, what are you waiting for? Let me go. Shi Lang glanced at Meng Huo ferociously, gritted his teeth and said beside Meng Yang.
Meng Yang was also very conflicted at this time. Xiao Ming had not come back, and she really couldn't make a decision on her own, otherwise she would cause trouble and she was worried that Xiao Ming would blame her. Just as she hesitated, Meng Huo's eyes gradually turned cold.
Alright, if that's the case, then we're leaving. You, Yanglu town, can just wait for destruction. Humph.
With a cold snort, Meng Huo waved his hand and prepared to leave with his men. But just as they turned around, a figure walked in from the door carrying a huge fish head.
Destroy our Yanglu town? What a boast. Meng Yang and everyone else's eyes lit up. Xiao Ming. Mr. Xiao. Chapter 101, Kill One by One. Meng Huo and the others frowned as they watched Xiao Ming walk in.
As he passed by them, the fishy smell of the fish head made Meng Huo step back in disgust, holding his nose and saying, "Who are you?" Xiao Ming glanced at him with a sneer. He had also heard some of what had just happened.
Meng Yao, take this fish head and make a pot of fish head soup for the brothers tonight.
Ignoring Meng Huo's question, Xiao Ming handed the fish head in his hand to Yi Mengyao, who came forward to greet him.
Yi Mengyao took the fish head and nodded happily. Yeah.
Seeing Yi Mengyao smile towards Xiao Ming, Meng Huo suddenly ignited the fire in his chest.
These beauties are mine, all mine. Butler, come on, beat this guy to death. Yes, young master. The butler had long been unable to bear it.
These country folk were so presumptuous in front of them.
Then he walked towards Xiao Ming with a grim smile and several second-level psychic bodyguards.
Feeling their behavior, Xiao Ming chuckled and shook his head, looking at Meng Yang and said, "Meng Yang, even if I'm not around in the future, there's no need to be timid.
You know my ultimate goal."
Meng Yang shuddered all over and looked at Xiao Ming and nodded seriously. Yes, Xiao Ming's ultimate goal is to overthrow the supernatural alliance in the province and take back Xiaoxia.
If he can't even deal with these families in the county, how can he talk about overthrowing the supernatural alliance? Humph, what purpose? Small people don't deserve to have a purpose.
The butler said this sarcastically, and the next second his eyes glared at Xiao Ming and he attacked him.
Boom! Powerful spiritual power exploded behind him.
Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, and as his hands flew, he uttered a few words lightly.
Water floods Jinshan. Boom! In this medium-sized government office courtyard, violent waves suddenly appeared above Xiao Ming's head.
At this time, the butler's attack had reached Xiao Ming. It was impossible for him to turn around and defend himself. He could only stare at this shocking scene with wide eyes.
No!
With the butler's shout, the waves directly submerged Meng Huo and his group, and the powerful pressure directly pushed them far away.
The whole town turned into water in an instant.
Meng Yang and all the other people in Yanlu town jumped onto the roof, and even Gu Mingshuang was grabbed by Chen Feng and jumped up.
Everyone looked at this scene in shock. A third-level psychic can actually unleash such a powerful skill? Meng Yang and others said in amazement.
That is right, the reason why many people with special abilities cannot comprehend powerful skills is not entirely because of their poor comprehension ability, but because their own spiritual power is weak, and even if they comprehend powerful skills, it is not enough for them to release them. The fact that Xiao Ming released such a powerful skill seemed to be very easy, which shows how incredible the strength of Xiao Ming's spiritual power has reached.
Xiao Ming ignored everyone's shock.
He was speechless as he looked at the water that had already submerged his calves.
Damn! Just like that, Yanglu town was transformed into a water city.
I should have known this would happen before and tried out the power of this move. But Xiao Ming is not without a solution. As he raised one hand, powerful water attributed spiritual power gathered in his hand, and the water on the ground quickly swept towards his palm. Soon, a water ball the size of a wash basin formed in his hand. At this time, all the water on the ground in the town had been sucked away. Then Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the water ball in his hand immediately turned into steam and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, everyone on the roof jumped down and came to Xiao Ming excitedly.
Xiao Ming, you're amazing.
I feel like you're on par with a 4th level psychic.
Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming excitedly and said.
Shi Lang also laughed excitedly. Yeah, big brother, huh? If we keep going like this, it won't be long before we can get Xia back.
Yeah.
Xiao Ming also nodded with a smile. At this moment, he was full of confidence in overthrowing the superpower alliance. However, Chen Feng, who jumped off the roof with Gu Mingxuan, had a gloomy look on his face. He couldn't imagine that there were still 20 days left before a month, but Xiao Ming actually had the strength to compete with a 4th level psychic. Although he is only at the 3rd level now, he finds that he can no longer completely crush Xiao Ming.
This is a bad sign.
No, I must improve my cultivation immediately and reach the late 4th stage as soon as possible.
I can't continue to give up. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes became firm.
After the joy faded, Meng Yang looked at Xiao Ming seriously and said, Xiao Ming, it seems that the Meng family came here this time to subjugate us. Xiao Ming sneered and waved his hands. Don't worry, I didn't kill them this time.
If they dare to provoke me again, I will kill them one by one. Ha, brother, I just like it this way. It's so frustrating.
They also snatched the spirit stone mine that Huang Shang and Zihan fought so hard for. Shi Lang said with a laugh. Hearing this, Xiao Ming looked at Yang Liuzhen and others who were in a mess in surprise, and then he realized that everyone had suffered a lot of injuries. Meeting their gazes, Xiao Ming immediately guessed what they were thinking. He nodded with satisfaction and said to Huang Shang and Lu Zihan, You are both great.
Each of you will be rewarded with a zhu fruit.
Oh, that's great, long live Mr. Xiao. Ha, Mr. Xiao is so awesome. The members of the Willow team immediately cheered.
The members of the Kamikaze Squad and the Phoenix Squad looked at them with envy.
Ever since Xiao Ming distributed the red fruits last time, they have been practicing with spirit stones for so many days. The feeling of difficulty in absorbing spiritual energy became very uncomfortable after taking the zhu fruit. Zhugui is still more delicious to eat. Looking at everyone's expressions, Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Everyone, don't worry, as long as you do your job well, any team or individual who makes contributions will naturally be rewarded. And it won't just be spirit stones, there will be other good things as well. At the end of his words, Xiao Ming smiled mysteriously. Looking at Xiao Ming's smile, everyone seemed to be energized and started to guess what good thing it was.
Could it be the same weapon as Lu Zihan's?
Alright, although there are no vermilion fruits, you still have plenty of spiritual stones.
Feel free to absorb everyone's spiritual stones.
I'm not afraid of running out of spiritual stones, I'm just afraid that you won't absorb them fast enough.
Okay, great. Everyone cheered.
Seeing everyone happy, Mei Yang was also very happy in her heart, but after hesitating for a moment, she felt that she still had something to say to Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming, come here.
Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang in confusion, said something to everyone, and then followed her into a room.
Xiao Ming, there's more than just the Meng family in Taoyuan County. There's also the Kong family and the Chu family. These 3 families are the largest forces in Taoyuan County, a 3-legged tripod. Now that we've offended the Meng family, I'm worried that the other 2 families might also attack us. We can't just kill all of their families, right? The Taoyuan County chief won't agree to that.
Mei Yang said with a frown.
Chapter 102, The Eclipse Spirit Sword is Born. Is that so? After hearing Mei Yang's words, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. Indeed, if only the Meng family was wiped out, it would not have any impact on Taoyuan County. But if the 3 most powerful families in Taoyuan County were all wiped out, I'm afraid even the government wouldn't sit idly by and watch. Because the power of a place plays a vital role in that place. If a beast tide comes, it will be very difficult for the government office to face the overwhelming number of monsters alone. However, with the help of the psychics in the city, the pressure will be much less. Therefore, after the revival of spiritual energy, these private forces were also allowed by the state. Of course, we must also follow national regulations. If the country's laws are violated, even private forces will be sanctioned. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming sneered, let's take it one step at a time. I hope they won't provoke me again. At worst, I can personally cultivate a force in Taoyuan County. Ugh.
Mei Yang felt a chill in her heart as she looked at Xiao Ming, whose face was cold. I can only pray secretly for the Kong family and the Chu family, hoping that they will not provoke Xiao Ming. At this time, outside Yanglu town, a housekeeper was supporting Meng Hua, followed by a group of trembling bodyguards in suits.
Each of them looked so miserable and wet that it was hilarious. Asshole, that guy just now was called Xiao Ming, right?
I want to kill him, I must kill him. Meng Hua turned around and broke free from the butler's support, roaring in the direction of Yanglu town.
Young master, let's go back first.
That Xiao Ming is not easy to deal with, said the butler with a worried look on his face.
What? Isn't he just a third-level psychic? How could you be so useless? We are both third level, so why were you defeated by others in just one move?
Meng Hua roared at the butler.
All the bodyguards looked at the butler with sympathy.
The housekeeper felt bitter in his heart, and helplessly looked at Meng Hua and explained, Master, it's not that I'm useless, it's just that Xiao Ming is too powerful. He actually possesses such a powerful skill. You know, even a fourth-level psychic wouldn't necessarily be able to comprehend such a powerful skill.
Yet, he's already comprehended it at the third level.
The key is that he still has enough spiritual energy to unleash it. When he said this, a deep shock flashed in the housekeeper's eyes. I feel very scared when I think about the time when I faced that attack. Even though he used all his spiritual power to resist, he was still washed away by the waves at the first sight. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he's only a third-level psychic. I don't believe he can defeat 10 people at once. Let's go back immediately and ask my dad to lend me all the third-level psychics in the family. I don't believe Xiao Ming can still defeat him.
Meng Hua said this angrily and turned away. Hearing Meng Hua's words, the housekeeper's eyes lit up.
Yes, no matter how powerful he is only at the third level. Even if he has enough spiritual power, releasing such a move must be his limit.
As long as he can withstand this move, can't he be easily defeated?
Thinking of this, the butler hurriedly followed. Afterwards, the Meng family's convoy slowly drove away.
Just as they were leaving, several figures appeared simultaneously from different directions in the woods outside Yanlu town.
They took a look at the direction where Meng Hua and others left, and then did the same thing, took out their mobile phones and started making calls. At the same time, inside the rooms of the heads of the Kong and Chu families in Taoyuan County, the phones of two middle-aged men of similar age rang at the same time. The head of the Kong family, Kong Dewan, looks very ferocious, with a pair of eyes that make one look very vicious. As he listened to the content on the phone, his eyes gleamed with light. After the person on the phone finished reporting what happened, Kong Dewan said calmly, just stay there and keep an eye on them.
As for the Meng family, don't worry about it.
After saying that, Kong Dewan hung up the phone and muttered to himself, interesting, a third-level mutant who can use large-scale attack skills.
No matter what, you must be mine.
After thinking for a while, Kong Dewan called out to the outside of the room, away, let Kong Ming come over.
Yes.
A clear voice came from outside the room, followed by footsteps fading away. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Kong Dewan said calmly, come in. Then, a young man who looked very similar to Kong Dewan walked in with an excited look on his face, holding an exquisitely shaped long sword. Dad, it just so happens that the soul erosion sword has been forged successfully. Hearing the other party's words, Kong Dewan's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately flashed in front of the young man and grabbed the soul erosion sword. He swung the sword across his arm, and indeed felt the spiritual power in his body being quickly absorbed by the soul-eroding sword through the wound. At the same time, the soul erosion sword emitted a dazzling light.
Great, great. God is really helping me. I've discovered a genius.
Now that the Eclipse sword has been successfully forged, Taoyuan County will belong to our Kong family from now on. Kong Dewan excitedly raised his sword and laughed out loud.
Dad, what about the blacksmith?
Kong Ming was also very excited, but when he said this, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Well, kill him, but considering that he succeeded in forging the sword, I'll leave my lovely daughter to you, my son. Kong Dewan waved his hand indifferently, looking at the sword in his hand with satisfaction.
Thank you, Dad. Kong Ming nodded excitedly and prepared to go out.
It was at this moment that Kong Dewan finally came to his senses from his joy and hurriedly called out to Kong Ming. By the way, after killing Zhu Shiming, go to Yanlu town and invite Xiao Ming to me.
Remember, invite him. Kong Dewan said seriously. Yes.
Although he didn't quite understand what his father had told him, Kong Ming still nodded. He obeyed his father's orders unconditionally.
Watching his son leave, Kong Dewan's eyes gleamed with ambition, and he muttered to himself, Taoyuan County?
Sooner or later, I want the Kong family to become the strongest family in the city, or even the province. Inside the room of Chu Yong, the head of the Chu family, Chu Yumon looked at her father with a puzzled look.
Dad, why did you call me over here?
At this moment, Chu Yuming's mind was still reflecting the figure who fell from the sky and saved her yesterday. She clearly felt that the other party was only at the 3rd level of cultivation, but the power of the skills he used was no weaker than her own at the early 4th level. What shocked her even more was that the 4th stage late stage giant python was actually his pet.
Unfortunately, I don't even know the other person's name.
Looking at his daughter, Chu Yang was very satisfied. In such a short period of time, she was able to advance to the early stage of the 4th level through her own efforts. Yes, but at the beginning, Chu Yuming took away a few spirit stones, and the resources needed later were all found in the suburbs by herself.
Chu Yang was helpless about his daughter's strong character, but he didn't know what to say.
As long as his daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. However, she seemed a little dazed after returning from the battle with Magikarp yesterday, and I couldn't get any answers out of her when I asked her. It just so happened that this time I asked her to go to Yanlu town, just to relax.
Thinking of this, Chu Yang looked at Chu Yuming with a smile. Daughter, do your father a favor and go to Yanlu town and invite a man named Xiaoming over. Chapter 103. I say you guys fight or not. System, let's draw the lottery.
Inside the room, Xiaoming looked at the more than 100 draws he had obtained when he took Huang Sheng and others to fill the lake last time, and started the draw directly. As the sounds of the system lottery began to ring in his mind, Xiaoming directly blocked out those sounds. Half an hour later, after the lottery was over, Xiaoming looked at the rewards. Most of them are spiritual liquid, red fruit, spiritual stones and other things. There are also quite a few weapons, but Xiaoming doesn't plan to give them directly to Shi Lang and the others now. They must have made meritorious contributions before they can be given the money as a reward. Otherwise, he was worried that some people would feel unbalanced. After all, he has already established his own power and has about 70 to 80 people under him. If he cannot be fair, trouble will arise sooner or later. Xiaoming saw this very clearly. But Xiaoming looked at the many new equipment in the system space and muttered to himself, these second-level laser guns, laser cannons and the like can be given to them first, but the cost of spirit stones is a bit troublesome. Second-level laser guns and laser cannons are similar to super laser bazookas, but the bullets and shells they fire only cause damage to the current level of psychics or monsters. It is not possible to cause maximum damage based on the added spirit stones.
Forget it, I'd better keep it. It's useless to use it now.
Then, Xiaoming shook his head with a wry smile. Now, with the supply of red fruits and spirit stones, even the weakest Phoenix team has almost advanced to the 2nd level. However, Xiaoming did not give Yi Mengyao Zhu fruit later because her attribute was the dark attribute which consumed a lot of resources to advance. So only she is still at the 1st level. Thinking of this, Xiaoming scratched his head in distress. This was his first time as the leader of a force, and he was not very good at dealing with rewards and punishments.
Even if you want to give your subordinates special treatment, it is not easy.
Xiaoming got up and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw Yi Mengyao guarding the door.
Mengyao, what's wrong?
Xiaoming looked at her puzzledly. Yi Mengyao weakly looked up at Xiaoming, then quickly lowered her head again. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Xiaoming, she felt very uneasy. I was afraid you might need something, so I waited here. Xiaoming looked speechlessly at Yi Mengyao, who was weak and frail in front of him, and said helplessly, you don't have to be so afraid of me, I don't eat people. Yi Mengyao hummed softly in a voice smaller than a mosquito. Seeing this, Xiaoming smiled bitterly and said, come on, go out for a walk with me. After saying that, Xiaoming raised his leg and walked outside. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly followed. Walking along the small road in the town, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then directly took out 10 vermilion fruits from the system space and handed them to Yi Mengyao.
Are you stuck in your realm? Use them to practice, otherwise your teammates will be better than you, and I will be very embarrassed.
Looking at the 10 red fruits in her hand and listening to Xiaoming's words, Yi Mengyao's heart was pounding.
Will this make you feel very embarrassed?
After taking a look at Yi Mengyao's concerned eyes, Xiaoming was in a trance. This kind of eyes was very familiar, especially familiar, exactly the same as Sia's. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming looked at Yi Mengyao with a smile and said, why is it difficult? They are all my own things.
I can give them to anyone I want. If you dare to say anything, just get out of here.
After saying that, Xiaoming quickly turned around and walked towards the outside of the town. Yi Mengyao was moved by Xiaoming's domineering words, and her pretty face turned red. She bit her lips lightly, quickly put away the red fruit, and followed him.
Ha! How could I think Yi Mangyao was the same as Xie? Xie is Xie, Mangyao is Mangyao, they are different.
Xiaoming was walking quickly, feeling very annoyed and didn't say a word. Yi Mangyao just followed Xiaoming silently, as if she would follow him wherever he went. At this moment, two convoys collided on the road outside the town and were stuck in the middle of the road, neither of them willing to give way.
Chu Yameng.
Kong Ming looked at the beautiful girl with a melon-shaped face and a long ponytail in front of him, licked his lips, and an evil look appeared in his eyes. Chu Yameng was very disgusted by Kong Ming's gaze and sneered coldly, "I didn't expect that the Kong family would also send a loser like you.
Waste? You're courting death." Kong Ming's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. "You're just a stinking woman.
Even if you advance to the 4th rank, you're still just a woman. The Chu family has no successors."
Ha ha ha.
You. Chu Yuming's chest heaved up and down with anger, and the turbulent appearance made Kong Ming drool. As Chu Yameng and Kong Ming confronted each other, the psychics they brought with them also started shouting and cursing at each other.
Humph.
With a cold snort, Chu Yameng attacked Kong Ming directly.
Willow leaves flying. Boom.
Two huge willow trees appeared beside Kong Ming in an instant as Chu Yameng released her spiritual power.
Countless willow branches lashed towards Kong Ming with powerful force.
Kong Ming's face changed and he did a somersault to avoid the attack of the willow branch.
Seeing Kong Ming dodge, Chu Yameng sneered.
Just as Kong Ming landed on the ground, countless willow leaves shot towards him. Seeing that he could no longer dodge, Kong Ming forcibly used all his spiritual power to form a spiritual shield in front of him.
Boom 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 boom.
A series of roars sounded. In just a moment, Kong Ming's protective shield was broken. Swish, swish, swish.
Ah!
Kong Ming screamed in pain as the willow leaves cut countless holes all over his body. His clothes were torn and he looked very disheveled. At this time, the Kong family's superpowers finally reacted and screamed, "Hurry and protect the young master." Then he quickly stood in front of Kong Ming to protect him.
Ha, the Kong family is trash. Waste. The Chu family's psychic pointed at the half-naked Kong Ming and laughed out loud.
Seeing this, Chu Yameng also folded her arms and sneered.
Chu Yameng, I want you to die.
Before I die, I will make you suffer endless humiliation. Kong Ming gritted his teeth and roared at Chu Yameng heartbreakingly.
Humph. Chu Yameng gave him a mocking look, then extended her delicate jade finger and hooked it. Really? If you're brave, come here. Do you think I don't dare? Everyone, follow me. Kong Ming roared and issued an order directly to all the psychics in the Kong family. Boom. Following Kong Ming's order, all the psychics of the Kong family unleashed their spiritual power. Seeing this, Chu Yameng also became serious.
The psychics on both sides were ready for battle, and the atmosphere was tense for a while. Although Chu Yameng acted very relaxed, she knew that if a battle started, although they would win, there would definitely be casualties on their side. These people with special abilities are the foundation of the Chu family. Her father asked her to bring them out, and Chu Yameng didn't want to sacrifice even one of them. Kong Ming was in an even more difficult situation. He knew that Chu Yameng was very powerful, and he had just given the order impulsively in anger. As the psychics on both sides erupted, he regretted it after he calmed down.
If you fight like this, you will definitely lose.
He could escape, but the people with special abilities he brought with him might all die here. Both sides had concerns, so the situation remained deadlocked. Just when both sides were very hesitant, a bored voice suddenly came from the side.
Hey! Do you want to fight? Chapter 104 I, Chu Yameng, am not afraid. It's you!
When Chu Yameng saw Xiao Ming's appearance, her eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, she recognized Xiao Ming as the man who saved her.
Ha! Do you know me?
Xiao Ming frowned at Chu Yameng. But when his eyes moved to her long legs, he nodded in sudden realization, "So it's you. I almost didn't recognize you if I hadn't seen your legs."
You?
Chu Yuming's pretty face turned red because of Xiao Ming's words, but then she curled the corners of her mouth, deliberately took a step forward with her right leg, and displayed her long white legs in front of Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was speechless. He said that on purpose. Because he could see that this woman's background was obviously not simple, he really didn't want to have anything to do with her. He also wanted to indirectly tell the other party that he was just a gangster and told her not to get close to him. I didn't expect that the other party would do this. Yi Mangyao, who was standing behind Xiao Ming, blushed a little. She glanced at Chu Yuming's long legs, then looked at her own legs. She thought to herself, "Sir, do you like long legs? But my legs are long too. Is it because I don't show them off? Boy, who are you?" Kong Ming shouted angrily at Xiao Ming when he found out that Chu Yuming actually knew the man who suddenly appeared. Although he looked very angry, Kong Ming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this guy showed up, otherwise it would be troublesome if a fight really broke out. Seeing Kong Ming being so disrespectful to Xiao Ming, Chu Yuming's lips curled up into a smile. She glanced at the little blue snake coiled on Xiao Ming's head and laughed in her heart. "Kong Ming, oh Kong Ming, you don't know what kind of horrible existence you have offended." However, she did not say anything to stop him, but just looked at Xiao Ming with excitement. She had already made up her mind that no matter what happened today, she would not let the other party escape, and she must ask the other party's name. She even put the task her father assigned to her behind her mind. But if she knew that Xiao Ming, whom Chu Yang asked her to invite, was the man in front of her, she might be even more surprised. Boom! Facing Kong Ming's questioning, before Xiao Ming could say anything, Yi Mengyao stood up coldly and exploded the spiritual power in her body. Suddenly, Yi Mengyao was surrounded by a thick dark energy, which made people feel deeply frightened at first sight. However, after seeing this, Kong Ming sneered. He carefully looked Yi Mengyao over, his eyes showing an evil look. He said to Xiao Ming, "Is this your subordinate? He looks good, but his cultivation is a bit poor. He dares to stand out at the first level? Humph." Kong Ming snorted coldly, and all his aura pressed directly towards Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's face turned pale at the powerful pressure and she stepped back repeatedly. Bang! Feeling someone holding his shoulders, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Turning around, he saw Xiao Ming's handsome face smiling at him. "Be careful." After saying that, Xiao Ming walked around Yi Mengyao and stood in front of her. Looking at Xiao Ming's powerful back, Yi Mengyao stood quietly with a blushing face. "Hiss, who is this person? He can actually resist the pressure from me, a late third-stage cultivator, and it seems so easy?" Kong Ming frowned deeply, secretly guessing in his heart. His father asked him to come over just to invite a man named Xiao Ming, but he didn't tell him anything, so he knew nothing about Xiao Ming. So they didn't know that Xiao Ming's strength was actually very strong. Xiao Ming, of course, had no idea of the shock in the other party's heart. At this moment, he looked at Kong Ming with a cold expression. "The first time you dare to touch my people, I will spare your life. If you do it again, I will kill you." Looking at Xiao Ming's domineering look, both Yi Mengyao and Chu Yuming were deeply attracted. Chu Yuming stared at Xiao Ming blankly, muttering to herself, "So handsome, so manly." When the Chu family's psychics heard their young lady's murmurs, they looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. When Kong Ming heard Chu Yuming's words, he became even more angry. "Damn it, when did someone else steal my limelight? No matter who this guy is, I must teach him a lesson today. Everyone, show this guy a lesson and let him know how powerful our Kong family is." Kong Ming said coldly to the psychic of the Kong family. "Kill." Suddenly, powerful roars came from the mouths of all the Kong family's superpowers. Countless spiritual powers poured out towards Xiao Ming's position. Chu Yuming saw this and her face turned pale. She burst out with all her might and came in front of Xiao Ming, blocking the pressure from him. "Kong Ming, stop, or you'll die today." "Miss." The Chu family's psychics were shocked and quickly came to Chu Yuming's side. Kong Ming looked at Chu Yuming, who was standing in front of Xiao Ming, with an unpleasant expression. "Chu Yuming, we'll settle our accounts later, but this guy actually insulted me, Kong Ming. If I don't teach him a lesson, where will our Kong family's reputation be? If you dare to stop me, you're trying to start a war between the two families." Chu Yuming puffed out her chest and sneered, "So what if I start a war? I, Chu Yuming, am not afraid." "You?" Kong Ming's face trembled with anger. Just as he was considering whether to continue, Xiao Ming impatiently pushed Chu Yuming away and said, "I'm not used to having a woman stand in my way." Seeing this, Kong Ming was delighted, and just when he was about to order his men to launch an attack, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "Thorns are entangled." Countless thorns suddenly emerged from under the ground of all the Kong family members and instantly entangled all the Kong family's psychics. Kong Ming was shocked at first, but after seeing this skill, he looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. "With such a rubbish skill, you expect to be able to trap me?" Xiao Ming chuckled, "Then you try it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ming released a stream of water-attributed spiritual power. "I can use this opportunity to try out what changes will happen to the thorny entanglement after it is blessed with water-attributed spiritual power."
Master, this is bad. I can't break free. Ah! Master, help me.
Just as Kong Ming was about to use his strength to break the thorns on his body, he was startled by the screams coming from all around him. He quickly turned his head and saw that all the thorns were emitting blue light. They were constantly stretching and shortening as his men struggled, but they could not break free. However, the spikes on it were extremely hard, and all the men who were pierced by them were bleeding profusely.
How could this happen?
Kong Ming was so shocked and angry that he immediately exploded his spiritual power. The whole body is surrounded by intense flames. The powerful flames burned, causing the thorns wrapped around him to make a sizzling sound, but to his surprise, the blue light on the thorns became even brighter, and there was no sign of burning at all.
So powerful.
Xu Yumeng stared at the scene with wide eyes. She clearly felt that the energy Xiao Ming just released was water energy. It was also the first time she knew that Xiao Ming was actually a very rare multi-attribute psychic, and that multi-attribute abilities could be used in this way. Watching the changes in the entangled thorns, Xiao Ming thought thoughtfully, it seems that the addition of water-attributed spiritual power has increased the toughness of the thorns.
Moreover, fire overcomes wood, and water overcomes fire.
This directly offsets the restraint between the attributes, making it difficult for the flames to burn the thorns. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the result.
At this moment, Yi Mengyao stood up and looked at Xiao Ming inquiringly. Mr. Xiao? Do you want to call Shi Lang and the others out to deal with these people? Mr. Xiao? Xiao Ming? Are you Xiao Ming?
When Kong Ming heard Yi Mengyao's words, he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Ming in speculation.
Xu Yumeng also looked at Xiao Ming in surprise.
It turned out that he was Xiao Ming.
Chapter 105. Are you trying to intimidate me? What? Are you here to see me?
Xiao Ming looked at the two of them with a frown.
Yes.
Xu Yumeng nodded excitedly, but immediately shook her head and said, ever since you saved me yesterday, I've wanted to find you.
What about you?
Xiao Ming looked coldly at Kong Ming and the others who were screaming. Although Kong Ming was not in as bad a state as his subordinates at this time, the thorns pierced his body, and even the shield supported by his powerful spiritual power could not defend him. So he gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ming and said, Xiao Ming, let me go.
I am Kong Dehuan, the son of the Kong family in Taoyuan County. My father sent me here, Kong Ming. Apologize to me and I'll let you go.
Xiao Ming sneered and pointed at them.
Xiao Ming, don't go too far. Kong Ming said angrily. Silly boy, Mr. Xiao is giving face to your Kong family by asking you to apologize. Otherwise, you would be dead today. Xu Yumeng hugged her chest and looked at Kong Ming with amusement.
Xiao Ming glanced at her and thought to himself, I can't hold her, so what's the point of holding her? I don't know what this girl ate to grow up, she has such a good figure, and the key is that she is so well proportioned.
Seeing that Xu Yumeng was obviously on Xiao Ming's side, Kong Ming's face became very gloomy. Looking at the serious expressions of the two, he knew that if he didn't apologize today, it would be difficult for him to leave. And my father's mission must be completed, although I don't know why my father wants to invite Xiao Ming back. Especially after hearing his subordinate's voice become noticeably weaker, he looked at Xiao Ming with red eyes, gnashing his teeth and saying word by word, I'm sorry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xiao Ming chuckled and waved his hand. All the thorns entangled on them immediately drilled into the ground and disappeared. Xiao Ming then turned and left with Yi Mengyao, but his voice came over, let your people stay outside, you two can just go in. Xiao Ming, wait for me. Xu Yumeng called out with a smile and hurriedly followed. Miss. All the Chu family's superpowers screamed in surprise.
Xu Yumeng's voice came from afar, just wait for me here.
This. The Chu family's psychics looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Wait. Kong Ming glanced at Xiao Ming's back fiercely, then shouted at the Kong family's superpowers. He then looked at someone and said to him, take off your clothes. Yes.
The man nodded in confusion.
Soon, Kong Ming changed into his clothes and walked directly into Yanlu town.
Under the amused gazes of others, this psychic hid in the car with his naked body.
Xiao Ming, why did you just leave yesterday? I wanted to thank you, but I don't even know where you are or who you are.
In the hall of the Yamen, Xu Yumeng said to Xiao Ming in a coquettish voice. Xiao Ming looked at him helplessly without saying anything.
Who are you? Why should Xiao Ming tell you his name? Gu Mingxuan suddenly became unhappy. Where did this woman come from?
She actually wanted to seduce me, Xiao Ming, as soon as she came.
Seeing Gu Mingxuan's nervous expression, Xu Yumeng glanced at Xiaoming thoughtfully and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" "No." "Okay, stop talking. Where are Mei Yang and the others?"
Xiaoming shook his head helplessly and asked Gu Mingxuan.
After he came in, he didn't see Mei Yang, Shi Lang, and the others, and he didn't know where they went.
Oh, Mei Yang, Shi Lang, and the others went to help build a new base.
Gu Mingxuan looked at Chu Yumeng with dissatisfaction and explained to Xiaoming. "Then why isn't Chen Feng with you today?" Xiaoming asked curiously.
Gu Mingxuan sneered, "That guy got nervous when he saw how powerful you were, so he quickly went to practice."
Ah.
Xiaoming touched his nose with a wry smile. Although he didn't want to say it, he knew that no matter how Chen Feng practiced, he was confident that he could defeat him after the 1-month deadline. Just at this moment, Kong Ming walked in with a gloomy face. Xiaoming glanced at him, then said, "Okay, tell me why you're here."
"My dad asked you to go to the Kong family," Kong Ming said unhappily.
After saying that, he glanced at Gu Mingxuan beside Xiaoming, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He roared madly in his heart, "Damn, why is Xiaoming surrounded by beauties of this level?
Why? This is not fair."
Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, and turned her gaze to Xiaoming.
"What about you?"
Xiaoming looked at Chu Yumeng seriously. He knew that Chu Yumeng's finding him must have been arranged by the Chu family.
As expected, Chu Yumeng smiled embarrassedly and said, "My dad asked me to come. Please come to my house as a guest." After hearing this, Xiaoming pondered for a moment, chuckled, and raised his head. "Okay, let's go, first to your Chu family, then to the Kong family."
"Xiaoming, I want to go too," Gu Mingxuan said as she glanced at Chu Yumeng warily. She felt that this woman was very threatening to her. Xiaoming glanced at her. Chen Feng was going to practice now, and leaving her alone in Yanglu town might cause trouble.
So he nodded and said, "Okay, you and Meng Yao come with me."
When Yi Mengyao heard this, her eyes lit up and she suddenly became excited.
"Yes. Let's go."
After saying that, Xiaoming took the two women and walked outside.
"Leaving now?" Kong Ming and Chu Yumeng looked at Xiaoming in surprise.
Especially Kong Ming, who originally thought that it would be very difficult for him to ask Xiaoming to leave after such an incident, but he did not expect that Xiaoming would agree so easily, which made him feel unreal.
"Didn't you say you would invite me to your house?" Xiaoming frowned. Okay, let's go." Kong Ming nodded, feeling happy in his heart. "Ha, boy, no matter how arrogant you are now, you will be in trouble when you get to the Kong family." A few people went out and told the psychics outside to tell Mei Yang and the others. Then Xiaoming took Yi Mengyao and Gu Mingxuan and drove away from another road.
After Chu Yumeng and Kong Ming came out, they were very troubled to see that their two convoys were still stuck there. They looked at each other, snorted coldly, and then said something to the psychics in their own families. Then he drove away in the last car. After they left, the psychics on both sides looked at each other coldly, and began to move the car in a depressing atmosphere. Not long after, when Chu Yumeng arrived at the Chu family villa, she found that Xiaoming's car was already parked at the door. Chu Yumeng quickly and casually stopped the car and walked over quickly. At this time, Xiaoming also discovered that Chu Yumeng had arrived, and got out of the car with Yi Mengyao and the other girl. "Let's go, Xiaoming," Chu Yumeng called out affectionately, then walked ahead and opened the door of the villa. The moment the door opened, Chu Yumeng was stunned. There were more than 10 third-level psychics from the Chu family standing in the yard of the villa. They all looked at Xiaoming behind them with cold eyes. Feeling the pressure from the psychic opposite, Xiaoming sneered in his heart, and walked into the gate of the Chu family with a calm face and the two nervous women. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" Chapter 106, He won't come back if he doesn't catch him. Boom! The moment Xiaoming stepped into the Chu family, the power of all the superpowers pressed towards Xiaoming. Xiaoming sneered, and a powerful force suddenly surged out of his body, blocking all the pressure outside. Seeing this, all the third-level psychics of the Chu family were shocked and looked at Xiaoming in shock as he walked in easily. At this time, Chu Yumeng also reacted. She was not stupid, and she knew her father's temptation better than anything else. "But it's okay to test others, but how can I test my benefactor, let alone the man I like?" Chu Yumeng immediately unleashed her full power and shouted angrily at the dozen or so psychics around her, "Do you want to rebel?" This powerful fourth-level aura suddenly awakened all the shocked third-level psychics. Seeing the young lady's angry expression, they quickly bowed their heads and said, "I'm sorry." Where's my dad?" Chu Yumeng glanced at them coldly and put away her aura. "Inside the living room," one of the psychics said quickly.
Get out! Shu Yamong waved her hands impatiently.
After watching all the psychics leave the yard, Shu Yamong walked over to Xiaoming apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this.
It's okay, this has nothing to do with you. Xiaoming chuckled.
As for the Chu and Kong families inviting him, Xiaoming knew at once that they had no good intentions, but Xiaoming still chose to come. I just want to show off my strength a little bit so that they won't seek death and force themselves.
Isn't your dad waiting for us in the living room? Let's go in.
After saying that, Xiaoming walked directly into the villa.
Gu Mingxuan brushed past Chu Yamong and glanced at her coldly. Isn't it just a small family in the county? What's so great about it?
After saying that, he followed him in.
Chu Yamong raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Gu Mingxuan's back with amusement.
Just when Yi Mengyao was about to walk in, Chu Yamong hurriedly grabbed Yi Mengyao's arm.
What is the identity of that woman just now?
She seems to be the daughter of the Gu family in Huarong City. Yi Mengyao thought about it and there was nothing she couldn't say, so she said it softly and then hurried into the villa.
The Gu family, the largest real estate owner in Huarong City? Chu Yamong was immediately shocked by Gu Mingxuan's identity.
But then she bit her lip and said to herself fiercely, Humph, what's so great about that?
The man I like, don't even think about running away.
After saying that, he also walked in.
You are the patriarch of the Chu family, right? What's the matter with calling me here? Just tell me.
Xiaoming sat on the sofa, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and said lightly. Although the middle-aged man is smiling now, Xiaoming knows what he just arranged, and he has already given him an image of a smiling tiger in his mind.
Ha, Mr. Xiao is really quick-witted. I apologize for what happened just now. It's all because of my ignorance.
Xu Yang said with a smile. Xiaoming frowned. If you have something to say, just say it, or I'm leaving. Xu Yang's expression changed slightly when he saw this, but he immediately smiled again. At this moment, he looked down upon Xiaoming in his heart. He thought that he was just a kid who was arrogant because he had a little bit of strength.
Then I'll be frank. Yesterday I heard that Mr. Xiao beat up Meng Hua, the eldest son of the Meng family. The Meng family is not a group of good people.
But don't worry, as long as you join our Chu family, we can guarantee that the Meng family won't dare to touch you. Xiaoming sneered in his heart. It turned out that he wanted to win him over. Now that he knew the other party's purpose, Xiaoming had no interest in staying any longer. He stood up and waved his hand impatiently. All right, I get it, but forget it if you want me to join you.
Xiaoming, are you leaving now?
Chu Yaming had just come in and looked at Xiaoming in surprise. Mr. Xiao, you have to think carefully.
If you refuse, it will not only be the Meng family that will harm you.
As Chu Yang said this, he glanced at the two women beside Xiaoming with a smile.
Boom!
Xiaoming turned around suddenly, his whole body bursting out with momentum, and stared at Chu Yang with cold eyes.
You dare to threaten me?
That cold look immediately made Chu Yang feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. He didn't know why, but he felt deeply afraid of the look in a young man's eyes.
Humph, I hate being threatened the most in my life. This is the first time, and the last time.
After saying that, Xiaoming strode out of the villa with Gu Mingxuan and Yi Mengyao.
Dad, you've gone too far.
Chu Yamong glanced at Chu Yang angrily, then quickly turned around and chased after him.
Xiaoming, don't be angry, I will persuade my father.
When she arrived outside the villa, she saw Xiaoming preparing to drive away. Chu Yamong hurriedly ran to the car window and said to Xiaoming.
Okay, let's go. Xiaoming waved his hand indifferently, started the car and left.
Watching Xiaoming leave, Chu Yamong stomped her feet angrily, then turned back to the living room.
Dad, why are you doing this to Xiaoming?
Xu Yang poured a cup of tea, took a sip slowly, and looked at his daughter in surprise.
Isn't he just an arrogant kid? Why would you talk to your dad like that? What an arrogant boy.
He is the one who saved me.
He is a master.
Even the Magikarp was easily dealt with by him.
Aren't you trying to offend a master by doing this? Xu Yamong said loudly angrily. After hearing this, Chu Yang's hand holding the cup trembled, and he looked at Chu Yamong in astonishment. Is he the man you were talking about? Yes. Xu Yamong glanced at Chu Yang unhappily.
Seeing this, Chu Yang put the cup on the coffee table and sighed deeply. Since his daughter came back yesterday, she told him roughly what happened when Magikarp was killed, so he also knew that there was a man who saved his daughter. He also planned to find that man and make friends with him. But he never expected that the man was actually Xiaoming.
It's too late to regret now. Daughter, what do you think Dad should do to make amends?
Xu Yang said to Chu Yumeng with a sad face.
How to remedy the situation? Don't worry, leave this matter to me, don't worry about it. Chu Yumeng said unhappily, hugging her arms.
Okay, my daughter has grown up and doesn't need a father anymore, so I'll leave her to you. Xu Yang shook his head helplessly and sighed softly.
Haha, that's good. Xu Yumeng happily returned to her room and packed a suitcase.
Walked directly out of the villa.
Xu Yang looked at his daughter's actions in surprise. Daughter, what are you going to do?
Xiaoming will be your son-in-law from now on.
I'm going to catch up with him. If I don't, I won't come back. Xu Yumeng's free and easy voice came from outside. Oh, damn it.
Xu Yang felt bitter in his mouth as if he had eaten bitter herbs after hearing this, and he slammed the coffee table in a depressed mood. However, he knew his daughter's character and could not stop her, so he could only sigh heavily again.
Chapter 107, It seems you want to start a war?
Dad, you must teach Xiaoming a lesson, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart.
Inside the Kong family, Kong Ming told Kong Dehuan everything that happened in Yanlu town.
After listening to this, Kong Dehuan chuckled, patted his son on the shoulder and said, Son, how can someone who achieves great things care about these things?
According to what you said, Xiaoming's talent is amazing.
He can actually use such powerful skills at the 3rd level.
He is almost invincible in the same realm. If we can bring him to our side, it will be a great help. Kong Ming knew his father's character very well.
He had guessed the result, but he still said with an unhappy look on his face, But, Dad, he... Before Kong Ming could finish, Kong Dehuan waved his hand impatiently. Okay, think about it carefully, go out, call me when Xiaoming comes.
Yes.
Kong Ming nodded with a frustrated look on his face and walked out of the room. Watching his son leave, Kong Dehuan murmured to himself, Xiaoming, I hope you will accept my offer, otherwise I will have to seek justice for my son. Soon, Xiaoming drove to the door of the Kong family.
As soon as the engine was turned off, Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiaoming with an unhappy expression and said, Xiaoming, why are we going to Taoyuan County? None of these families are good people. Yes, I won't come here again. Xiaoming chuckled. He came here just to see the nature of the 3 major families in Taoyuan County.
Now it seems that if things go as expected, the Chu family's attitude remains to be seen.
The Kong family and the Meng family will definitely confront me.
Oh, what a headache. However, despite thinking so, Xiaoming still planned to go in and take a look. Afterwards, Xiaoming brought Yi Mangyao and Gu Mingxuang and knocked on the door of the Kong family. The gate opened, and unlike the Chu family, there was no group of people with special abilities to greet them. Instead, a middle-aged woman in her 40s opened the gate of the courtyard and welcomed Xiaoming and his companions in. When I came to the living room, there was no one there. The woman served tea to Xiaoming and the other 2, then left. Mr. Xiao, I've heard so much about you.
I'm finally here.
Just when Xiaoming and his companions were getting impatient, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the stairs. Xiaoming turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a beard and slicked-back hair walking towards him with a smile. Looking at his appearance, Xiaoming knew that the other person was Kong Ming's father. She glanced at him calmly, without getting up, and said directly, You are the head of the Kong family, right?
You called me here, aren't you trying to recruit me?
Xiaoming's words made Kong Dehuan raise his eyebrows, and his mind moved.
Sure enough, the Chu family also wanted to recruit Xiaoming, but it seemed that they failed? Thinking of this, Kong Dehuan laughed heartily and sat opposite Xiaoming.
Mr. Xiao is a quick-witted person, so I will speak directly. As long as Mr. Xiao agrees to join our Kong family, I am willing to pay 5 red fruits every month as compensation.
When he said this, Kong Dehuan looked confident.
5 red fruits, this is something you may not be able to get even if you have money, let alone every month.
But Kong Dehuan didn't think so.
As long as he kept Xiaoming under his command for 1 month, he could drive out the Meng and Shu families, or even destroy them.
By then, as for Xiaoming, TSK, you want to bribe Xiaoming with 5 red fruits? You are underestimating him too much, aren't you? Gu Mingxuan looked at Kong Dehuan with a sneer.
Oh? Young man, don't be too greedy. Kong Dehuan glanced at Gu Mingxuan with a faint smile, and looked at Xiaoming indifferently, whose face showed no emotion.
Sorry, I'm really not interested. I came here just to tell you.
I, Xiaoming, am staying in Yanlu town. I have no interest in the fights in Taoyuan County. It's best if we don't interfere with each other, but if you provoke me, you will regret it. Xiaoming looked at Kong Dehuan calmly and said,
Really? What a crazy tone. Kong De-won's face darkened and he clapped his hands towards the door. Kwangfeng, come in. Boom.
As Kong De-won finished speaking, the door of the villa was suddenly blown open by a strong gust of wind.
Feeling the other party's momentum, Xiao Ming looked over solemnly.
Even Xiao Lan above Xiao Ming's head raised his lazy head.
The next second, a long-haired man walked in. As he approached, strong momentum hit Xiao Ming's heart.
This made Xiao Ming feel very uncomfortable.
A fourth-level mutant?
Xiao Ming looked at the other person with an ugly expression.
Ha, Mr. Xiao, have you seen the strength of our Kong family? Joining us will only benefit you.
Kong De-won smiled indifferently, but a smug look flashed in his eyes.
Xiao Ming.
At this moment, Gu Mingxuan's painful voice came from behind. Xiao Ming quickly turned his head and found that not only Gu Mingxuan, but also Yi Mengyao was covering her chest with an ugly look on her face.
Little Blue.
A cold light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the man opposite.
Hiss.
Xiao Lan raised his head and roared, and a terrifying power burst out from his young body.
Boom.
The two forces collided in the air, generating a strong airflow. Xiao Ming and the others were shocked and retreated one after another. However, at this moment, Gu Mingxuan and Yi Mengyao finally broke free from the depressed state.
A fourth-level demon beast? Kong De-won looked at the little blue snake above Xiao Ming's head in shock. Kwangfeng also looked over in surprise. It seems that your Kong family wants to go to war with me directly?
Xiao Ming said coldly to Kong De-won. Kong De-won opened his mouth and was about to speak when suddenly a delicate voice came from outside the door. Xiao Ming, I'm coming.
Vine attack. Pa.
Under the gaze of Xiao Ming and others, several vine whips quickly rushed in from outside the door and attacked the strong wind.
Kwangfeng's face remained calm.
Just when the vine whip was about to hit him, a strong wind suddenly appeared around him and carried him horizontally for a distance, allowing him to easily avoid the vine whip attack. Immediately afterwards, the vine whip was retracted and turned into a long whip, which was grabbed by Chu Yumeng, who rushed in. She came to Xiao Ming's side and looked at the strong wind vigilantly.
Chu Yumeng. Kong De-won's eyes twitched slightly when he saw the person coming.
He knew that it was impossible to deal with Xiao Ming today.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming really joined the Chu family, otherwise Chu Yumeng would never have appeared.
Originally, he didn't care much about Xiao Ming, but at this moment he discovered that Xiao Ming had a fourth-level monster, and the value of this was different. But now that he had offended someone so much, he could only look at Xiao Ming with a gloomy face and said, Mr. Xiao, I hope you keep your word.
You can go now.
After saying that, Kong De-won waved his hands at the strong wind. Seeing this, Kwangfeng turned sideways expressionlessly and made way. Xiao Ming knew what he meant by saying this. He just wanted him to stay out of interfering in Taoyuan County's affairs. However, Xiao Ming just snorted coldly and walked out with a few women. Watching Xiao Ming leave, Kong De-won's eyes were so cold that they seemed to be dripping with water. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and heard his son's urgent voice, Dad, this is bad.
Xu Shiming's daughter ran away. Chapter 108 Zhu Ziliuo. What? Kong De-won's expression changed immediately. Go after her immediately. We can't let her spread the news about the eclipse sword.
After saying that, Kong De-won hung up the phone, with cold light flashing in his eyes.
Xiao Ming, you're lucky.
Once I've dealt with the Meng and Chu families, I'll come deal with you. He was just a person with special abilities in a small town, and Kong De-won didn't take him seriously. In his heart, it was obviously the position of overlord of Taoyuan County that excited him.
Xiao Ming, it's getting late. Why don't we go back to Yanlu town tomorrow?
In the car, Chu Yumeng looked at Xiao Ming with a smile on her face, and her eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. Xiao Ming glanced at her, feeling helpless.
Why don't you want the car anymore? And what are you planning to do with the suitcase?
After leaving the Kong family, Chu Yumeng directly moved the suitcase to Xiao Ming and his friend's car and sat in it.
Shameless woman.
Gu Mingxuan curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Chu Yumeng glanced at Gu Mingxuan indifferently, then smiled and put her arm around Xiao Ming's arm and said, Xiao Ming, you are the man I like, I want to pursue you.
Let go, I'm driving.
Xiao Ming quickly shook off Chu Yumeng's hands.
You. This is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you.
Gu Mingxuan was shaking with anger at Chu Yumeng's actions.
Xiao Ming is mine, no one can take him away. Yi Mengyao on the side blushed, but she didn't say anything. What's wrong? Miss Gu, is there anything wrong with me pursuing my own love? You don't want to interfere with this too, do you? Xu Yaman looked at Gu Mingxuan sarcastically. You? Gu Mingxuan's face turned red with anger. After thinking for a while, she mustered up the courage to turn around and look at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, I like you too. Be with me. Okay, both of you calm down. In my heart, there is only Siye. Xiaoming freed one hand and rubbed his temple, saying with a headache. Who is Zhao Siye? Xu Yameng asked with a puzzled look. She is Xiaoming's girlfriend, but she was taken away by people from the superpower alliance of this province. For her, Xiaoming is ready to overthrow the superpower alliance. If you are scared, just leave quickly. Gu Mingxuang knew about Zhao Siye's affairs, and said to Chu Yameng with disdain. Overthrow the superpower alliance? Xu Yuming's pupils suddenly shrank. The look he gave Xiaoming became even more affectionate. He didn't expect that Xiaoming was such an infatuated man who dared to say such words for his girlfriend. You know, the Superpower Alliance is the largest superpower organization in the province. The man I, Xu Yameng, like is indeed extraordinary. Just when Xiaoming thought that Chu Yameng would choose to give up on him after hearing this, these words suddenly came from Chu Yuming's mouth, leaving him speechless. Gu Mingxuang and Yi Mengyao both stared at Chu Yameng in amazement. They really didn't expect that Chu Yameng would dare to say anything. Squeak! At this moment, a figure suddenly staggered and fell in the middle of the road. Xiaoming hurriedly stepped on the brakes, making a harsh sound. What's going on? The women in the car all looked serious. Xiaoming didn't say anything, he just opened the car door and got out, and they hurriedly followed. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a thin figure lying quietly in a pool of blood. Judging from her clothes, she should be a young girl. Xiaoming frowned upon seeing this, glanced at the quiet surroundings, stepped forward, turned the girl over, and felt her pulse. After discovering that the other party still had signs of life, he hesitated for a moment, grabbed the girl's arm with one hand, and slowly injected a trace of wood-type spiritual power into the girl's body. Among the 5 attributes, the healing effect of wood is obviously the strongest, provided there is no conflict between the attributes. Xiaoming officially felt that the other party was not a person with special abilities, so he chose to use the wood attribute to save him. Sure enough, after just a few breaths, the girl slowly opened her eyes. The next second after she opened her eyes, she subconsciously looked at Xiaoming and the others in panic. However, after realizing that they were not the ones chasing her, the girl quickly grabbed Xiaoming's arm with her bloody hands. Save me, please save me. Maybe he was too excited this time. After saying this, he fainted on the ground again. Who treats her like this, and he's just an ordinary person? Gu Mingxuang said with a frown. Don't talk about it for now, take her back first. Xiaoming said softly, then stood up and said to Yi Mengyao, Mengyao, take her to the car. Yeah. Yi Mengyao nodded and walked forward to pick up the girl. The few of them returned to the car, and Xiaoming said to Chu Yameng, find me a place to stay. Xiaoming's words made Chu Yuming's eyes light up, and she nodded quickly. Well, then let's go to my villa, it's not far ahead. The car sped out under Chu Yuming's direction. Just as they left, Kong Ming walked out of the nearby woods with a gloomy face. He looked in the direction they had left and muttered to himself, trouble. He didn't expect that Xiaoming and others would appear here and rescue Zhu Ziluo. If my dad knew about this, he would definitely punish me. After thinking about it, Kong Ming did not call Kong Dehuan, but rushed out quickly, chasing in the direction where Xiaoming and the others left like lightning. Not long after, Xiaoming and his companions arrived at Chu Yuming's villa. With the input of Xiaoming's spiritual power, the girl slowly woke up again. When she saw the environment in front of her, she knew that she was saved. He burst into tears immediately. Little sister, who hurt you like this? Gu Mingxuang gently put her arms around the girl's shoulders. Xiaoming and the others looked at the girl quietly, waiting for her explanation. When touched by Gu Mingxuang, the girl's body trembled subconsciously, and then she cried even harder. Dad, my dad is dead, they killed my dad. Seeing this, Gu Mingxuang became even angrier. Looking at the weak girl, she wondered who was so cruel to kill her father. Tell me who did it, and I'll help you get revenge. Xiaoming on the side frowned slightly after hearing this. After the revival of spiritual energy, such incidents occurred too frequently. Even Siye's parents died in the mouth of a monster. He doesn't want to help with everything, because that way he will have things to do. But looking at the girl's pitiful appearance, he said nothing. Thank you sister, thank you big brother.
With Gu Mingshuang's comfort, the girl slowly stopped crying and looked at Xiao Ming and the others while sobbing. He choked up and said, "It was the Kong family. They captured my father and asked him to forge a sword for them. Yesterday, the sword was successfully forged. Actually, my father felt something was wrong, so he left me a way out. I didn't expect that they actually killed my dad." After hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with a gleam. Kong family? Sword. Chapter 109, Gu Mingshuan's ability awakens. "I'll take care of this matter." Xiao Ming looked at the girl calmly and said. Since he had already torn his relationship with the Kong family, Xiao Ming knew that even if he didn't look for them, they would find him sooner or later. He had no habit of keeping his enemies, so he took this opportunity to get rid of the Kong family. "I just don't know what kind of treasure the sword is that the Kong family forged to do such a thing?" Xu Yameng and the other girls looked at Xiao Ming in surprise. Gu Mingshuang quickly turned around and looked at the girl and said, "That's great. This big brother is very capable. Since he promised to help you get revenge, he will definitely help you get revenge." Hearing Gu Mingshuang's words, the girl's heart suddenly became excited. She knelt down in front of Xiao Ming and kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother." "Okay, get up quickly. What's your name?" Xiao Ming helped the girl up with a smile. "My name is Zhu Ziluo." The girl looked at Xiao Ming with an innocent look in her eyes, her disheveled face. When Xiao Ming met this look, his whole body trembled. "It has been a long time since I saw such an innocent look." At this moment, even if it was not the Kong family, Xiao Ming felt that he would agree to the girl's request. "Okay, ask your sister to take you to wash up, and then have a good rest tonight. With your big brother here, no one will hurt you again," Xiao Ming said to the girl with a smile. Looking at Xiao Ming's smile, the girl's heart gradually calmed down. For some reason, she felt extremely at ease. He nodded slightly and went upstairs with Yi Mengyao's support. "Xiao Ming, how do you plan to help her?" Gu Mingshuan looked at Xiao Ming in confusion and asked. Xiao Ming sneered and said calmly, "Of course, it's to destroy the Kong family." After hearing this, Xu Yaman looked at Xiao Ming with admiration. It seemed very easy to destroy the Kong family when Xiao Ming said it. "You have to know that your father wants to destroy the Kong family all the time, but the other party's power is stronger than that of the Chu family, and your father has no way to do anything." But she believed that since Xiao Ming said so, he would definitely be able to do it. "However, I plan to take Zhu Ziluo in, and I will let her awaken her superpowers tomorrow," Xiao Ming said with a chuckle as he looked at the two women. When Xiao Ming saw the girl's innocent eyes, he suddenly made this decision in his heart. "That's great. With your help, Xiao Ming, Ziluo won't have to worry anymore. She's so happy," Gu Mingshuang said with a smile. But when he said this, he seemed a little bitter. Xu Yaman was shocked by the conversation between the two. She turned to look at Xiao Ming and asked, "Xiao Ming, can you make an ordinary person who can't awaken superpowers awaken their own superpowers?" "Well, this is my secret, I hope you don't tell anyone." Xiao Ming looked at Xu Yameng seriously and said. Although this is not a big deal, he believes that the country will be able to invent something like the awakening potion sooner or later, but at least for now, Xiao Ming does not want too many people to know. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you keep the secret." Xu Yameng nodded excitedly. "Xiao Ming actually told me such an important secret. Haha, he still has feelings for me." Xu Yameng thought so and felt happy. "I'm going out for a walk and will be back soon." Gu Mingshuang chuckled at Xiao Ming, then walked out of the villa. Looking at Gu Mingshuang's back, Xiao Ming sighed softly but did not stop her. He knew how much of a blow it was to Gu Mingshuang that she couldn't awaken her superpowers, and he was very clear about this. But even if the awakening potion was useless, there was nothing he could do. "Xiao Ming, aren't you worried about her going out alone?" Xu Yameng asked curiously. Xiao Ming shook his head. "There's nothing to worry about. She's already grown up, and she's still in the city, close to the center. I can't be watching her every day, right?" "That's right." Xu Yameng chuckled and nodded. "Then I'll go up and take a look too." After saying that, Xu Yameng also trotted upstairs. Xiao Ming was left alone in the living room on the first floor and began to ponder. Although he had decided to deal with the Kong family, it was absolutely impossible to just lead people to kill them. If you really do that, you will probably be stopped by the people in the government office immediately. However, destroying the Kong family does not necessarily require killing all the members of the Kong family. As long as the main leaders of the Kong family are eliminated, the Kong family will naturally disband. However, the Kong family actually has a 4th level wind-type mutant, which is a bit troublesome. And they asked Zhu Ziluo's father to make a long sword, but no one knows what kind of sword it is.
I'd better wait until tomorrow to ask Zhu Ziluo.
After figuring it out, Xiaoming also found a room, took the Zhu fruit and started practicing. At this time, Kong Ming, who came here with Xiaoming and others, looked inside the villa with a very anxious expression. If that girl told Xiaoming about the soul-eroding sword, they would be in trouble. Just as he gritted his teeth and was about to call his father, he suddenly saw a figure walking out of the villa. His eyes suddenly lit up.
Gu Mingxuan.
He knew that this woman was with Xiaoming, and he was attracted by her beauty at first sight. His eyes rolled around and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Looking at Gu Mingxuan's seductive figure, he licked his lips and smiled evilly. Hee, you really came to my door. I kidnap you and I don't believe that Xiaoming won't hand over that girl.
I can also enjoy it.
It's the best of both worlds. The next second, he rushed towards Gu Mingxuan. Gu Mingxuan, who was in a depressed mood, suddenly saw a figure appear in front of her. When she saw Kong Ming's face clearly, she was about to scream in horror.
Kong Ming grinned and quickly hit her neck with a knife.
Gu Mingxuan's heart was shaken, and before she fainted, she had only one bitter thought in her mind: forget it, it's better to die.
I'm just a useless waste anyway.
However, she didn't know that what was waiting for her was not just death. I don't know how long it took, but a feeling of weightlessness came over me, and then I fell onto a soft surface. She suddenly woke up. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a hotel room. Kong Ming had already taken off his shirt and walked towards her with a sinister grin. Ha, Gu Mingxuan, let me love you well.
Ah, no, let me go.
With her hands grabbed by Kong Ming, Gu Mingxuan struggled violently. The breath coming from Kong Ming made Gu Mingxuan feel nauseous, and for the first time, she felt frightened and scared.
Xiaoming, save me.
Ha, Xiaoming won't come to save you.
There's only me, Kong Ming, here. Kong Ming laughed and came forward. Ah, help.
Feeling the touch of Kong Ming's lips, Gu Mingxuan's hair stood up all over her body, and she closed her eyes and screamed. As Kong Ming was shocked, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Gu Mingxuan's body.
The next second, the whole person disappeared in Kong Ming's hand. Fuck. This. Kong Ming was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, staring at the place where Gu Mingxuan disappeared in amazement. After feeling it carefully, he opened his mouth in astonishment. Time power? Chapter 110, the Meng family sets off to Yanglu town.
At the same time, Xiaoming, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a strong energy suddenly appear in the living room of the villa. She rushed out and saw Gu Mingxuan suddenly appear screaming on the sofa where she was sitting when she left. At this time, Yi Mengyao and Chu Yuming also felt this force rushing down.
He looked at Gu Mingxuan in astonishment. Just when Xiaoming frowned and wanted to go up and ask, Gu Mingxuan, who was screaming, suddenly fell on the sofa and fainted. Gu Mingxuan, wake up!
Xiaoming walked briskly to Gu Mingxuan's side, grabbed her shoulders and shook them.
But there was no reaction at all.
He quickly felt the other person's pulse before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he doesn't look injured, but why is he unconscious?
Let me try.
Chu Yumeng frowned slightly, came to Xiaoming's side, grabbed Gu Mingxuan's arm with one hand, and the powerful spiritual power immediately flowed into Gu Mingxuan's body through her arm. But the next second, Chu Yuming's eyes widened and she cried out in panic, "She is sucking my spiritual power."
What?
Xiaoming was shocked. He felt that the spiritual power in Chu Yuming's body was being sucked out of Gu Mingxuan's body in large quantities.
Even Chu Yumeng herself could not control it.
It seemed as if it was very difficult to leave Gu Mingxuan's body. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and slapped Chu Yumeng on the shoulder.
Bang! The powerful force directly knocked Chu Yumeng back.
In just a moment, Chu Yuming's face turned pale, and her body swayed, almost falling to the ground. I've already used up 1/3 of my spiritual power.
Chu Yumeng looked at Xiaoming and Yi Mengyao in fear and said, "What on earth is going on?" Xiaoming looked at the unconscious Gu Mingxuan with a gloomy face. The current situation left him confused.
Just when he was worrying, the system sound that had not appeared for a long time appeared again.
Ding, it's detected that the bound character Gu Mingxuan has awakened her special ability. What? The superpowers have been awakened? Then what is the situation now?
Xiaoming was shocked and asked the system quickly. Ding, after scanning, the opponent's body has been depleted of spiritual energy due to huge consumption. It needs to replenish sufficient spiritual energy before waking up. The system prompts that the opponent's body is currently very weak and it is not suitable to take stimulating drugs such as spiritual fluids for supplementation. Just as Xiao Ming was about to take out the spiritual liquid to feed Gu Mingxuan, he suddenly heard this sentence from the system, which immediately made him stop.
So what should I do now?
I can only rely on injecting a little spiritual energy every day to slowly restore my body to normal.
Ugh, damn it.
The depressed Xiao Ming cursed.
This means that I have a lot of resources, but Gu Mingxuan can't use them? Xiao Ming, what happened to Sister Schwenger? Is she okay?
Yi Mengyao walked forward and asked worriedly. Xiao Ming glanced at her and shook his head in frustration. It's okay, but you have to follow Chu Yuming's method and inject a little spiritual energy into Gu Mingxuan every day.
Don't inject too much, so that Gu Mingxuan can slowly wake up.
She is now in a coma because of the huge consumption of spiritual energy.
Sister Schwenger has awakened her superpowers?
I don't know what kind of superpowers they are.
Yi Mengyao looked at the unconscious Gu Mingxuan in surprise.
I don't know either, but it seems that we have no choice but to go back first.
Let's set off for Yanlu Town tomorrow.
Xiao Ming shook his head with a wry smile.
Yeah. Yi Mengyao nodded.
Xiao Ming then took out a few bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to the pale-faced Chu Yumeng.
This is spiritual liquid. Drink it and you will recover your spiritual power. There will be no side effects.
Chu Yumeng looked at the several small bottles in her hand in surprise.
Without asking about the origin of Xiao Ming's spiritual liquid, she nodded directly.
Okay, go and rest, I'll just stay here. Xiao Ming waved at the two women. Watching the two women go back upstairs, Xiao Ming smiled at Gu Mingxuan. Now you are satisfied and have awakened your special abilities. At the same time, inside the Meng family's villa, Meng Huo was sitting in the living room drinking with a sad face.
I don't know what Dad has been doing. He hasn't come back in so many days.
After saying that, he slammed the wine glass to the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Damn Xiao Ming, I must kill you.
Bang!
The wine glass fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At this moment, the door of the villa was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man's uncontrollable laughter was heard. Who made my son angry?
Dad, you're back.
Meng Huo's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up and looked over. A bald middle-aged man walked in with a short and fat young man.
Both of them had smiles on their faces and looked very happy. Dad, Xiaonan, have you broken through to the 4th level?
Looking at the two people's happy faces, Meng Huo looked at the fat boy with shining eyes and said speculatively. The little fat man smiled and nodded.
That's great.
Meng Huo rushed over excitedly and hugged the little fat man. Good brother, you finally broke through to the 4th level.
Let's go and help me get revenge.
As he said that, he was about to pull Xiaonan out of the villa.
Seeing this, Meng Yiting frowned immediately. Son, what's going on?
I took Xiaonan to a quiet place to break through to the 4th level these past 2 days.
Could something have happened at home?
Yes, Dad, you must help me get revenge. Meng Huo said, gritting his teeth. Then he told everything that happened in Yanglu town, and even exaggerated how hateful and rampant Xiao Ming was. After hearing this, Meng Yiting's aura suddenly burst out, and the ground under his feet began to crack with his outburst, making a painful sound.
You dare to treat my son like this? You're simply courting death. Xiaonan, call all the 3rd level psychics in the Meng family. Let's set off now to meet this Xiao Ming. Meng Yiting shouted angrily.
After returning, Meng Huo was just sulking and did not send anyone to keep an eye on Xiao Ming's whereabouts, so they didn't know that Xiao Ming had actually arrived in Taoyuan County. Seeing his father's angry look, Meng Huo's eyes lit up. Thank you, Dad.
Remember, you are my son. Now that we have a 4th level mutant in our family, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Meng Yiting laughed and patted Meng Huo's shoulder.
After hearing this, Meng Huo nodded excitedly. But Chu Yumling from the Chu family seems to be a 4th level psychic as well. Meng Huo's words made Meng Yiting sneer. Chu Yumling is just a woman after all. We can deal with her with just a few tricks when the time comes.
That's what Dad said.
Meng Huo nodded with a smile. At this moment, Xiaonan walked in again. Uncle Meng, people have already cheered.
Meng Yiting sneered and waved his hand. Let's go. Chapter 111. Do you have any sense of public morality?
In Yanlu town, after a day or two of full effort by Earth-type psychics, a tall building covering several hundred square meters was actually erected. Although it is entirely made of mud, with the blessing of supernatural powers, the building is stronger than houses made of cement and steel. But it's still unfinished for now, and the windows and other things haven't been decorated yet. And right inside the building, a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted. Boom! Shi Lang and others who were drinking and bragging with a group of psychics inside were suddenly shocked. He quickly put down what he was holding and rushed to where Huang Shang was.
Huang Shang, you're at level 4?
Shi Lang stared at Huang Shang with wide eyes as he walked out with a smile on his face.
Yeah. Huang Shang chuckled and nodded. I was already in the late 3rd stage.
After taking the vermilion fruit these past few days, I naturally broke through to the 4th stage.
Ah, that's great.
Now we have 3 4th level psychics in our camp, including Xiaolan. Shi Lang laughed and patted Huang Shang's shoulder. Although Huang Shang's cultivation was higher than his at this time, he only regarded Huang Shang as a brother, so he seemed very casual.
Huang Shang didn't mind Shi Lang's actions. Instead, he liked his true nature. However, after hearing Shi Lang's words, Huang Shang asked doubtfully, isn't Chen Feng also at the 4th level?
I heard that he is currently breaking through to the late 4th level.
Hey, that guy is not one of us. Shi Lang waved his hand impatiently. Huang Shang chuckled and said nothing.
Brother Shang, that's great, huh?
Yeah, congratulations, brother.
At this time, all the members of the Yanglu team were smiling and congratulating Huang Shang. Huang Shang also looked at everyone, cupped his hands and said, thank you brothers, follow Xiaoming, and we will all become strong in the future.
Yes. I'm determined to follow Mr. Xiao.
Well, Mr. Xiao is not only very capable, but he also has so many resources.
You'd be a fool not to follow him, hee hee. Listening to everyone's discussion, Shi Lang bumped into Huang Shang's shoulder, winked and said, you're really good, well said. Okay, after all, I am also Xiaoming's subordinate now.
Huang Shang looked at Shi Lang unhappily.
Just when Shi Lang and his group were having a great time, Meng Hua and his group's convoy had already arrived outside Yanlu town. Seeing Yanglu town ahead, Meng Yiting said to Xiaonan with a smile, Xiaonan, let them see how powerful you are.
Okay. Xiaonan raised a smile on his chubby face and walked out of the crowd. As he moved, everyone looked over curiously.
Xiaonan arrived at the intersection of Yanglu town, and suddenly all his energy burst out.
His eyes became fierce, and he slammed his hands to the ground with spiritual power.
Earth Spirit, come out. Boom.
The soil in front began to tremble violently, as if something huge was about to break out of the ground. Meng Huo and the others quickly summoned up their spiritual power and managed to gain a firm foothold after much effort. Immediately afterwards, to everyone's shock, a huge stone man about 30 meters tall crawled out from the ground in front of Xiaonan. A huge pit was formed on the spot.
Roar!
After the stone man appeared, he let out an earth-shaking roar that could be heard from far away in Yanlu town in the dark night.
Boom!
Immediately afterwards, the stone man jumped out of the pit, and as he fell, the ground shook violently twice. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the stone man in front of them that completely blocked their vision.
Meng Hua opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in amazement, great, that's amazing. The other 3rd level psychics also looked at Xiaonan with envy, and everyone was whispering in amazement.
At the same time, Chen Feng, who was working hard to improve his cultivation in Yanglu town, was suddenly awakened from his practice by the roar.
He looked irritably in the direction of the Yanglu town intersection. Which bastard is yelling in the middle of the night? What the hell is he yelling about?
The next second, he rushed out of the room like lightning and rushed out in that direction. Just as he rushed out of the room, a pink figure and a khaki figure suddenly rushed out from several directions of Yanglu town.
Ha, Xiaonan, that's good. Let your earth spirit charge into Yanlu town.
Meng Yiting said with a big laugh while looking at Xiaonan in front of him.
Yeah. Xiaonan chuckled and nodded, pointing in the direction of Yanglu town. As he moved, the stone man turned around and strode into Yanlu town. Let's go, let's follow. Meng Yiting waved his hand and arrogantly led all the psychics to follow Xiaonan.
Meng Huo was extremely excited at this moment.
Ah, Xiaoming, you are dead, dead, I will make you regret your actions. Just when they all looked excited.
Suddenly, a figure rushed to the stone man and jumped high. As he jumped up, countless clods of earth around him began to gather towards his right hand. In just a moment, a huge hammer formed and suddenly attacked the stone man.
Oomph, go.
Seeing this, Xiaonan snorted coldly and issued an order directly to the stone man.
After hearing this, the stone man roared and punched the attacking giant hammer. Boom!
There was a sudden earthquake, and under the shocked gaze of everyone, the stone man's fist was actually shattered by the attack of the person in front of him. Roar! Looking at his broken arm, the stone man roared in pain. What? How is that possible? Meng Yiting and the others were all shocked. Unexpectedly, this suddenly appearing psychic seriously injured the stone man with one blow. Sensing the strength of the other party's superpower, Meng Yiting's face changed drastically, and he shouted in fear, a 4th-level superpower. Boom! Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, something even more shocking happened.
Suddenly, 2 figures emitting the same intensity of aura rushed out and stood beside the psychic.
The 3 of them released powerful pressure and looked coldly at the Meng family. At this time, even Xiaonan hurriedly ordered the stone man to stop attacking. Feeling the pressure coming from the opposite side, he broke out in a cold sweat.
Why are you yelling so late at night? Do you have any sense of public morality? And you, what do you want to do with such a big thing?
Chen Feng said unhappily to the Meng family members who dared not move, and finally pointed at Xiaonan.
Meng Yiting opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. Should he say that they came to kill Xiao Ming and destroy Yanlu town? Thinking of this, Meng Yiting glared at his son fiercely. This is such a bummer. Didn't you say that Xiao Ming is a mutant close to the 4th level? Why didn't you tell me that there were 3 4th-level mutants hidden in Yanlu town? Do you want your father to die?
Feeling his father's gaze, Meng Hua also looked aggrieved and speechless. How could he know that there were 3 4th-level psychics?
Then, his gaze suddenly fixed on Huang Shang. No, wasn't this guy still at level 3 a few days ago? Did he just break through to level 4 today? Damn, why am I so unlucky?
Meng Hua wailed in his heart. Not only did Meng Hua discover Huang Shang, but Huang Shang also discovered Meng Hua. He stood up with a sneer, pointed at Meng Hua and said, Meng Hua, I didn't expect you to come again.
I guess the person next to you is the head of the Meng family, right? Chapter 112. Do you have any sense of public morality?
I'm not his father, I don't have such a son.
Meng Yiting said quickly.
Meng Hua suddenly turned his head and looked at his father with wide eyes.
All the psychics of the Meng family looked over in disbelief. How can you be such a scoundrel? Meng Yiting shouted angrily at Meng Hua.
Seeing this, Meng Hua breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his father really didn't intend to recognize him. Xiaonan, take back the spirit of the earth.
Meng Yiting waved at Xiaonan with a smile.
However, from the sweat on his forehead, it can be seen that he is not as relaxed as he appears.
Yeah.
Xiaonan nodded, and quickly circulated his spiritual power and waved his hand.
Boom!
The huge stone man instantly turned into huge rocks falling down from the sky. Looking at the mess on the ground, Mei Yang frowned deeply. We originally wanted to come and visit Mr. Xiao.
Since it's getting late now, let's not disturb everyone's rest. We'll leave first. Meng Yiting smiled and bowed to Mei Yang and the other 2.
Then he turned around, winked at all the psychics in the Meng family, and prepared to leave.
Stop.
However, just as everyone in the Meng family turned around and prepared to leave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind.
Beautiful lady, do you have any advice for me? Meng Yiting smiled awkwardly and turned to look at Mei Yang, who came out. All the superpowered people in the Meng family stopped instantly after hearing Mei Yang's words, not daring to move at all. There is no way. The pressure from the 3 4th-level psychics is too great. If they had a choice, they would really like to run right away, the farther the better. Since you are here to see our leader, how can I let you leave without seeing him?
Mei Yang curled the corners of her mouth, and her smile looked very charming. But at this moment, Meng Yiting was in no mood to appreciate Mei Yang's charm.
Beads of sweat were flowing down his forehead. Let's not do that. We can meet next time. That won't do.
Mei Yang waved her hand impatiently. Huang Shang, take them all back, especially that 4th-level mutant.
Watch them carefully. If they dare to make any moves, kill them directly. Okay, Mei Yang.
Huang Shang nodded with a smile, then gestured to Meng Hua and his son, everyone, please come in. After saying that, Huang Shang gave Xiaonan a warning look, little fatty, I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise you won't be able to bear our wrath.
Seeing this, Xiaonan smiled awkwardly and nodded. I kept thinking, damn it.
3 4th-level superpowers, one punch from each of them could knock me into pieces, how could I dare to resist? Not to mention that summoning the spirit of the earth already consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Even in his prime, he wouldn't dare act presumptuously in front of 3 4th level psychics. He is just a poor guy who has just broken through to the 4th level. Helplessly, Meng Yiting glanced at everyone in the Meng family and sighed heavily. I'm sorry, everyone.
Let's go.
After saying that, he took difficult steps and walked into Yanlu town. Meng Huo looked at his father's back and suddenly felt a sense of arrogance. I feel very bitter.
Dad, I hurt you.
After saying that, he quickly followed closely behind his father. As everyone entered Yanlu town, Chen Feng impatiently said to Meng Yang and Huang Shang, you guys take care of it.
I'm going to improve my cultivation. Don't bother me if there's nothing else.
After saying that, he immediately left. After he left, Meng Yang looked at Huang Shang seriously and said, Huang Shang, the job of watching over them is now left to your Yanglu team. You are the strongest, so you must not let them escape. We must wait for Mr. Xiao to come back and deal with them. Huang Shang nodded seriously. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Yeah.
Meng Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then the two of them escorted a group of Meng family psychics to the latest stronghold.
Oh great, so it was you who caused the noise?
Shi Lang and Lu Zihan had been waiting here with a group of members of the Yanlu team. Seeing Huang Shang and the others coming back, he hurried to greet them. When Shi Lang spotted Meng Hui and the team, his eyes widened. Before anyone could react, he rushed over and slapped him hard on the head.
Bang! Ah!
The powerful force knocked Meng Hui to the ground, and he let out a painful scream. Seeing this, Meng Yiting beside him twitched his eyes constantly, but finally he sighed deeply and turned his head to look away. Although he felt sorry for his precious son, he had no other options now. The other Meng family psychics also watched the scene silently without taking any action.
I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. Ha, I'm going to kill you today.
Shi Lang grinned and picked up Meng Hui from the ground, ready to continue beating him.
That's enough, Shi Lang.
Meng Yang shouted with a frown, then looked at Team Yang Lu. You guys keep them all under guard.
Don't let them get away until Mr. Xiao comes back.
Yes. The Yang Lu team members responded in unison, and each of them looked at Meng Hui with anger and relief in their eyes. Seeing this, Meng Hui howled in his heart again, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright.
Ha, this kid fainted from fright.
Shi Lang looked at the thing in his hand that went limp, glanced at it and laughed.
Meng Yiting sighed heavily and expressed his dissatisfaction with his son again.
If possible, he really wants to go back to school and start over. Okay, I'll leave them to you. As for the little fat guy, just follow me.
Huang Shang said lightly to team member Yang Lu, then looked at Xiaonan.
Okay, I promise to be obedient. Xiaonan replied to Huang Shang, appearing very honest. Huang Shang scoffed, I hope so. Then, he watched as team member Yang Lu, grinning grimly, led a group of third-level psychics from the Meng family into the new base. Meng Yang had also left, leaving only Xiaonan and Huang Shang outside. Soon, countless heart-wrenching screams were heard from inside. Although those Meng family psychics are all level 3, they dare not resist. Listening to the screams inside, Xiaonan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in his heart, luckily, I followed this 4th-level mutant. He seems to be relatively easy to talk to. Little did he know that just as this thought came to his mind, Huang Shang turned around and looked at him with a smile. Come in too, let's go in and do some exercise. What? Xiaonan stared at Huang Shang with wide eyes as he turned and walked inside, his body trembling. What are you still standing there for? Come in. After walking a few steps, Huang Shang found that there was no movement behind him. He turned around, frowned and scolded Xiaonan. I came in, just begging you to spare my life. Xiaonan trembled all over, his face full of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and looked at Huang Shang and said something, then struggled to follow Huang Shang. Humph. Huang Shang sneered and ignored him. With the addition of the Meng family, the new base became more lively.
Chapter 113 Treat me as your brother. Zi Luo, you're up now.
I forgot to ask you something yesterday. What's so special about the sword that the Kong family asked your father to make? The next morning, when Zhu Ziluo went downstairs for breakfast, Xiao Ming looked at her puzzledly and asked. Speaking of this, Zhu Ziluo's eyes suddenly became anxious. We don't know where the Kong family found this rare or that can absorb the spiritual power of people with special abilities.
My father is the most famous blacksmith in Fengnan province.
He was kidnapped by the Kong family just a month ago. They threatened my father to help them forge a long sword using that piece of ore. Or that absorbs spiritual power. Xiao Ming and the other two looked at each other.
After pondering for a while, Xiaoming looked at Zhu Ziluo solemnly and asked, "In other words, that sword can absorb the spiritual power of people with special abilities?" Zhu Ziluo nodded seriously, "Yes, my father named it Eclipse Spirit Sword." At this point, Zhu Ziluo said doubtfully, "I suspect that by absorbing spiritual energy, the sword will become even sharper and sharper, and may even become a legendary divine weapon." Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up. Magical weapon. He suddenly remembered the divine dagger he gave to Xia, which was also a divine weapon that could be upgraded. However, upgrading the dagger requires consuming lottery draws. Could it be that this soul erosion sword really only needs to continuously absorb spiritual energy to achieve its advanced effect? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. At this moment, Zhu Yumeng looked at Zhu Ziluo curiously. "Ziluo, you seem to be very familiar with weapons?" Zhu Ziluo said sadly after hearing this, "I used to watch my father forging weapons, and he also told me everything he knew about forging." As she spoke, Zhu Ziluo's tears began to slowly fall again. "I'm sorry." Zhu Yumeng looked at Zhu Ziluo guiltily. Zhu Ziluo shook her head without saying anything, silently shedding tears. But when Xiaoming heard Zhu Ziluo's words, he was delighted. He thought he had picked up a talent. But seeing the other person's sad look, Xiaoming also felt very uncomfortable. "It's okay. From now on, you'll be my sister. Just treat me like your brother. Drink this awakening potion after dinner." Xiaoming smiled and took out a bottle of awakening potion from the system space and handed it to Zhu Ziluo. Thank you, brother." Zhu Ziluo wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Xiaoming with gratitude with her innocent big eyes. Although she was not very familiar with Xiaoming, she felt extremely at ease when she saw Xiaoming smile. "Well, after drinking it, you will be able to awaken your own special powers." Xiaoming chuckled and nodded. "Really?" Zhu Ziluo's eyes suddenly widened. She had always been very disappointed because she could not awaken her special powers. She didn't expect that there was such a magical potion in this world. "Then can I drink it now?" Zhu Ziluo looked at Xiaoming weakly. "Okay." Xiaoming nodded with a smile. He understood very well the excitement of ordinary people when they learned that they would soon gain superpowers. Zhu Yumeng also went over out of curiosity. She was still very skeptical about the awakening potion. After all, she had never heard of such a potion. Zhu Ziluo opened the bottle cap with trust and drank the potion in one gulp. The next second, her pretty face suddenly became extremely painful. She let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. "Ziluo!" Zhu Yumeng screamed and was about to step forward. But he was immediately stopped by Xiaoming. "No need to go there. This is the only way to awaken superpowers," Xiaoming said lightly. "Ha!" Zhu Yumeng looked at Xiaoming in surprise. If it weren't for the faint energy fluctuations still coming from Zhu Ziluo's body, she would have suspected that Xiaoming wanted to kill her. As the energy fluctuations grew stronger, Zhu Yumeng's eyes gradually widened. "Gold attribute. It's actually a rare gold attribute mutant." Xiaoming and Yi Mengyao also looked at Zhu Ziluo lying in pain on the ground with surprise. In the next second, a loud boom was heard. Powerful energy burst out from Zhu Ziluo's body, but disappeared without a trace in just a moment. Zhu Ziluo got up from the ground, sweating profusely. Her pretty face, slightly pale, looked at Xiaoming weakly but excitedly. "Brother, I become a superpower." "I really have become a superpower." "Yes, and he is a very powerful gold attribute mutant." Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction and gently touched Zhu Ziluo's little head. Zhu Ziluo's face turned red, and she looked up at Xiaoming, feeling particularly warm. "Okay, now I will assign you some tasks." But in the next second, Xiaoming withdrew his hand and looked at Zhu Yumeng and Yi Mengyao seriously. Whatever you say, I will listen to you." Zhu Yumeng looked at Xiaoming with a smile. "Be serious, this may be related to the comfort of your Chu family," Xiaoming said to Zhu Yumeng in a bad mood. "Yeah." Zhu Yumeng put away her smile and nodded solemnly. "Since Ziluo has been rescued by us, I am worried that the Kong family has already known the news. Yuji, you must return to the Chu family now and be wary of the Kong family. If they don't want the news of the soul-eroding sword to spread, they will definitely take action against the Meng family and your Chu family in advance. If the soul erosion sword possesses that kind of power as Ziluo said, and Kong Dehuan hands it over to that wind-type psychic, then any ordinary 4th-level psychic will be no match for him. If that psychic attacks, don't fight. Take your father and run away to find me.
Xiao Ming looked at Chu Yumeng seriously and gave instructions.
Are we going to separate so soon? What about you?
Chu Yumeng looked at Xiao Ming sadly.
I'm going to take Xiaoshuang back to Yanlu town first. If nothing unexpected happens, when I come back, the Kong family will be destroyed.
As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. He had already decided to deal with the Kong family. Now, whether it was to help Zhu Ziluo get revenge or to seize the soul erosion sword, Xiao Ming had no reason not to take action.
Okay, Xiao Ming, I'll listen to you. Chu Yumeng nodded obediently.
Xiao Ming looked at Chu Yumeng helplessly and said, Chu Yumeng, thank you for your help today, but there is something I want to tell you. I have a girlfriend, her name is Zhao Xia.
I know. Didn't Gu Mingxuan tell me in the car? But the man Chu Yumeng, likes can't run away, unless I don't love him anymore. Okay, enough talking. I'm leaving. Here's the key.
When you come to Taoyuan County from now on, this is your home. As she spoke, Chu Yumeng threw the key of the villa to Xiao Ming, and then walked out of the villa. Looking at Chu Yumeng's back, Xiao Ming was speechless. He shook his head with a wry smile, put away the key, and said to Yi Mengyao and Zhu Ziluo who were watching the excitement, okay, take Xiaoshuang, let's go.
Chapter 114, The Trembling 4th Level Psychic. After arriving in Yanlu town, Xiao Ming learned from Mei Yang what happened last night. His face suddenly turned gloomy.
Humph, I didn't expect they would dare to come to me. I have asked Huang Sheng to watch them.
I think those people from the Meng family will have a hard time tonight.
Mei Yang said to Xiao Ming with a smile. Xiao Ming glanced at Mei Yang doubtfully, then stood up and said, I'll go check it out. Oh, and arrange for someone to take care of Xiao Shuang. She needs someone to transfer some spiritual energy to her every day, but 2 people should be sent alone.
What happened to Xiaoshuang? Mei Yang only then discovered that Gu Mingxuan was being supported by Yi Mengyao and was in a coma.
Xiao Ming shook his head. I don't know what happened, but Xiao Shuang has awakened her special abilities.
Really? That's a good thing.
Mei Yang said in surprise, then nodded, don't worry, I'll arrange it.
Well, this is my newly adopted sister, Zhu Ziluo.
Xiao Ming leaned close to Mei Yang's ear and whispered, her father was killed by the Kong family, so she might not be in a good mood.
I understand.
Mei Yang felt her ears itchy, and quickly turned away slightly and nodded.
Then I'll be leaving.
Xiao Ming chuckled and turned to look at Zhu Ziluo. Ziluo, everyone here is my brother's people.
Don't be afraid.
Mei Yang will take good care of you.
Well, thank you, brother. I won't be afraid. Also, thank you, Mei Yang.
Zhu Ziluo thanked Mei Yang sensibly.
Mei Yang chuckled softly. She was very fond of this sensible little girl. You're welcome.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction.
After Yi Mengyao handed Gu Mingxuang over to Mei Yang's care, he took Yi Mengyao away and walked towards the new base.
After arriving at the stronghold, Xiao Ming first saw the building. Although it was still unfinished, it already looked very grand. Xiao Ming sighed at the fast progress.
The revival of spiritual energy also has its benefits.
At least the existence of psychics has greatly shortened the construction period. Before entering, Xiao Ming heard faint screams coming from inside the building.
Out of curiosity, Xiao Ming walked in with Yi Mengyao, who was equally curious.
Suddenly, the 2 of them widened their eyes. In the lobby on the first floor, Team Yang Lu was seen humiliating and spitting at a humanoid object. On one side, a group of bloody people huddled together, trembling in fear and not daring to speak. The only person whose face could be seen clearly was a middle-aged man. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, the corners of his mouth twitching constantly, his face full of worry, and he was sighing as if he had suffered a great injustice.
How could Meng Yiting not feel aggrieved?
As one of the 3 major families in Taoyuan County, they were actually confined here and suffered inhuman treatment. The key is that they dared not resist. Hearing his son's screams, Meng Yiting wanted to order the psychics he had recruited to fight back and break out more than once. But every time he had this thought, he would think of the aura of the 3 4th level psychics. Especially the young Earth-type man among them, the pressure he exerted was simply not comparable to that of a simple 4th level psychic.
Even Xiaonan's Earth spirit lost an arm in one encounter. What can he do?
I can't rush out, but my son is a person with superpowers, so he won't die from this little beating.
So let it be. Cough, cough, stop.
Xiao Ming coughed, immediately attracting the attention of the crowd inside.
Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao is back. Hearing everyone's screams, Meng Yiting's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly stood up.
Xiaoming, please let us go. I promise that our Meng family will never come to Yanlu town to cause trouble for you again.
Oh? Who are you? Xiaoming looked at the middle-aged man with amusement.
Mr. Xiao, he is Meng Yiting, the head of the Meng family.
He is a very bad person.
A member of the Yang Lu team immediately responded to Xiaoming's words.
Hearing this, Meng Yiting was speechless and quickly explained, I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person. You may not understand me yet. Okay, I know everything that happened yesterday. Where is Huang Sheng?
Xiaoming waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Meng Yiting and asked a member of the Yang Lu team beside him.
He's upstairs.
After saying that, the team member quickly shouted upstairs, Brother Shang, Mr. Xiao is back.
Here I come. Huang Shang's voice came from above. Not long after, Huang Shang was seen leading a little fat boy with trembling legs down.
Xiaoming raised his eyebrows when he saw this and looked at Huang Shang suspiciously. Huang Shang, what did you do to this guy? Huang Shang smiled nonchalantly. Oh, nothing, I told him not to use his spiritual power and did squats all night.
Xiaonan looked at Xiaoming with a wronged look on his face and lowered his head. Ugh.
Seeing this, Xiaoming's mouth twitched.
Huang Shang is a talented person who is tortured like this. Alright, tell the Meng family to go away. As for you, come in with me.
Xiaoming waved to team member Yang Lu, turned around and walked into a room next door. Although there is no door installed yet, having a room is enough, and Xiaoming doesn't mind. Looking at Xiaoming's departing back, Xiaonan's eyes were filled with tears. She kept shaking her head and looked at Meng Yiting with pleading eyes. It seemed as if she hoped he could speak up for her. Meng Yiting gave his son a look that said, "May the best of luck," in return, pulled up his powerless son from the ground, and left the building in a panic with a group of psychics.
Come on, let's go in. Huang Shang patted his back amusedly. Xiaonan was desperate.
Looking at Meng Yiting's decisive figure leaving, he walked into the room where Xiaoming was, looking back every few steps.
I'll give you a chance to be my subordinate, otherwise I will kill you.
Xiaoming looked at Xiaonan who was in a daze and laughed in his heart.
Okay. I promise you. Xiaonan's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he nodded repeatedly without thinking.
Xiaonan thought Xiaoming wanted to torture her again, but she didn't expect it to be such a request.
How could Xiaonan, who had been tortured for a whole night, not agree?
At this moment, in his heart, this group of people were demons.
Yanlu town is like hell. There is no way to resist it. Just blend in and become a demon instantly.
Looking at Xiaoming like this, Xiaonan's eyes were sparkling.
It was Xiaonan's look that suddenly made Xiaoming feel regretful.
But the words have already been spoken, and others have agreed.
Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to object? System, bind this guy in front of you. Ding, binding successful. Xiaonan loyalty, 64.
Xiaoming gave Xiaonan a strange look. He never expected that Xiaonan, who had been tortured by Huang Shang for a whole night, would be so loyal to him. It seems that he is really scared of being tortured.
Alright, go down, Huang Shang. He will be working under you from now on.
Xiaoming looked at Huang Shang thoughtfully.
Huang Shang smiled slightly, okay. Kong family. What did you say? Zhu Ziluo was rescued by Xiaoming? Kong Dehuan turned around suddenly and looked at Kong Ming with fierce eyes.
When Kong Ming met his father's gaze, he quickly lowered his head.
Humph, it seems that I have to launch the action in advance.
After staring at his son for a while, Kong Dehuan said coldly.
Chapter 115. I'll be waiting for you at home. Dad, what should we do? Kong Ming said weakly to Kong Dehuan.
Kong Dehuan glanced at him and kept tapping the armrest with his fingers while sitting in the chair. After pondering for a while, he looked up at Kong Ming and said slowly, since Zhu Ziluo has been rescued by Xiaoming, then Xiaoming must have known about the Eclipse Sword. And the Chu family has now cooperated with Xiaoming.
What we have to do now is to destroy the Chu family first. What, the Chu family has already cooperated with Xiaoming? Kong Ming asked in surprise. Kong Dehuan waved his hand in annoyance. Don't worry.
As long as Kuang Feng holds the Eclipse Spirit Sword, there's no way that girl from the Chu family will be a match.
However, Xiaoming's 4th-level giant python is a problem.
Even if Kuang Feng can fight 2 of them alone with the Eclipse Sword, it will definitely be very difficult. So, I decided to call the Meng family as well.
We can't let them fall behind.
After saying this, Kong Do-won's eyes flashed with a gleam.
Yes, Dad, you are really smart.
With the Meng family standing in front of us, it will be easy to destroy Xiaoming. Kong Ming quickly flattered him loudly. He was actually very nervous now. If Xiaoming knew that he almost tricked Gu Mingxuan, he would definitely fight him to the death. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible.
Okay, go contact your Uncle Meng and tell him that I want to treat him to dinner tonight. I believe he will be very happy to make the Chu family famous. Kong Do-won waved his hand calmly.
Although he didn't show it, he still enjoyed his son's flattery very much.
Okay, I'll make the call now.
After saying that, Kong Ming walked out of the room excitedly. At this time, Meng Yiting and his son, who had just returned home, breathed a sigh of relief.
Even though Meng Huo looked very weak when he was in Yanglu town. Even after Xiaoming went over, he collapsed on the ground and didn't move. But he wasn't actually hurt much.
Even when those psychics beat him, they did not use their spiritual power. So it just looks like he was beaten badly.
Dad, do we still want revenge? Meng Huo asked weakly while looking at Meng Yiting with a swollen face.
Hearing this, Meng Yiting became angry and rushed over and slapped Meng Huo on the head, making a crisp pa sound. Meng Huo screamed, covered his head, and looked at Meng Yiting aggrievedly.
Report, I will report your father. Meng Yiting cursed. Aren't you my father?
Meng Huo glanced at the angry Meng Yiting, but he only thought about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. It's all because of you, this rebellious son, that Xiaonan died there. After his anger subsided, Meng Yiting sat dejectedly on the sofa and sighed, but fortunately, those third-level psychics were saved, otherwise our Meng family would have been directly eliminated from the list of the three major families.
As he spoke, a look of fear flashed in Meng Yiting's eyes, and he muttered to himself, I don't know where this Xiaoming came from. He's definitely not from Yanglu town, and there are those fourth-level psychics. Yeah. Meng Huo also sighed. At this moment, Meng Yiting's phone rang.
He took it out and saw that it was Kong Ming calling. Meng Yiting was about to hang up the phone in anger, but after thinking about it, he answered it.
Boy, what are you doing?
After answering the call, Kong Ming glanced at his phone in confusion, wondering why this old guy was so angry. But he still smiled and said into the phone, Uncle Meng, my dad invites you to have dinner with him tonight, in room 888 of the Huaxing Hotel.
Not interested, not going.
Kong Ming was stunned and quickly called out, Hey, Uncle Meng, don't hang up yet.
This is about dealing with the Chu family. Are you really unwilling to come?
Hearing this, Meng Yiting's hand, which was about to press the hang-up button, paused.
Suspiciously, he put the phone to his ear and said, Deal with the Chu family?
Kong Ming was determined and said confidently, Yes, Uncle Meng, please come to our restaurant tonight.
Okay, I'll think about it.
After saying that, Meng Yiting hung up the phone.
Dad, is the Kong family going to start dealing with the Chu family?
Meng Huo hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Well, it seems that the Kong family has absolute confidence. Meng Yiting said with a frown.
Then what should we do? Should we deal with the Chu family together? Meng Huo asked worriedly. Meng Yiting glanced at Meng Huo unhappily. Son, when will you learn to be smarter? Since the Kong family is absolutely confident that they can deal with the Chu family, can't they deal with us? If the Chu family is dead, what about us? Yes, Meng Huo nodded blankly. Okay, don't worry about this matter.
If you have nothing to do, read more about military strategies or improve your own strength.
Get out of here. Meng Yiting waved his hand in annoyance. After Meng Huo left, Meng Yiting hesitated for a moment and called Chu Yang. Hey, Mr. Chu, are you free now? I want to see you.
In the morning, Xiaoming did not practice, but instead looked at the practice progress of each team. They are very satisfied with their progress. All of them have been promoted to the level of second-level psychics, and the fastest ones have been promoted to the third level. At the new base, the tiles and doors had already been installed in just this morning, so the progress was quite fast. The power is growing in an orderly manner, but Xiaoming has not yet decided on a name for the power. Xiaoming didn't want to be careless about the name. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Chu Yumeng calling, Xiaoming frowned slightly, secretly wondering if the Kong family had already started to take action. Then he quickly answered the phone. Chu Yumeng's pleasant voice immediately came from the phone. Hello, Xiaoming, the head of the Meng family just came to see us. He said that the Kong family has started to take action against us and is preparing to join forces with the Meng family.
He invited the head of the Meng family to dinner at the Huaxing Hotel tonight. What do we do now? I'm very curious now. Why would the Meng family tell us this? I'm worried there's some conspiracy.
After hearing this, Xiao Ming felt amused.
It must be because after losing Xiaonan, a 4th-level mutant, the Meng family was worried that after the Kong family destroyed the Chu family, their family would be next.
However, Xiao Ming didn't need to explain this matter to Chu Yumeng.
He just said, "It's okay. What the Meng family said should be true. Don't worry. I will bring people over tonight." "Okay, I feel relieved with you here. I'll wait for you at home."
Xu Yumeng could be clearly heard to breathe a sigh of relief on the phone, and said to Xiao Ming in a playful tone. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Xiao Ming a chance to refute. Looking at the hung-up phone, Xiao Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Afterwards, Xiao Ming called all the 4th-level psychics except Shin Feng.
Start making arrangements. Chapter 116, Drama Queen Meng Yiting.
Meng Yang, you and Huang Sheng stay in Yanglu town, and the little fat man and I will go to Taoyuan.
What? No, Xiao Ming, this guy just joined us, you can't take him with you.
Huang Sheng said hurriedly after hearing Xiao Ming's words.
Xiaonan's eyes lit up as he glanced at Huang Sheng with frustration. He quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, Brother Ming, for your trust."
Meng Yang frowned slightly when she saw this, but when she saw Xiao Ming's calm expression, she didn't say anything.
"Okay, Huang Sheng, Yanglu town still needs your protection. I believe the little fat guy won't betray me, right?"
At the end, Xiao Ming looked at Xiaonan with a smile.
Xiaonan suddenly became excited and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I'm not a traitor. Don't worry, Brother Ming, I will never betray you even if you kill me." What a joke! After joining Yanglu town today, Xiaonan realized how terrifying Xiao Ming truly is.
Damn, there are countless spirit stones for his psychics to use. I heard that psychics who have made meritorious contributions can also be rewarded with a large number of red fruits.
If you still betray under such conditions, wouldn't you be a fool?
But Huang Sheng looked at Xiaonan with disdain. It seems like you've betrayed the Meng family now.
Xiaonan waved his hand dismissively. I didn't betray the Meng family. It was the Meng family that abandoned me. That's different. Watching the two quarreling, Xiao Ming chuckled. Okay, it's decided. Xiaonan and I will leave this afternoon. Everything in the town depends on you. Don't worry.
Huang Sheng and Meng Yang nodded solemnly at the same time.
Since Xiao Ming has made up his mind, they can't say anything. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming took Xiaonan and drove a car from the town to Taoyuan County. Time passed quickly and before I knew it, it was time for dinner.
Meng Yiting brought 5 third-level psychics to the door of private room 888 of Huaxing Hotel. At this time, confidence had returned to his face.
But he was immediately stopped by 2 psychics guarding the door. "Stop, you're the only one who can go in." The 2 psychics looked at the 5 men behind Meng Yiting with serious expressions. "Humph, whatever you want. If you don't let me bring people in, then I'll leave." Meng Yiting looked at the other party with disdain and made to turn around and leave. This immediately confused the 2 psychics. Just when the 2 were anxious to keep Meng Yiting, a loud laugh suddenly came from the private room. "Ha ha, Lao Meng, you still like to be naughty, come in." Meng Yiting paused for a moment, then glanced at the 2 bewildered psychics. "Can you let me in now?" "Please come in, hee, please come in." The 2 psychics wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and hurriedly invited Meng Yiting in. What a joke! I almost delayed the master's important matter, and I don't know how to deal with myself when I go back. Seeing this, Meng Yiting looked at the 2 of them with disdain, and swaggered into the private room with 5 third-level psychics. "Okay, I'm here, Kong Dehuan, just tell me how you plan to deal with the Chu family." After entering the private room, Meng Yiting found that only Kong Dehuan and Kong Ming, father and son, were there, so he found a seat and sat down and asked. Seeing Meng Yiting's appearance, Kong Dehuan frowned slightly. This guy is different. Even though he was very arrogant in the past, he would still pay attention to his image in front of me. What's going on now? Although he was confused, Meng Yiting still chuckled. Since you're here, you must agree to cooperate, so I'll speak openly. After saying this, Meng Yiting's expression changed, and he sighed worriedly. It's not that I have to deal with the Chu family right now, but we have no choice. The Chu family has found external help, a 3rd-level psychic who has a 4th-level monster as a pet. That is to say, the Chu family now has 2 4th-level masters besides Chu Yang's daughter Chu Yumeng. If we don't cooperate, we will probably be eaten by the Chu family. Meng Yiting pretended to be shocked after hearing this. Oh? Really? How could a third-level expert like him actually have a fourth-level monster as a pet? You're not kidding me, are you?
In the afternoon, he received a call from Xiao Ming and learned that Xiao Ming had sided with the Chu family.
He was also very shocked at the time and felt deeply frightened.
Fortunately, he did not take action against the Chu family first. And it was Xiao Ming who arranged for him to come here in the evening, so he was so confident just now. He was now very happy to see the Kong family suffer the same fate as himself, and he was so happy that he didn't even have time to gloat. Why would I scare you? That third-level expert had a conflict with your son.
He's Xiao Ming from Yanglu Town. You should know him. Kong Dehuan asked tentatively.
His eyes were fixed on Meng Yiting's expression. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Meng Huo not to seek revenge after being beaten back by Xiao Ming, but since there has been no movement from the Meng family for such a long time, it is very possible. But Meng Yiting was a talented actor, and he immediately showed an angry expression and slammed the table, so it was that guy, damn it, how could he have a fourth-level monster? After saying that, he looked at Kong Dehuan with gratitude and said, Old Kong, you are really good to me. If you hadn't told me this news, I would have taken the superpowers in my family to Yanlu Town tonight to seek revenge on Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Kong Dehuan sneered in his heart, but looked at Meng Yiting affectionately on the surface. Hey, we are two families, who are we friends? In this case, I will tell you directly, I plan to attack the Chu family tonight, and when the time comes, you can just send your family's third-level psychic.
We will strive to destroy the Chu family. As long as the Chu family is gone, won't a mere Xiao Ming be at our mercy? Okay, let's do as you say, Old Kong. Destroy the Chu family and then avenge my son. Meng Yiting nodded with a ferocious expression. Well, then it's settled. Son, why don't you toast your Uncle Meng a glass? Kong Dehuan laughed and glanced at Kong Ming on the side.
After hearing this, Kong Ming quickly smiled and picked up the wine glass on the table. Uncle Meng, I toast you.
Okay, my nephew is getting more and more powerful.
Thanks to Uncle Meng for taking care of me.
Several people were talking disgustingly and drinking. After just a small bottle of white wine, Kong Dehuan held down his glass, looked at Meng Yiting seriously and said, let's not drink now.
Drinking will only delay things.
After we destroy the Chu family tonight, I'll drink with you, Old Meng. Well, okay, I'll go back and arrange it right away. Meng Yiting stood up, nodded solemnly, and left the private room with his men. After leaving the hotel building, Meng Yiting's face turned gloomy. You son of a bitch, you still want to plot against me? I'm going to attack the Chu family with you, and after we defeat the Chu family, it will be my turn, right?
After saying that, he returned to the car and quickly dialed Xiao Ming's cell phone.
Hey, Mr. Xiao, let's take action tonight. Chapter 117. I hope you don't regret it. Okay, go back first.
I'll show up when Kong Dehuan deals with your Chu family tonight. Xiao Ming looked helplessly at Chu Yumeng, who was staring at him with a smile. At this time they were in Chu Yumeng's villa.
Well, okay, thank you.
Chu Yumeng nodded with a smile, lowered her head to think for a while, her face turned red, and she quickly put her head close to Xiao Ming's face and was about to kiss him. But Xiao Ming's speed was not bad either, and he slapped Chu Yumeng in the face directly.
Woo!
Chu Yumeng widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Ming unhappily. Gently pushing Chu Yumeng's pretty face away, Xiao Ming said helplessly, go back quickly, and don't make such moves in the future.
Xiao Ming, I will definitely catch you, don't even think about running away.
Chu Yumeng glared at Xiao Ming angrily, turned around, and strode out of the villa.
Shhhhhh. What are you laughing at?
Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Nan, who was laughing secretly beside him with a displeased look. Seeing this, Xiao Nan quickly suppressed his laughter and sat there with a serious face.
Alright, take a good rest and get back to your best form. We're going to have a tough battle tonight.
Xiao Ming said something unhappily to Xiao Nan, then walked into his room.
Xiao Lan, why haven't you been promoted to level 5 yet?
Xiao Ming fed Xiao Lan another dozen red fruits and watched helplessly as she swallowed them in one gulp.
Master, I feel like I'm about to be promoted, but I'm just a little short. Xiao Lan's ethereal voice echoed in Xiao Ming's mind. You mean these 2 days?
Xiao Ming said depressedly.
Why not today? The fight is supposed to start today. Yes. Xiao Lan's blue snake head nodded slightly. Okay, just practice well.
Waving his hand helplessly, Xiao Ming also sat cross-legged on the bed, and entered the state of practice after taking the Zhu fruit.
Dad, we have checked everything.
Xiao Ming is not in the Chu family, but the people I sent to Yanglu town have not come back. It's very strange.
Kong Ming looked at Kong Dehuan seriously and said, Really? Is there any expert in Yanlu town? Kong Dehuan frowned deeply.
From the beginning to the end, he felt that Xiao Ming was very mysterious. All we know is that he appeared in Yanglu town, but we didn't expect that the person sent to Yanglu town would disappear. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart.
Okay, there is no time to lose.
Since Xiao Ming is no longer in the Chu family, this is the best time to destroy the Chu family.
Shaking his head, Kong Dehuan stood up and said sullenly to his son,
Let's set off now, notify everyone, and call Meng Yiting to have his men go first.
Yes. Soon after, dozens of cars from all directions in Taoyuan County began to drive towards the Chu family's villa.
At this moment, Xiao Ming also received a call from Meng Yiting and learned that the Kong family had begun to take action. He quickly got up and called Xiaonan to set off together. The Kong and Meng families made a huge fuss, with dozens of cars on both sides combined. When the car was a few kilometers away from the Chu family villa, it was discovered by the Chu family's psychics. In the living room, Chu Yang looked at Chu Yumeng solemnly. Daughter, are you sure Xiao Ming can defeat the Kong family who possess the erosion spirit sword?
Also, can the Meng family really be trusted?
Dad, I believe Xiao Ming. Facing her father's question, Chu Yumeng just said this seriously. Seeing this, Chu Yang sighed heavily. Okay, I hope your choice is right.
Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. As Chu Yumeng's father, he knows his daughter very well. Once he makes up his mind, no one can change it.
As soon as Chu Yumeng looked like this, Chu Yang knew that she must have fallen in love with Xiao Ming. In this case, he fortunately let it go. He stood up with a smile and said to Chu Yumeng, Then let's go out and pick up these two old friends.
Yeah. Chu Yumeng nodded with a smile.
Then the two of them walked out of the villa one after the other. At this time, the yard of the villa was full of Chu family's supernatural people. They knew what they were going to face today, and all the psychics below level 3 looked extremely anxious. Faced with attacks from the Kong and Meng families, they felt very uneasy about the future of the Chu family. If it weren't for those third-level psychics watching, they would probably have run away on the spot. However, those third-level psychics were very calm, because they knew that their boss was cooperating with Xiao Ming, and even the Meng family was their own people, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chu Yang only told these third-level psychics about his arrangements. After all, there are many people and many mouths, and it would be bad if the news got out. Not long after Chu Yang and Chu Yumeng stood at the door of the villa, vehicles from the Kong family and the Meng family arrived one after another. The powerful aura directly suppressed those psychics below level 3 and made it difficult for them to breathe.
Ha, Chu Yang, it seems like you knew we were coming?
After getting off the car, Kong Dehuan laughed loudly and glanced at Meng Yiting beside him with suspicion.
Old Kong, I didn't tell anyone.
With such a big commotion in the whole city, it wouldn't be difficult for old Chu to find out.
Meng Yiting explained with a smile. Ha, yes, it seems that Lao Kong and Lao Meng are planning to destroy our Chu family?
Chu Yang also had a smile on his face, and he seemed very nonchalant when he said this.
Oh? Now that you know, aren't you afraid? Kong Dehuan looked at the calm Chu Yang and his daughter suspiciously. What's there to be afraid of? Death is like the extinguishing of a light. I just hope you don't regret it.
Chu Yang said with a faint smile.
Let me see if you are really that tough. Kong Dehuan was upset by Chu Yang's calmness, and he even gave up the idea of letting the Meng family attack first. He waved his hand directly at Guangfeng, who was holding the soul erosion sword behind him, and said, Guangfeng, let them see how powerful you are. Boom!
As Kong Dehuan finished speaking, Guangfeng took a step forward, and a strong wind suddenly blew at the entrance of the entire Chu family. Everyone's clothes were rustling in the wind. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced warily at the powerful gale, and whispered worriedly to his daughter, Daughter, can you hold on?
If you really can't, don't force it. Don't worry.
Chu Yumeng nodded solemnly and came to the front of the Chu family. Chu Yumeng's appearance made Guangfeng suddenly raise his head, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he raised the erosion spirit sword in his hand and suddenly turned into a hurricane and rushed towards Chu Yumeng.
Careful! Chu Yang screamed in surprise. Let 100 flowers bloom.
Faced with such a ferocious attack, Chu Yumeng used her strongest skill from the very beginning.
Countless brightly colored flowers instantly appeared around Chu Yumeng.
As the flowers spun rapidly, the petals in the sky shot towards the strong wind like a hail of bullets. Faced with such an attack, Guangfeng snorted coldly and swung the sword in his hand down suddenly. The sword flashed, and a wind blade directly broke through the petal's attack and instantly appeared in front of Chu Yumeng. How is this possible? Chu Yumeng stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief, and quickly activated her spiritual power to resist. Boom! The powerful wind blade directly knocked Chu Yumeng away, and she hit the wall behind her hard, spitting out mouthfuls of blood.
Chapter 118, No One Can Leave. Daughter! Xu Yang exclaimed and rushed over to help Chu Yumeng up.
Dad, that soul erosion sword is indeed powerful. I feel like our attacks were weakened the moment they made contact. Especially now that I've been hit by one of his attacks, 1/3 of my spiritual power has been directly consumed. Chu Yumeng stood up with difficulty, staring intently at the strong wind in front of her, and whispered to Chu Yang.
What? The soul-eroding sword is so powerful? Xu Yang's eyes widened in shock. Then he said worriedly, No, we can't wait any longer. Daughter, you go first. I'll hold them back. No, I won't leave.
Xu Yumeng stood up stubbornly, and all the spiritual power in her body filled her body again.
Ha, there is a gap between the 4 levels. Your Chu family will be destroyed today. Kong Dehuan laughed loudly when he saw this. Then he glared, Guangfeng, what are you waiting for? Destroy the Chu family for me. Everyone in the Chu family, listen up. Kill them.
Xu Yang shouted immediately upon seeing this.
Kill.
As Chu Yang finished speaking, all the Chu family's psychics unleashed their spiritual power, unleashing countless skills into the fierce wind. Faced with these skills, Guangfeng turned into a wind shadow, constantly shuttling between the skills and occasionally launching a fierce attack.
Several low-level psychics were knocked away.
Seeing such a one-sided situation, Meng Yiting could not hold back any longer and glanced at Kong Dehuan, who was standing not far away with a smug look on his face.
He shouted to the Meng family's superpower behind him, let's go too. Kill.
Kong Dehuan was just feeling happy for Meng Yiting's awareness of the situation, but the screams coming from behind him the next second made him stunned. At this moment, the Meng family's psychic killed several of his men. Although the other men reacted immediately and started to fight back, they looked very embarrassed in the haste.
Meng Yiting, are you looking for death? Kong Dehuan turned around and looked at Meng Yiting ferociously. Humph. Meng Yiting snorted coldly without saying anything, just watching the battle between the Meng family's psychics quietly. Ha, Xu Yang, I was wondering why you were so calm. Turns out you've got an infernal affairs gang. Kong Dehuan looked at Xu Yang, then at Meng Yiting, and suddenly laughed a few times. Then he said fiercely, in this case, I will destroy you all today. Son. Dad. Kong Ming looked at Kong Dehuan seriously. Take all the people with special abilities from the Kong family and kill them all, leaving no one alive.
Kong Dehuan said with a ferocious expression.
Yes.
Kong Ming nodded, and then all the spiritual power in his body burst out.
Rushed directly into the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom.
The powerful attack made him enter the Meng family battlefield like a wolf into a flock of sheep, and he killed several second-level psychics in one fell swoop. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, many of the Chu family's psychics were killed by the strong wind, and even 2 third-level psychics died. Xu Yumeng couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out towards the strong wind. Daughter, come back to me. Xu Yang yelled, his eyes full of anxiety. Boom, boom. But Xu Yumeng ignored him and waved her hand suddenly, and several huge willow trees appeared around the strong wind. Countless willow branches whipped against the strong wind. At the same time, large willow leaves also shot out. Faced with such an attack, Guangfeng sneered and spun towards the sky. Countless wind blades were swung out from the erosion sword as the strong wind swirled. Swish, swish, swish. Ah! There were screams all around. Countless people with special abilities died tragically under the wind blade. Even the willow branches summoned by Chu Yumeng were chopped into pieces by the wind blades. Boom! The powerful wind blade struck Chu Yumeng's spiritual power shield and shattered it without any hindrance. The wind blade struck her chest directly, knocking her flying again and causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Ah! Chu Yumeng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The strong wind fell heavily to the ground, looked at the mess, and laughed wildly while holding up the soul erosion sword. Unlike the others who were in a mess, he seemed to have infinite spiritual power as he possessed the soul eroding sword, and became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Streams of spiritual power were emitted from the injured psychic's body and absorbed by the soul eroding sword. And a small part of these spiritual powers will be fed back to replenish the consumption of the strong wind. That's why this effect occurs.
It's a divine weapon, it really is a divine weapon, ha ha ha. Kong Dehuan laughed excitedly when he saw this.
However, when he looked at Guangfeng, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He felt threatened by Guangfeng. Once this matter was over, he must find a way to get rid of him.
If that didn't work, he would kill him.
As for the Meng family, they quickly fell into a disadvantage because of the addition of Kong Ming, a late-stage third-order psychic. After such a short while, most of the psychics had lost their combat effectiveness, and the only ones who could continue to fight were some third-level psychics who were struggling to hold on.
Looking at this scene, Meng Yiting prayed in his heart, "Mr. Xiao, please come over quickly." But Chu Yang was different.
After all, he didn't know Xiao Ming's strength as well as Meng Yiting did. At this moment, he just wanted the psychic in his family to take his daughter and escape quickly.
"Take my daughter and run away as far as you can. Never come back," Chu Yang said coldly to the remaining third-level psychics. "Master."
These psychics looked at Chu Yang uncomfortably. Since joining the Chu family, Chu Yang has always treated them well, and some of them were even trained by Chu Yang himself. They were very reluctant to see the Chu family get such a result.
"Dad, I won't leave. I want to wait for Xiao Ming."
Chu Yuming struggled to get up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Guangfeng, and said firmly,
"Xiao Ming? Ha, it's useless even if Xiao Ming comes now." Kong Dehuan's pupils shrank, but when he thought of the power of the soul erosion sword, he burst into laughter. "Daughter, it's already this late. Don't worry about Xiao Ming anymore. Let's go." Chu Yang roared. Then he suddenly said to the several third-level psychics around him, "What are you waiting for? Take Yu Ming away." "Yes." Several third-level psychics looked at each other, gritted their teeth and nodded. Then he flashed to Chu Yuming's side, grabbed her shoulders and prepared to take her away. "Humph, no one can escape."
Guangfeng stopped laughing excitedly, his eyes turned cold, and he rushed over in an instant.
The speed was so fast that these psychics could not react at all.
Swish, swish, swish.
Ah!
There was a flash of sword light, accompanied by blood splattering.
Several third-level psychics screamed. Even 2 broken arms fell to the ground. "Let 100 flowers bloom."
Chu Yumeng gritted her teeth and used the last bit of spiritual power in her body to release this move again.
Boom boom boom.
Countless petals shot out, and the close distance made it impossible for Guangfeng to unleash his mighty power, so he could only raise the soul erosion sword to resist.
The powerful force attack made Guangfeng retreat repeatedly. But no harm was done. "Humph, die."
After the attack, looking at the pale-faced Chu Yumeng, Guangfeng sneered and swung his sword.
"No!"
Chu Yang screamed miserably.
Chu Yumeng looked at this fierce attack in despair. Kong Dehuan was excited and thrilled.
Meng Yiting, on the other hand, looked anxious and helpless. At this critical moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by countless thorns emerging from the ground and instantly entangled with the strong wind.
Tangled with thorns. Chapter 119. I'll give you some more spice. Xiao Ming.
Everyone suddenly looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw a little fat man following behind Xiao Ming, walking slowly towards him. When he saw the little fat boy, Meng Yiting's face was full of confusion. Damn it, that was the 4th-level master of the Meng family, and he was snatched away by Xiao Ming. The key is that I have to stand with Xiao Ming now.
It's frustrating just thinking about it. Humph.
Guangfeng turned his head slightly, glanced at Xiao Ming and snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body shook.
Bang!
All the thorns wrapped around him burst apart. But it was just a moment's delay as Chu Yumeng dodged and left his attack range.
"Xiao Ming, you're finally here." Chu Yumeng looked at Xiao Ming in surprise.
But unlike Chu Yumeng's surprise, Chu Yang didn't have much confidence that Xiao Ming could defeat Guangfeng. Judging from the strength Guangfeng has shown now, he is basically no match without 3 4th level or higher psychics.
"Xiao Ming, take my daughter away quickly." Chu Yang pleaded, "No matter what, you must save my daughter's life." "Thank you."
Chu Yang looked at Xiao Ming seriously as he finished speaking. The next second, he shouted loudly, and a strong aura burst out from his body. Xiao Ming looked over in surprise, and only then did he realize that Chu Yang was also a 3rd-level psychic.
"Seed cannonball." Chu Yang roared, and his hands instantly transformed into 2 green plant Gatling guns. A series of bullets were fired from the bullet holes of the Gatling gun. Bang 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 bang. Snort. Quanfeng smiled contemptuously and danced his hands quickly.
The bullets were easily chopped off.
Go away. What are you still standing there for?
Chu Yang roared at Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming chuckled and said, I won't leave, little fatty, come on. After hearing this, Xiaonan stood behind Xiao Ming and slammed his hands on the ground.
Boom.
Suddenly, the ground in front began to shake. Seeing this, Quang Feng no longer wanted to continue playing with Chu Yang. He shouted loudly and used his powerful spiritual power to swing his sword to cut out a wind blade.
Boom.
The wind blade hit Chu Yang's chest hard, sending him flying. Falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chu Yang looked at Xiao Ming, who was standing quietly there in despair, and sighed heavily.
Why don't you run away with my daughter?
Xiao Ming turned his head and glanced at him, then said calmly, I, Xiao Ming, don't have the habit of running away.
Ha, Xiao Ming, it's best if you don't run away. Today is the day you die. Kong Dovwan laughed wildly. Really?
Xiao Ming curled his lips and laughed evilly.
Little Blue. Roar.
At the moment the spirit of the earth appeared, a roar came from above Xiao Ming's head.
The next second, Xiaolan's huge figure and the stone man appeared on the scene. 2 4th level ones? Humph, so what? With the erosion soul sword, you can't be my opponent. Kong Dovwan's face changed and he said ferociously. Really? Xiao Ming chuckled.
The next second, the stone man and Xiaolan rushed directly towards the strong wind.
Although they are very fast, those with wind-type abilities are even faster.
Quanfeng turned into a gust of wind, flashing around the stone man and Xiaolan. Sword lights flashed, and scars appeared on the two men's bodies from time to time.
Roar. Boom.
As the 3 4th level masters fought, the scene was filled with flying rocks. Everyone had to step back a distance. At this time, Xiao Ming stood quietly in the middle of the field, watching the battle between the two sides, and frowned slightly.
In fact, Xiaolan is stronger than Quanfeng.
But Xiaolan, who has water attributes, obviously has no advantage in speed. As the wounds on Xiaolan's body increased, Xiao Ming clearly felt that Xiaolan was showing signs of fatigue. At this moment, Xiao Ming looked at the erosion spirit sword in Quanfeng's hand, which was shining with light, and sighed.
Hey, daughter, he was able to save you only with the help of that giant python.
You should take advantage of this opportunity and leave. Seeing this, Chu Yang sighed and looked at Chu Yumeng. After hearing this, Chu Yumeng shook her head and looked at Xiao Ming steadily. No, I won't leave. She knew that Xiao Ming's strength was only at level 3, but his attack power was very strong.
The Carp King was also blown into the water by Xiao Ming's attack.
Dad, you see Xiao Ming just stands there and watches stupidly.
Why don't I kill him now?
Kong Ming came to Kong Dovwan and said with a wicked smile.
Ha, no rush. Wouldn't it be better to let him watch his men die one by one?
Kong Dovwan said proudly. He was worried at first, but now that he saw Quanfeng was at ease under the hands of 2 4th level psychics, he was not panicked at all.
Well, Dad is still the most thoughtful one. Kong Ming nodded.
He looked fiercely in the direction of Xiao Ming. Humph, when you die, I will take good care of your women.
At this time, Meng Yiting was even more puzzled. He knew that there were quite a few 4th level psychics in Yanglu town, and those people were all Xiao Ming's subordinates. Why did Xiao Ming only bring Xiao Nan and the giant python this time?
As a result, he began to worry about the battle situation tonight. But at this time, Xiao Ming had no time to care about their thoughts. When he saw that Xiao Lan and Xiao Nan could not defeat Quang Feng together, he was ready to take action. He once again released a stream of energy towards the strong wind. Countless thorns took advantage of the moment when the wind stopped and wrapped around him again. Faced with such an attack, Quanfeng was very disdainful. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to shake off the thorns on his body, suddenly, ochre and blue lights burst out from the thorns.
Earth. Water.
Xiao Ming's clear voice came from behind. The next second, Quanfeng suddenly discovered that the thorns on his body had become extremely tough.
Even the wind blades he released couldn't cut through it. Quanfeng looked in Xiao Ming's direction in shock.
Xiao Ming sneered and said softly, launch the strongest attack.
Xiaonan and Xiaolan received the order at the same time.
The stone man roared angrily, jumped into the air, and kicked towards the strong wind. Xiaolan raised his head and roared, and suddenly a huge wave appeared above his head and rushed towards the strong wind.
Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Boom!
Just as the stone man kicked Quanfeng, a huge wave came and turned into a tornado, directly sweeping Quangfeng and the stone man into the sky. Ah! The screams of the strong wind came from inside the waterspout. Xiaoming chuckled, "I'll give you some more ingredients." Then, he slapped the ground with one hand again, and powerful fire attribute spiritual power surged out, fire. But what surprised Xiaoming was that as he output his fire attribute spiritual power, there was no sound of explosion. Xiaoming frowned slightly. Could it be that the blessing of the earth and water attributes made the thorns tougher and more difficult to detonate? So he increased the release of fire attribute spiritual power. Boom! In the next second, an explosion occurred in the sky and a mushroom cloud rose. A powerful airwave was generated, and even Xiaoming himself was shocked and blown away by the airwave, falling heavily to the ground. Everyone covered their heads, shocked. After a moment, when the scene returned to calm, everyone fell silent as they looked at the center of the explosion. Chapter 120, None of Your Business. Ah! Quangfeng was covered in blood, his right leg was broken and fell to the side. He held the broken part of his right leg with both hands and howled, the veins on his neck bulged, and he looked extremely painful. But the soul erosion sword fell beside him. Soul erosion sword, son, go get it back. Kong Dehuan called out urgently. Hearing his father's words, Kong Ming subconsciously rushed out quickly. Sensing their movements, Xiaoming sneered, used the skill of Savage Charge, and instantly arrived next to the erosion sword. He reached out to pick up the soul erosion sword on the ground. Stop, that's ours. Kong Ming roared hurriedly and released his powerful skills directly at Xiaoming. Xiaoming ignored him and just sneered. Boom! Suddenly, a huge blue figure blocked Xiaoming's way. Kong Ming stopped and looked up in horror. I saw a huge tongue spitting out its snake-like tongue towards me. Ding, the upgradable weapon, the Soul Erosion Sword, has been detected. Third-level Soul Erosion Sword can absorb spiritual energy to gain growth, and can also feed a small portion back to the owner. A non-attributed spiritual sword that can release sword energy according to the owner's supernatural attributes. Ah, what a good sword, it is indeed a good sword. Xiaoming heard the response in his mind and was delighted when he looked at the sharp erosion spirit sword in his hand. Let go of the soul erosion sword. Everyone, go get it back. Kong Dehuan roared madly upon seeing this. But after hearing his words, all the psychics of the Kong family looked at each other and did not dare to step forward. After waiting for a long time without any response, Kong Dehuan suddenly turned around and looked at the Kong family's superpower behind him, and said ferociously, "Are you trying to rebel?" "Humph, Xiaolan, kill them all." Xiaoming looked at Kong Dehuan, who looked like a madman, and said to Xiaolan lightly. Roar! Bang! Xiaolan roared towards the sky, swung his tail and knocked Kong Ming away, then rushed towards the terrified Kong Dehuan. Upon seeing this, the Kong family's supernatural beings fled in all directions, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would be killed by the giant python. The scene suddenly became chaotic again. Except for the people from the Kong family, all other people with special abilities watched this scene silently. Just as Xiaolan was about to swing his tail to hit the stunned Kong Dehuan, suddenly a cannonball with a fire snake trailing it was launched. It hit Xiaolan's body directly. Boom! Flames shot out and Xiaolan howled in pain. Xiaoming turned his head solemnly and looked in the direction where the attack came from. I saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking slowly towards me, surrounded by countless people with special abilities. Following behind him were countless fully armed security guards. When Kong Dehuan saw the person coming, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over quickly. "Chief Xiao, please save me. Xiaoming wants to kill me and destroy our Kong family." Meng Yiting and Chu Yang frowned at the same time. They had always been shocked by Xiaoming's strength. Now seeing the arrival of this middle-aged man, they knew that things were not that simple. When Xiaoming heard Kong Dehuan's address, he guessed the identity of this middle-aged man. "County Chief. You showed up as expected." Just as Xiaolan roared and was about to rush towards the opposite side, Xiaoming quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Xiaolan, come back first." "Master, why, it hurts so much." Xiaolan turned her head and looked at Xiaoming dissatisfiedly. At this time, several scales on her body were blown off, and the blown parts were bloody. Xiaoming was also very distressed when he saw this, but he still said to her, "Come back first, drink it, and recover from your injuries." As he spoke, Xiaoming threw several bottles of spiritual liquid towards Xiaolan. Xiaolan swallowed it in one gulp, glanced unhappily in the direction of County Chief Xiao and the others, and slowly returned to Xiaoming's side. County Chief Xiao took a look at the devastation at the scene.
The entire Chu family villa had become a ruin. Countless people with special abilities were screaming on the ground. He sighed softly, then looked at Xiao Ming sternly and said, "Xiao Ming, I have been observing you for a long time. Since you are not from Taoyuan County, why do you want to join the dispute in Taoyuan County?" "What? He is not from Taoyuan County?" Kong Dehuan screamed. Meng Yiting and Chu Yang also looked at Xiao Ming in surprise. "Isn't Xiao Ming from Yanlu Town?" Yanlu Town is also under the jurisdiction of Taoyuan County.
Facing the surprise of several people, County Chief Xiao snorted coldly, "That's right, Xiao Ming is not from our Taoyuan County, he is from Huarong City."
"Does it matter where you come from? Don't you allow outsiders to come in Taoyuan County?"
Xiao Ming said lightly, holding the erosion spirit sword in one hand. "But as an outsider with special abilities, you arbitrarily interfere in the disputes between local forces. As the head of a county, I have no choice but to intervene. Someone, come and capture Xiao Ming." County Chief Xiao said coldly and waved to the security team behind him. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned deeply.
Something was wrong, something was very wrong.
He had no grudge against County Chief Xiao, and even if he didn't want to interfere in the power dispute in Taoyuan County, there was no need for him to take such a tough stance.
You have to know that this is the world of people with superpowers.
It is not a wise move to rashly offend a person with powerful superpowers.
Stop. Ahem.
Just as the security team members were approaching Xiao Ming vigilantly with their weapons raised, Chu Yumeng stood up and dragged his seriously injured body to block Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked at Chu Yumeng's tall back in surprise.
He didn't know what this girl was going to do. Could she, by herself, stop the government's actions?
Although Xiao Ming was not planning to let them catch him back.
"Daughter of the Chu family, do you have anything to say?"
County Chief Xiao looked at Chu Yumeng and chuckled.
"Who said Xiao Ming is not from our Taoyuan County?"
Chu Yumeng looked at County Chief Xiao with a raised mouth. Seeing this, County Chief Xiao frowned. Chu Yang, on the other hand, felt his heart skip a beat and looked at his daughter's back helplessly.
"He is my fiancé. We will get married soon and he will be my husband.
He will also be half a member of the Chu family. Today, it was the Kong family who led the attack on our Chu family. Even if we stand on the legal grounds, my husband was acting in self-defense."
"What reason do you have to take him away?"
Chu Yumeng held her head high, staring at County Chief Xiao, and spoke firm words in her clear voice. But Xiao Ming, who was standing behind her, was speechless. "Chu Yumeng, you..."
"Shut up, you are my man. This is what I have decided. It has nothing to do with you."
Chu Yumeng suddenly turned her head and said with her beautiful eyes staring,
"Oh my God."
Xiao Ming looked at Chu Yumeng's back speechlessly and moved. He didn't know what to say to this stubborn girl. After hearing this, County Chief Xiao also frowned.
"If this is true, things will be difficult." "You're talking nonsense. Xiao Ming has only been in Taoyuan County for a few days? How long have you known each other? How is it possible that you are engaged?" Kong Dehuan pointed at Chu Yumeng and cursed angrily. "It's none of your business." Chu Yumeng glanced at Kong Dehuan with a sneer. Chapter 121 No one can stop me. "You?" Kong Dehuan was furious. When did a junior dare to talk to him like that?
But immediately, he felt himself getting excited. He took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, sneered, and then looked at County Chief Xiao and said, "County Chief Xiao, please make the decision." Although he didn't know why County Chief Xiao suddenly appeared, but looking at the posture, Kong Dehuan also knew that County Chief Xiao seemed to be on his side.
"Since County Chief Xiao is helping you, do you, Xiao Ming, dare to attack me?" Thinking of this, Kong Dehuan looked at Xiao Ming with eyes full of ridicule.
At this time, Kong Ming had also come to his side, covering his injured chest with a look of panic on his face.
"Humph, no matter what you say, I must take Xiao Ming away today. Anyone who dares to stop me is going against the country. What are you waiting for?"
After County Chief Xiao finished speaking, he scolded the security team members who were still standing there without moving.
"Let's see who dares."
Just as Xiao Ming frowned and was about to rush out with Xiao Lan and the little fat man, a sudden loud shout rang out. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw Shi Lang and the members of the kamikaze team walking towards me with gloomy expressions.
"Why is Shi Lang here?"
Xiao Ming looked at Mei Niang, who was following behind Shi Lang in confusion. When she met Xiao Ming's gaze, Mei Niang spread her hands helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Ming knew the reason at once. This guy must have heard that there would be an operation tonight, so he insisted on bringing the kamikaze team here. Sure enough, when Mei Niang came to Xiao Ming's side, she said softly, "I can't stop you. Your brother is worried that you are in danger and insisted on coming here. I was afraid he would cause you trouble, so I followed him here. You won't blame me, right?" Xiao Ming chuckled and shook his head. "You came just in time." After saying this, he looked at County Chief Xiao, who had a heavy expression on his face.
Really? Mei Niang looked over thoughtfully.
She was smart and guessed what had happened just by taking a look at the scene.
Damn, I can tell from the first glance that you're no good. What's the point of yelling? Let me put an end to your suffering.
Coming to Xiao Ming's side, Shi Lang glanced impatiently at Guangfeng, who was still screaming on the ground. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he stepped directly on his head.
Bang! Guangfeng!
Bastard, bastard!
Kong Dahuan roared in pain. This is the strongest fighting force of the Kong family.
Although I plan to kill him after I have dealt with the Chu and Meng families, now is not the time. Kong Dahuan pointed at Shi Lang with red eyes. You dare to kill someone in front of County Chief Xiao?
Shi Lang turned sideways and glared at him with a fierce smile. What's there to be afraid of?
I don't care if he's County Chief Xiao or any other county chief. If he dares to harm my eldest brother, I'll twist his head off.
You? Shi Lang's fierce eyes made Kong Dahuan's heart tremble.
Finally, he snorted angrily and said nothing.
Brother, is the problem solved? Let's go back. Whoever dares to stop me will be torn apart.
Shi Lang came to Xiao Ming and said with a smile. As he said this, he glanced at County Chief Xiao inconspicuously.
Yeah.
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
I think you are rebelling. Everyone get ready.
County Chief Xiao said angrily. Following County Chief Xiao's words, all the security team members immediately pointed their guns at Xiao Ming and his group.
At the same time, 3 powerful auras suddenly emerged from behind the crowd.
3 psychics with calm faces walked out slowly.
A 4th-level mutant.
Xiao Ming and others looked at the few people with a serious look in their eyes.
Humph.
County Chief Xiao snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, a row of people holding rocket launchers appeared behind the security team members, and the muzzles of the rocket launchers were aimed directly at Xiao Ming.
Take Xiao Ming away.
Following the order from County Chief Xiao, the security team members quickly took action and walked cautiously towards Xiao Ming.
Kamikaze squad.
Shi Lang roared, and all his energy burst out.
Exist.
The kamikaze team roared in unison, their voices echoing throughout the darkness. Shi Lang looked at the crowd in front of him with a fierce smile and shouted at the top of his voice, "If they dare to capture my eldest brother, kill them all and aim at that county chief.
Whoever kills him will be rewarded handsomely." Yes.
The kamikaze team roared excitedly, staring at County Chief Xiao with grinning eyes.
You?
County Chief Xiao was shaking with anger. As the head of a county, no one has ever dared to provoke him like this.
But he was not stupid.
Looking at the posture of the strong man in front of him, he knew that if his men caught Xiao Ming, they would really dare to attack him. So he quickly called out to the security team members who were trying to arrest Xiao Ming, stop first.
Then he looked at Xiao Ming and said angrily, Xiao Ming, do you really want to be an enemy of the country?
Xiao Ming sneered and said, don't put any blame on me.
Everyone saw what happened today. It's not that I, Xiao Ming, did anything excessive. As for why you helped the Kong family, I, Xiao Ming, will investigate it thoroughly. I'm leaving today, and no one can stop me.
After saying that, Xiao Ming raised his sword and leaped onto Xiao Lan's head.
He said to Shi Lang coldly, Shi Lang, let's go. Boom.
As Xiao Ming finished speaking, Mei Niang, Xiaonan, and Xiaolan all burst out with their might.
Waves of pressure came down on the Kong family and everyone in County Zhao's family. The powerful force made Xiao Xianqiu and Kong Dehuan turn pale and their legs go weak in an instant.
Seeing this, 3 4th-level psychics quickly stood in front of County Chief Xiao and helped him to dissipate the pressure.
Only then did he feel better.
However, he still looked at Xiao Ming and others approaching with a gloomy expression. Looking at the majestic Xiao Ming and his group, Zhu Yuming's eyes sparkled.
Zhu Yang came to his daughter's side and asked in surprise, are those Xiao Ming's men? They're all at the 2nd level? Yeah. Chu Yaman nodded proudly. Old Chu, it's more than just that. You have never been to Yanlu town. Those people with superpowers scared me so much that I didn't dare to move.
Meng Yiding also came to Chu Yang and said with a wry smile. However, looking at Xiao Ming's back, he made a decision secretly. It seems that I have to get closer to the Chu family in the future. Maybe I can get in touch with this mysterious guy. Although Chu Yang felt that Meng Yiting's words were a bit exaggerated, he was still very surprised. Looking at his daughter with a smile, he once again felt that his daughter really made him proud by falling in love with such a strong man. At this moment, Xiaoming's team had arrived in front of Xiao County Chief and his men. Standing high above Xiaolan's head, Xiaoming snorted and said coldly, "Make way." County Chief. Kong Dehuan looked hesitantly at County Chief Xiao, whose face was ashen beside him.
Everyone, make way.
Even though County Chief Xiao was unwilling in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and shouted in the face of the direct pressure. Crash! The crowd suddenly parted and a wide road appeared. Xiaoming sneered, rode on Xiaolan, and took everyone away.
Chapter 122, Killing Kong Ming and his son?
Chief Xiao, if we don't get rid of Xiaoming, it will be difficult for our Taoyuan County to have peace. Watching Xiaoming leave, Kong Dehuan leaned close to County Chief Zhao Zir and whispered, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He knew that Xiaoming would not let him go. If he did not take this opportunity to pull County Chief Xiao to his side, not to mention Xiaoming, the alliance between the Chu and Meng families alone would be unbearable for him. You must know that after this incident, the Kong family's most powerful fighting force is gone. The other people with special abilities also ran away or escaped.
Thinking of this, Kong Dehuan sighed.
Maybe after I go back, I will have to appease those escaped psychics and let them stay in the Kong family with peace of mind.
County Chief Xiao glanced at Kong Dehuan with a gloomy expression. Don't think I'm here to help you, useless piece of shit.
After saying this, County Chief Xiao turned and left.
Everyone, retreat.
Seeing this, the security chief immediately shouted loudly.
Watching County Chief Xiao leave, Kong Dehuan's face was gloomy. I was also a little nervous. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and looked at his son and said, "Son, we can't go back. We must leave immediately." "Dad, then our Kong family's foundation in Taoyuan County will be gone, right?" Kong Ming said anxiously. Kong Dehuan said angrily, "How could I not know? But in the current situation, is there any room for us to stay? Staying means death." Kong Ming lowered his head and trembled with anger, but when he thought of the powerful forces of Xiaoming, and the fact that the Meng family and the Chu family were now clearly united, he realized that the power of Xiaoming was very strong. It is indeed very difficult for the Kong family to survive, especially since the situation between them and Xiaoming has come to this point. "Yeah, Dad, I'll listen to you." Kong Dehuan nodded in satisfaction and sighed, "Don't worry, as long as we have money, are you afraid of not being able to build a second Kong family? After we leave, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. As long as you grow up, you can take back everything we lost." "Yeah." Kong Ming nodded excitedly. "Let's go." Afterwards, the two of them quickly left the place while no one was paying attention. Driving the Kong family's car on the road. Just as we were about to leave Taoyuan County, we were suddenly stopped by a group of people on a country road. Kong Ming, who was driving, was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes. "Dad, it's Xiaoming's subordinate." In fact, the co-pilot Kong Dehuan also noticed the person coming. However, after looking around and seeing no sign of Xiaoming, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you panicking? Xiaoming is not here. Their strongest is this guy, who is only at the 3rd level. You are in the late 3rd level. As long as you kill him, how can these people stop us?" Kong Dehuan glanced at Kong Ming with disappointment and said, "Yes, that's right." Kong Ming's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he opened the car door and walked down. At this time, Shi Lang and a group of kamikaze team members were blocking the middle of the road with a sneer, watching Kong Ming get off the car. I secretly sighed in my heart that Mei Yang was so smart in predicting things. He actually guessed that the father and son would run away, and he even guessed their escape route. But now is not the time to think about these things. The moment Kong Ming appeared, Shi Lang roared, "Brothers, kill! Kill!" Suddenly, all the members of the kamikaze team released their skills at Kong Ming. Seeing more than a dozen skills shooting towards him, Kong Ming quickly used his spiritual power to resist. At this moment, Shi Lang raised his right arm, looked at the little blue snake wrapped around it, and said with a smile, "Xiaolan, I'm sorry to bother you. I have to go back to accompany my brother." Xiaolan rolled his eyes at him, stood up, and without changing his form, opened his little mouth. Boom! A column of water shot out towards Kong Ming in the distance. Puff! The powerful attack pierced Kong Ming's chest without any resistance. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and a look of disbelief.
When Kong Delwan, who was in the car, saw this scene, he was heartbroken and immediately started the car and prepared to escape. However, he was attacked by more than 10 kamikaze team members and lost his life in less than a moment. Seeing that the father and son were dealt with, Shi Lang grinned, looked at their bodies with disdain, and spat, "You dare to mess with my eldest brother even though you were so broken, you were looking for death." After saying that, he waved to his men and said, "Let's go back." With the departure of the kamikaze team, only 2 lonely bodies and a dilapidated car were left there. At this time, Xiao Ming and Mei Yang were on their way back. Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang curiously and asked, "How do you know they will escape?" Mei Yang, who was driving, smiled charmingly. "It's just a guess. I don't know if it's right, but if they want to escape, the west side of the city is the closest road out of the city. They will definitely leave the city from that direction." Xiao Ming nodded silently. But he knew that Mei Yang's guess was definitely not as simple as it seems, there must be some basis for it. This made him secretly happy again. It was a wise decision for him to take Mei Yang away. Not only is he excellent in management, but he is also very smart. It saves me a lot of worry. Then can you tell what's wrong with this county chief Xiao? I always find it very strange. Xiao Ming asked Mei Yang solemnly. After hearing this, Mei Yang pondered for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know, but I will report this matter to the dean and ask him to help investigate with the city." "Do you suspect that it was arranged by the enemies in Huarong City?" Xiao Mingting sat up straight. "Yeah." Mei Yang nodded. "Then there's no need to investigate. The person who hates me the most in Huarong City is probably Li Fan." Xiao Ming chuckled. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, forget about him. As long as we are strong, no one can stop us." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Mei Yang smiled. The two then ended their conversation. At this time, in an office, County Chief Xiao also made a phone call. At this moment, his face was still filled with anger. "Li Fan, look at what you have done to me. Today, not only did I lose face, but I was also threatened by that Xiao Ming. Why didn't you tell me that Xiao Ming has a 4th level monster as a pet, and that he has 2 4th level psychics and a group of psychics below the 3rd level under his command? With such strength, you must be a powerful force in Huarong City." "What? It's only been a short time? Has Xiao Ming grown to this point?" Li Fan's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Tell me what to do about this matter? Anyway, I won't deal with Xiao Ming again, otherwise I will lose my life." County Chief Xiao said unhappily. Uncle Xiao, don't worry, you will definitely get the benefits this time. In that case, I won't bother you with the rest of the things." Hearing this, County Chief Zhao's tone improved a little. He sighed and said, "Li Fan, I'm only helping you for your father's sake. Listen to your uncle's advice. This Xiao Ming is not someone you can mess with." "Okay, Uncle Xiao, thank you, I understand." After saying that, the person on the other end hung up. Xiao Xianshou sneered at the hung-up phone call, "Just relying on a few spirit stones, you almost killed me. Your Li family has also come to an end." Chapter 123 Mingyue Pavilion. However, when thinking of Xiao Ming, County Chief Zhao's eyes turned cold. He muttered to himself, "You Li family members should fight among yourselves. It would be best if you killed that Xiao Ming." What happened today made him lose face. But he really didn't dare let his subordinates take action, because those psychics including the security team members were just his subordinates. They are all state employees. If his decision causes these people to sacrifice too much, Xiao Ming doesn't even need to take action, as his superiors will make him finished. Oh. It's so frustrating to be a county chief after the revival of spiritual energy. Life was better before. County Chief Xiao looked out the window with longing. After returning to Yanglu town, Xiao Ming practiced in his room for a while and then went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, he came to Gu Mingshuang's room. Looking at Gu Mingshuang lying quietly on the bed, Xiao Ming sighed softly, "I don't know what happened to you, system. How much spiritual power does she need to wake up?" Ding, detecting that spiritual power has almost recovered, may wake up at any time. Listening to the voice in his head, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he said to himself, "Then let me lend you a helping hand." As he spoke, he grabbed Gu Mingshuang's arm and immediately transferred a large amount of spiritual power to her. At this moment, Gu Mingshuang snorted softly and slowly opened her eyes. The moment she discovered Xiao Ming, Gu Mingshuang's eyes turned red, and she burst into tears and threw herself into Xiao Ming's arms. "It's okay, what happened?" Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. Looking at Xiao Shuang's current condition, he guessed that she must have experienced something before she fell into a coma. So he did not push Gu Mingshuang away, allowing her to hug him, and gently patted Gu Mingshuang's back with both hands to comfort her.
Xiao Ming, Wo, that bastard Kong Ming, he wanted to rape me, Gu Mingshuang said while crying. Afterwards, Gu Mingshuang told what happened that day.
After hearing this, Xiao Ming was terrified and said through gritted teeth, "Asshole, Xiao Shuang, but don't worry, that guy is dead."
Really?
Gu Mingshuang raised her head with tears in her eyes and looked at Xiao Ming.
Really? Xiao Ming's heart suddenly became flustered when he met Gu Mingshuang's eyes up close.
Gu Mingshuang also stopped crying and stared blankly at Xiao Ming's face, which was so close to her. Just when Xiao Ming didn't know what to do, a loud laugh suddenly came from outside.
Ha, I'm in the late 4th stage.
Schwanger, I'm in the late 4th stage. Amidst the two men's astonished eyes, they saw the door being pushed open forcefully and Chen Feng rushed in happily. The next second, all three of them were stunned.
Cough, cough. Xiao Ming quickly took the opportunity to push Gu Mingshuang away, stood up and coughed while pretending to be calm. Xiao Ming, what did you do to Schwanger?
Chen Feng flashed to Xiao Ming's side, grabbed his collar, and asked with gritted teeth.
Stop, Chen Feng, let Xiao Ming go.
Gu Mingshuang quickly got up from the bed, grabbed Chen Feng's arms with both hands, trying to pull him away. Facing the angry Chen Feng, Xiao Ming said calmly, "I just came to see Xiao Shuang."
You're talking nonsense. Does Schwanger need you to see it?
Chen Feng's face was ferocious, and he was filled with boundless anger at this moment. Because he had been practicing, Chen Feng didn't know what happened to Gu Mingshuang.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, Gu Mingshuang slapped Chen Feng in the face. Chen Feng covered his slapped face and looked at Gu Mingshuang in disbelief. "Schwanger, you hit me, you actually hit me for him." Gu Mingshuang's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, but she still said angrily, "Chen Feng, it's impossible between us."
I like Xiao Ming. Can you please stop doing this? You. Chen Feng stared blankly at the angry Gu Mingshuang.
He didn't expect that this incident would directly allow Gu Mingshuang to express her feelings.
Well, you guys chat, I'm leaving.
Faced with Gu Mingshuang's love, Xiao Ming just sighed and walked out of the room. All he wanted now was to get Siya back, and he couldn't accept other people's feelings. As soon as I walked out of the room, I heard two people arguing behind me. Xiao Ming sighed, left here and came to the new base.
Brother, you're here.
As soon as I reached the door, I saw Shi Lang walking towards me from the side.
Why do you always come here? Building a stronghold doesn't seem to be the job of your kamikaze squad, right?
Xiao Ming said with a chuckle.
I just came to play with Huang Shang.
Shi Lang touched his head with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao Ming understood in his heart that these two guys were chatting together, and it seemed that they had a very good relationship. So he smiled and said, "Then let's go in and take a look together."
Okay.
When Xiao Ming walked into the stronghold, he was very surprised to find that the decoration inside had been completed. Even the soft furnishings such as sofas, tables, and chairs have been finished. It's only been a few days, and the whole building looks very luxurious and spacious.
This was simply a fantasy before the revival of spiritual energy. Mr. Xiao! Mr. Xiao!
When Xiao Ming entered, the Yanglu team members who were resting in the lobby on the first floor noticed him and stood up and called out with a smile.
Yeah. Where's Huang Shang?
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
I'll go call Brother Shang down.
Immediately, a person with special abilities ran upstairs. Soon, Huang Shang and Mr. Liang walked downstairs together and came to Xiao Ming's side. "Mr. Xiao, I'm glad to have completed the task," Mr. Liang said with a smile.
Well, thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to repair it so well.
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
It's all I deserve,
Mr. Liang said with a smile. "Shi Lang, ask Mei Niang to send some red fruits to Mr. Liang later." Xiao Ming chuckled and said to Shi Lang beside him.
Okay.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Mr. Liang's eyes lit up and he did not refuse. The other members of the Yanglu team around him also looked at him with envy. However, everyone knows that as long as they contribute to the organization, Xiao Ming will not treat them unfairly.
Now that it's finished, call everyone over here. I have something to announce,
Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. Before long, everyone was sitting in a spacious conference room on the second floor of the new base. There were more than 70 people with special abilities in the entire conference room. Each team sat in a row, with their captain at the front. At the front desk, Xiao Ming sat in the middle, and Mei Niang sat next to him. As for Gu Mingxuang and Chen Feng, they did not come, but Xiao Ming did not bother with them. Seeing the pairs of sparkling eyes looking at him expectantly, Xiao Ming gathered his thoughts and said with a smile, "From today on, this will be our base.
I've chosen a name for our faction, Mingyue Pavilion. From now on, you are all veteran members of Mingyue Pavilion." Chapter 124 Chen Feng's Challenge. There was cheering from the audience.
However, when the few people who were familiar with Xiao Ming heard this name, they already knew it very clearly. This was named by Xiao Ming by combining his own name and Zhao Xiye's name. Mei Niang beside him had a look of sadness on her face, but she immediately returned to normal. After a while, Xiao Ming put his hands down and smiled to stop the cheers from the audience. Then he looked at the direction of the Yang Lu team sitting below. "Huang Shang, you come up too." As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, a psychic immediately moved a chair and placed it on the other side of Xiao Ming. Seeing this, everyone's heart moved, especially the members of Yang Lu's team. They had already guessed something.
Lu Zihan's eyes lit up even more.
Huang Sheng chuckled, did not refuse, and came up to sit next to Xiao Ming.
"Now the first thing I want to say is that from now on, the captain of the Yang Lu team will be Lu Zihan. Huang Sheng serves as the security minister of Mingyue Pavilion." Roar! Team Yang Lu cheered loudly.
Huang Sheng looked at Xiao Ming blankly. He didn't like Xiao Ming's arrangement, but now was not the time to ask questions.
He quickly stood up and looked at the audience with a smile. "Thank you everyone."
After cheering, Xiao Ming began to accept his next fate.
"Mei Niang, you will be our Minister of Logistics and Chief of Staff from now on."
There was another cheer from the audience.
Afterwards, Xiao Ming continued to appoint Xiao Nan as the Human Resources Director. After everyone accepted their fate, Xiao Ming continued to announce that all resources would be handed over to Mei Niang for inventory. If any team member performs well, the captain will report it to Mei Niang and then distribute the rewards. As soon as this decision came out, there was another round of cheers from the audience. Just when the conference room was bustling with activity, Chen Feng and Gu Mingxuang arrived in front of the building. Gu Mingxuang chased after Chen Feng with an anxious look on her face. "Chen Feng. Brother Feng, please don't be like this. Can you please not embarrass me?" Chen Feng stopped and looked at Gu Mingxuang with a serious expression and said, "Shuanger, since you have explained it to me so clearly, I will treat you as my sister from now on. As long as I stay by your side, I will have no regrets. But I must take on this challenge. It's my dignity as a man. If I don't fight Xiao Ming, I won't be able to get over it." Chen Feng's words stunned Gu Mingxuang. After taking a look at Gu Mingxuang, Chen Feng walked around her and went straight into the building. "Okay, today is the day when Mingyue Pavilion is established. Shi Lang, is it your team that purchased the supplies?" Xiao Ming said with a smile and looked at Shi Lang. "Yes, big brother." Shi Lang nodded with a smile. "Okay, tell the people who buy supplies to buy more wine and meat. Let's all celebrate tonight." "Good." At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Chen Feng appeared at the door with an angry look on his face, staring at Xiao Ming on the stage. Although he had explained it clearly to Gu Mingxuang, he also realized that a forced melon is not sweet. "From now on, I will just be a silent guardian by Gu Mingxuang's side." However, when he saw Xiao Ming's face, he felt very unhappy. "This time I came to challenge Xiao Ming to a duel, and I also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Xiao Ming a good lesson." "What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't think that I won't beat you just because you're strong. If you make me angry, I'll make you pay." Shi Lang stood up and shouted angrily at Chen Feng. As Shi Lang finished speaking, all the psychics stood up and looked at Chen Feng angrily. "Today is a happy day. It's okay that this guy didn't come to the meeting, but what does it mean by kicking the door now? Are you provoking our Mingyue Pavilion? Xiao Ming, I'm sorry, he..." At this moment, Gu Mingxuang also ran in and looked at Xiao Ming apologetically. Xiao Ming waved his hand indifferently, looked at Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, what do you want to do?" All right. Today your power is officially established. I'll give you a prize. Do you dare to go out and fight with me? Don't wait for a month." Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. In his mind, Xiao Ming was only at the 3rd level of strength at this moment, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be much stronger. He had absolute confidence that he could defeat Xiao Ming and make Xiao Ming look bad in public, which would also relieve his hatred for having his wife taken away from him. "Bastard, I think you are looking for death." Shi Lang shouted loudly,
and rushed towards Chen Feng with a punch. Chen Feng looked at Shi Lang approaching coldly. He didn't take this little power seriously at all.
Stop!
Xiao Ming shouted hurriedly just as Shi Lang's fist was about to land on Chen Feng's head.
Boom!
The powerful spiritual power hit Chen Feng and Guming Shuang, who was standing behind him, causing their hair to fly.
Shi Lang turned around and looked at Xiao Ming with an unhappy look on his face. Brother! Hey, I'm helping you!
Xiao Ming glanced at Shi Lang unhappily, then fixed his gaze on Chen Feng.
You, a late-stage 4th order psychic, challenge me, an early-stage 3rd order psychic? Interesting? Oh, don't worry, I will control the intensity of my attack to the early stage of the 3rd level, do you dare?
Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically.
Do you take my eldest brother for a fool? Even if you control the strength at level 3, can an ordinary level 3 psychic resist your level 4 attack skills? Shi Lang said angrily.
All the psychics present looked at Chen Feng angrily.
Think this is Chen Feng's deliberate provocation. That's right, Chen Feng was indeed deliberately provoking.
He just looked at Xiao Ming calmly, and it didn't matter if Xiao Ming didn't accept his challenge. This just gave him the impression of being a coward in everyone's mind. However, Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming with a smile on her face.
She knew that Xiao Ming would definitely agree and would definitely win. Sure enough, Xiao Ming first glanced at Guming Shuang, who was standing next to Chen Feng with an anxious look on her face, then nodded at Chen Feng with a faint smile. Okay, let's go. Brother, don't agree to him. I'll kick him out right now.
Shi Lang said loudly.
Yes, Pavilion Master.
Pavilion Master, don't agree to this guy.
All the psychics started shouting.
Xiao Ming found it quite interesting to hear that everyone had changed from calling him Mr. Xiao to Pavilion Master. He waved his hand calmly. Don't worry, since you call me Pavilion Master, today I will let you see how powerful your Pavilion Master is. After saying that, he walked straight out of the meeting room. Chen Feng curled the corners of his mouth, feeling proud.
Snort!
However, the psychics around him snorted coldly at Chen Feng. The look he gave Xiao Ming was filled with worry. A 3rd-level psychic fighting against a 4th-level late-stage psychic, no matter how you think about it, makes everyone feel that this 3rd-level psychic is looking for death.
Most of the psychics here did not know Xiao Ming's strength.
Seeing that Xiao Ming had made his decision, they sighed and followed him to the open space in front of the building. Everyone stood far away, leaving only Xiao Ming and Chen Feng in the field.
Come on.
Xiao Ming looked at Chen Feng indifferently and stretched out his right hand.
Chapter 125. Chen Feng is convinced. In that case, I won't be polite. Chen Feng sneered. Just wave your hand.
The powerful spiritual power immediately caused the surrounding ground to vibrate. Countless pieces of earth quickly gathered in his hands and instantly formed a huge hammer.
Earth hammer!
Chen Feng shouted loudly, jumped high and smashed Xiao Ming with his huge fists. The powerful force caused a strong wind to blow around. The wind made the clothes of all the spectators rustle.
Good, so powerful. It's over. How can our Pavilion Master resist? Well. There were sighs all around, and everyone looked at Xiao Ming worriedly.
Although they knew that Xiao Ming was also very powerful, there was a limit to how powerful he could be.
This was a huge realm away. Stop talking nonsense and just watch quietly.
Shi Lang turned around and shouted at them angrily. Then he clenched his fists and looked at Chen Feng.
I secretly swore in my heart that if my brother got hurt, I would fucking kill him. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Xiao Ming.
Just as Chen Feng was waving his giant hammer and looking sarcastically at the motionless Xiao Ming, thinking that he was frightened by his attack.
Xiao Ming moved. He just waved his hand at Chen Feng. He uttered a few words softly, thorns entangled. Whoosh whoosh. Countless thorns emerged from the ground and rushed towards Chen Feng at a rapid speed. Facing Xiao Ming's move, Chen Feng was well prepared.
He sneered and immediately shifted the target of the hammer in his hand. He brought down a hammer on the thorn bushes that were rushing towards him.
Boom!
The powerful force hit the ground directly, and all the thorns were smashed to pieces. A big hole was smashed into the ground.
Not only that, such a powerful force produced a violent shockwave. The crowd watching was forced to retreat again and again.
Looking at the mighty Chen Feng, there was a sound of people around gasping for breath.
Even Huang Sheng frowned. What a powerful move.
Mei Yang beside him glanced at him and said, our Pavilion Master is even more powerful. Huang Shang was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a chuckle. If we are at the same level, Chen Feng is indeed no match for me.
Hee, just watch. Mei Yang chuckled and said nothing.
But she knew that even now, if Xiaoming tried his best, he could fight Chen Feng on equal terms. But at this time, Chen Feng suppressed his own cultivation. If he only used the strength of the early third stage to fight against Xiaoming, he might lose immediately.
Sure enough, just as Chen Feng landed, countless thorns rose from the ground again and wrapped around him.
Chen Feng kept swinging the huge hammer in his hand, smashing the thorns into pieces.
Ha, Xiaoming, you're no match for me with just these thorns. Really?
Xiaoming's eyes narrowed and he quickly slapped the ground with his hands.
Water, earth. Receive. Xiaoming released streams of spiritual power.
The thorns attacking Chen Feng instantly burst out with a burst of khaki and blue light.
The next second, Chen Feng was surprised to find that the thorns that could have been easily crushed were only knocked back a few by one hammer. Just as he was distracted, countless thorns suddenly wrapped around him.
I sneered in my heart, I just don't believe that I can't break free with my 4th level strength. At this moment, he directly exploded with all his strength. The powerful force suddenly broke the thorns tightly, making a bang, bang, bang sound. Everyone was looking at this scene in amazement, feeling the momentum bursting out from Chen Feng, and they were all shocked.
Asshole, didn't you say you would only use the 3rd level of strength? Shi Lang cursed angrily.
Facing Shi Lang shouting and cursing, Chen Feng just snorted coldly and ignored him. He felt that several of the thorns wrapped around him had broken, and if he exerted more strength, he would be able to break them all. But at this moment he couldn't help but admire Xiaoming's strength in his heart, as he was able to restrain himself, a 4th level mutant. Seeing the other party burst out with the power of his heyday, Xiaoming also frowned. Originally, he had not intended to use the last resort to deal with Chen Feng. As long as he could restrain Chen Feng, he would win. But now, Chen Feng forced himself to use his ultimate move. In this battle, in front of everyone, especially since Mingyue Pavilion was just officially established today, he can only win, not lose. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's eyes turned cold.
He slapped the ground with one hand again. Fire!
At the same time, he jumped high and slapped Chen Feng with both hands. Flood the Golden Mountain.
Boom!
To everyone's shock, the thorns wrapped around Chen Feng exploded instantly. The powerful shockwave blew away the low-level psychics around, and they fell heavily to the ground.
The entire battle center was suddenly engulfed in flames.
In the next second, a large amount of water flow appeared out of thin air in the sky and rushed towards the center of the sea of fire.
Boom!
With another roar, Chen Feng's figure was swept away by the water and then submerged in the waves.
Bang!
Falling to the ground, Xiaoming gasped heavily. Releasing so much spiritual power one after another made him feel very tired. If he did not possess 4 types of spiritual power in his body, and if they had not reached the 3rd level, it would be impossible for him to release such a powerful move. At this time, a large amount of water covered the entire ground and even spread to the street ahead. Seeing this, Mei Yang frowned slightly and quickly stepped out to fight, shouting, "All water-attributed psychics, unite and take the water back."
Yes.
In the crowd, 7 or 8 people with special abilities stood out, and faced with the water flow, their bodies erupted in blue spiritual energy.
The water was attracted by their spiritual power and rushed up into the sky. Disappeared in the sky.
When the scene returned to calm, Chen Feng's figure reappeared, only to be seen struggling to get up from the ground in a panic. His body was covered with burn marks, his clothes were burnt to tatters, and water kept dripping down. Seeing Chen Feng like this, there was a sound of gasps from all around.
Fuck, I'm not seeing things.
Yeah, the pavilion master is so powerful that he beat Chen Feng so badly.
That's amazing. Everyone looked at Xiaoming with shock and deep admiration. This is our pavilion master.
With the strength of level 3, he can defeat a level 4 mutant. At this moment, Chen Feng felt shocked and bitter. He knew that Xiaoming was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. He knew that even if he used his strongest strength from the beginning, it would still not end well. At this moment, he felt very disappointed, and he was convinced by Xiaoming. He glanced at Xiaoming indifferently, dragged his injured body, and turned away dejectedly. Looking at Chen Feng's back, no one stopped him, only Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiaoming hesitantly, and decided to catch up quickly.
Xiaoming sighed.
He knew that although it seemed like he had won, he actually lost. Because it was impossible for him to launch an attack like the one he just launched at this moment. You know, he just used all the skills he could use. But he was sure that Chen Feng still had the strength to fight. If Chen Feng attacked him at this time, he would not be able to resist.
Chapter 126. Don't let me know who did it. He actually won.
Huang Shang and Xiaonan looked at Xiao Ming in shock.
Ha, of course, my elder brother is awesome.
Shi Lang laughed excitedly at the two of them, then quickly came to Xiao Ming's side.
Brother, you are awesome.
As he spoke, Shi Lang looked at Xiao Ming with admiration.
Okay, everyone, do what you should do and celebrate together tonight.
Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head, then looked at everyone and said,
Roar. Everyone cheered again and then dispersed.
At this time, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang and the others. You guys come to my office. On the third floor of the building are the senior management offices.
Xiao Ming's office is also here.
When Xiao Ming came to his office and sat in the boss chair for the first time, he felt really comfortable. Looking at the three people sitting in front of him, Xiao Ming first looked at Xiaonan seriously. Little fatty, you are now the head of personnel.
Your first task is to recruit people. Recruit at least 500 people in 3 days. Xiaonan was shocked when he heard this. 500 people? Are they all psychics?
Xiao Ming chuckled and shook his head. People with special abilities are preferred, but ordinary people are also fine.
What's the point of ordinary people coming here?
Xiaonan looked at Xiao Ming depressedly.
Then don't worry about it. Besides, why are ordinary people useless? You have to change your mind.
Xiao Ming said to Xiaonan seriously.
Oh, I understand. Xiaonan nodded. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Xiaonan walked out of the office. At this time, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang again. Mei Yang, has the warehouse been cleaned out? Hearing this, Mei Yang smiled.
She was just worrying about the reward.
It's ready. It's next to your office. I'll arrange for people to take turns guarding it. Okay, not bad.
Xiao Ming nodded and pondered for a moment. In fact, he wanted to see how many spirit stones, red fruits, and spirit liquids were left in the system space. How about this? I'll put 1,000 spirit stones, 500 vermilion fruits, and 1,000 bottles of spirit liquid in there for now.
You can make a record then.
Spiritual stones are distributed daily according to the amount required by the individual's current realm. Everyone must have 10 bottles of spiritual fluid on them at all times.
As for the vermilion fruit, it's a reward.
Mei Yang took out a notebook and wrote down everything Xiao Ming said. Okay, I've got it all. Xiao Ming thought for a moment, and since there was nothing else to do for the time being, he waved his hand and said, Alright, go get busy. After Mei Yang left, Huang Shang was the only one left in the room.
Xiao Ming looked at him and sighed softly. Huang Shang, has Zihan been okay during this period?
Huang Shang smiled slightly after hearing this. It seemed that Xiao Ming cared about this little girl very much.
Not bad.
Since Xu Ziluo came, she felt that she had the same suffering as him. In order to cheer up Xu Ziluo, she also smiled more.
The two of them are now together every day and seem to have become best friends. Well, that's good.
Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Ming truly treated these two little girls as his sisters and felt sympathy for their plight.
Okay, there's nothing else to do, go get busy. Huang Shang also left.
Xiao Ming took out the dagger, and when he looked at it, Siya's beautiful face appeared in his mind.
Siya, wait a little longer, I will be able to pick you up soon.
In the lobby of his home in Huarong City, Li Fan looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa watching the news with surprise.
He is Li Fan's father, Li Guorong. Dad, that's great. We did as you said and got a lot of good stuff. Li Guorong raised his eyes and glanced at Li Fan calmly. Is it a cart full of monster corpses? Dad, how did you know? Li Fan looked at Li Guorong in surprise. Humph, with Xiao Ming staying in Yanglu town, what else can be sold for money around here, besides those monster beasts in the mountains? As he spoke, Li Guorong looked at Li Fan with a look of disappointment. Son, can you use your brain?
It's one thing to be used by a woman, but now you're being defeated by someone you call a piece of trash.
Isn't it because Xiao Ming is too powerful?
Li Fan touched his head in grievance. Humph, no matter how powerful or talented you are, even if you have established a force now, it will only be an insignificant force in a small town. Robbing him is the first step, but it's not enough to threaten him. Wait and see if County Chief Xiao calls you. If he does, tell him to cooperate with us and block all commercial transactions in Yanglu town. Li Guorong said disdainfully. Hearing his father's words, Li Fan's eyes gradually lit up.
Ah, I get it, Dad. This way, we can seal Xiao Ming and his gang in Yanlu town.
Without supplies, they can't sell their stuff.
With so many people, who would follow Xiao Ming? Well, that's good to know, son.
You don't have to rely on fighting to defeat your opponent. Making use of all the advantages you can is what a smart person should do.
Do you understand? Li Guorong looked at Li Fan seriously and said. Dad, I understand, thank you, Dad. Okay, wait for the call.
If County Chief Xiao doesn't call you tomorrow, you can make your own arrangements.
Li Guorong waved his hand impatiently. Then I'll go out first.
At the same time, Xiao Ming, who was in the office with his eyes closed and missing Zhao Xie, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. When I opened my eyes, I saw Shi Lang suddenly push open the office door and rush in with an anxious look on his face.
Brother, this is bad. I can't contact the people I sent out. What's going on? When did we lose contact?
Xiao Ming didn't care about Shi Lang's recklessness at this time and asked with a frown.
I don't know either.
I just heard your instructions and was about to call them to ask them to buy some more wine and meat, but the phone was not connected.
Shi Lang said with a sad face. Could it be that the phone is out of battery? What about other people's phones?
Xiao Ming already had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still asked.
Same thing, the 5 people we sent out can't get through to us on the phone.
I suspect they might be in danger.
But logically speaking, that shouldn't happen. They're taking the national highway, and this isn't their first time buying supplies. There aren't any powerful monsters on the road.
Shi Lang scratched his head, unable to figure it out.
Well, send someone to check along the way first.
If they can't find it there, go to Taoyuan County and look for it. Xiao Ming pondered for a while, then looked up at Shi Lang and said.
Well, I'll send someone over right now. Shi Lang nodded and hurried out of the office.
Watching Shi Lang leave, Xiao Ming kept frowning. He knew that since these people could not be contacted at the same time, it was definitely not just a simple accident. Moreover, Xiao Ming, who was very familiar with the monsters near the road leading to Taoyuan town, also knew that there was no monster that could threaten 5 second-level psychics at the same time. Even if it was a 3rd-level monster, those people would have been able to escape. It wouldn't be impossible to contact them.
There is a high probability that it is man-made.
Thinking of this, Xiao Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes becoming fierce. Don't let me know who did it.
Chapter 127, Your goods were stolen? Not long after, Shi Lang came to Xiao Ming's office again.
This time he arrived, followed by a young man covered in scars. As soon as the young man saw Xiao Ming, he immediately burst into tears with a look of grief. Pavilion Master, you must make the decision for us. Brother, he was one of the people who purchased the supplies. He was the only one who escaped among the 5 people. Shi Lang said, clenching his fists angrily.
Tell me, what exactly happened to you?
Xiao Ming nodded and looked at the young man seriously. This morning, we were ambushed by a group of masked men on our way here.
The leader was a level 3 mutant, and the others were all level 2. In one encounter, he severely injured one of our brothers.
Just when we were about to fight them to the death, several other brothers stopped them with their lives and asked me to come back and report. I finally escaped from those people despite being seriously injured. The young man said with a sad face.
At this point, Shi Lang quickly added, we found him on the highway heading to Taoyuan County.
He was passing by and saw our car. He suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby and almost hit us. Yes, I was seriously injured and knew I couldn't run far, so I hid in the bushes and didn't dare to come out. The young man said painfully.
Okay, I understand.
Shi Lang, let Ming Yang reward him with 5 red fruits. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Shi Lang. I don't want the red fruit, Pavilion Master, you must find out the identities of those people and avenge our brothers. The young man suddenly roared in grief and anger. Seeing this, Xiao Ming looked at him seriously and said, don't worry, take the Zhu fruit and do your job well.
I will definitely avenge them. Thank you, Pavilion Master.
The young man looked at Xiao Ming gratefully, then retreated respectfully.
Brother, what should we do now? Shi Lang said angrily. Don't worry about anything else, just call Yi Mengyao over.
Xiao Ming waved his hand. He already had an idea in his mind, but he didn't plan to take Shi Lang with him because Shi Lang was too impulsive.
Brother, what do you mean I don't have to care? They are all my brothers. Shi Lang widened his eyes and said angrily. Okay, I'm going to help your brothers identify the enemies. Besides, just because they are your brothers doesn't that mean they are my brothers, Xiao Ming? Get out.
Xiao Ming shouted loudly. Yes. Shi Lang looked aggrieved upon seeing this. He glanced at Xiao Ming sullenly and strode out of the office.
Not long after, Yi Mengyao came to Xiao Ming's office and looked at him respectfully. Master. Well, I heard that you have been promoted to the second level? Congratulations.
Xiao Ming said with a smile. At this time, he has become a leader. Even if he has just experienced something infuriating, he must never bring his emotions to his subordinates.
He still understands this principle.
Yi Mengyao was filled with joy and looked at Xiao Ming with eyes twinkling like little stars. Thank you very much for giving me the zhu fruit, otherwise I wouldn't have been promoted so quickly.
Ahem, call a few people from the Phoenix team and go out with me.
Looking at Yi Mengyao's eyes, Xiao Ming coughed awkwardly.
Yes. Yi Mengyao replied coquettishly and walked out of the office with a swaying step.
Looking at Yi Mengyao's back, Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. He knew all the feelings these women had for him, and sometimes he felt distressed, but there was nothing he could do because his heart could only accommodate Zhao Xie. After Yi Mengyao called 4 members of the Phoenix team, Xiao Ming drove them off. But he was driving a small car in front with Yi Mengyao. The other 4 members of the Phoenix team followed behind in a small truck. Not to mention that women can't drive. As people with special abilities, their physical fitness and other aspects have been improved, so it is too easy for them to learn. On the way, although Yi Mengyao was very confused about what Xiao Ming was going to take them to do, she didn't ask anything. In her heart, as long as she could quietly follow Xiao Ming, that would be enough. After we get to the county town, give this card to them and let them buy wine, meat, and other supplies. At this moment, Xiao Ming handed Yi Mengyao his bank card. This bank card was used when I was in Huarong City, and there is still a balance of several million in it.
Xiao Ming never used it again. Yes. Yi Mengyao took the bank card and nodded. Not long after, they arrived in Taoyuan County.
After Yi Mengyao explained everything to several psychics, Xiao Ming took Yi Mengyao and set off again.
The two drove directly to the county government office.
At this time, it was the time when the county government offices were at work. In addition to the staff, there were also many ordinary people coming to do business. So Xiao Ming and the other person were not stopped.
Went straight to the county chief's office.
Without knocking, Xiao Ming pushed the door open and walked in.
Who is so rude? County Chief Xiao, who was reviewing the documents, raised his head in dissatisfaction.
When he saw Xiao Ming, his face suddenly darkened.
So it's you? If I don't bother you, why are you here? Humph, you don't bother me, but I'm here to bother you today.
Xiao Ming sneered and sat directly on the chair opposite County Chief Xiao. Yi Mengyao had an expressionless face and stood closely behind Xiao Ming. Seeing this, County Chief Xiao frowned deeply. He was still very wary of Xiao Ming.
Because he is just an ordinary person and has not awakened any special abilities.
Even though he was the head of a county, he never dared to do anything to bully the weak and fear the strong in Taoyuan County. I'm afraid that if some ordinary relative or friend of mine turns out to be a superpower and wants to kill me, then I'm done.
Therefore, its reputation in Taoyuan County is quite good. What do you mean?
Xiao Ming sneered after hearing this.
What do you mean? My people were transporting goods to Taoyuan County when they were ambushed by a group of masked psychics.
Not only did they kill 4 of my psychics, they also stole the entire truckload of goods. If I don't come to you, the county chief, when something like this happens, who else should I turn to? After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at County Chief Xiao coldly.
Don't you like to meddle in other people's affairs?
Then I'll let you investigate this matter. But Xiao Ming didn't just have this idea. Because he suspected that the person who robbed his goods this time was the same person who instructed County Chief Xiao to target him. Although spiritual energy has revived at this time, the surveillance on the road will only become more advanced. If we really want to track them down, let alone find out the identities of those people, at least we can find out where they drove such a large truck.
If I can't find it, it just confirms my guess.
Xiao Ming came here directly with this idea in mind.
What? Your goods were stolen? And your people were killed?
County Chief Xiao had a gloomy face, and a person immediately came to his mind.
Chapter 128, is it a threat?
You guess it yourself. Seeing the expression on County Chief Zhao's face, Xiao Ming's heart moved, and he knew that the other party must have thought of someone. Although Xiao Ming was not sure who it was likely related to Li Fan. Xiao Ming then stood up, looked at County Chief Xiao calmly and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to County Chief Xiao. If the murderer can't be tracked down, I'll come and talk to County Chief Xiao again." After saying that, he turned around and walked out the door with Yi Mengyao. But Xiaoming's words made County Chief Xiao slam the table.
Bang!
Hearing the movement behind him, Xiaoming stopped and turned slightly to look at the gloomy-faced County Chief Xiao.
Xiaoming, are you threatening me?
County Chief Xiao said angrily.
Humph, guess for yourself whether it's a threat or not.
Xiaoming snorted coldly and walked out of the office. Watching Xiaoming and the other two leave, County Chief Xiao started cursing, "Damn it!
Damn it!
Bastard Xiaoming!" After venting, County Chief Xiao remembered something and went to the door to look outside. After finding that no one noticed the movement here, he quickly closed the door. Then he took out his cell phone and called Li Fan.
The phone was answered as soon as it rang. Without further ado, County Chief Xiao asked directly into the phone, "Li Fan, did you steal Xiaoming's goods?" "Ha, is there any problem?"
Li Fan said with a smile on the other end of the phone.
"What do you mean? Do you want to push me into the fire pit?"
County Chief Xiao said angrily. "Then you can turn me in, but you have to think carefully.
All the transactions between you and our family over the years have been recorded in the account books. If the higher-ups knew about it..."
Listening to the voice coming from the phone, County Chief Xiao took a deep breath.
Taoyuan County is a county under Huarong City.
In the early years, the Li family had already made friends with me in order to open up the surrounding markets.
We have also done a lot of business in Taoyuan County over the years.
County Chief Xiao knew that he had received a lot of benefits from the Li family over the years, and he guessed that sooner or later there would be an explosion. The last time I made things clear with Li Fan was also to break away from the relationship with the Li family. But unexpectedly, he was still plotted against by the Li family.
"Ha, County Chief Xiao, it must be Xiaoming who is looking for you, right? We are now tied to the same rope. If you don't give us up, Xiaoming will not let you go."
Li Fan's voice on the phone sounded so harsh and arrogant.
But County Magistrate Xiao had no idea what to do. He sighed and said dejectedly into the phone, "Li Fan, what do you want?" "Ha, that's simple. I want no Chamber of Commerce in Taoyuan County to accept goods from Taoyuan County.
I want Xiaoming's goods to rot in Yanlu Town and not be sold," Li Fan said coldly.
County Chief Xiao frowned. "I'm afraid that's impossible.
The Chu and Meng families are both on Xiaoming's side.
Just these two families can easily handle so much goods."
However, County Chief Xiao had already guessed that Xiaoming's cargo was the corpse of a monster.
Besides this, what else is there in Yanlu Town?
This is also the source of income for most people with special abilities after the revival of spiritual energy.
Don't worry about their affairs.
Don't forget, our Li family has a lot of business in your Taoyuan County.
We can easily make them busy. Okay, you just need to do this, and leave the rest to me."
Li Fan's words caused County Chief Xiao to struggle violently in his heart. The Li family has the upper hand over him, so he has no choice but to agree.
However, Xiaoming's strength makes him very wary.
But in the end, he thought, he was just asking the bosses in Taoyuan County not to accept Xiaoming's goods.
Xiaoming wouldn't fight him to the death, right?
Thinking of this, County Chief Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, after we resolve Xiaoming's issue, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future."
"You don't have to threaten me with the account book. If you push me too hard, the worst that can happen is that both of our families will be finished." Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Bang!
County Chief Xiao hung up the phone directly. Then he sat quietly in the chair and thought for a while, then took out his cell phone again and started making calls. All of a sudden, all the shops in Taoyuan County that bought and sold monster corpses received the news and stopped all purchasing activities for a month.
Violators will have their stores closed immediately.
Such severe punishment caused panic among all merchants operating shops in Taoyuan County. But County Chief Xiao sat in his office, looking out the window and muttering, "Xiaoming, I'm not targeting you. The entire Taoyuan County has stopped purchasing monster corpses."
This is also his cleverness.
Even if the people above knew about his behavior, at most they would just criticize him. It won't cause him too much trouble, and it will shut Xiaoming's mouth so that Xiaoming won't come to him and say that he is targeting Yanglu Town. At the same time, Xu Yang and Meng Yiting received a series of calls at the same time. The bank urged them to repay the loan immediately. This was not a big deal. Given the financial resources of the two families, it would not be particularly difficult to pay it back. But unfortunately, all the bosses in Taoyuan County who had cooperated with them suddenly collectively terminated cooperation. And they will not help to settle their previous debts for the time being. Even the bosses themselves have no news, as if they had disappeared collectively. This directly broke their funding chain. Faced with such a huge crisis, the two families explored all their connections, but to no avail, and they didn't even know why this happened. Xiao Ming didn't know that his actions would bring about a series of reactions. At this time, he had already reunited with the 4 members of the Phoenix team who had purchased supplies, and they returned to Yanlu Town together. When he returned to his office, he saw Chu Yumeng with her long legs resting on his desk, watching TV leisurely on her computer. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows, knowing that she wouldn't listen even if he said it, so he asked directly, "Why are you here again?"
Xiao Ming, you're back?
Chu Yumeng stood up with a smile, puffing out her chest proudly, and said to Xiao Ming, "I've already told my dad that I won't go back until I get you."
Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming looked at Chu Yumeng helplessly. "Chu Yumeng, I'm telling you seriously again, I only love Zhao Xie in this life, don't waste your time on me." Xiao Ming's words made Chu Yumeng's eyes flash with pain, but she immediately regained her composure.
No matter what, I won't change my mind. Even if you don't accept me in this life, so what? I just want to stay by your side. Can you really drive me away?
After saying that, Chu Yumeng glared at Xiao Ming fiercely and strode out of the office angrily. Listening to Chu Yumeng's bold words, Xiao Ming rubbed his temples with a headache and muttered as he sat on the chair, "I hope she's just impulsive and will figure it out after a while."
Chapter 129. Take these spirit stones first.
In the evening, everyone gathered in the Minuet Pavilion building for a joyous celebration. Looking at these smiling faces, Xiao Ming felt very emotional.
Some people even started crying while laughing.
No one comforted him, and soon more people started crying. Xiao Ming saw this happen.
He knew very well that there were quite a few villagers in Jingshan Town and Yanlu Town. But after the spiritual energy revived, they were the only ones left.
At this moment, I must be thinking of my deceased relatives.
Time passed quickly and a night was over in a flash. Everyone celebrated all night long.
However, halfway through, Xiao Ming returned to his room to sleep. It was mainly because of that group of women, especially Chu Yumeng, who would ask him to drink from time to time, which gave him a headache. He seriously suspected that if he hadn't run fast last night, he would have died after getting drunk.
Boom, boom, boom.
The next morning, there was a knock on Xiao Ming's door.
Chu Yumeng's crisp voice came from outside the room. "Xiao Ming, are you awake?
Get up quickly, I made porridge for you." Xiao Ming got up from the bed in a daze, opened the door with his messy hair, and looked at Chu Yumeng, who was smiling outside the door. In confusion, "You can cook." As he said this, he glanced at the ball in Chu Yumeng's bowl. My eyes, which were still sleepy, suddenly widened. "What the hell is this porridge?"
Hee, it's not well made, but it should taste good. You can try it." Chu Yumeng smiled embarrassedly.
Xiao Ming broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the paste in the bowl. He wondered if even the psychic strong physique would not be able to withstand it and would shoot the javelin if he ate it. Just as Xiao Ming was about to take the bowl from Chu Yumeng's hands with trembling hands, Chu Yumeng's phone suddenly rang. Hearing this voice, Xiao Ming's expression relaxed and he let out a long breath.
Fortunately, I can delay it for a while longer. Who is it? Calling me so early in the morning. Chu Yumeng took out the mobile phone from her pocket with a dissatisfied look on her face.
After taking a look and seeing that it was his father, he answered the call.
"Dad, what? What? Our family is going bankrupt? We can't even pay the employees' salaries, and those superpowered people are already getting restless? Well, Dad, I'll find a way."
"You try your best to appease those people with special abilities." After saying that, Chu Yumeng hung up the phone. At this time, Xiao Ming, who was standing next to him, was confused.
Why did the Chu family seem to be going bankrupt out of the blue? After seeing Chu Yumeng hang up the phone, Xiao Ming asked curiously, "What happened?"
Chu Yumeng looked at Xiao Ming with a worried look on her face and told him the news she had just received on the phone. Xiao Ming frowned after hearing this.
"You mean, starting yesterday, the Taoyuan County Bank has been urging your family to repay their debts for no reason? And all your businesses have stopped doing business with you, and you can't collect the debts? Well, those bosses disappeared collectively as if they had agreed to do so." Chu Yumeng said angrily. "Now that my father has paid back the bank loan, the company has no money left to continue operating.
The next step is to sell the spiritual stones stored at home.
But if we really sell those spirit stones, those people with special abilities in our family will definitely abandon us."
After hearing this, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. It is obvious that someone is plotting against the Chu family. Moreover, Xiaoming suspected that this was not only a plot against the Chu family, but more importantly, it was aimed at himself.
But Xiaoming couldn't understand.
Although the Chu family was on good terms with him, even if he defeated the Chu family, it would have no impact on him, right?
Don't worry, go find Meng Yang and ask her to get you 100 spirit stones to solve the urgent problem of your Chu family first.
Xiaoming looked up at Chu Yumeng and said. Yesterday, Xiaoming had already put the spirit stones, red fruits, spirit liquid and other things into the warehouse. Only Meng Yang and I have the key to the warehouse, no one else can enter.
Xiaoming, thank you.
I'll go first.
Chu Yumeng looked at Xiaoming gratefully and nodded.
Looking at the porridge in her hand, Chu Yumeng shyly handed it to Xiaoming. Remember to drink this porridge. After saying that, he turned around and trotted away. Looking at Chu Yumeng's leading back, and then looking at the porridge in his hand, Xiaoming returned to the room with a twitching mouth and closed the door. He sat down at the desk, scooped up a spoonful of porridge with great effort, and took a tentative sip.
Well, although it's not very delicious, it's not so bad that I can't eat it.
Xiaoming smacked his lips and muttered to himself while looking at the porridge in the bowl.
Then he slowly started eating. While eating, he was wondering if what happened to the Chu family was related to his visit to County Magistrate Xiao yesterday.
After all, the incident happened yesterday, which made Xiaoming suspicious. If there is really a connection, then the people behind County Chief Xiao must have started taking action against him. Thinking of this, Xiaoming quickly took out his cell phone and called Shi Lang.
He told everyone that those who went out to transport monsters today must pay attention to safety and report any problems they encountered in a timely manner. If you see anyone suspicious, you can just drop the goods and run away.
After explaining these things, Xiaoming finally felt a little relieved.
Now all we have to do is wait for news.
After finishing the breakfast made by Chu Yumeng, Xiaoming got up and began to inspect everyone's work. He found that buildings were beginning to be built around Mingyue Pavilion. I walked over curiously and saw Lu Zihan staring at their work.
Zihan, what are you building these buildings for?
Xiaoming came behind Lu Zihan and asked softly.
Lu Zihan quickly turned around, glanced at Xiaoming happily, and replied, "This is an order from Meng Yang. It requires Mr. Liang and I to build dormitory rooms around the main building of Mingyue Pavilion.
We can all live here in the future and don't have to look for those old houses in town."
Well, is that what Meng Yang said? That's right. How has your cultivation been during this period? Xiaoming nodded, feeling guilty.
He did have a room in the Mingyue Pavilion building, but he had overlooked where other members lived.
Fortunately, Meng Yang gave the order, otherwise he, as the pavilion master, would have been derelict in his duty.
Lu Zihan nodded excitedly after hearing this. I've already reached the late second stage, and I feel like I could break through to the third stage at any time.
Keep doing your best. When the time is right, we will go back to Huarong City together and avenge your family. Xiaoming looked at Lu Zihan encouragingly. Yeah.
A gleam of hatred flashed in Lu Zihan's eyes, and he nodded heavily. Seeing this, Xiaoming looked at it for a while and then returned to his office. I had just sat down on the chair when I received a call from Shi Lang. Brother, these bastards refused to accept our goods. They said the government had ordered that all purchases and sales of monster goods in Taoyuan County be stopped.
After hearing this, Xiaoming nodded lightly. Okay, I understand. Let them come back.
Chapter 130. Then let us build our own chamber of commerce.
Meng family.
Dad, I don't know why the Chu family suddenly perked up.
What should we do? Meng Huo looked anxiously at Meng Yiting, who was sitting on the sofa.
At this time, their Meng family and Chu family encountered the same situation.
If they don't come up with a solution, the Meng family will be finished. How could Meng Huo, who was used to being a rich second generation, not be anxious?
But after hearing his son's words, Meng Yiting on the sofa suddenly laughed, without a trace of worry on his face. Huh, that's great.
Dad, what are you laughing at? Meng Huo asked in surprise.
Even at this time, his father could still smile. He had to admire his father's mentality.
I am still too young.
Meng Yiting glanced at Meng Huo and said with a faint smile, think about it, who is Chu Yumeng familiar with?
Who are you familiar with? Meng Huo murmured, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Meng Yiting. Are you talking about Xiaoming? Yes. Meng Yiting nodded calmly. The Chu family must have received help from Xiaoming. That has nothing to do with us,
Meng Huo said depressedly. He knew that he and Xiaoming had had quite a conflict some time ago.
Just based on this, Xiaoming won to help us, right?
Anyway, if he put himself in the other person's shoes, he would not help someone who had offended him.
Why is it okay? Isn't Xiaonan following Xiaoming now?
Meng Yiting glared and continued, besides, last time we dealt with the Kong family, we stood with the Chu family. After saying that, Meng Yiting waved his hand impatiently at Meng Hua. Alright, now you go find the Chu family. We can't borrow money directly from Xiaoming, so why not ask the Chu family? Just based on what happened last time, the Chu family can't refuse us.
Yes, Dad, you are so smart.
Meng Hua's eyes lit up and he stood up immediately.
If you are so stupid, how could the Meng family become so big? Meng Yiting said unhappily. Hey, Dad, I'm going then. Go away.
After Meng Hua left, Meng Yiting murmured to himself enviously, Shu Yang, you gave birth to a good daughter.
I wish I had a daughter too.
Ever since the last incident, he has become more and more optimistic about Xiaoming. A third-level expert with such strength could actually beat a fourth-level expert holding the soul erosion sword like that. In addition, there is a group of fourth-level masters following him.
Such young people are really. Brother, what should we do now?
Every day our people go to the mountains to hunt monsters, but there are so many monsters that we can't sell. Plus, we have 70 or 80 people now, and our daily expenses are very high. At this time, Mei Yang, Lu Zihan, Huang Shang, and Shi Lang were all in Xiaoming's office. Listening to Shi Lang's words, Xiaoming lowered his head and began to think.
Shi Lang, go call Meng Yao over.
Xiaoming looked up and said to Shi Lang.
Good.
After a while, Yi Mengyao came to the office and bowed respectfully to Xiaoming.
Master, what's the matter?
After saying that, a pair of big, flickering eyes looked at Xiaoming.
How much money is left in the bank card I gave you last time? Xiaoming asked. There are probably about 5 million left. Yi Mengyao thought for a while and said uncertainly. Well, okay.
Xiaoming nodded, snorted coldly, glanced at everyone and said, now we have encountered an unknown enemy.
Although I have a guess in my mind, I can't be sure.
Since the mayor of Shao County has announced that the purchase and sale of monster items in Taoyuan County is prohibited, then we will establish a spirit item chamber of commerce in our own territory.
Yes, let's set up a chamber of commerce ourselves, so that we don't have to beg those merchants to buy our goods.
Shi Lang looked at Xiaoming excitedly. But Huang Shang and Mei Yang frowned at the same time. Mei Yang looked at Xiaoming and expressed her concerns. Pavilion Master, if the Chamber of Commerce is established in Yanlu Town, those people with special abilities in Taoyuan City might not come all the way here, right?
Yeah.
Xiaoming nodded confidently, I know that. So we have to use a membership system.
Membership system?
Everyone looked at Xiaoming in confusion. Seeing this, Xiaoming explained with a faint smile.
It's very simple.
We are the Spiritual Object Chamber of Commerce. We sell spirit stones, monster corpses, or materials from monsters.
It's also an auction house.
Let the Chu family help spread the word. We will auction a vermilion fruit every day, but only our members can participate.
And the membership will be updated every day.
Only the top 10 people who purchase the most monsters can become our members.
I'm so excited to be a permanent member after being a member for a week. Listening to Xiaoming's explanation, everyone's eyes gradually lit up.
If we do this, not only will we not have to worry about not being able to sell the monsters, but there probably won't be enough to sell. After all, everyone knows how precious and rare the vermilion fruit is. But Mei Yang still had concerns in her heart. If we do this, we'll have to speed up the monster hunting process, otherwise I'm worried we won't have enough to sell.
Another point. If we really put up a vermilion fruit for auction every day, will we be targeted? Mei Yang looked at Xiaoming worriedly and said. Xiaoming waved his hand nonchalantly, don't worry about that. If there aren't enough monsters, we can collect them or send more people to hunt them. Also, if we auction one vermilion fruit every day, we can only last a month. But I estimate that some people will get impatient in just a few days or even a week.
Having said that, Xiaoming smiled faintly.
Mei Yang also nodded with relief, that's fine. Okay, let's make arrangements now and inform the Chu family. They seem to have an advertising company at home, so we'll leave the advertising to them.
After Xiaoming finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly.
After everyone else left, Xiaoming looked at Mei Yang in confusion, as she had not left. Mei Yang? Is there anything else?
Mei Yang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, Pavilion Master, I think you should find a secretary.
I don't want that thing. Xiao Ming waved his hand impatiently. After all, there are many things that need to be arranged by you.
It would be much more convenient if you have a secretary. Besides, we all have our own things to do now, and having a secretary by your side can also take care of you.
Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming with concern.
When Xiao Ming met Mei Yang's eyes, he was moved. Although he still didn't want to find a secretary, he really didn't want to reject Mei Yang's kindness.
After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang and said, "Then who do you think would be a better secretary?"
Seeing that Xiao Ming seemed to agree, Mei Yang laughed. "I think Meng Yao is very good."
Meng Yao?
Xiao Ming nodded secretly in his heart.
She is really good. She never questions her orders and just carries them out.
And when he is around me, he doesn't talk much, he just does things silently. A very good candidate indeed.